Hey everyone, I sincerely appreciate your support. If you enjoy my audiobooks, I would be truly grateful if you could subscribe to the channel. And if you'd like to support even further, you're welcome to become a Patreon member, where you can access audiobooks of novels as long as they are freely available on the internet. Your kindness and support mean so much. Thank you.
The sky thundered with fury. The magic dragon roared, warships thundered across the sea, and cannonballs rained like a fiery storm upon the beast's pirates' fleet. From the sky and sea, chaos surged. Bilgewater's forces charged forth, pirates, mercenaries, and war veterans, leaping into the fray, defying cannon fire and slicing through the enemy ranks with ruthless precision. As Bilgewater's elite collided with the core forces of the beast's pirates, the imbalance was immediate and devastating. Despite Shyvana's fearsome presence and reinforcements from Wano's elite, the beast's pirates lacked the numbers and mid to high tier combat power to resist the onslaught. Bilgewater, backed by wealth, resources, and manpower, now stood as the mightiest among the four emperors. Yet, on these seas, battles are not won by numbers alone. Wars are decided by monsters, by titans. Kaido ascended, morphing into his massive azure dragon form. His mouth opened, and a wave of searing breath engulfed a portion of Bilgewater's fleet. Battleships melted, and thousands of elite fighters were reduced to smoldering corpses in an instant. Were it not for the precise shot to Kaido's eye and a curved blade wreathed in unnatural flame slicing into him, Kaido's rampage would have massacred Bilgewater's entire army before the hour had passed. Among the ranks of Gangplank's men were battle-hardened veterans, old pirates with A-rank combat strength, who could momentarily challenge Kaido's terrifying power. Warriors like Katakuri, Gragas, and Pike stood firm, but even so, such warriors were rare. To end this swiftly, Gangplank himself stepped forward to confront Kaido once more. Strengthened by enchanted gear and new levels of power, Gangplank stood tall before the monstrous dragon. His pistol flared, his blade danced, and fresh wounds marred Kaido's scales. Yet Kaido, fueled by absurd durability and regenerative might, fought on relentlessly. But Gangplank's real challenge had only begun. Shyvana, wings unfurled and glowing with inner fire, lunged from the sky, fangs bared, claws poised to tear him apart. Kaido wasn't here for a fair fight. He wasn't a knight. He was a pirate, and pirates play dirty. Why fight one-on-one when two-on-one seals the victory faster? Together, Kaido and Shyvana executed their plan: crush Gangplank, dismantle Bilgewater's leadership, then absorb the remnants into their own empire. The dual assault threw Gangplank into peril. Just as Kaido's colossal mace crashed downward, a bone-chilling spike intercepted it mid-swing. Pike emerged from the shadows, deflecting the fatal strike. Simultaneously, Shyvana's incoming claw was body-checked by the rotund but agile Gragas, who staggered under the blow but didn't fall. Individually, neither Gragas nor Pike could best Shyvana. But together, with blessings of enchanted relics, they could delay her long enough to protect their captain. Kaido snarled, swinging his mace to fling Pike across the battlefield like a ragdoll.
Trying to stall me? Shyvana, break him.
Once I finish these pests, we end Gangplank. He surged toward Pike again, moving with surprising speed for a creature his size. His blows became relentless, each strike like a mountain falling from the sky. Gragas grunted, absorbing another attack meant for Pike. Elsewhere, Gangplank's lieutenants were occupied, Katakuri locked in battle with King the Wildfire, Jack the Drought clashing against Charlotte family generals, Ashura Doji and Denjiro dueling fiercely on another front. They all knew, whoever triumphed in the Battle of Dragons would decide the fate of the sea. Even among the shouting and clashing steel, whispers passed between beasts' pirates. Did you see that? Lady Shyvana. She's overwhelming Gangplank.
Ha ha ha.
With Kaido, Yamato, and Shyvana leading us, we're invincible.
Hold your ground.
Once they're finished with Gangplank, the rest will fall like dominoes. Quinn roared in glee, striking down a pirate who once carried a 480 million bounty, and charged into the fray against Cracker without hesitation.
But in war, tides shift in shadows.
Just as Gragas and Pike faltered under Kaido's wrath, blood spurted violently from Kaido's back. The battlefield froze. A chilling voice whispered like death's own breath. The ignorant are doomed. From Kaido's shadow rose a silent figure clad in black, a phantom of murder, vengeance, and fear. The Lord of the Shadow Stream had arrived. Zed's blade, slick with Kaido's blood, gleamed like a herald of death.
And the tide turned. Ho ho.
Kaido gasped, blood spilling in torrents from wounds across his immense body. Moments ago, he'd been poised to crush Gragas with a single decisive blow, when the shadows turned on him. The Lord of the Shadow Stream had arrived. Zed struck without a word, his blade carving through Kaido's dragon-scaled flesh with lethal precision. A figure cloaked in darkness, his attack was silent and swift, impossible to predict, impossible to stop. Though Shyvana had S-tier strength, Zed stood higher still. With the blessing of arcane gear and his refined assassination craft, he now possessed the power to rival the four emperors, if not exceed them in burst lethality. None among the four emperors could match Zed in the art of sudden death. As the battle wore on, Gangplank's hidden forces, heroes once forgotten, began reclaiming their full strength. Zed was the first and most terrifying to return. The Lord of Shadowstream? A killer of the Dark Alliance. Why is he here? When did they ally with Buildwater? Wait. Has he been working with Gangplank from the beginning? Whispers of disbelief rippled through the battlefield. Kaido's regeneration kicked in, sealing many of the cuts, but his complexion had paled. Despite his brute endurance, Zed's attack hadn't just torn flesh, it had sent shadow energy laced with internal destruction through Kaido's core. Conqueror's hockey? Armament-infused strikes? No. This was something worse. Something darker. The world had long speculated about Zed's ties to Gangplank. There had been deals, rumors, shared profits. But after the Dark Alliance claimed Bounty Island and slaughtered a sea-famed powerhouse, many had dismissed the notion. The Dark Alliance had become a force of its own, feared across the oceans, an empire built on death. And now, its king stood beside Gangplank. Kaido's grip on the battlefield was slipping. Despite Shyvana's strength, she was now struggling against Gangplank. The Beast's pirates elite were being driven back. What was meant to be a conquest had become a disaster. For all his suicidal theatrics, Kaido was no fool. He valued survival more than pride. He'd fled death before, from God Valley to now, and he'd do it again. But before retreating, he had one last question for the shadow who'd turned the tide. You. Kaido growled through gritted teeth, watching Zed emerge fully from the gloom. Why did you come here? Zed tilted his head slightly, the crimson glow of his mask gleaming beneath the fractured sunlight. Because Gangplank made me an offer I couldn't refuse. And if you offer enough coin, I might come for him next.
His voice was calm, cold, transactional.
Enough money, he continued, can turn even shadows into weapons of war. Darkness answers only to the highest bidder. Kaido barked a laugh, despite his pain.
Oh?
Then how about this? I'll double his price.
Come with me. Kill Gangplank.
He wasn't joking. If money could sway this devil, then let it be spent. Kill Gangplank today, and Bilgewater's wealth would be Kaido's tomorrow. But Zed only stepped forward, his blade rising in refusal. If you survive today, we'll talk. A killer must have his code. Even the Lord of Shadows knew the line he could not cross. If he betrayed a client mid-contract, who would ever trust him again? Between a one-time fortune and long-term empire, Zed chose wisely. Besides, Kaido had to die.
For Shyvana to ascend.
For the world to shift. Zed vanished again, and reappeared behind Kaido in a blink, blade first. Gragas and Pike joined him. Though none alone could kill the indomitable dragon, the three together formed a perfect execution squad. Pike, the spectral horror of the Blood Harbor, Gragas, the barrel-chested enforcer, and Zed, the whisper of death. A deadly trinity. Kaido was cornered. Every attempt to take flight was cut short. Pike's bone-piercing spike tethered him, and Gragas slammed him back down with seismic force. Blow by blow, his scales cracked. His blood painted the clouds crimson. Each failed escape only dug him deeper into death's embrace. And then, one final leap skyward. One last bid for freedom. Pike followed. From above, the assassin dropped, his jagged spike glinting black and silver. In a single fluid motion, he struck. Kaido's body split under the weight of that strike, twisted and torn into fragments by a force that defied reason. The mightiest of beasts, brought low not by strength alone, but by the convergence of shadow, vengeance, and precision. The sky itself fell silent. The battlefield froze.
Boss Kaido?
Plague Quinn trembled, his knuckles white around his weapon. How could he fall here? Jack muttered, disbelief chiseled into his face. Jean, the flame calamity, stood paralyzed. He watched the unthinkable unfold, their indestructible king destroyed. The beast's pirates shattered in an instant. Their morale broken, the army collapsed. The strong turned and ran. The weak were already dead. And the sea, which had once echoed Kaido's thunder, now only whispered his requiem.
Kaido is really hard to kill, but that depends on who the enemy he faces is. Facing the pirate king Luffy, a guy who cheats on the spot can be defeated. Thanks to the deliberate calculations of Gangplank, Shyvana, and others, as well as the final killing ability of Blood Harbor Ghost Pike, Kaido's death is not unjust. Even though Kaido's death will definitely shock the whole world, Shyvana had never expected to end Kaido's life so quickly and seize the foundation of Beast's pirates. She only needs to wait for about half a year, and Shyvana is sure to defeat Kaido in front of everyone in the Beast's pirates. But Shyvana discovered a small problem, that is, even if he defeated Kaido head-on in front of everyone, so what? The big cotters of Beast's pirates and everyone in Beast's pirates will not fall at Shyvana's feet just because she defeated Kaido. Jack the Drow and many of the top leaders in the current Beast's pirates were almost all raised by Kaido. There has been a bond between Yen Calamity Jin and Kaido for many years. Among the pirates, the captain may not necessarily be the strongest. The most important thing is that unless Shyvana is willing to bear the name of a betrayer and kill Kaido directly after defeating Kaido, the defeated Kaido will definitely try his best to create some conspiracies to plot against Shyvana. Kaido is not a guy who is willing to accept his fate after being defeated, but a real pirate who is ruthless and will do anything. Shyvana has always been troubled by this, and is thinking about killing someone with a borrowed knife in the future. Kaido immediately swelled up and hit Buildwater regardless of Shyvana's dissuasion. There's nothing we can do about it. Of course, when an opportunity comes to your doorstep, you should take advantage of it and send Kaido to his death. Captain Kaido. Shyvana seemed to be distracted for a moment because of Kaido's death, and then her whole body suddenly erupted with far more terrifying power than before, knocking away Gangplank, who had been entangled with her. Then it soared directly into the sky, and the blazing flames spurted out from the dragon's kiss directly erected a huge fire wall nearly 100 meters high above the sea, forcibly dividing the battlefield. Let's go, Captain Kaido is dead, but I haven't failed yet. I am the demon dragon, I am the natural disaster. Sister Shyvana. Plague Quinn came to his senses instantly, glanced at Shyvana in excitement, and ran away. Yen Liangjin, Jack the Drow and others also started to escape after a moment of silence. As for Denjiro, Ashura Daji and other direct descendants of Shyvana, they were on the edge of the battlefield early. After Shyvana ordered to retreat, they chose to leave the battlefield without any hesitation. Before participating in this war, Shyvana had already given instructions to Denjiro, Ashura Daji and others. Ashura Daji, Denjiro, and others had never thought about actually fighting for Kaido, or in other words, Kaido's death made them both surprised and happy. At the same time, they looked at Shyvana with more and more eager eyes. The mountain they had regarded as insurmountable for so many years died so easily in the hands of others. Is this the truly cruel sea in this violent era? Today, if Wano Kuni does not have a strong person like Shyvana to rely on, why can he gain a foothold in this cruel sea? Nowadays, if there are not 1 or 2 Admiral 4 Emperors level peak experts in charge of the big forces in the sea, they can only be regarded as playing house. Wano Kuni's overall strength may have been strong in the past, but now, in the magnificent new era, it has become an existence that must rely on others to survive. Times have changed. The Great Fire Wall, which was nearly 100 meters high and unknown how many meters long, divided the battlefield. The remaining forces of Beast's pirates and Wano Kuni also began to retreat quickly. However, when they retreated, the Beast's pirates and many Wano Kuni troops who were confused and frightened by Kaido's death looked at Shyvana on the other side of the Great Fire Wall, who was still fighting to protect them, and the light in her eyes became more and more intense. The former 4 Emperors Kaido may be dead, but there is still hope for the Beast's pirates or today's Wano Kuni. One day later, the last bit of gunpowder smoke in the waters of Buildwater completely dissipated. This war that shocked the entire world ended with Gangplank calling on the Killer King Zed to take action, and successfully cooperated with Blood Harbor Ghost Shadow Pike and others to kill the 4 Emperors Kaido. Beast's pirates ended in defeat. After this battle, the fame of Gangplank and Buildwater spread throughout the world. The Dark Alliance and Shyvana, who showed that she was not weak at all or even surpassed Kaido in this war, also attracted countless people. Gaze. Kaido died, but the day after the war, when Shyvana, covered in scars, successfully returned to Wano Kuni, the new 4 Emperors were born again. In the bloody battle in the waters of Buildwater, Shyvana has proven her strength. Although the Beast's pirates lost a lot of troops, they were still able to maintain the strong combat power of the 4 Emperors regiment even though the main cotters were basically not killed. In other words, even after the defeat of Buildwater, she integrated the Wano Kuni forces and the Beast's pirates forces, recruited Wano Kuni and the remaining Beast's pirates members, and renamed the Kingdom of Dragons, known as the Scourge Dragon and the Dragon Queen. Vanna's current power is still beyond the ordinary 4 Emperors group. Well, that's you, red-haired Shanks. 3 of the 4 Emperors are trying to transform themselves from pirates to kings, but you are the only one, Red Hair Pirates, who is still insisting on playing the pirate game? Why, just one boat of people can do no good. When you come out to hang out, you must not only focus on strength, but also on influence. While the other 4 Emperors groups can easily pull out tens of thousands of troops, the entire ship has no more than 100 personnel, and most of the affiliated pirate groups are old, weak, sick, and disabled red hair pirates who lack combat power and have begun to fall behind. It's time. Of course, the red-haired Shanks doesn't care, and some stupid new pirates won't think that the Dragon Kingdom, which currently has a bounty of only 3.6 billion and has just experienced a defeat in the waters of Buildwater, is more difficult to deal with than Shanks. Following the former Kaido, the newly crowned Four Emperors Shyvana has also directly become the challenge target of countless new pirates on the sea. Of course, Shyvana said that she welcomes mining personnel from all walks of life. After all, some laborious and life-consuming physical work must be done by people who are not afraid of death. Kaido died, and after a brief fluctuation, the sea quickly returned to its former calm before the terrifying power revealed by the Kingdom of Dragon and Shyvana. There is no way, there are too many big news in the sea these days. The death of the old emperor and the coronation of the new emperor, which used to be enough to shock the world for a whole year, are now worthy of being on the news for 10.5 months at most. Front page headlines. The times are constantly changing, and the sea is also in silence, quietly giving birth to more violent storms. In the sea that gradually returned to calm, a message quietly spread out, quietly lighting up the world with a little spark. After Whitebeard and Tryndamere forced back the marine fleet of Sengoku Garp and others, Tryndamere was directly promoted by Whitebeard to the position of deputy captain that the Whitebeard pirates had never had before. Obviously, Tryndamere's position as Whitebeard's successor has become the consensus of everyone in the Whitebeard pirates. As for Tryndamere's original position as captain of the second team, it was naturally taken over by Ace, who was very capable and was also a fan of Tryndamere. Then, on the third day after Ace became the captain of the Whitebeard Pirates' second division, he patrolled the Whitebeard Pirates' waters in Tryndamere on behalf of Whitebeard. And when he was preparing to follow the example of Buildwater and today's Dragon Kingdom, and gradually evolve the loose pirate organization into a powerful national power, Blackbeard killed Sachi, the fourth captain of the Whitebeard Pirates, and defected. Blackbeard violated the most inviolable iron law of the Whitebeard Pirates, and at the same time, he severely slapped Tryndamere, who had just become the vice-captain of the Whitebeard Pirates, and Ace, the captain of the second team, in the face. 3 days ago, when he learned that Sachi had obtained the coveted dark fruit, Blackbeard had a rare hesitation. The world is gradually going berserk, the peak of the sea is emerging in an endless stream, and because of the existence of Tryndamere's successor, the Whitebeard pirate group is more powerful and stronger than before, all of which make Blackbeard's heart full of anxiety and uneasiness. Even monsters like Big Mom and Kaido can die at the hands of newcomers on the sea. Even if he really gets the coveted dark fruit, can he really use this power to realize his ambition? Blackbeard hesitated, but this hesitation only lasted for less than a moment, and then came the decisive determination. Ha ha ha, how could a man's dream end like this? The future will definitely be my era. Blackbeard finally made up his mind. He has been waiting for this dark fruit for decades. Dark fruit and him becoming the pirate king. No, after experiencing this violent era, and after witnessing the terrifying power of Buildwater and the Dragon Kingdom after turning the pirate group into a nation, Blackbeard's ambition is not just to become the pirate king, but to become the first world king to unify the new world, then challenge the world government, and control the entire ocean. If there really is a powerful force that can integrate all the pirate groups and countries in the new world, then such a force can completely challenge the world. Although New World is a garbage collection place intentionally reserved by the world government, under the strategy of cultivating poison, no pirates or forces that can survive in New World will be weak. It's just that the scattered New World forces in the past did not pose any threat to the world government. Blackbeard was determined to realize his dream, and then decisively killed the captain of the 4th Division, Sage, and immediately absconded after cutting off his last escape route. In this era of violence, only by relying on the power of dark fruit and his unique body structure can Blackbeard truly grow into a strong man at the top of the sea and realize his ambition. Blackbeard committed murder and defected, and the entire Whitebeard pirates were extremely angry about this. Ace, the newly promoted captain of the 2nd Division of the Whitebeard Pirates, recklessly ignored Tryndamere and Whitebeard's advice and chose to pursue him alone. Blackbeard is very strong, but after many trials in Tryndamere, he successfully mastered Conqueror's Haki. Ace, who has greatly improved his strength, does not think that Blackbeard will be his opponent. Even if Blackbeard has eaten the magical dark fruit, Ace chased him alone, and the Whitebeard pirates also gradually began to transform from a pirate group to a powerful country under the guidance of Tryndamere. The Whitebeard pirates are the 4 emperors group that has the longest existence, the widest scope of influence, and the most famous reputation among the 4 emperors groups. But compared with other 4 emperors groups, except that the red hair pirates may be more attractive than the Whitebeard pirates group, the Whitebeard group can be called the shame of the 4 emperors in terms of the degree of control over the sea area of influence and wealth income. You can imagine that Whitebeard, who is known as the strongest man in the world, in order to support his hometown, he can only drink good wine from his sons. This man can also be called the strongest man in the world. Can the Whitebeard pirates be called the strongest pirate group in the world before? The Whitebeard pirates, like many other pirate groups in the past, had the experience of wandering around and being hunted down by marines, as well as the experiences of their predecessors, leaving them with no idea of establishing a foothold in one place and collecting taxes. Even though they have become the 4 emperors group and have effectively divided themselves into one party, the pattern has never been opened up. In other words, among the former 4 emperors groups, except for the Big Mom Wongguo, which to a certain extent achieved tax collection, the most important core of political power, the other 4 emperors groups were all a group of thieves. As long as the boss if it dies, its power will fall apart in an instant. But now, it's different. The emergence of Buildwater and the Kingdom of Dragons made Whitebeard realize that the pirate group could become a country and then exert extremely terrifying power. The Whitebeard pirates, also led by Tryndamere, are constantly determining the Whitebeard kingdom's true rule over the islands and countries it once controlled in the sea. Of course, in order to establish one's true rule and collect taxes, one will inevitably have to deal with some stupid and greedy enemies. Among them are some kings and rich men who are reluctant to part with the power and wealth in their hands. There are also some who are unable to change their past robbery habits and still wantonly burn, kill, and plunder some of the Whitebeard pirates' affiliated captains in King Whitebeard's own land. After all, there are only a few pirates who can truly realize that a new era has arrived. There is no way, the vast majority of pirates are illiterate. It is undoubtedly a dream to expect them to understand what tax collection is, and the prerequisite for tax collection is to ensure a certain stable order. But that's okay, they don't need to understand, they just need to execute. Power often means truth. Under Tryndamere's actions, the Whitebeard pirates quickly transformed into a national government, even though this government was still extremely rough, and even though the laws of this government all relied on the prestige of Tryndamere and Whitebeard. But as time gradually passed, the Whitebeard pirates no longer had to plunder for the first time. Just by stationing on various islands that became the towns of the Whitebeard kingdom, maintaining local security and repelling some stupid newcomer pirate groups, he collected a large amount of wealth and the rapidly growing hope of joining the Whitebeard pirate group of members. Everyone in the Whitebeard pirates has gradually realized the arrival of a new era. The Whitebeard pirates, no, the current Whitebeard kingdom, its overall strength is growing rapidly, and this growth in strength has even diluted the impact of Blackbeard's defection on the Whitebeard pirates to a certain extent. To many extent, war is about money and people. And just when the Whitebeard pirates and the Dragon Kingdom of the New World were truly establishing their own political power and rule, at the entrance to the Grand Line, Straw Hat Luffy also climbed Whiskey Peak for the first time. Gangplank killed many bounty hunters when he passed Whiskey Peak. But thanks to Whiskey Peak's excellent location as the entrance to the Grand Line, a large number of bounty hunters soon gathered on Whiskey Peak again. Only this time, in addition to Crocodile's Baroque Working Society, the bounty hunters on Whiskey Peak also have a large number of members of the Bounty Hunter Guild. As the entrance to the Grand Line, you can see fresh pirates delivered to your door almost every day. And most of the pirate groups that deliver goods to your door are stupid and weak newcomers who dare to break into the Grand Line with only their passion and fantasy. And such a weak pirate whose bounty is not too low is naturally the favorite prey of countless bounty hunters. Hey, this is a head worth 30 million belly. Are we going to let them go like this? On the side of Whiskey Peak, some members of the Bounty Hunter Guild looked at the leader of the Bounty Hunter Guild on Whiskey Peak with confusion on their faces. Like the agents of Baroque Works, the members of the Bounty Hunter Guild are also interested in Luffy, who has a bounty of 30 million on his head. Even without Nami joining him, Luffy still experienced a series of events such as the restaurant on the sea and became a pirate with a bounty of 30 million. The head with a bounty of 30 million is indeed very valuable. But, I hope you understand that the bounty on him is only 30 million from the world government. In addition, Zoro, a disciple of Yasuo, the master of the famous Yufeng martial arts school in East Blue, and a well-known bounty hunter in East Blue, joined the team. The Straw Hat crew is not the easy enemy we have dealt with in the past. The branch leader of the Whiskey Peak Bounty Hunter Guild, who had a broken leg and a long scar on his face, said in a deep voice, "What's more, compared to these powerful pirates who only have world government bounties on their bodies, I prefer to deal with those weak criminals who have many village bounties on them. Of course, if any of you want to try to complete this arrest, I will never refuse." After the Whiskey Peak Bounty Hunter Guild branch president finished speaking, many bounty hunters present fell silent. They are willing to sacrifice their lives for money, but no one is willing to sacrifice their lives for money. They don't know what kind of strength Straw Hat Luffy has with a bounty of 30 million, but the Bounty Hunters Guild has gradually expanded to East Blue, and there are a large number of bounty hunters from East Blue who have joined the Wind Sword Gym disciples. But he knows very well how terrifying Yasuo, the master of the Wind Sword Gym, is. And how could the Warcraft hunter Zoro, Yasuo's favored disciple, be a weakling? Really, I can't bear to see a big fish delivered to my door and I can't eat it. However, Whiskey Peak is the entrance to the Grand Line, and a large number of pirates pass from here to the Grand Line almost every day. Why don't the higher-ups send some more powerful bounty hunters to station here? When the time comes, won't we be able to catch all the pirates coming from all over the world? A dissatisfied bounty hunter took a sip of rum and muttered, "Catch them all. Oh, no matter whether it is Lord Guy, Lord Wei, or any high-level bounty hunter stationed here, they can indeed capture all pirates from all over the world. But can't the world government and naval headquarters do this kind of thing? What they didn't do is not what our small bounty hunter guild should do. This world is very vast. If some things exist, they must have their own meaning." The president of the bounty hunter branch with a broken leg looked at the members of the Baroque Working Club who were pretending to be close to Straw Hat Luffy and his group in the distance, and said quietly, "They should take action against the Straw Hat crew tonight. If you want to take the opportunity to arrest them, just go ahead. But today's action is not that simple." The president of the Bounty Hunter branch with a broken leg vaguely discovered the figures of Baroque Works senior agents Mr.5 and Miss Valentine. Ordinary operations do not require the use of high-level agents like Baroque works. But what does all this have to do with him? He is just a little bounty hunter branch president with a broken leg. The branch president of Whiskey Peak was once just an ordinary bounty hunter. It wasn't until he broke a leg in the battle on Bounty Island that he truly understood the vastness of the sea and started a stable branch in Whiskey Peak with peace of mind. The bounty is exciting, but profits and risks always coexist. The branch leader of Whiskey Peak was not moved, and then at night, all the members of the Baroque working group who tried to capture the Straw Hat crew and some low-level bounty hunters who were motivated by greed, all fell under Zoro's knife. Zoro, who apprenticed under Yasuo and became more powerful under Yasuo's training, is not something that these low-level bounty hunters in Whiskey Peak can deal with today. Even MR5 and Miss Valentine, who came specifically to execute Princess Vivi and Akaram, were defeated by Zoro and Luffy directly at Whiskey Peak. However, with the exposure of Princess Vivi's identity, Nami's friend Karina, the little fox who also joined the Straw Hat Pirates instead of Nami, chose to escort Princess Vivi and IKA because of the high escort fee. Rhyme returns to Alabasta. Character determines fate. With the characters of Luffy and others, it is only a matter of time before they face Crocodile, the 7 warlords of the sea. In the New World, the 3 major 4 emperors groups are all choosing to expand their strength and turn pirates into national power. The Red Hair Pirates choose to be as bad as ever, and Duke is also concentrating on raising money to prepare for another SSS-level lottery, without intending to cause trouble. Below, the entire sea fell into a strange silence. Under such tranquility, Straw Hat Luffy and others successfully defeated MR3 and Miss Golden Week and others in Little Garden, gained the friendship of Giant Dory and Brocky, and then prepared to continue to Alabasta to face the mastermind behind Baroque Works. 7 warlords of the sea Crocodile. In the Rainland of Alabasta, Crocodile, who received successive messages of failure from MR5, MR3, and others, did not care. In Crocodile's eyes, the entire Baroque working group, except for the key figure Nico Robin, everyone else was nothing but it was just a prop to steal Alabasta and find Pluton. As for the Straw Hat Pirates and his crew, Crocodile didn't take it to heart at all. Even after being seriously injured by Whitebeard, the injury never recovered, even though Whitebeard directly defeated his faith in his heart and pinned his hope of world domination on Pluton, and then he was no longer able to use the 2-color haki skillfully. But as a member of the 7 warlords of the sea, a user with the Logia Sand Fruit ability, in the territory of Alabasta, Crocodile has full confidence in himself. He is the natural disaster, he is the master, and he will be in charge of everything in Alabasta. For some reason, Crocodile always felt that something was not right with Nico Robin during this period of time. During this time, Nico Robin seemed to no longer be as cautious as before when facing Crocodile. Although Nico Robin still insists on her dream of pursuing the historical text, for Crocodile, the boss who is ready to execute her after using her at any time, Nico Robin calmly touched Uami, who was sleeping soundly on her shoulder. At the same time, she recalled the terrifying figure that was like a god that she saw in the desert of Alabasta that day. She had already lost her heart. Fear of Crocodile's past. There is nothing I can do, there is someone behind me, so don't panic. Ho ho ho, it seems that our boss has also encountered some troubles recently. After learning that the Straw Hat Pirates had defeated MR5 and MR3 one after another, and knew Crocodile's plan, and were heading towards Alabasta, vowing to defeat Crocodile, Nico Robin covered her mouth and chuckled at Crocodile. It is not easy to build an ideal nation. The Straw Hat Pirates are nothing to fear, but Princess Vivi is not dead. Instead, she knows that Crocodile is the real mastermind behind everything. This is the real trouble Crocodile is facing now. The Nefertari family has a high reputation in Alabasta. Princess Vivi is a childhood sweetheart with the leader of the rebel army, plus Alabasta's status in the world government member countries. Even if the world government intends to let Crocodile run wild in Alabasta, as long as Princess Vivi reveals Crocodile's true identity in front of everyone, Crocodile will be in real trouble. At least, he won't be able to successfully steal the entire Alabasta again. Neither the world government nor the naval headquarters, nor the countless citizens within Alabasta today, would ever recognize Crocodile's rule over Alabasta. Especially with the recent emergence of Gangplank's Buildwater, Shyvana's Dragon Kingdom, and Whitebeard's Whitebeard Kingdom, many pirate groups are beginning to seek the throne of the king. Anyone who dares to try to steal the country is a formidable enemy that must be eliminated by the world government and the numerous countries that join the world government. Utopia. Oh, who cares about that kind of thing? Crocodile took a deep breath from the cigar, and the smoke exhaled covered his entire cheek. Then he stared at Nico Robin with meaningful eyes and said quietly, "Don't forget your identity, and don't forget what I want." After Crocodile said this, he stood up and strode closer to Nico Robin. The dozing cat on Nico Robin's shoulder also widened his eyes at this moment. "I'll take care of all the trouble. I will make that little guy Vivi and those scumbags like Straw Hat understand that in this kingdom, I am the master." Crocodile did not attack Nico Robin, but when he walked parallel to Nico Robin, his face showed a fierce look. "But I also hope you can understand that your time is running out." If it weren't for Crocodile's protection, Nico Robin, who was carrying a high bounty and being secretly hunted by world government agents, would have been torn to pieces by countless bounty hunters or world government agents. And now, even without the pursuit of bounty hunters and world government agents, Crocodile can turn Nico Robin into a mummy at any time if he wants. Crocodile's patience has its limits. Nico Robin, who knows too many secrets of Crocodile, has already been on Crocodile's death list. But alas, times have changed. In the past, when faced with the threat of Crocodile, Nico Robin had to carefully think about how to arrange her backup plan to escape from Crocodile. But now, Nico Robin just wants to use Crocodile to a certain extent to find the historical text hidden in Alabasta, and then fulfill her dream. After threatening Nico Robin, Crocodile left the Rainland directly and began to deal with Straw Hat and others. As for Nico Robin, after Crocodile walked away, she gently touched the kitten Yumi on her shoulder and asked softly, "Yumi, can you defeat him now?" Yumi licked her little paws, and then said lazily, "I may not be able to kill him now, but with my protection, he will never be able to hurt you. I'm not suitable for fighting, but that big guy is here. As long as you call that big guy or I can help you inform Lord Duke. The guy you are worried about is nothing in front of that big guy and Lord Duke. UMI has S-level potential, but after being with Nico Robin for a long time, her combat level is not too high, and she is not good at fighting. UMI may not be able to successfully defeat Crocodile at this time. But in Alabasta, UMI was never the only one under Duke's command. The legend of Desert Shinigami continues to echo in the territory of Alabasta at this time. Listening to Yumi's answer that she didn't take Crocodile seriously at all, and then thinking of the Desert Shinigami she had seen, Nico Robin suddenly understood, but at the same time she had more doubts about Duke's identity and power. The Valoran family of North Blue alone cannot ignore the threat of a 7 Warlords of the Sea. Perhaps the 7 Warlords of the Sea are very weak compared to the 4 Emperors group, but even in this era of turbulent waves, the 7 Warlords of the Sea still possess the power to run rampant across the sea. Especially after the Blood Emperor and Fiona, the new world's greatest swordsman, joined the 7 Warlords of the Sea, Shichibukai's power was even enough to maintain the balance of the sea and even shake the entire world. At this time, the 7 Warlords of the Sea are far more powerful than the 7 Warlords of the Sea were before. So powerful that even though the pacifists of the world government have been forging a large number of seraphs, they have initially successfully cloned them. When they were starting to cultivate them, the world government and the naval headquarters never thought of completely eliminating the power of the 7 Warlords of the Sea. On the sea, if there is one more 7 Warlords of the Sea, there will be fewer pirates who do evil things. However, if the system of 7 Warlords of the Sea is abolished, there will immediately be 7 more terrifying pirates on this sea. An incomparable pirate, and the strongest among them is not even weaker than the 4 emperors. Gecko Moria, under Blood Emperor Vladimir, and the flesh zombie puppet army they jointly created, captured, and harvested the lives of countless pirates during these days. Mihawk and Fiona, the peerless swordsmen, are also the pinnacle experts of the sea who can challenge the 4 emperors. Coupled with the other 7 Warlords of the Sea who are also not weak in strength, it can be said that if the 7 Warlords of the Sea at this time are combined, they are almost comparable to at least 2 4 Emperors groups. But the 2 strongest people among the 7 Warlords of the Sea seem to be under Duke's command? That's okay, 7 Warlords of the Sea, the stronger the better. But it's hard to say who is the real king. Within Alabasta, even if Straw Hat Luffy and others mustered up all their courage and exerted all their strength, they were still as fragile as ants in front of Crocodile. In other words, if Crocodile didn't pay attention to Straw Hat Luffy and others at all, and after defeating Luffy, he was busy carrying out his next plan and provoking the final decisive battle between the rebel army and the king's army. Everyone in the Straw Hat Pirates, all will die in the unknown desert of Alabasta. Luffy may be the protagonist, but in the face of absolute strength, unless he immediately locks blood and awakens Conqueror's Haki and Nika Fruit, the current Luffy is still far from good. Luffy and others failed miserably, but quickly regained their energy with the help of Nico Robin. Crocodile is already a little impatient. At the end of Crocodile's plan, he will definitely raise his butcher knife to Nico Robin. It is natural to find a way to treat people first, and use the power of Straw Hat Luffy and others to distract Crocodile as much as possible to prepare for the final defeat of Crocodile. What's more, Straw Hat Luffy's identity is not that simple. Most of the heroes under Duke learned about the plot and many secrets of the pirate world from Duke. Although Yumi was lazy, she was not stupid enough to directly tell Nico Robin about the plot of Straw Hat Luffy and her future destiny. But under his big mouth, he occasionally revealed some of Straw Hat Luffy's identity, but it also made Nico Robin remember it directly in her heart. The grandson of marine hero Garp, the son of the leader of the Revolutionary Army, Dragon, and the adopted brother of Ace, the captain of the 2nd Division of the Whitebeard Pirates, and the son of Prophecy. This is really an exaggerated identity. Nico Robin saw that she was easily defeated by Crocodile before, but now she was not discouraged and was devouring her food. She was full of energy and ready to defeat Crocodile's Straw Hat Luffy, and murmured, "Yumi, can I really find the historical texts I want to find by following him and uncover that lost history?" After instructing Yumi to follow Nico Robin and provide her with personal protection, Duke didn't have much instructions for Yumi except for some secrets under Duke's command and the specific plot of the pirate world. Duke only hopes that Yumi can protect Nico Robin. As for some information that Yumi might expose, Duke didn't care. As Duke's daughter, Nico Robin is qualified to know all the secrets of this world. She was destined to stand in heaven. Of course, there are many fates entangled in him, Naya. Yumi, who was sitting cross-legged on Nico Robin's shoulder, licked her pink paws and said lazily, "But all fate is meaningless in front of the master. As long as you are willing, the master can find all the historical texts for you at any time, meow." Duke doesn't care about so-called history, because he will definitely create his own history. But if Nicole Robin wants to know about the past history, Duke doesn't mind revealing all that history in front of Nicole Robin. In other words, in the hands of Duke now, most of the historical text has been almost collected. Can I find all the historical text at any time if I want to? It was an offer that was hard to refuse. Does my father, the controller of the Valoran Chamber of Commerce, the uncrowned king of West Blue, really have such great power? Historical texts are strictly prohibited from being accessed by the world government. Even the world-renowned O'Hara was destroyed because of this. When Nicole Robin said this, her eyes narrowed slightly. There was no expression in her lowered eyes, but she felt more and more doubtful about the power of her father Duke, the patriarch of a mere West Blue mafia family, even if he has embarked on the road of whitewashing through the Valoran Chamber of Commerce, and even has a huge reputation in West Blue to a certain extent. But why? When will a mere West Blue force be able to ignore the ban of the world government and even dare to find all the historical texts for itself at any time? Nico Robin was filled with doubts. She even wondered whether UMI had been brainwashed by Duke, or whether Duke's Valoran Chamber of Commerce was like some of the stupid pirate groups she had come into contact with who tried to challenge Crocodile. They don't know the meaning of the historical text at all, and they don't understand the horror of world government at all. On the vast sea, there is never a shortage of idiots who don't know the heights of the sky. World government is indeed quite troublesome. Master Duke told us that the old monster in the world government in Hanama and the ancient weapon Uranus she controls are very powerful. If we go to war directly with the world government now, even with the presence of those guys, there will inevitably be a lot of casualties. Yumi stretched, stuck out her tongue, and then said lazily, "But it's just a search for some historical texts, and it's not a direct hit on Pango City. Even if the world government guys know about such a small thing, it won't be a big deal. There are now more than 5 SS-level heroes under Duke's command, and there are even Time Guardians with SS plus potential. If it hadn't been for the heroes under Duke's command to take a lot of time to fully realize their potential, Duke would have directly attacked Pango City and looted all the wealth that the Celestial Dragons had ruled the world for 800 years. But these problems, for Duke, are just a matter of time. When Duke came to the pirate world, the outcome of world government was already doomed. UMI didn't care about the power of Imsama and Uranus, but after UMI finished speaking lazily, Nico Robin's heart once again stirred up waves. It's no big deal to search for historical texts. Is it really only a matter of putting up a red line to challenge the world government? As early as when Duke and Nicole Robin met for the first time, Nicole Robin learned about the existence of Im and Uranus from Duke's mouth. Im and Uranus are undoubtedly the biggest trump cards of the world government. But knowing the existence of Yim and Uranus, and having the power to compete with Yim and Uranus, are undoubtedly two different things. Countless people in the sea know that the 4 emperors rule the world, and the 3 admirals are the highest combat power of the naval headquarters, but how many people can have the terrifying power to compete with them? As for everything UMI is telling in an understatement, if UMI has not been brainwashed or is not lying, then her father and the Valoran family controlled by her father have enough power to compete with the entire world government. And UMI, who is an unknown race, but whose strength is undoubtedly extremely terrifying, would lie to herself. Is it necessary to lie to herself? Nicole Robin was slightly confused. When did my mysterious patriarch father become a behind-the-scenes boss capable of challenging the world government? Also, do I really want to accept the historical text of my mysterious father? Nicole Robin is eager to pursue the secrets of history. In her eyes, historical texts are the greatest treasures in the world. But for her to get a trove of historical text straight from the hands of her mysterious father, Nicole Robin was silent for a moment, and finally chose to refuse. Although UMI said it easily, Nicole Robin didn't want to cause too much trouble to Duke because of her dream of pursuing the historical text. No matter what power Duke possesses, it belongs to Duke, not to Nicole Robin herself. Most importantly, if Duke could easily give himself all the historical texts. So what does it matter to the bounties and hardships that I have endured for so many years in pursuit of historical texts, including my mother and the scholars of O'Hara who died for them? Nicole Robin doesn't want her past and what her mother and many O'Hara scholars have worked hard to become meaningless. She really wants historical texts, but she hopes to find them bit by herself, to uncover everything that has been buried by the world government. This is her only belief that she is still alive now. Nico Robin made up his mind and no longer thought about learning all the secrets directly from his father. Instead, he smiled softly at Yumi, and then looked carefully at the girl who looked ordinary and had no outstanding strength. Straw Hat Crew. Yumi said that if you follow them, you will have a high chance of coming into contact with a large amount of historical texts. Destiny is wrapped around them. But before Straw Hat Luffy and others can meet their destiny, there is Crocodile, an enemy that needs to be defeated. Under the care of Nico Robin who suddenly came to help for some reason, Straw Hat Luffy and others quickly regained their energy, and then started the big challenge against Crocodile again. As for Crocodile, who was wily and scheming, although his strength had dropped a lot due to the challenge to Whitebeard, Crocodile, whose IQ had always been online, really began to advance his big plan at this time. Straw Hat Crew, They're just a bunch of scum that Crocodile didn't take seriously from the beginning to the end. Crocodile's real target is the entire Alabasta and the legendary ancient weapon, Pluton. After easily provoking a conflict between the rebels and the royal army with the help of MR2's clone fruit ability, a war between the rebels and the royal army outside Alabasta's capital Arubina can no longer be avoided. The arrow is on the string and must be fired. Even the rebels and the king's army know that there may be secret plans of other forces behind the conflict between the two parties. But it has no meaning anymore. As long as it doesn't rain for a day in the other cities of Alabasta, as long as Alabasta still suffers from drought, as long as Alabasta's countless refugees are almost unable to survive. So no matter what kind of conspiracy is hidden behind all this, the Alabasta rebels composed of countless refugees who want to live well must find ways to invade Arubina, the only city that can still reign from time to time. The capital of the kingdom. They just want to live. And Crocodile, who single-handedly pushed all of this, wants them all to die. In Crocodile's utopia, there is no need for these unstable factors. Only those Alabasta citizens who have been brainwashed by him and truly believe that he is a so-called hero can survive in his plan. If you can find Pluton, steal Pluton. If you can't find Pluton, seizing Alabasta, a powerful and populous kingdom, is enough to achieve Crocodile's initial plan to a certain extent. The changes in the Four Emperors group in New World also attracted Crocodile's attention. Compared with a loose pirate group and an agent organization that rarely sees the light, it is of course still a powerful kingdom that can provide Crocodile with more power. In Aruba, no matter how hard Princess Vivi tries to stop it, the brutal war between the king's army and the rebel army has begun. One was just to be loyal to his king, but the other was just to survive. Even with the advantage of equipment, in front of countless rebels who were extremely angry and wanted to survive, the king's army of the Alabasta royal family quickly retreated. In the midst of the chaos, Straw Hat Luffy and others quickly arrived on the battlefield. Stand up. Whatever the hell they're doing, just take down that BD Crocodile. It's very possible for us to prevent this war, right? Straw Hat Luffy looked at the cruel battlefield in front of him, pulled up Princess Vivi who was squatting aside and covering her face, crying silently, lowered her straw hat, and said sternly. Behind Luffy, Zoro, Sanji, Chopper and the usually timid Usopp all tightened their weapons at this moment. Perhaps Straw Hat Luffy is extremely unreliable at many times, but everyone in the Straw Hats never lacks the courage to face powerful enemies. Even if it is to challenge the famous 7 warlords of the sea, Crocodile, who easily defeated Straw Hat Luffy not long ago. The Straw Hat crew mustered up the courage to defeat Crocodile, but not before challenging Crocodile. They must also first deal with the agents of the Baroque works who were arranged by Crocodile to stop them. The battle begins again. Sanji, Chopper, and others were all locked in a bitter fight, but Princess Vivi and Luffy, under the cover of Sanji, Zoro and others, quickly moved towards the hinterland of the palace. As long as Princess Vivi controls the royal army and defeats Crocodile, there is still a slight chance that this war can be stopped. Straw Hat Luffy and Princess Vivi are heading towards the palace of Aruba. At this time, Crocodile is also constantly questioning Cobra, trying to get the historical text about Pluton's whereabouts from him. Next to Crocodile, Nico Robin gently touched Yumi on her shoulder and silently looked outside the city. The battle was still going on. The agents of Baroque works arranged by Crocodile were still fighting hard with Sanji, Chopper and others, but soon the battle came to an end. Zoro is too strong. Even after Dazbonis joined the Valoran family and refused to join the Baroque Working Society, Crocodile personally invited a former cadre of the 5 major West Blue Mafia families, and a very powerful swordsman became the new member of the Baroque Working Society, the MR1. But in East Blue's Yufeng martial arts gym, he saw a broader world, and was trained by Yasuo personally for a period of time before Zoro, whose strength had already greatly improved. The powerful swordsman who was only one step away from the swordsman was easily knocked down by Zoro. As early as when Zoro stepped into the Grand Line and defeated hundreds of bounty hunters by himself, Zoro had already understood the realm of cutting iron and became a swordsman. If it weren't for the protagonist King Luffy's breakthrough in strength in the previous battle with Crocodile, Zoro at this time should be the strongest combat power of the Straw Hat Pirates. After getting rid of his opponents as quickly as possible, Zoro quickly assisted Sanji, Chopper and others to defeat all the remaining agents of Baroque works. Then, everyone gathered and headed straight to the King's Heights. Our captain cannot face an enemy like Shichibukai alone. Zoro tightened his grip on the long knife in his hand. Although Usopp on the side was muttering that I had a strange disease that prevented me from walking, and even his feet were trembling slightly, he never stopped at all as he rushed to the King's Heights. This time, they want to face the extremely powerful enemy Crocodile with Luffy. Then, right in front of Nico Robin, blocked by Alabasta's Bird Claw troops and the Jackal Guka, the deputy captain of the Kingdom Guard, Crocodile had not yet had time to enter the royal mausoleum to read the historical text. Easily defeat the Straw Hat Luffy who arrived first, and Zoro, Sanji and others who arrived later. Are their fates really entangled with them? By following them, can I really find a lot of historical texts? Seeing Straw Hat Luffy and others being easily defeated by Crocodile, Nicole Robin pressed down her cowboy hat and the corner of her mouth twitched slightly. Look, this is what Lord Duke said, they are indeed entangled with many fates. Straw Hat Boy has the existence of the sun god Nika in his body. Yumi slightly stuck out her tongue and said lazily. However, all so-called destiny is meaningless in front of Lord Duke. Destiny will definitely be in the hands of Lord Duke, so it is normal for some small changes to happen. The Straw Hat crew failed to defeat Crocodile, or in other words, before Nico Robin told her that there was no information about Pluton's whereabouts in the Royal Tomb, Crocodile was not so easily defeated by Straw Hat Luffy and his gang. In Crocodile's mind, the pursuit of Pluton still supports his belief to a certain extent. In other words, no matter how you look at it, even if Luffy and others already knew Crocodile's weakness of being afraid of water, but there is an absolute gap in terms of hard power. Unless Luffy, the Pirate King, awakens on the spot and jumps across 2 or 3 times. Otherwise, Crocodile, who was once on par with Douglas, Bullet and dared to challenge Whitebeard, even though Haki was unable to activate himself due to injuries and the collapse of his faith, was still not something that the Straw Hat crew could handle at this time. Seeing Straw Hat Luffy and others being knocked to the ground, Crocodile was about to make a last-ditch attack with a cold face, turning all the Straw Hat crew into mummies. Although Nico Robin was absolutely the fate Yumi said and the sun god Nick. All these things are a bit unreliable, but no matter what. After all, she had recruited helpers to deal with Crocodile. Nico Robin would not just watch the Straw Hat crew die in the hands of Crocodile. After the death of Straw Hat crew, the next enemy Crocodile needs to execute is naturally himself. The ruthless sand was about to swallow up all the Straw Hat crew, but at this moment, behind Crocodile, Nico Robin crossed her hands, and a large number of arms quietly grew on some barrels near the King's Heights, and then, only several loud explosions were heard. Water splashed everywhere, and a large number of buckets that had been placed by Nico Robin were directly detonated by Nico Robin, causing water splashes all over the sky. The water mist filled the air, and Straw Hat Luffy and others, who were almost turned into mummies, began to recover quickly due to the moistness of the water vapor. Crocodile, who became very embarrassed under the water mist, had no time to be surprised. Behind him, a figure had quietly appeared. A dagger made of ice. It is the second trump card carefully prepared by Nico Robin for Crocodile. Ordinary weapons cannot damage Logia's demon fruit power, and seastone weapons are not available on Nico Robin. Duke had it, but Nico Robin didn't want it, and Duke didn't bother to prepare it for Nico Robin. As a demon fruit power, the seastone weapon may not be considered a sharp weapon for Nico Robin. Anyway, with the cat protecting you, it doesn't matter whether you have seastone weapons or not. But facing those with sand fruit abilities, in addition to seastone weapons and water, ice weapons are also enough to pose a fatal threat to Crocodile. In the hot weather of Alabasta, the ice dagger pulled out from Nico Robin's specially made ice backpack was already melting when Nico Robin held it in her hand. But just a little melting of the surface will not affect the sharpness of this ice dagger at all. On the contrary, as long as the melting ice dagger is used well, Nico Robin can even pose a fatal threat to Crocodile. Especially at this critical moment when the sky is filled with mist and it is difficult for Crocodile to become natural for a while. With a flash of cold light, the ice dagger in Nico Robin's hand spattered a lot of blood on Crocodile's body, but before Nico Robin could send the ice dagger in her hand directly into Crocodile's chest, Crocodile's intact right hand has firmly grasped Nico Robin's arm, making it impossible for the ice dagger to move forward any further. Hehehe, did you plan all this carefully? Are you trying to take Pluton on your own? He is truly the son of the devil. Crocodile held Nico Robin's arm firmly, and slowly pulled out the ice dagger from his body bit by bit. His tone was extremely cold, and the golden hook on his left hand began to shine sharply. But, who do you think I am? Even if I don't rely on sand fruit's ability, I'm still a great pirate who was famous all over the world. The cold light flashed again, and Crocodile swung his left hand violently, intending to use the golden hook in his hand to pierce Nico Robin's chest directly. Crocodile has never trusted anyone, let alone Nico Robin, the son of the devil who has betrayed many of his own captains. Pluton and Crocodile really wanted it, but whether Nico Robin wanted to rebel and take Pluton for herself, or whether she really couldn't find any trace of Pluton, Crocodile never thought of letting him go. Nico Robin knows too much. But just when Crocodile was about to take away Nico Robin's life, the sleepy cat on Nico Robin's shoulder suddenly opened its eyes, and then a dazzling golden light suddenly protected Nico Robin. His whole body made it difficult for Crocodile's golden hook to penetrate even an inch. At the same time, as the strange cat waved its pink claws, a missile shining with golden light also hit Crocodile's abdomen, sending it flying dozens of meters. Hooks are for fishing, not for attacking. Yumi, who revealed her true form, crouched lazily on Nico Robin's shoulder and said lazily to Crocodile, who was knocked several dozen meters away and had blood flowing from the corner of his mouth. Yumi likes fish? The Straw Hat crew and others who had just come back to their senses also looked at Crocodile, who was directly hit dozens of meters by Yumi's missile. Their eyes were vomiting and their chins were almost hanging on the ground. They said in great surprise. Talking cat. No, it's a cat that can talk and defeat Crocodile. Is this cat the same as the sea cat we met before, the guardian beast of Alabasta? It's really strange. The thick-headed Straw Hat Luffy stared at Yumi, his face full of curiosity. On the side, Zoro Sanji, Usopp, and the little fox Karina, who had also just recovered, looked solemn. Karina, in particular, punched Luffy in the head and said angrily, "Now is not the time for you to be curious. The battle is not over yet. The water mist dissipated, and dozens of meters away, Crocodile, who had just been knocked to the ground by one of Uami's arcane missiles, slowly stood up. Yellow sand continued to sprinkle from all over his body, and blood continued to overflow from the corners of his mouth, but otherwise his eyes were filled with an unspeakable chill and coldness. Uami, who has great healing and running abilities, but very limited attack power, cannot easily defeat Crocodile directly. Not to mention anything else, the average per capita in the pirate world is a blood cow, fur tribe, phantom beast race, or some weird animal. But it's not important anymore. Crocodile straightened his body and tore open the antivirus device on his golden hook. The deadly poison began to slowly drip from the top of Crocodile's golden hook. Next, you will all die. As soon as Crocodile finished speaking, Straw Hat Luffy, who had just recovered, immediately turned to Kaido without fear. Next, we have to defeat you completely. This time, we won't fail again. Straw Hat Luffy has nothing but one thing. He doesn't know what fear and the power gap mean at all. Even though he was easily defeated by Crocodile just now. But now, Straw Hat Luffy still has full courage and attacks Crocodile again. Straw Hat Luffy prepares to challenge Crocodile again. Zoro and Sanji, who had just been defeated by Crocodile, also stood behind Luffy. They had indeed been easily defeated by Crocodile just now, but after becoming familiar with Crocodile's attacks and improving their strength again in this battle, they felt that they might not lose again. Usopp's legs were trembling, and he was muttering something about "I will die if I fight." The slingshot in his hand quietly aimed at Crocodile. Karina's eyes flashed, and the weather stick that Usopp had just developed was spinning in her hand. Fighting with the captain is the duty of the crew on the sea. What's more, without these reliable crew members, how can Straw Hat Luffy realize his dream alone? Straw Hat Luffy and others were preparing to attack Crocodile again, but Crocodile did not look at Straw Hat Luffy and his group at all. Instead, he always focused his eyes on Nico Robin and Yumi on Nico Robin's shoulders. It's just you who can defeat me. It's just a group of new pirates. Stop making fun of me. Corrosive reincarnation. Crocodile glanced at the brazen Straw Hat Luffy and his gang, and then fixed all his eyes on Nico Robin and the strange cat on Nico Robin's shoulder. He stretched out his hands suddenly. Then, in the face of an invisible terrifying force, everything turned into sand. The endless yellow sand is spreading from Crocodile to the surrounding areas. Wherever it goes, whether it is hard bluestone, stubborn weeds, or those wooden barrels filled with water, they all turn into nothing in the face of Crocodile's terrifying power. The dead yellow sand. Even though Haki cannot be activated, and even though the injury from challenging Whitebeard has not yet healed, Crocodile is still a top-notch warrior in the sea with the terrifying power of sand fruit that he has initially awakened. Especially in Alabasta, which is full of yellow sand, Crocodile is a moving natural disaster. As for the Straw Hat crew who brazenly tried to bring themselves down, Crocodile has never put them in his eyes until now. With the power of his sand fruit, it is impossible for Straw Hat Luffy and his gang, who were easily defeated by him just now, to cause any trouble to him. It's impossible for them to have made sufficient progress in strength in such a short period of time since they were defeated by him, right? This is impossible, absolutely impossible. Enemies that could be easily crushed by him before can still be easily crushed by him now. On the contrary, it is Nico Robin who is famous and has no idea what he has planned and calculated, and the strange cat on Nico Robin's shoulder, who are Crocodile's most important enemies now. In Crocodile's eyes, Nico Robin is the conspirator who, like him, has been secretly plotting Pluton's power. Crocodile faced Nico Robin and Uami like a formidable enemy, and even directly activated the sand fruit's awakening ability, intending to turn King's Heights and everyone in King's Heights into a piece of sand. The terrifying quicksand continues to spread forward, and the King's Highland, which was originally made of bluestone and was extremely solid, has become shaky due to the gradual desertification. Straw Hat Luffy and others, who originally planned to defeat Crocodile, also watched helplessly as a tall bluestone statue and some steel weapons left on the ground were quickly and completely swallowed up after sinking into the quicksand. Their eyes widened and they hurriedly retreated. Straw Hat Luffy and his gang are indeed fearless and dare to challenge Crocodile. But not being afraid of death does not mean dying in vain. Faced with the terrifying power of erosion and reincarnation that can turn everything into gravel, Straw Hat Luffy didn't want to go directly to deliver it. Under the control of Crocodile, the terrifying yellow sand continues to spread towards Nico Robin and his gang. In the King's Heights, where the surrounding area has gradually turned into sand, Nico Robin, Straw Hat Luffy and others seem to have been gradually forced to a dead end. We can't go on like this, we must defeat him. Straw Hat Luffy moved his hands and feet, pressed the straw hat on his head, and then asked Nico Robin in a deep voice. If his ability is to turn other things into yellow sand, it will take a certain amount of time, right? Nico Robin nodded, and Karina on the side directly grabbed Luffy and said loudly, "Don't mess around with me. Then before my legs turn into yellow sand, I'll knock him down with all my strength." Straw Hat Luffy let go of Karina's arm, grinned, and then said to Sanji, Zoro and others, "Also, if I fail, then you just step on my body and knock him down. I promised Vivi that I would help him defeat this guy. It's about to get F-ed, rubber. Straw Hat Luffy decided to defeat Crocodile directly before Crocodile's corrosive reincarnation completely eroded his and others' foothold. Even if it may cost your own legs or even your life. However, if you have promised something to others, shouldn't you risk your own life to complete it? What's more, if you don't do everything you can to knock down Crocodile, how will your companions survive? Luffy may be silly sometimes, but he also has persistence that he will never change. In Luffy's heart, there are some things that are far more important than his own life. And just when Luffy was about to rush directly to Crocodile and have a decisive battle with Crocodile, Uami, who had been staying on Nico Robin's shoulder, always ready to protect Nico Robin and run away with Nico Robin, suddenly became extremely lazy, and even squinted her eyes, lazily. Said extremely, "I don't like fighting, that's your job. What's more, that big guy is here too. It's time for this farce to end." As soon as Uami finished speaking, not far away, a tall, god-tier figure quietly appeared. Life and death are endless reincarnations, and some souls are destined to burn. Holding a scepter and wearing golden armor, the Desert Shinigami Doghead, which is as unique as a mythical character, quietly emerged. Wow, he has a human body and a dog's head. It's so amazing. Is this the legendary patron saint of Alabasta? Princess Vivi's country is so amazing. Hey, let's make him our companion. Seeing the appearance of Nasus from the Desert Shinigami, Straw Hat Luffy, who was about to have a decisive battle with Crocodile, began to speak carelessly again. Whether it was Uami before or Nasus, the Desert Shinigami now, Straw Hat Luffy hopes they can become his partners. Straw Hat Luffy could carelessly think about inviting the Desert Shinigami Nasus to become his companion, while Sanji, Zoro, and others all stared with wide eyes. While looking at the two remaining dog-headed statues beside him that had not yet been corroded, he looked strangely at the figure of Shinigami Nasus in the distance in the desert. At the same time, he looked at the man who was crowded with them, Nico Robin. The expressions on the faces of the jackals Jaka and Cobra who were rescued became increasingly strange. Is he really the legendary patron saint of your Alabasta? However, with such a powerful patron saint here, why is this country still like this? Or is he actually just another demon fruit power? Sanji, Zoro, Karina, and others looked puzzled. Cobra, who had recovered somewhat, also glanced at the magical cat on Nico Robin's shoulder strangely. Then, after carefully looking at the sudden appearance of Desert Shinigami Nasus, if thinking, the legend of Shinigami has indeed been circulating in Alabasta. Especially in recent times, in places where wars or disasters have occurred, there have been rumors that people have seen Shinigami. Is he really the patron saint of my Alabasta? But as a king, why didn't I know there was this in Alabasta? Aren't the patron saints passed down from generation to generation in Alabasta the ones with the jackal fruit ability and the ones with the falcon fruit ability? Cobra was confused, but Crocodile's face became extremely livid after Nasus appeared in the Desert Shinigami. One after another. Do you think you can stop me like this? Are you kidding me? Desert Diamond Sword, go to hell. Crocodile stopped his erosion reincarnation, with a dark face, and swung a Desert Diamond Sword directly at the Desert Shinigami Nasus behind him. Wherever the extremely sharp Desert Diamond Sword touched, it directly cut a deep gap in the earth. But just when it was about to hit Desert Shinigami Nasus just pushed himself hard. The scepter in hand. The Desert Diamond Sword that Crocodile slashed with all his strength dissipated in an instant. The yellow sand is such a familiar force. But unfortunately, compared to Azire, your power is too weak. Desert Shinigami Nasus raised the scepter in his hand and said in a deep voice to Crocodile, "You weakling who dares to take action against the gods, your soul will be weighed by me personally. And now, it's time to meet your fate and turn into dust." Desert Shinigami after Nasus finished speaking, he waved the scepter in his hand and leaned on the ground again. Then, from Crocodile's feet, an extremely hot and strange flame suddenly swallowed Crocodile completely. Fire. You think you can kill? Burning in the fire, Crocodile just wanted to turn into sand and escape, but in an instant he felt as if he was carrying a weight of 10,000 kilograms, and as if he had aged dozens of years in an instant, unable to move at all. Then, just as Crocodile turned into yellow sand and prepared to resist Nasus' strange flames, the brilliant flames had completely enveloped Crocodile's body. The next second, there was a burst of intense pain from the soul that could not be defended or avoided. Loki's elementalization may be able to resist fire damage to a certain extent, but Nasus's fire not only burns the body, but also the soul. The fire is burning, and Crocodile's body and soul are gradually reduced to ashes in the fire. There was no scream or wailing. In the ultimate pain that reached his soul, Crocodile turned into a ball of ashes silently before he even had time to scream. Only after the Crocodile turned into ashes, the deep blue light that was left behind and directly submerged into Nasus's scepter, and the glistening glaze land that had turned into a piece of glaze, could prove that there was a world-famous seaman. Thief, the final ending of 7 warlords of the sea crocodile. In this world, everyone's fate is doomed. Everything will eventually perish, and the reincarnation of life and death will continue. Nasus gently used his scepter to completely absorb the remaining soul of Crocodile, and then slowly walked towards Nico Robin. In front of Nasus, the Desert Shinigami, who has SS or even higher potential, and who has absorbed countless souls during the natural disasters in Alabasta, Crocodile's faith was shattered by Whitebeard, and Crocodile was still injured. As fragile as an ant? At this time, Straw Hat Luffy, Nico, Robin, Cobra and others all held their breaths and widened their eyes in disbelief as they watched Crocodile instantly annihilate in the hands of Shinigami Nasus in the desert. looking at the crystal-clear glass land and the slowly approaching desert Shinigami Nasus. 7 warlords of the sea. That's it, dead. The little fox Karina looked at Nasus in disbelief, and for the first time she felt the true terror of this sea. Crocodile is already the world's top big shot in Karina's mind, a moving natural disaster, and an existence that ordinary people cannot compete with. But what is the desert Shinigami Nasus who can turn Crocodile into ashes in an instant? Could it be that the legend of Alabasta is true and he is really the legendary patron saint of Alabasta? Karina looked at the desert Shinigami slowly walking towards her and others. She was unable to move due to fear. Usopp was trembling uncontrollably and almost collapsed to the ground. Even Sanji and Zoro did not dare to make any offensive move. They could only look deeply at the desert Shinigami Nasus in front of them, silently thinking about the gap between themselves and Nasus and the world's top powerhouses. Even the carefree Straw Hat Luffy in the past took a careful look at Crocodile's ashes and Nasus, straightened his expression, then extended his right hand directly to Nasus and said seriously, "Hey, I'm the man who wants to become the Pirate King. Want to join me and become my partner?" Then, as soon as Straw Hat Luffy finished speaking, Karina and Usopp, who were already nervous and frightened, immediately went berserk. One punched Straw Hat Luffy 3 times in a row, and the other hurriedly covered Straw Hat Luffy's mouth. "Do you want to kill us? Sorry, our captain is an idiot, please don't mind." Karina and Usopp have no idea where Luffy got his courage. Why dare you invite that terrifying being who could easily kill Crocodile, the 7 warlords of the sea? What is the difference between this and a mayor inviting the 5 elders to become his subordinates? After a period of fussing, Straw Hat Luffy, who was covered in hair and was strangled by Karina, finally calmed down. At this time, Nasus walked directly in front of Nico Robin, Cobra, and others. "Are you the legendary desert Shinigami who wanders around Alabasta's war-torn and desolate lands? Thank you so much, Your Excellency. Thank you for saving us." Cobra endured his injuries and bowed directly to Nasus, the desert Shinigami, with great gratitude. If Nasus, the desert Shinigami, had not appeared in time to defeat Crocodile, Cobra would not have thought that they would be the opponents of the world-famous Crocodile with Luffy, Straw Hat, Nico Robin and others. Life and death are part of the cycle of reincarnation. I'm not here for redemption, just to witness and provide a little help to Lord Duke's daughter. Nasus walked directly in front of Nico Robin, then bowed lightly to Nico Robin and said in a deep voice, "Goodbye again, Lady Nico Robin." As soon as Nasus finished speaking, Cobra and the Straw Hat crew froze in an instant. Only the corner of their eyes kept glancing back and forth at Nico Robin and Nasus. Lord Duke. How could a strong man like him still surrender to others? Also, the person he surrendered to was actually Nicole Robin's father. Could it be that the legend of the Devil's Son is not false, and that Nicole Robin's father is really the legendary devil? Everyone in the Straw Hat crew was stunned, even Cobra was dumbfounded. "No, you have such a great background and your father's subordinates are so powerful. Why do you still stay under Crocodile's subordinates and join a mere Baroque working company? If you had called Nasus earlier and killed Crocodile directly, wouldn't it be nice to be the president yourself? Or is it that Nico Robin, Nasus, the so-called Duke and Crocodile are just hiding behind the scenes to seize the secret of the ancient weapon that the Alabasta royal family has guarded for generations? But can ancient weapon be much better than this terrifying being who killed 7 warlords of the sea with one move? Such a strong man, with or without the ancient weapon, is enough to stir up the whole world." Cobra's mind was constantly churning with thoughts, while Nico Robin lowered his cowboy hat with his hand, looking extremely strange, and then quietly poked Uami, who was lazily curled up on his shoulder, with his finger, and Bitya said, "You only told me he could take care of Crocodile. But why didn't you tell me that he was so strong? Also, how many powerful guys like this are there under my father's command? Tired and boring, destroy it?" Nicole Robin is still worried that if she asks her father to collect historical texts for her, or if she collects historical texts herself, it will cause the world government to suppress the Valoran family. But he never expected that just one of his father's subordinates could easily kill one of the world-famous 7 warlords of the sea. From this point of view, instead of worrying about the world government taking action against the Valoran family, I would rather be worried about the Valoran family taking the initiative to attack the world government. Strong? Nasus is indeed very strong. But it's just a small matter like getting rid of a little crocodile, so there's no need to mention it. Meow. Yumi said lazily. Besides, Lord Duke's men are actually not much better than Nasus. But I can't tell you the specifics yet. After Yumi finished speaking lazily, the corners of Nico Robin's mouth twitched slightly, and her expression became increasingly weird. Haha, what does it mean that such a trivial matter as solving a 7 warlords of the sea does not require special explanation? So what's the real big deal in your eyes? Killing an admiral, killing 4 emperors. What does it mean that there aren't many people who are stronger than Nasus? How much is not much? How strong is the power under my father? Nicole Robin's heart was turbulent, but she still struggled to keep a calm look on her face, and whispered to Nasus, "Thank you for coming. To you, Crocodile may be just a small trouble, but to us, Crocodile is indeed a formidable enemy. This is only temporary. After a while, even you and I will be able to deal with enemies of Crocodile's level. Of course, its greatest role is not in combat, but in protection. With it protecting you, enemies that are much stronger than that guy just now will have a hard time really hurting you." Nasus looked at Yumi, who was lying lazily on Nico Robin's shoulder, and said Kaido in a deep voice. Although Yumi is just an assistant, and her combat ability is indeed not very powerful, her most powerful ability has never been combat. Yumi, who has mastered the magic of Asylum and the Grimoire of Doors, can take Nico Robin with her at any time, open the portal and escape to another safe space. As long as Yumi doesn't want to die, even an ordinary god-level hero will have a hard time killing Yumi. If you can't beat it, can't it run away? When it comes to opening doors and running away, Yumi is definitely a professional. After Nasus finished speaking in a deep voice, Straw Hat Luffy, Cobra and others present widened their eyes again and looked stupidly at Yumi on Nico Robin's shoulder. When will a cat be able to defeat an enemy of Crocodile's strength in the future? Then aren't they worse than a cat? No, it seems they are no longer as good as they are now. Straw Hat Luffy and his gang are really no match for Yumi right now. Cobra and the Straw Hat crew were greatly shocked by everything that happened today, but the reality did not leave them too much time to be shocked. In the city streets outside the King's Heights, Alabasta's royal army and rebels were still fighting fiercely. Although Crocodile is dead, the war he started is far from over. Sorry, I don't have time to thank you too much. I have to stop this war now. They are all citizens of the kingdom, and they should never kill each other because of the conspiracy of some conspirators. After Cobra briefly thanked Nico Robin and Nasus, he dragged his seriously injured body directly to stop the war between the Alabasta army and the rebels. The Straw Hat crew also suddenly realized at this moment that Princess Vivi was still trying to stop the war. Alabasta's crisis is not truly over yet. Cobra plans to go to the battlefield to expose Crocodile's conspiracy to prevent this war. Straw Hat Luffy and others immediately respond, intending to follow Cobra to fulfill Princess Vivi's instructions and save the kingdom. But just when Cobra, Straw Hat Luffy and the others were about to head to the battlefield, Nico Robin shook her head slightly. Stop it. In your current state, there is no way to stop this war. The key to this war has never been Crocodile's conspiracy, but that the climate in Alabasta these years has been too dry. If it doesn't rain, nothing can stop this war. This country can no longer support more people to survive at the same time. Nico Robin said quietly. What's more, Crocodile's plan is not just about provoking a war between you. As far as I know, he secretly planted a big bomb near the central square. The power of this big bomb can kill almost all the young and restless elements participating in this war. At the same time, it can also cleanse a large number of redundant people from this suffering country, and finally leave him a dry person. A clean and utopian country that can be controlled by him. If you go to the battlefield now, you will most likely die under that bomb. Faced with the fact that Cobra, Straw Hat Luffy and others planned to hold on to their seriously injured bodies to stop this war, Nico Robin sighed and spoke softly to stop them. If she had known that Nasus and her father's men could easily deal with Crocodile, she might not have sat back and let Crocodile do whatever he wanted in Alabasta. But now, she has no better way. Crocodile never trusted anyone under his command. Even though Nico Robin was the nominal vice president of Baroque Works, except for the agents of Baroque Works who were personally ordered by Crocodile to detonate the bomb, she didn't know about the bomb. Where is the big-time bomb hidden? The royal city of Alabasta is very large. Dead. As an unworthy king, what should I fear about death? The king cannot represent the country is the people, and the people are everything. Thank you for reminding me, even if there is only a slight chance, I must stop this war and find the bomb. Cobra's limping body did not stop, but waved his hand back slightly, and then rushed towards the battlefield harder. And Straw Hat Luffy also did not stop. He just straightened his straw hat and said in a deep voice, I promised Vivi that I would help her save this country. If anyone wants to stop me from ending this war, I will knock them all down. By the way, Robin-chan, if I can come back alive this time, please be my partner. After Straw Hat Luffy finished speaking, he and Cobra strode towards the battlefield. Behind Luffy, Zoro and Sanji looked at each other and smiled softly. At this time, we can't hold back our captain. Only Usopp and Karina were crying, their legs were weak with fear, but they didn't stop either. Will I be your partner when you come back alive? Partner, it's such a distant word. Nicole Robin looked at the figures of Straw Hat Luffy and others walking away, and murmured, By the way Yumi, if it were you, could you stop this war and find the bomb in time? When Nicole Robin asked this, a glimmer of light suddenly flashed in her eyes. Having been on a bounty since she was 7 years old, going through all kinds of difficulties and dangers in the dark, and experiencing countless betrayals and counter-betrayals, Nicole Robin is no longer a pure and kind person, but if she can do it without paying too much price, can stop this war and save countless people in Alabasta. So Nicole Robin has no reason not to do this? She couldn't do it anymore, but why not ask her mysterious father? As soon as Nico Robin finished speaking, Yumi, who was lying on Robin's shoulder, stretched out and said lazily, If Lord Duke or those guys were here, it would be easy to stop this war or find the bomb, meow. But they are not here now, but if Nasus is willing to take action, it is easy to end this war temporarily. He just needs to use that conqueror's haki to knock them all down, Naya. But it seems more useful to Nasus if they all die here. I remember that he needs a lot of souls. When Yumi said this, Nico Robin looked directly at Nasus, a glimmer of hope flashed in his eyes, but he did not directly ask Nasus to stop this war. Nicole Robin hopes to stop this war, but she knows very well that Nasus is Duke's subordinate, not hers, let alone the countless souls who died in this war will be useful to him. Let her directly asking Nasus to stop this war. Nico Robin couldn't do it, but Nico Robin was unwilling to embarrass Nasus, and Nasus was equally unwilling to embarrass Lord Duke's daughter. He really needs souls. Every soul he devours is enough to permanently enhance Nasus' strength and potential. However, at the same time, there is a limit to the number of souls Nasus can devour and digest. And the more powerful the soul, the greater the substitute it brings to Nasus, and the more time Nasus needs to digest it. The powerful soul of Crocodile he had just swallowed was enough for him to digest for more than half an hour. And most of the countless souls who were about to die in this war were destined to be unable to wait for Nasus to devour them. Some souls do need to burn, but it doesn't have to be today and it doesn't have to be them. Nasus said in a deep voice to Nico Robin. It's just that I can stop this war, but it's hard to find the specific location of the bomb. And if they all faint, the bomb that is detonated may actually cause more souls to start reincarnation. Nasus has already successfully mastered Conqueror's Haki, but Nasus' observation Haki obviously has not directly reached the world's top level. Now, unless someone like Fujitora appears directly on this battlefield and can directly sense the location of the bomb, or maybe a top-level observation Haki expert like Katakuri who has understood enough to foresee the future noticed the anomaly before the bomb exploded and immediately stopped the bomb from exploding. Otherwise, the capital of Alabasta may be doomed to be a river of blood today. After Nasus finished speaking, Nicole Robin became more and more silent. But just as she was getting desperate, Nasus suddenly looked up to the sky. In the sky, a blue bird silhouette flashed past. Then, Nasus lowered his head and said to Nicole Robin, I may not be able to end this war perfectly, but the existence that can truly and completely end it all has arrived. As soon as Nasus finished speaking, a sacred and beautiful figure made of breeze quietly appeared in front of Nico Robin. The incarnation of wind, at your disposal. Who are you? Nico Robin looked at the sacred and beautiful Janna who suddenly appeared in front of him, and quietly poked Uamai on his shoulder, with a puzzled face. Then, Uamai, who was originally lazy, became rarely serious and said respectfully to Janna, Goddess Janna, welcome you. However, Lord Duke would send you here, which really surprises me out. As the first god-level hero summoned by Duke, Janna, who can continuously improve her own strength and potential through faith, is undoubtedly worthy of the respect of most of Duke's heroes. Compared with those superheroes who only have SS-level combat power, Janna is a true goddess. Her strength is never just about destruction. Uamai's rare seriousness and Nasus's obviously different attitude towards Janna made Nico Robin's eyes widen. Goddess. Goddess Janna. Isn't this a legend above the sea? According to legend, as long as a statue of the goddess Janna is erected on the bow of the ship, or the name of the goddess Janna is often chanted, and the statue of the goddess Janna is worn with you, you will be protected by the goddess Janna and can sail on the sea. More swift, and at the same time protected from storms above the sea. A powerful underground force in the Dark Alliance, Shunfeng Shipping, believes in the goddess Janna very much, and has a statue of the goddess Janna on each of their ships. Every member of Shunfeng Shipping is also a Janna goddess, a devout believer in the goddess Na. Even because of the reputation of smooth shipping and a series of shipwreck escapes that were not known to be lucky coincidences or the goddess's protection, the belief in the goddess Janna has not only been spread in some sea areas of the New World, but has gradually spread to the entire world. Even some of the pirate ships of the Baroque works have begun to erect statues of the goddess Janna. In the waters near Alabasta, many businessmen or pirates have begun to believe in the legendary goddess Janna. For the pirate world where the weather is weird and changeable and most of the area is sea water, a goddess who can speed up their sailing and protect them from storms can always easily become their spiritual sustenance, especially when the protection of the goddess Janna is effective. As a true goddess, every ship with a statue of the goddess Janna can indeed get a slight increase in sailing speed, and every believer who devoutly believes in Janna can indeed receive protection from Janna. But before all this has been truly recognized by everyone, the goddess Janna, in the eyes of most ordinary people, is just a legendary false belief in a god. In the world of pirates, there are many pirates and merchants or fishermen who make a living on the sea, but the largest number are always those who have almost never been to the sea in their entire lives due to the geographical factors where pirates are rampant and the restrictions of the world government. Ordinary people? In the world of pirates, going on a voyage without authorization is almost equivalent to claiming the identity of a pirate. But now, the legend that almost everyone thought was false has truly appeared in front of Nicole Robin. Wherever there is wind, there will be a legend that belongs to me. But one day, when the breeze spreads throughout the world, when the legend shines into reality, the spirit born from the wind will also transform into its true form. Janna looked at the horrified Nicole Robin and said calmly, what's more, as Lord Duke's daughter, you will one day establish your own legend. Learn to accept it. This world and Lord Duke may be far more mysterious and powerful than you imagine. Is it beyond my imagination? Perhaps, he has exceeded my imagination now, Nicole Robin said with a strange expression. However, since the legendary goddess Janna is real, then the world-famous Shunfeng Shipping Group in the Dark Alliance is also a force under my father. Nicole Robin looked at Janna in her eyes and instantly thought of the world-famous Shunfeng Shipping Group. As the new king of the Dark World who replaced the shipping king Omid, and as one of the important members of the Dark Alliance, the name and power of Shunfeng shipping has already spread to the entire ocean. Baroque Works and SF shipping, as well as some of the other forces in the Dark Alliance have also had interactions with each other. But Nico Robin never thought that New World's famous Shunfeng shipping would actually be a force under her father Duke. Perhaps it was not just SF shipping. A reverie suddenly appeared in Nico Robin's mind that she did not dare to confirm, but the next second, Janna's response directly proved Nico Robin's guess. Perhaps, it's not just the smooth sailing. The incarnation of the wind is willing to obey Lord Duke. Darkness is also a member of Lord Duke's force. Janna faintly Kaido, and then in Nico Robin's increasingly surprised eyes, she transformed into a blue bird and flew directly into the sky. But now, maybe it's time to grant real salvation to all people in this country. In the palace square, the rebels and the royal army were still fighting together. Even if Cobra and Princess Vivi appeared in time, the war could not be stopped under the instigation and shooting of the members of the Baroque working group arranged by Crocodile. How could a brutal street fight with nearly 1 million people gathered together be stopped by the efforts of 1 or 2 people? In the previous war between the royal army and the rebels, the hands of both sides were already stained with the blood of the other side. Even though Cobra and Princess Vivi ordered the royal army to surrender in order to save the people and prevent this war. But how many people can really be so absolutely loyal, still fighting bloody battles with each other, and then immediately drop their weapons after receiving the order in the next second, facing the brother and friend opposite him who may kill them, and he may also. What about the surrender of the man who killed his sister and comrade? Even if they are willing to obey the orders of Cobra and Princess Vivi, those rebels, who have already accumulated countless anger in their hearts under the constant instigation of Baroque working society agents, can they really trust the king's army? What about surrender? The chain of suspicion had already been planted, and all it took was a random gunshot from the latent agents of the Baroque works. The two sides, whose nerves had already collapsed to the limit, started the second round of brutal fighting without any hesitation. This time, no one's orders will be able to stop the battle. And the fatal bomb that is about to kill countless people will also detonate immediately. Cobra and Princess Vivi were defeated under the protection of some die-hard royal army. No matter how hard Straw Hat Luffy and others tried to stop this war, their efforts were in vain in front of the two sides who were already jealous, seeming so helpless and desperate. Alabasta's destruction seemed to be a foregone conclusion, but at this moment, along with a beautiful bird call, the wind started blowing. The majestic heavy rain and the sudden breeze instantly covered the entire battlefield. The heavy fog brought by the heavy rain not only moistened the gunpowder and obscured the sight of both sides, but also extinguished the anger and fire of the battle in the hearts of almost everyone present. Heavy rainy days are never suitable for fighting, especially for people like Alabasta who can only rely on some cold weapons or matchlocks to fight. Of course, to top it off, it rained. For people in other countries, rain is just a common occurrence, but for the people of Alabasta, rain represents their long-lost desire, the continuation of their lives, and everything. Water is the source of life. The heavy rain was pouring down, and the royal army and the rebels, who originally wanted to fight desperately, gradually regained their composure after the heavy rain fell. A life and death battle requires impulse, blood, and courage, but it often doesn't require calmness. Especially when Cobra and Princess Vivi revealed the existence of the mastermind behind the scenes, and the leaders of the rebel army also became aware of the forces secretly manipulating and guiding them and the royal army to kill each other. After calming down, it represents peace talks, and enough communication will be enough to solve most of the conflicts and problems in the world. So, is all this conspiracy because of Crocodile? What AFGBD? We must defeat him. After hearing the explanations from Princess Vivi and Cobra, as well as the testimony from the rebel soldier who was lucky enough to see MR2 transform into Cobra and burn, kill, and kidnap the children, Kosha's face was full of shame, and his heart was filled with tears. Anger towards Crocodile. Crocodile is dead. Died at the hands of the legendary desert Shinigami. But the biggest problem now is that the Crocodile guy also planted a powerful bomb near the square and wanted to kill everyone. We must find the bomb immediately and prevent it from exploding. Princess Vivi grabbed Kosha's hands, her face full of anxiety. The sudden heavy rain gave Princess Vivi her last hope to save the country, but if the big bomb was allowed to explode in the square where countless young Alabastas gathered, then even if they could survive the country, and there will be truly no hope. The long drought has claimed the lives of countless Alabasta citizens. If countless young people are lost here again, even if Alabasta has good weather from now on, there will be no time for several generations to recover. And in this violent and chaotic era, among those careerists and pirates, who would be willing to give Alabasta time to recover? Therefore, we must find the bomb here before it explodes. But at this time, due to the previous chaos and heavy rain, where could the bomb carefully stored by Crocodile be found in a short while? Princess Vivi and Kosha are getting more and more anxious and are preparing to call everyone to evacuate the square. At the same time, they and some people who are willing to die for the kingdom stay to look for the bomb. But the next second, with an inexplicable chant that echoed throughout the city and a gust of wind, a huge bomb was blown directly into the blue sky by a whirlwind in the clock tower of Alabasta Square. A few seconds later, when everyone present was still confused and the bomb had already disappeared from everyone's sight due to the rain, there was a loud bang in the sky, and even the bomb that was originally pounding the rain clouds were torn apart in an instant. Where the rain clouds were torn apart by bombs in the sky, the sun was shining brightly. Large golden rays of sunlight shone warmly on the square, and in the light, a bluebird gently flapped its wings, and then it was blown away. The rain clouds slowly heal. The sunshine gradually dissipated, and the rain that briefly disappeared on the square began to flow gently again. Everyone on the square looked at the bluebird that came quietly and then disappeared quietly, not knowing what to say for a moment. Legend has it that when someone prays to him devoutly, he will turn into a bluebird to protect people from storms and never get lost on the sea. She is the legendary protector of all sea ships, the truth that all navigators dream of finding, and the legendary storm goddess. But I didn't expect that the legend above the sea would actually be true. And besides protecting ships from storms, he can also control storms and control precipitation. Is this the legendary goddess? The little fox Karina, the current navigator of the Straw Hat Pirates, murmured in disbelief. Next to Karina, Luffy and others touched their heads in confusion. Goddess? What is that? Forget it, no matter who she is, if she can save everyone and stop this war, even if she is a god, she must be a good god. Luffy, who is illiterate, has never heard of the legend of the goddess Janna. In other words, most people in Alabasta have also never heard of the legend of Janna. But these people do not include Princess Vivi and some people from the rebel army and the king's army who often travel to the port or even go to sea. When the ocean occupies most of the world's territory and all countries are island countries, port or overseas trade is basically an activity that all countries must carry out. Even Alabasta, which has a vast territory and rich resources, is no exception. And those who have been hanging out in ports or on the sea for a long time will definitely be familiar with the legend of Janna. On the sea, there are already too many ships with Janna's bluebird statues on their bows. The goddess Janna actually exists. And she can actually make rain. Great, as long as goddess Janna is here, Alabasta will be saved. Princess Vivi and those in Alabasta who knew the legend of Janna were stunned at first, and then were extremely surprised. In order to save Alabasta and bring rain, the people of Alabasta tried every means, but except for the contraband drug dancing powder, which can quench thirst in a short time and bring down rain, they had no other way. There may indeed be a rain fruit on the sea, a terrifying fruit that restrains all devil fruits to a certain extent, but for countless years, the ability to freely control rain has always been just a legend on the sea. But now, the legend may come true one day, but instead of pursuing the dreamy devil fruit, we are praying for the god who miraculously appears. Princess Vivi, Kosha, and others looked at each other and made up their minds to plead with goddess Janna to save the country no matter what the cost. Just the rain in the royal capital cannot save Alabasta. Even when Crocodile deliberately used dancing powder to frame Cobra, the royal capital has never been short of water. The one who is short of water is the whole of Alabasta except the royal capital. Those who are thirsty for rain are not only the people in the royal capital present, but also countless hungry civilians in Alabasta. But how do mortals get in touch with gods? Princess Vivi and others were a little distressed, but at this moment, with the sound of crisp footsteps, the rain in the capital of Alabasta stopped. No, I finally waited for a rain, why did it stop now? They haven't found the legendary goddess Janna yet, and they haven't begged the goddess Janna to protect Alabasta and save Alabasta? The wind stopped and the rain stopped. Looking at the clear sky and wet ground, Princess Vivi, Kosha, and others present looked at each other, feeling extremely anxious in their hearts. A rain or two won't save Alabasta. What Alabasta needs is not a rain, but a long rainy season. It would be great if the rainy season could be freely controlled when it happens. Princess Vivi, Kosha, and others are still thinking about how to find the legendary goddess Janna and how to save the country at the same time. After the rain stopped, Nico Robin, with a golden kitten squatting on her shoulders and no trace of rain on her body, slowly appeared in front of Cobra, Princess Vivi, and others. Hey, are you here too? Thank you so much for your help before. But it's a pity that you didn't see the legendary goddess just now. Want to come join me? Next, let's go find the legendary goddess. This sea is so interesting. Karina, Vivi, and others were still surprised by Janna's appearance and disappearance. Luffy, who was all wet, was already twisting himself like a twist, and then shook off the water from his body. He happily faced Nicole. Robin said again an invitation to become one's partner. The more bizarre the legend, the more mysterious and dangerous the event, the more Luffy's interest will be aroused. Luffy was born destined to face freedom and adventure on the sea. He was destined to become the Pirate King. Luffy carelessly extended an invitation to Nicole Robin. At this moment, Sanji, Zoro, and others looked at Nicole Robin, who was not holding an umbrella at all, but still had no trace of water on her body, with their eyes full of surprise. Is there any ability in this world that can directly block the rain? Or does she have any high technology? Sanji, Zoro, and others were full of doubts, but they knew very well that no matter what special abilities Nico Robin possessed or what powerful technology Nico Robin mastered, Nico Robin was definitely not simple. In other words, how could it be so simple to make a terrifying figure who could easily kill 7 warlords of the sea face him respectfully? But if such a person really joins the Straw Hat Pirates and becomes a companion, he will definitely be very reassuring, right? Who doesn't like a companion who is powerful and has a profound background? What's the most important thing when you go out to hang out? Of course, the most important thing is that there is someone behind you. However, how could a person with such powerful strength and profound background accept the invitation of an idiot captain like himself? Thinking of this, Karina rolled her eyes at Luffy angrily, and was about to stop Luffy from overestimating her next invitation to Nico Robin. The next second, looking at Luffy who was careless and without any scheming, looking at Luffy like a fool, Nico Robin whispered Kaido directly. Okay, then please give our captain more guidance for the rest of the journey. However, I am not interested in finding the goddess Janna. I've already met the goddess Janna, but it would be great if we could go search for lost historical texts together. Hey, have you already met the goddess Janna? Forget it, never mind. Since you are not interested in finding the goddess Janna, then we will find ways to find the historical texts you want in the future journey. But, what is a historical text? It sounds very powerful. Luffy responded to Kaido without thinking that it was surprising that Nico Robin would join his pirate group and become his partner. If you want others to be your partners, invite them. If they agree, they will become your partners. If you don't agree, then continue to invite them next time. If you live a simpler life and work, you may be able to live a happier life. Luffy was simply happy, while Karina and others, who were listening to Luffy and Robin's questions and answers, and even Nico, Robin, and the Straw Hats, all had their eyes widened. Hey, you idiot captain, how dare you agree to help her find this when you don't even know what the historical text is? What's going on in your head all day long? Karina clenched her hands into fists angrily, turned them on Luffy's head, and growled lowly. Whether it is Nico Robin's identity as the Devil's Son or the secret behind Nico Robin, they are both extremely shocking and represent great trouble. The legendary historical texts have been strictly prohibited by the world government, and they even did not hesitate to destroy the world-famous O'Hara Island for this purpose. But now, their captain dares to invite the son of the devil to join his pirate group without caring about anything, and dares to help Nico Robin search for the historical text without knowing anything. Such a move is too reckless and too dangerous. Luffy was ravaged by Karina crazily for a while, then struggled to break away from Karina's hand, then pressed his straw hat and faced Karina and Nicole. Robin said matter-of-factly, "It's not important. It doesn't matter what the historical text is or how dangerous it is, because she is already our partner. Isn't it what a captain should do to help his partners realize their dreams? I am the man who wants to become the Pirate King." Luffy exudes an amazing charm at this moment. Sincerity is often the greatest nirvana. Luffy is not smart, doesn't try too much, and is sometimes a little stupid, but no one can deny that Luffy is really serious about living for the dreams of himself and his crew. A pure person who lives for his dreams deserves respect no matter what, to some extent. Looking at Luffy's sincere expression and listening to Luffy's natural tone, after experiencing countless betrayals and counter-betrayals, he agreed to join Luffy's pirate group at the beginning just to face the so-called destiny with them and to find more historical texts by Nico Robin. The originally dark and dry heart seemed to be illuminated by a ray of sunshine in an instant, and a sweet spring gradually began to grow in Nico Robin's desolate heart. Perhaps it would be nice to have some friends, Nico Robin thought secretly. Even in the past year, after unexpectedly learning that she had a father and receiving a lot of help from her father, Nico Robin no longer felt as desperate and fearful about the future and the past as before. But everything Nico Robin has experienced still needs more warmth to make up for and support, and it is difficult for Duke to give Nico Robin such warmth and support in a short period of time. Although he and Nico Robin are related by blood, both Nico Robin and Duke themselves know very well that there is a long river called 30 years between them, which is almost impossible to cross. Family members, who knows? Suddenly, I have a daughter who is almost 30 years old. As a cheap father, how should I get along well with my cheap daughter? Duke was not sure how to get along with Nico Robin, and when Nico Robin was secretly moved by Luffy's words and attitude, Princess Vivi, Kosha, and others suddenly came over and asked excitedly and anxiously Road, "Can you tell us where you met the goddess Janna before? Please, there are countless people in this country who need the protection of goddess Janna. If it doesn't rain, this country and everyone in this country will die like those dry sea buckthorn trees in the desert." Princess Vivi and others are eager to seek Janna's help to save the entire Alabasta. In other words, before Janna showed the ability to control rain easily, Princess Vivi and others were not so eager, but after Janna showed the ability to control rain easily, Princess Vivi and others became real. I saw enough hope to truly save the entire Alabasta. They could have endured the darkness if they had never seen the light. Goddess Janna. Before she came to save you, I just met her in King's Heights. When Princess Vivi mentioned the goddess Janna, Nico Robin's expression suddenly became a little weird, and then she said to Princess Vivi very seriously, "But she is definitely not in King's Heights now. No, in other words, you don't have to look for her at all, she's always there. Always there. Is goddess Janna still here? If you are still here, please, 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 save Alabasta." When Princess Vivi heard this, she raised her head and glanced at the empty sky, clasped her hands together, and knelt down to pray devoutly. Behind Princess Vivi, countless Alabasta citizens also knelt on the ground, and they performed the most beautiful prayers toward Janna. Sincere prayers. Alabasta really needs rain. Crocodile was only one of the causes and driving forces behind the great drought in Alabasta. Before Crocodile arrived in Alabasta, signs of drought were already appearing throughout Alabasta. However, Cobra and others have never had any good means of controlling natural disasters. The scientific and technological development of the pirate world has been kept at an extremely low level all year round under the deliberate suppression of the world government. I dare not say that scientific and technological progress depends entirely on archaeology, but it is basically not much different. When encountering natural or man-made disasters, you basically have to rely on your life to survive. But how much can this carry? Some natural disasters are enough to destroy a country. Alabasta needs Janna to save it. When Princess Vivi looked up to the sky and begged for Janna's help, Nico Robin pulled up the kneeling Princess Vivi, looked into Princess Vivi's eyes, and said seriously, "Goddess Janna has heard your prayers. She will save the kingdom. But everything has a price, and the Goddess Janna can save this country. But this country must devoutly worship and believe in the Goddess Janna from now on. The power of faith can make the Goddess Janna more powerful, and in addition to the sailors and captains on the sea, Alabasta, a kingdom with a large population and enough for Janna to establish her own faith in the shortest time, will naturally not forgotten by Janna or Duke." Looking at the entire pirate world, there are only a few big countries with a population and land area comparable to Alabasta. Pious devotion and faith. Isn't that natural? Princess Vivi heard Nicole Robin's words and said sincerely to the sky, "We will erect statues of Goddess Janna in every Alabasta town, and all Alabasta people will pray devoutly to Goddess Janna every morning. We will worship devoutly and only pray to the Goddess Janna to send rain and save the kingdom and all its people." Alabasta has a legend of believing in a patron saint and respecting black cats. But Alabasta's ancient belief in the patron saint and the black cat did not save the kingdom. And now, if you only need to devote your faith to a so-called god to save this kingdom and everyone in the kingdom, then who does it matter? As long as Alabasta can have good weather, Alabasta, with a population of tens of millions, will be able to burst out with a powerful force that can shake the entire world. The top experts in the pirate world can indeed ignore numbers to a certain extent, but most conventional wars, as well as material reserves before and after wars and post-war management, must require the assistance of a large number of manpower. The world's most powerful men can only control the entire world in name only. Only by having sufficiently loyal subordinates can they truly project their power to every corner of the world. Princess Vivi and everyone in Alabasta were willing to offer their faith to Janna for rainfall. But just as Princess Vivi finished speaking, a transparent and light bird suddenly flashed in the sky, and then Janna softly, the sound accompanied by the continuous rain once again filled the entire Alabasta capital. "As you wish." And in the drizzle, bright and divine smiles appeared on the faces of Princess Vivi and everyone in Alabasta. That is joy, but also hope. Luffy and others could not understand the joy and excitement of Princess Vivi and others. They had never experienced a long drought or watched crops and fields die bit by bit. People whose parents and children died of thirst just to save a mouthful of water cannot understand firsthand what the people of Alabasta have gone through. Luffy and the others just think, "Amazing. Goddess Janna, so amazing. By the way, Robin-chan, how do you know that Goddess Janna will save this kingdom as long as you believe in her sincerely?" Luffy tilted his head and asked Robin carelessly. Beside Luffy, Karina and others, who were deeply curious about Nicole Robin's identity, also pricked up their ears and prepared to listen. It would be great if Nico Robin was still related to the legendary Goddess Janna. On the sea, no one would not want to be favored by the Goddess Janna, especially after witnessing the divine power of the Goddess Janna. Karina and others were very curious, while Nico Robin smiled, touched Yumi on her shoulder, put her finger on her lips, and said softly, "It's a secret. However, I can tell you slowly during the future sea journey." Nicole Robin herself has a hard time explaining her relationship with the Goddess Janna. In other words, until now, it's hard for Nicole Robin to imagine how powerful Yamato's forces are under her father's command. However, today 2 legends of the sea who are called gods can suddenly appear as his father's men. Then tomorrow, even if it is revealed that the Marine Admiral, 7 warlords of the sea or even the 4 emperors are his father's men, then it will not matter. Isn't it strange? It's not surprising. How could such a terrifying force exist in this world? How could my father be so terrifying? Nicole Robin shook her head to get rid of all the random thoughts in her mind, and then, together with Luffy and others, began her own journey to find historical texts. Her father may have a strong power, but the reason why she, Nicole Robin, has been able to survive in this cruel sea for so many years is not because of her father who has not appeared for many years, but because of her own unremitting efforts. She wanted to uncover all the long-ago secrets of this lost history bit by bit. Then, after entering Sky Island through the updraft, Nico Robin, Straw Hat Luffy and others looked at Enel with a bounty of 500 million belly in front of them. Their faces were full of confusion. Mortals, who allowed you to dare to set foot on God's territory? Enel was wearing a thunder drum, surrounded by thunder and lightning, and narrowed his eyes at the Straw Hat Luffy group who had just broken into Sky Island. "Hey, what's the God's territory? Isn't this the legendary Sky Island? I never expected that Sky Island actually exists. This is really, really great." Luffy looked at the bizarre Sky Island cloud scene and was extremely excited. Nico Robin and others on the side were far less excited than Luffy. They just looked at the thunder god like Enel in front of them, their expressions extremely solemn. Enel, the god of thunder, a user with Logia Thunder Fruit ability, a heinous criminal who was first offered a bounty of 500 million belly by the world government. He once competed with the Golden Emperor Tizero, one of the kings of the underground world, and did not lose at all. The most important thing is that behind Enel, the god of thunder, there is an even more terrifying existence. The reward is now as high as 1.5 billion belly. The terrifying existence that once killed the celestial dragons with his own hands, the Devil Angel, Guy, Sky Island. All the lands of the White Sea are my lord's territory. My lord is the lord of the sky, the most holy angel, and the supreme god. All places where my lord comes are sacred lands. Mortals, no, pirates from Qinghai, this is not a place you should set foot on. Now, all of you stay here, become slaves of God, and serve God. Enel's body flashed with lightning, and he said coldly to Luffy and others, Sky Island does not welcome outsiders, especially after Enel and Gyre killed the celestial dragons and caused trouble in the Golden City. During this period, the only people who infiltrated Sky Island were pirates and world government spies. In the world of pirates, some pirates may not be punished for their crimes, but if all pirates are captured and enslaved for 10 or 8 years, very few of them will be considered unjust. Even if Gyre didn't like Enel killing people at will, and the construction and development of Sky Island also requires a lot of manpower, Enel wouldn't even bother to appear in front of Luffy and others, but would be dozens of miles away, directly relying on the Heartnet, and Luolei directly electrocuted Luffy and others into charcoal. Enel combines the power of Thunder Fruit. Observation haki may not be as good as Katakuri or Fujitora in terms of quality, but when it comes to the range of observation, color perception, and throughout the entire pirate world, few people can compare with him. Not to mention that after following Gyre, Enel witnessed the true vastness of the world. Under Gyre's training, Enel's strength improved a lot. Now that Enel has mastered the two-color haki, if he really puts it together, even Admiral may not be able to successfully take it down for a while, and put it on the sea, then he will be another living legend. Hey, isn't this the legendary Sky Island? How did it become the territory of God? However, we will not stay here and become the so-called slaves of God. There are countless adventures waiting for us on this sea. I want to be the man who becomes the pirate king. Looking at Enel with a cold face, Luffy touched his head. Kaido was extremely determined. They only wanted to use the updraft to reach Sky Island to verify the legend of Sky Island and experience a legendary adventure. However, they never thought about being left on Sky Island like this, let alone being enslaved. Luffy was extremely determined to prepare for the battle. Although Karina, Robin, and others on the side were not sure, they were absolutely unwilling to be enslaved by Enel. They were also staring straight at Enel, ready to attack at any time. A useless struggle. Everything you do is meaningless before the power of God. Meet your destined fate, divine punishment, 10,000 thunders. Looking at Luffy and others who were still preparing to resist, Enel just waved the scepter in his hand expressionlessly. In the next second, several lightning bolts suddenly fell from the sky, hitting them all at a speed that Luffy and others could not imagine. The lightning flashed and crackled. Zoro, Chopper, Sanji, Karina, and others who had originally planned to fight Enel all collapsed to the ground covered in smoke. Only Robin, who relied on Rubber Fruit's ability and Uami's assistance, was still standing. Land. Zoro, Sanji. Luffy looked at Sanji, Zoro, and others who were collapsed on the ground with red eyes, and then yelled angrily at Enel. What have you done to my companions? I must defeat you, Rubber. Luffy's eyes were red and he waved his hands wildly towards Enel, but each of Luffy's attacks seemed to hit the air, passing directly through Enel's body, leaving Enel unscathed. He is a Logia fruit user, normal attacks are useless against him. Nico Robin glanced at Zoro, Sanji, and others who were collapsed on the ground but obviously still breathing, and then told Luffy who was attacking randomly. Must understand armament haki, or... Robin didn't say anything, just clasped his hands together, and then behind Enel, an arm holding a strange dagger quietly advanced towards Enel's body. Except for Yumi, Duke didn't give Nicole Robin much help, but Duke was not lacking in some sea stone. A dagger with a sea stone on the top, combined with Nicole Robin's flower fruit, is enough for Nicole Robin to face many demon fruit powers that despise her. Of course, such a trick is meaningless to the top experts. Hey, are there 2 more fish that slipped through the net? And you also know about Haki's existence. Isn't he just an ordinary rookie pirate? Strange devil fruit abilities and strange barriers. Is he a spy from the world government? But it's not important anymore. Enel listened to Nico Robin's answer and sensed the approach of the dagger in Robin's hand behind him, and said indifferently, God's punishment, arms, lightning strike. The next second, Enel transformed into lightning, and the golden scepter in his hand instantly turned black. He knocked Luffy to the ground with one blow. In the next moment, the golden scepter in Enel's hand had already been caught off guard by Nico Robin, and it hit him directly. Took her head off. Enel, who understood the two-color haki under Gyre's guidance, is not an enemy that Luffy and his gang can face at this time. Absolute strength to crush, unless his king Luffy can instantly awaken Nika, and at the same time master Conqueror's haki automatically without any teacher. Otherwise, no matter how passionately Luffy and others fight, they will never be Enel's opponent at this time. But Luffy and others are no match for Enel, which does not mean that Nicole Robin has no power to fight back. In other words, just because Nico Robin can't deal with Enel, it doesn't mean that Uami can't block Enel's attack. There was a roar, golden light flashed, and an extremely thick golden barrier appeared in front of Nico Robin again, directly blocking Enel's heavy blow for Robin. Can it still be blocked? But what happens next? God's punishment. Enel retreated and looked at the golden cat on Nico Robin's shoulder. His face became a little less serious, and he was about to attack with all his strength to break through Yumi's defense. However, Yumi lay lazily on Nico Robin's shoulder and said lazily to the void somewhere, "If I don't come out, I won't be able to block his next attack, Naya. If you really want to hurt Robin-sama, Master will be very troubled, Naya." As soon as Yumi finished speaking, several white wings suddenly appeared, and a ray of sacred golden light quietly emerged. "Are you my lord's descendant? It seems that you still need a long time to grow up." In the golden light, Gyre, who gently flapped his wings behind him, suddenly appeared. After Gyre appeared, Nico Robin, who was thinking about how to defeat Enel, and Enel, who was preparing to go all out, were confused. And at their feet, Zoro, Sanji, and others, who had initially regained consciousness with the physique of a Blood Bowl superhuman per person in the pirate world, were trembling with lightning flashes. What did they hear? Who is their new partner? This sea is really, really deep. The Devil Angel Guile, who has a bounty of 1.5 billion belly. My lord, are you also related to my father? Nicole Robin covered her head and looked at the angel Gyre, who was full of divine aura in front of her with strange eyes, her face full of confusion. The guy in front of me has nothing to do with the magic word. He is just as good as being called a divine angel. No, it's not a matter of demonic angels and divine angels, but the god killer with a bounty of 1.5 billion baileys, the most evil criminal in the world, and undoubtedly one of the strongest men in the sea, the angel guy, is also related to his own. Does Dad have anything to do with it? Moreover, it seems to be the deployment of his father? So how much power does his father hide? Could it be that everything Yumi and her father said before were true? The entire world has almost fallen under his control. If it were not for the Celestial Dragon's last trump card, the mysterious Yim, and the infinitely powerful ancient weapon Uranus, the world would have completely changed its color. Nicole Robin still had some doubts in her heart, but at least the angel guy in front of her who called her father my lord, the desert Shinigami, and the goddess Janna that she had seen before were not false. Nicole Robin was stunned, and Enel next to Gyre was also completely stunned. He never imagined that the woman in front of him who seemed to be easily killed by him would actually be Lord Duke's daughter. Enel, who had seen Duke with his own eyes, naturally knew of Duke's existence. Although Enel was not qualified to follow Duke, he was finally convinced by Gyre and became Gyre's priest. There is no doubt that Duke is also supreme for Enel. In other words, to Enel, Gyre is the Lord of the Sky, the most holy angel, and the supreme god. Then Duke is undoubtedly the King of Kings and the God of Gods, supreme over all things in the world. God King. Your Majesty the Goddess, I am very sorry for my previous attack on you. To you, all the lands in this world will open their doors to you, and will gain supreme glory because of your presence. Enel looked at Nicole Robin carefully, then put away all his arrogance and bowed deeply to apologize to Nicole Robin. Nicole Robin's strength is not worthy of making Enel lower his head, but Nicole Robin's identity is enough to make Enel kneel down. For those Tianlongzu who claim to be gods, Enel has witnessed Janna's magical power with his own eyes and has been by Gyre's side for a long time. Enel has a deep understanding of what kind of power Gyre, Janna, and others possess. That was completely different from the power within the devil fruit he was taking and what the people in Qinghai called conquerors haki, but it was truly a world of difference in the nature of life. All of them are true gods, and the existence that can become the master of many gods is the unquestionable supreme god king. Nicole Robin may be weak now, but the bloodline she carries will determine that one day she will hold the throne high and spread her supreme glory to the entire world. Enel was extremely respectful to Nicole Robin, and Gyre said Kaido in a deep voice to Nicole Robin, who was full of doubts. It seems that my lord has not told you everything he controls now, but it doesn't matter, the final day is coming, and by then, you will naturally know what kind of bloodline you carry. Duke now has more than one hero with SS level potential under his command. Even the Time Guardian Kirin, who has SS plus potential, is now following Duke. If it hadn't taken some time for the level and strength of the god level heroes under Duke to improve, the world would have completely turned into Duke's appearance. Time is always on Duke's side. Even if Duke didn't want unnecessary casualties, with the strength of Duke's current command, it would have been enough to attack the Holy Land of Marijois and surround Im. What about the 5 elders, the Knights of God, and the ancient weapon Uranus? In front of Duke today, in addition to Im and ancient weapon Uranus, who are obviously stronger than the 4 emperors, and are still threats, even the 5 world government have S plus the powerful 5 elders, the obviously extremely powerful Knights of God, and the remaining CP0s combined are not enough to defeat Duke. World government is indeed very strong, but now Duke, with all the power under his command, is also a behemoth that can frighten countless people. The final day. Nicole Robin's little face was full of doubts. She felt that her father was playing a very big game of chess, but unfortunately, she didn't even seem to be qualified to watch it, let alone play it. I went to play chess myself. If you don't understand something, don't do it. The final day sounds like a big thing that sounds very troublesome. Nicole Robin doesn't want to care about it at all now. All she cares about is the history that has almost become an obsession in her heart. The text, as well as the companions she had finally found. Luffy, Sanji, Zoro, and others may have their own shortcomings, but they really care about their companions who recognize them from the bottom of their hearts. They recognized Nicole Robin, and Nicole Robin also initially recognized them in her heart. After experiencing countless betrayals and counter-betrayals, Nico Robin did not want to lose this kind of trust and companionship that she had finally found so easily. Nico Robin ignored the information Geyer leaked about her father. She just looked deeply at Luffy and others who were still slumped on the ground and unable to stand up, and pleaded. They are all my companions. Could you please go find some doctors for them? Enel did not treat the cute and weak-looking Chopper differently when discharging. Anyway, whether it is a bounty of 50 belly or a bounty of 50 million belly, to Enel, it is all a matter of lightning. Doctor. Unnecessary. Geyer shook his head, and then waved his hand gently. With several rays of sacred light, Luffy, Chopper and others who had collapsed on the ground were instantly resurrected with full health and full of energy. Hey, wasn't I knocked down? This is what happened. Luffy came back to his senses and touched his head in confusion. The last impression he had before unconsciousness was an oncoming black scepter. The scepter was more painful than his grandfather Garp's iron fist, but it still hurt. Before Luffy could figure out the situation, the moment Luffy woke up and saw Enel again, Luffy's eyes froze for a moment, and then he decisively stood in front of Nicole, Robin, and the equally confused Chopper Karina, and said in a deep voice, "That guy is very strong. I'm here to stop him. You guys run away quickly. We are not his opponent yet." Luffy may not be very bright, but he has never lacked care for his companions. Seeing Luffy in front of him who was brazenly trying to stop him, Enel's face turned cold. He was about to knock Luffy down again, but after taking a look at Nicole Robin and Geyer on Enel's path, he gave up the idea. Luffy might just be someone he could knock down easily, but they were not enemies now. Enel didn't want to take action, and Nicole Robin also stepped forward directly at this moment, stopped Luffy who was about to fight with Enel, and said softly, "This is just a misunderstanding, although I don't know very well. But it seems like they all have some connection to my father. They are not enemies." After Nicole Robin finished speaking softly, she initially regained her consciousness, and then heard the conversation between Nicole Robin and Guy. Sanji and Zoro also nodded vigorously at this time, and then took a deep look at the magic angel Guy. And the god of thunder Enel said with a slight trembling, "They are indeed not enemies, but Robin-san has brought us too many surprises." Sanji and Zoro just thought that there might be something wrong with Nico Robin's identity and that it might bring a lot of trouble to the Straw Hats. But after a period of sailing, Sanji, Zoro, and others all accepted Nico Robin from the bottom of their hearts. No matter what kind of trouble Nico Robin might be hiding behind, they are already partners, right? But they never expected that they would not encounter any trouble caused by Nicole Robin. Nicole Robin's father, who almost never heard Nicole Robin take the initiative to mention it, once again gave them a big surprise. Unlike the desert Shinigami Nasus, a nameless strong man who has almost no name on the sea, the Demon Angel Guy and the Thor Enel are each world-famous super pirates, among which the Demon Angel Guy is even more openly killed the celestial dragons and became known as the Godslayer. And such a terrifying guy could actually be a subordinate of Nicole Robin's father? So what kind of terrifying identity will Nicole Robin's father have? Descendants of the legendary Four Emperors? Or the princess of a superpower on the sea? Or the daughter of the controller of a mysterious power? She can't really be the devil's daughter? Sanji, Zoro, and others have not forgotten that Nico Robin is a great pirate with a bounty of 79 million from the world government and is called the son of the devil. Sanji and Zoro were thinking about it, but Luffy, Chopper Usopp and others immediately breathed a sigh of relief after hearing Robin, Sanji, and Zoro say that Enel and Geyer in front of them were not enemies. Great, really great. It would be great to not have to fight such a terrifying enemy. The moment Chopper, Usopp, Karina and others woke up, they recognized the angel Geyer in front of them, who exuded an extremely terrifying and holy aura. That was a super pirate with a bounty of up to 1.5 billion belly. Just because they could still stand and take a fighting stance after recognizing Geyer, they had exhausted all their courage. Only Luffy, after hearing Robin and Sanji Zoro say that Enel, Guy, and others in front of him were not enemies, he immediately relaxed and grinned while touching his head with his hand and facing Enel in front of him. And Geyer said carelessly, "It turns out they are not enemies. I almost thought my journey would end here. You are so strong, but sooner or later, I will definitely surpass you. I am the man who wants to become the Pirate King. But you guys look a bit familiar." Before Luffy finished speaking, Usopp and Karina, who were trembling all over, immediately strangled their necks and hit their heads skillfully, and then hurriedly bowed and apologized to Geyer and Enel, saying, "Sorry, our captain has some mental issues from time to time." Looking at Usopp and Karina who bowed skillfully to apologize, as well as Luffy who looked a little blue, the corners of Enel and Geyer's mouths all twitched slightly. This is the companion recognized by Nicole and Robin. Why do they all seem a bit unreliable? After a while, in a temple on Sky Island, a large amount of food was being continuously delivered into the hall, and there was constant laughter in the hall. To welcome Nicole Robin, Geyer held a grand banquet for her. During the banquet, Luffy, who had just swallowed a large piece of chicken leg, recognized the identities of Geyer and Enel under the introduction of Karina and others. "So you are the legendary Thor Enel and Angel Geyer. No wonder you can defeat me easily. But next time, I won't fail so easily," Luffy said vaguely to Enel while stuffing meat in his mouth. Luffy doesn't like failure, and he doesn't like the feeling of being unable to protect his companions. In order to become the Pirate King, to realize his ambition, and to protect his companions, Luffy made up his mind and must become stronger. And how to become stronger? Of course, you have to eat more meat. Only by eating more meat and growing your body can you become stronger faster. This is the only experience Luffy has gained from Garp's extremely unreliable education methods since childhood. As long as you eat enough, you can recover from any injury and your strength will continue to grow. Next time, you are someone who has not even been mastered by Haki. No matter how many times you try again, your failure will be doomed. Enel glanced at Luffy, who was eating his, and said Kaido in a deep voice. Haki, what is that? After Enel finished speaking, Luffy forcefully swallowed the big piece of flesh and bone in his mouth and asked Enel curiously, will having Haki make me stronger? Luffy, who was born in the East Blue and had no formal education from Garp or the red-haired Shanks, had no concept of Haki in his mind. In other words, thanks to the information blockade of the world government, both the power of Devil Fruit and Haki can be regarded as almost a legend to the world. Especially in East Blue, known as the weakest sea. Luffy, Usopp and others had never heard of Haki's power at all, while Sanji and Zoro frowned slightly and looked solemn after hearing the word Haki. Sanji and Zoro had heard a little bit about Haki, but they were only limited to hearing. Only Nico Robin began to say at this time, I have read in books that Haki is a powerful force born based on the spirit and body. It seems that it can greatly enhance combat power, and you can use Haki's power to fight against legendary demons. It is just Haki's practice. It's extremely difficult and it values qualifications. Some people without qualifications will never be able to master Haki's power. As a world-famous archaeologist, Nico Robin possesses more than just knowledge of ancient texts. As Nico Robin, who holds the title of Doctor, is undoubtedly a high intellectual in the world of pirates, especially in O'Hara, which was destroyed by the Marine Buster Call, where most of the residents and the entire population stored countless knowledge and books. After the Tree of Knowledge was also burned, the knowledge in Nico Robin's mind undoubtedly became more precious. A powerful force based on body and spirit. It sounds very powerful. I decided that I must learn this power called Haki. One Piece, I'm determined. After Nico Robin finished speaking slowly, Luffy immediately Kaido firmly and confidently, as if the difficulty of Haki's training that Nico Robin mentioned before did not exist at all to him. Although Haki's power is very common in the New World, looking at the entire world, those who can master Haki are considered to be the best among the best. Countless people in the pirate world will never be able to master Haki's power throughout their lives. But in the face of Luffy's big talk, no one present, including Nicole, Robin and others, thought Luffy was arrogant. On the contrary, it is precisely because of Luffy's unwavering belief that Nicole, Robin and others recognize from the bottom of their hearts that Luffy is a qualified captain. Human dreams will never end. For those who don't even have dreams, what meaning do they have on this cruel sea? In the world of pirates, personal strength is closely related to one's tenacity. Luffy roared that he wanted to learn Haki and become the Pirate King. Sanji, Zoro, and others on the side also had a flash of determination in their eyes at this time. There is a captain who wants to become the Pirate King, and they crew members can't hold him back? They have also mastered things like Haki. But, who can tell them how to learn Haki? Luffy, Sanji, Zoro and others were confused when they thought of this, and could only stare at Nico Robin with a pair of pitiful eyes, and Nico Robin could only shake her head helplessly at this time. As a historian, she did know that Haki's power existed. But there is no book on how to exercise and control the power of Haki specifically. Nico Robin doesn't know how to let Luffy and others learn Haki, but that doesn't mean Enel and Gyre can't. In other words, due to Duke's deliberate release, most of the priests of Gyre and Enel in Sky Island have already mastered Haki's existence. In terms of physical fitness, the Sky Islanders and the War Ghost Papa and others who also surrendered to Gyre are definitely not weak. One of the most important foundations of Haki is the body. Pirate King, this low-class thing is so insignificant compared to the great deeds of God. Enel said calmly. However, if you want to be a qualified companion of the goddess, you all need to control Haki's power. God never expects you to be able to protect the goddess, but at least, I don't want you to become a burden to the goddess. Before Enel finished speaking, Nico Robin immediately said firmly, they have never been a burden to me, but are my recognized partners. Nico Robin was lucky enough to meet Luffy and others. At least she felt the long-lost sincerity from Luffy and others. Partners? They also. Enel glanced at Luffy and others with disdain, but before he could finish speaking, Gyre said directly to Nico Robin in a deep voice, is this the partner you think you are? They may still need some experience. I will teach them all the knowledge I have about Haki's practice, but whether they can become strong or not depends on themselves. Haki is indeed a necessary power for the top powerhouses in the pirate world, but in today's pirate world, Haki's power alone cannot make him the top powerhouse. There is no way, who makes the pirate world have too many cheats now. Luffy, Sanji, Zoro and others started practicing Haki on Sky Island under the guidance of Gyre. As for the legend of the so-called Golden Land, the so-called ringing of the Golden Bell? Sorry, the Golden Bell has already been converted into wealth by Duke. Besides, too much gold is not a good thing for the people of Sky Island. The most precious thing on Sky Island is never the gold that cannot be eaten or drunk, but the soil that can grow a lot of food. Fortunately, since Gyre took control of Sky Island, there has never been a lack of soil on Sky Island. Luffy and others worked hard to practice haki on Sky Island, but the sea did not become calm because of Luffy and others' temporary departure. In other words, with Blackbeard's defection and the continuous rise of major forces on the sea during this period, a huge storm has quietly surrounded the Whitebeard pirates, who once or now have been the strongest pirates in the world. The power of the group title? It's time for the whole world to understand that world government and God's order can never be challenged. As for how many marine elites will die in the process of solving the Whitebeard pirates, and how much turmoil will this cause in the sea, who cares? Whether it is the celestial dragons who claim to be the creators, or the 5 elders and they always care about only themselves. Ha ha ha, thief, as long as I can offer enough pirates, I can become the new 7 warlords of the sea. At that time, I can implement our big plan. Ha 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 ha. On a huge raft, Blackbeard Teach stepped on the head of a great pirate with a bounty of 120 million, and laughed wildly. On the huge raft, Lafitte, Van Oka, and others all had kind smiles on their faces. As criminals who were afraid of the world being in chaos, they believed from the bottom of their hearts that Blackbeard Teach could lead them to completely disrupt the world. This world. Blackbeard Teach also has a strong personality charm. He is an evil and cruel hero who is also extremely tough and tenacious. Luffy and Blackbeard Teach are both working towards their dreams, and One Piece is their biggest goal in life. While Luffy and Blackbeard were working hard for their dreams, Ace of the Whitebeard pirates gradually determined the direction of Blackbeard Teach. As the largest and oldest 4 emperors group in the pirate world, the intelligence power of the Whitebeard pirates may not be as good as that of Buildwater today, but the Whitebeard pirates' tentacles are still spread throughout the sea. Even as long as Whitebeard does not die for a day, there will always be countless people on the sea willing to provide a little help to the Whitebeard pirates. When you are strong enough, you will always find that the world is full of good people who are full of kindness towards you. While Ace was struggling to hunt down Blackbeard Teach, the Straw Hats and others, who had been taught haki practice knowledge by Geyer for several days on Sky Island, finally chose to leave Sky Island and continue their own adventures. As for whether Luffy and others learned haki in just 10 days, it can only be said that, apart from laying some seeds of haki, none of the Straw Hat members are truly proficient in haki at this time. After all, Guy is not the legendary teacher Guy, who has 1 stick for emission, 2 sticks for dominance, and 3 sticks for awakening. As for the Straw Hats continuing to set off without learning haki, Geyer did not refuse. This is the common choice of Robin, Luffy and others. Luffy and others, who have not yet experienced the tragic experience of Ace's death, and who have not yet realized that their own strength is completely unable to protect their partners, have no intention of spending a lot of time practicing hard. Enlightenment often requires experiencing pain. They just want to continue having their own enjoyable adventures on this sea. And about Robin's safety? Anyway, Geyer did not place his hope of protecting Nico Robin on Luffy and others. In addition to Yumi's personal protection, Geyer also felt the breeze and the favor of fate on Nico Robin's body, mixed with a little bit of time and arcane magic. Under such heavy protection, Duke can recruit enough support for Nicole Robin in just a blink of an eye. In this world, Nicole Robin is completely free to wander around. Even if it is naval headquarters or even world government, Nicole Robin can definitely go in and out 7 times. With Rai's teleportation, you may not be able to withstand the attacks of Uranus or but running away is definitely not a problem. Without knowing the multiple protections they had, Nico Robin, Luffy and others continued their adventure and soon arrived near the capital of 7 Waters. Not long after Nicole Robin arrived in the capital of 7 Waters, members of the CP organization hidden in the world government discovered Nicole Robin. Only this time, Nicole Robin didn't think about escaping or facing it alone. From the perspective of the former Nicole Robin, the wanted world government and the buster call she had faced were fears that she could never face. But after discovering that he has a hidden father, he also witnessed and came into contact with many powerful maritime legends. The world government's wanted and buster call were, well, still quite scary, but they had already become a nightmare in her heart. No matter what, as a person who studies historical texts, she can't be guilty of a more serious sin than the Godslayer who killed the celestial dragons with her own hands, right? After publicly killing the celestial dragons, his father's men were able to escape unharmed. How could she, a world government wanted criminal with a bounty of more than 100 million, cause any big trouble? Well, it really didn't cause any big trouble. That is, after the world government's CP organization came to the door, and Luffy and others tried their best to defeat the CP9 agents, including Rob Lucci, the idiot Spondum accidentally launched a buster call on the 7 Waters. Haha, all of you sinners of the world government must die. Within an hour, Buster Call will completely destroy this island and everyone on it. Spondum, who accidentally pressed Buster Call, laughed wildly at Luffy and others. Then, he suddenly reacted and shouted in horror at Rob Lucci and other CP9 members who were collapsed on the ground. No, I haven't left this island yet. You useless fools, get up and escort me away. However, before Rob Lucci and others could struggle to get up, Spondum's neck was broken by Nicole Robin in a dazzling move. There is less than an hour left. We must quickly notify everyone on this island to leave here immediately. If it's too late, it'll be too late. Buster Call will completely destroy this island and everyone on it. Nicole Robin knocked down Spondum, and then said hurriedly to Luffy and others, Today's Buster Call may not scare Nico Robin to the point of collapse, but in any case, the indiscriminate bombardment of the Seven Rivers City by a large number of warships is enough to directly destroy the bustling maritime transportation thoroughfare of the Seven Waters capital. Become a ruin. Nico Robin wants to call the people in the Seven Waters capital to leave so that the tragedy of O'Hara will not happen again in the Seven Waters capital. Sanji, who had a bruised nose and face, took a puff of cigarette and said in a deep voice, "It's too late. There are at least 100,000 people on this island. It is impossible for them all to evacuate within an hour no matter what. It is impossible to evacuate 100,000 people from an island in an hour based on the administrative efficiency and traffic conditions of the Seven Waters capital. There are not many ships in the Seven Waters capital that can carry 100,000 people at the same time. Leave the Seven Waters capital. No, it won't happen. This is the capital of the Seven Waters where more than 100,000 people live. How could the world government launch a buster call here? Wouldn't those guys conduct a review before launching a buster call?" Sanji had just finished speaking, because the Mary, the Pluton Blueprint and the Straw Hat crew jointly defeated the CP9 agents. Boatman Frankie still had a glimmer of hope for the world government. At least, this is the capital of Seven Waters, where more than 100,000 people live. It's useless. O'Hara had the largest collection of books in the world and was home to tens of thousands of people, but it was also completely destroyed by the Buster Call. Are there not many islands and kingdoms that have been destroyed in Buster Call over the years? Nico Robin said decisively. We must seize the time and get as many people out of here as possible. Nico Robin is fully aware of the cruelty of world government. Sanji is right. If you rush to spread the news that Buster Call is coming before it's too late, it will cause more turmoil. But what the hell, Buster Call, the god-killing order? When Luffy said this, he pressed the straw hat on his head and said firmly, "We'll just knock them all down. Those bastards, don't even think about destroying this beautiful city like this. Our new ship hasn't been built yet. Those are Buster Calls, we can't defeat them alone." After Luffy finished speaking, Nico Robin shook her head and said desperately, although today's Buster Call is no longer Nico Robin's nightmare, Nico Robin, who knows the horror of Buster Call, knows very well that it is impossible to stop the ravages of Buster Call alone. Buster Call is composed of at least 5 naval headquarters elite vice admirals, tens of thousands of marine elites, and a dozen marine battleships. Such a configuration, if coupled with 1 or 2 admirals, is even enough to fight against the 4 emperors. Whether you lose or win, at least you won't know until you fight. Robin, I'm not going to give in like this. Neither will we. Luffy stared into Nico Robin's eyes and said in a deep voice. Beside Luffy, Sanji, Zoro and others were also ready to fight. No matter what, the Straw Hats will never admit defeat. Then, just when Luffy, Nicole, Robin and others were preparing to fight Buster Call with an egg against a stone, Yumi on Robin's shoulder suddenly sighed and said lazily, "Buster Call sounds scary, meow. So, I have notified Geyer and they are coming for support. Robin-chan, if you learn to call for support sometimes, you will encounter many, many fewer problems." Yumi finished speaking lazily, and Luffy and others, who were already extremely determined, were stunned on the spot. They had just shown their determination to die, but as a result, they seemed to have thighs to hug. However, the feeling of hugging my thigh seems pretty good. In the sea area near the Seven Waters capital, after learning that the Buster Call was launched, a large number of marine elites began to gather. Regardless of the reason, regardless of the enemy, it only knows to resolutely bring ruthless destruction to any place where the Buster Call is launched. This is the Buster Call. It is the most commonly used means of destroying countries in the normal form of world government, and it is also one of the strongest means used by world government to deter most countries and criminals in the world. Admiral is very strong, but most of the residents and countries within the 4 seas have never seen it with their own eyes, and have never imagined how powerful Admiral is, but Buster Call, a large number of marine elites, overwhelming artillery shells, and the countries that were razed to the ground, it is enough to easily spread the terror of world government to every corner of the world. Buster Call has never been a powerful method that ordinary countries and forces can face, but this time, when Buster Call was assembled and then resolutely moved towards the Seven Waters capital. High in the sky, Geyer was gently fluttering his wings, and beside him, Enel was holding a scepter and standing silently. "How can you disturb your lord's heirs? Buster Call. Haha, they're just toys without a heart," Geyer murmured, and then waved the sacred sword in his hand. The next second, above the sea, directly in front of the Buster Call fleet, a wall of flames that was unknown how many miles long and hundreds of meters high suddenly appeared. "This road is blocked." On the wall of flames, the sword in Guy's hand was pointed directly at the Buster Call fleet. Countless dark clouds suddenly gathered in the sky, and Enel was always ready to summon thousands of thunders to completely destroy the Buster Call fleet. Even if Duke had not ordered it, the naval headquarters was not Duke's real enemy. This Buster Call fleet would have been completely destroyed before Geyer and Enel could be found. Anchor, anchor, stop now. That's Guy, the Devil Angel, and Enel, the God of Thunder. On the bow of the marine warship, the naval headquarters elite Vice Admiral Flying Squirrel, whose face was red and reflected by the wall of fire, hurriedly stopped the Buster Call fleet from advancing again. Just in front of them, under the burning of the wall of flames, the air was already beginning to distort, the sea water was beginning to boil, and countless dead fish with white eyes floated above the sea, and even a fish several times in length floated. The 100-meter-long giant sea kings also quietly floated in front of them, half-roasted corpses that were exuding a strange smell. Such an attack, if it is not aimed at the sea but at our fleet. How many people can survive this blow? Is this the demon angel who dares to kill God? Why is she here? The flying squirrel stared at Gyre, who was gently fluttering his wings in the sky. He did not dare to launch any attack, but gritted his teeth and said angrily, I don't know why she appears here, but I'm waiting for Marine. Do we have to retreat in the face of a strong enemy? Naval Headquarters Vice Admiral Doberman, who had an X-shaped scar on his face, was blue in the face. He directly pulled out the saber in his hand, pointed it at Gyre in the air, and said decisively, all Marine soldiers, aim your cannons, justice, never back down. Before Doberman finished speaking, he was already rising into the sky on the moonwalk, waving the black lighting saber in his hand with all his strength, and slashed at Gyre. Stop, she is not ours to. On another warship, Vice Admiral, who was listening to Doberman's words but had not yet had time to stop him, had not finished speaking. Seeing that Doberman had already rushed forward, he could only sigh helplessly. And then, together with several other Marine elite Vice Admirals who rushed into the sky at the same time, they jointly attacked Gyre. In any case, when faced with terrorist criminals severely wanted by the world government, retreating is never a just choice. Even if this so-called criminal may not represent real evil, even if Marines like them, who are in the name of justice, may not be the opponents of this terrifying criminal. But there is no other way. Justice always requires fighting to implement and watering with blood. Doberman, Vice Admiral, was the first to rush forward. As the elite Vice Admiral of Naval Headquarters, Doberman, Grandmaster Dual-Color Hacky, even faced the ordinary Beasts Pirates poster with a bounty of about 1 billion, or the generals of the former Big Mom pirate group. It's enough to fight with it for a long time. At least, in a short period of time, a large pirate of about 1 billion would not be able to quickly capture the elite Vice Admirals in Naval Headquarters. But unfortunately, this time, Doberman faced no ordinary opponent at all. Are those so-called big pirates with a bounty of about 1 billion on their heads already the rare top warriors on the sea? Sorry, they're out of date. Times are running wild, and after Duke appeared, the version has been directly updated and iterated. The Emperor fell and the Admiral retreated. The first-class A-level warriors who were once able to dominate the sea have gradually failed to keep up with the times. If you don't have S-level combat power, how dare you mess around on the sea? Isn't that seeking death? Doberman rushed forward bravely, and then, before Guy could take action, there was a flash of lightning, and accompanied by extremely hot lightning, Enel kicked Doberman directly back to the deck, and then, several thunderbolts falling from the sky directly forced Huashaishan Vice Admiral and others back. On land, even though Enel's current combat power is only a hair's breadth away from the ordinary S-class admirals, he can't easily repel the siege of several naval headquarters elite Vice Admirals. But unfortunately, this is above the sea, and the battlefield is in the sky. The sea and sky are naturally the home grounds for people with thunder fruit abilities like Enel. Humans are born unable to fly. Although they can fly by stepping on the moonwalk, they have no roots under their feet and their power is damaged. Their 100% combat power can only be used at 70 to 80%. Under such circumstances, Doberman and other elite Vice Admiral, even if they join forces, they may not be Enel's opponent alone. In other words, if Enel is willing, he alone may be enough to completely bury this Buster Call fleet, together with the 5 naval headquarters elite Vice Admirals, and a large number of Marine elites. In this sea, Doberman was directly repulsed with black smoke and lightning on his body. Vice Admiral and others in Huashaishan were also slightly numb, but compared with the slight numbness on their bodies, their hearts sank directly to the bottom. The FG reward is only 500 million. Is this the strength that a 500 million bounty should have? The Flying Squirrel Vice Admiral and the others had pale faces, and then looked at the sky but still had not made any move. Now the reward was as high as 1.5 billion belly, and Guy's real combat power was probably far higher than that of Enel. Guy's eyes were even more vague. A ray of despair. They can't even deal with an Enel. If they wait until Guile, the evil angel with a notorious reputation, takes action again, will they still be able to survive? They are not afraid of death, but there is no point in not wanting to die. Flying Squirrel and Huashaishan Vice Admiral looked at each other, ready to consider retreating, but before they could decide who would break up, a crystal-clear white wave swept across the sea in the distance, and then, in an instant, in the meantime, most of the ocean was covered in ice, and it stopped spreading only in front of the wall of flames that Guy cut out. Ice Age. Alala, the Devil Angel Guile and the Thunder God Enel, this is really a big trouble. Can we just pretend we've never met today? Aokiji quietly emerged on the ice, raised his head and looked at Gyre and Enel with solemn eyes, and asked in a lazy tone. If possible, Aokiji really doesn't want to fight with Gyre and Enel. You should not become the ashes of the new era. Back off now, and God may forgive your disrespect. After Aokiji finished speaking, Gyre glanced at Aokiji lightly and said lightly, Admiral-level masters are indeed very strong, but in front of Gyre today, S-level admirals are just like that? La, the ashes of the times. It seems that I have been underestimated. Aokiji's eyes flashed, and his originally lazy tone became heavier. Then, before he finished speaking, his whole body rose into the sky and hit Guy directly. Ice Cube, violent pheasant mouth. Aokiji hates meaningless battles, but the Buster Call fleet, as the face of Marine and one of the important trump cards to suppress the world, just retreated in front of Guy and Enel. Then who else could there be among the countless countries and forces in the world? Who else will fear the majesty of Marine and world government, and who will respect the world order jointly maintained by world government and naval headquarters? Perhaps the current world order may not be the best, but such an order can at least guarantee the stable life of some countries and people. If the order of world government is completely destroyed, the entire world will be in chaos. Aokiji doesn't like the current world order and is dissatisfied with the world government. But before a better new era emerges, what Aokiji wants to do is to protect as many people as possible and maintain the ocean. What little order remains? He is not the usher in the new era, but he can hardly be the gravedigger of the old era. Aokiji directly attacked Guy, and a large amount of cold air spurted out from Aokiji's hands, trying to turn Guy into an ice sculpture, but how could the mere cold air defeat the sacred flame? This is not a dispute between ice and fire, but simply the most essential crushing. The cold air was spewing, and the sacred flame was burning. Then, like a hot knife cutting through butter, and like light swallowing the darkness, before Gyre waved the sacred flame casually, the turbulent cold air spouting out from Aokiji was like mist and smoke in an instant, disappear. The violent pheasant's mouth was instantly dissolved, and the sacred flame spread towards Aokiji's arms very quickly like maggots attached to the bones. The cold air was like smoke, and the ice was like smoke. Feeling the terror of Guy's sacred flames, Aokiji's face became more solemn, and he casually with one swing, he cut off the right arm that had been stained with a large amount of sacred flames, and then retreated violently. Who? Aokiji stood on the deck of the warship, breathing a little heavily. The crystal right arm that he had cut off with his own hands began to slowly recover as a large amount of ice appeared. It was such a risk. I almost lost my right wrist. But, is it still too late for me to lead them back now? Aokiji moved his right hand, and then quietly put it behind his back. With an extremely solemn expression, he asked Gyre in front of him in a deep voice. Retreat? You are so big. After Aokiji finished speaking, Gyre had not yet replied. Doberman's vice admiral, who had a fiery temper and would never compromise in the face of criminals, immediately wanted to object, but was immediately choked by the Huashaishan vice admiral who was also surrounding him. Then he looked directly behind Aokiji with him. There, on Aokiji's seemingly intact right hand, a large piece of ice mixed with blood and forest white quietly appeared. It's not because the ice is bloody, it's just that through the large piece of ice, you can clearly see the muscles and bones of Aokiji's right hand. Even though Aokiji decisively used Logia's ability to break off his right arm just now, the holy flames wielded by Gyre still caused Aokiji's right hand to lose part of its flesh and blood. If Aokiji hadn't decisively frozen the wound, the deck of the warship would have been covered in blood. Seeing the wound on Aokiji's hand, Doberman Vice Admiral, who upholds the concept of absolute justice and never compromises with the pirates, immediately shut his mouth, and then after breaking free from the shackles of the Fire Mountain Vice Admiral, he quietly blocked Aokiji's path. In front of you, Doberman, who upholds the concept of absolute justice, can cold-bloodedly sacrifice countless innocent Marines, just to better maintain the order of the sea, just to bring more criminals to justice, but this cold-bloodedness and sacrifice, not just for others. If necessary, he can die. But Admiral of Headquarters, absolutely cannot fail here. Aokiji was injured, and Doberman, Huo Shaoshan Vice Admiral and others were also ready for a fight to the death. As extremely vicious pirates, if they had the chance to defeat or leave behind an Admiral of Headquarters, they would never miss it. The reputation of defeating Admiral is enough to make them famous all over the world, attracting countless pirates and criminals who are afraid of the world to take refuge. Then whether they march into the new world to challenge the 4 emperors, or they find a piece of land on this sea to occupy, King is enough to establish a huge and terrifying new force in an instant. Even if the mighty Golden Lion was defeated one after another and its strength was greatly reduced, after 20 years of silence, it would be able to attract the support of a large number of pirate captains once it came back. If Gyre could build a force with the reputation of killing or defeating Marine Admiral, I'm afraid even the big pirates in the new world who have hundreds of millions in bounties will be excited and come to invest one after another. At least, after Gangplank defeated the Big Mom pirate group, oppressed the world, and became the new 4 emperors group, and no longer like Big Mom who frequently steals people's souls, and usually requires marriage to join the nations, he chose to join the world. Among Gangplank's pirates, there are some big pirates with bounties worth hundreds of millions. Doberman and others were nervous, secretly calling for support, fearing that Aokiji would be defeated by Guy and the world order would suddenly be in chaos again, but Guy remained expressionless, standing high in the sky, Kaido indifferently. I said, you should not become the ashes of the new era. Retreat. Retreating in front of God is not your shame, but the greatest honor in your life. But if you still want to challenge the majesty of God, next time, the sacred flame will not just take away part of the flesh and blood on your hands. The injury on Aokiji's hand was left by Guy. This is the glory of Aokiji's life? The gap between mortals and gods is far greater than the gap between humans and dogs. At least for Aokiji, who is now 47 years old, it may be difficult for him to truly have S+4 Emperor's level combat power throughout his life. But for Guy, as his level increases and the ascension to God level continues to evolve, coupled with the bonuses of skins and equipment that Duke may draw, even the SS level True God is just a new beginning for her, not the end. After Geyer finished speaking calmly, Doberman and others looked strange. Even Aokiji, who had always been lazy, had a slight change in his expression. Although it is true that he may not be able to defeat Geyer, what Geyer said is too disrespectful to him, Doberman, Vice Admiral and others, right? Do you really think Admiral has no temper? If he tried his best, even if he still couldn't defeat Geyer, it shouldn't be a problem to hold him off for at least an hour or two, right? Kizaru and a large number of marine reinforcements are already on the way. When a few admirals and Sengoku Garb come together, who might be left in this sea area? Aokiji's face changed slightly, and the possibility of fighting to the death and waiting for the support of Kizaru, Sengoku Garb, and others kept flashing in his mind, and finally left Geyer in this sea area. But immediately, Aokiji's eyes instantly became lazy, and the injured right hand that was originally hidden behind his back no longer covered it, and then he lazily used his left hand to awkwardly adjust the blindfold on his head. Then it seems that I have to thank the gods for letting us go. Okay, the whole army retreats. It's a bit embarrassing to retreat in front of Geyer like this, but it's better to lose face than lose your life. It was possible for him to hold off Geyer for an hour or two, and he was also certain to survive Geyer within an hour or two, but what was the cost? His life is life, as is the life of Vice Admiral Doberman and the tens of thousands of marine elites present. Besides, the bounty on Geyer was mainly because she killed the celestial dragons, not because she was so vicious that she slaughtered civilians everywhere. Why would you risk your life with such a person? He, Aokiji, is not the loyal dog of the world government, so he doesn't deserve it. Aokiji decisively chose to give in. For such a difficult enemy as the demon angel Geyer, he would leave it to the world government to deal with. Naval headquarters, as long as Geyer doesn't kill innocent people indiscriminately in the future, at worst, we can all be blind and pretend not to see. Otherwise, do you really think that Rayleigh, the vice captain of One Piece, and some former great pirates are retreating around the world? The world government and naval headquarters don't know? I'm just too lazy to spend time, energy, and labor costs to deal with it. Anyway, this Buster Call was not an order issued by him, and the failure of Buster Call this time will not affect the situation of the entire world. At least, it will not have a greater impact on the world than the loss of so many naval headquarters elites. Aokiji ordered a retreat, and Doberman, Huashaishan Vice Admiral and others did not say anything to stop them. They just looked gloomily and then led a large number of marine elites to leave quickly. One day later, inside naval headquarters Marijoy's, Aokiji led Doberman and others and said lazily, "This is the situation. We can't beat them," and then I let them all go. After Aokiji finished speaking, the conference room of naval headquarters suddenly fell into silence. Even Akainu, who used to believe in the name of absolute justice and hated Aokiji's lazy attitude, gradually became taciturn in these days. He even did not express any objection or criticism to Aokiji for ordering Doberman and others to retreat. 1. What is true justice? Just as Aokiji became lazy justice after experiencing the O'Hara incident, the absolute justice that Akainu originally believed in gradually began to change after leading a large number of naval headquarters elites and the Revolutionary Army in the battle on Sendolai Island. Akainu still hated pirates, but he began to have his own standards for judging so-called criminals. The justice of the world government may not be absolute justice. Are the criminals accused by the world government really the criminals who deserve to die? Akainu is confused. Akainu, the most hawkish and toughest one, chose silence. The naval headquarters meeting was even more silent. After a long time, naval headquarters Marshal Sengoku rubbed his head in pain and asked Aokiji seriously, "Is that demon angel Geyer really that strong?" "Strong, just stronger than what I said." Facing Sengoku's inquiry, Aokiji also rarely put away his lazy posture, and said in a very serious tone, "Kaido. And that kind of power is not even as strong as monsters like Whitebeard or Kaido, but a kind of despairing power that I can't even imagine or even describe. When one or two admirals encounter her alone, I can only suggest that they stop fighting and escape as soon as possible. Otherwise, people will die." Aokiji finished speaking solemnly, and the atmosphere in the naval headquarters conference room became even quieter. A few wrinkles quietly appeared on Sengoku's forehead at this time. Even Garp, who was nibbling a donut in a carefree manner, stopped eating. Put the half-eaten donut directly back on the conference table. You know, even when faced with an enemy like Four Emperors Whitebeard or a big event like the Golden Lion's invasion of naval headquarters, Garp would always eat everything in his hand first before talking about other people. But now, with Aokiji's judgment on Geyer's strength, even Garp has to become serious. At least, Garp doesn't feel that he can still win against the siege of two admirals now. Garp is indeed the strongest combat force in naval headquarters. Even if he faces Whitebeard at his peak alone, Garp believes that he will not be at a disadvantage. However, just as Whitebeard has become older and his strength is no longer at its peak, although Garp has not been affected by Whitebeard's shock fruit, he was plagued by diseases due to hidden injuries, but his strength also slightly declined due to aging, and today's three admirals are all in their prime. They can fight against strong enemies for 10 days and 10 nights. Now Garp, if he fights for 4 or 5 days in a row, he can probably fall asleep standing on the battlefield. Whitebeard is old, and Garp and Sengoku are no longer young either. Their time is passing. What if all of us here come together? Garp became serious for the first time in a long time, and Sengoku, after a moment of silence, clenched the world government's stern order in his hand. If the naval headquarters cannot arrest Geyer within the specified date, the world government will cut the naval headquarters' military expenditures as appropriate and refuse to pay the pensions of some soldiers who sacrificed the naval headquarters. The world government can tolerate the 4 emperors and even the pirates who massacre civilians and occupy the kingdom and act recklessly, but it will never allow the Revolutionary Army and Geyer, the villains who openly killed the celestial dragons, to go unpunished. The world government doesn't care whether the Buster Call failed or not. The world government also doesn't care how many people the naval headquarters will die or injured as a result. What the 5 elders and I'm care about is when the naval headquarters will finally kill Guy, who dares to openly kill Celestial Dragon's villain was captured and brought to justice. Facing Garp's successive questions, Aokiji's expression became more serious, and then he stared straight into Sengoku's eyes and said word by word. In that case, many people will die. You, me, and everyone present may die. The most important thing is that even if many people die, we still have no confidence in keeping each other. That guy named Geyer is definitely not an ordinary Sky Islander, and the wings on her body are definitely not decorations. Although ordinary Sky Islanders have a pair of wings, they cannot fly. But Guy has never been from Sky Island. She is a demigod, she is an angel, and she is the undisputed ruler of the sky besides Janna in the world of One Piece. Aren't you an ordinary Sky Islander? Sengoku's usually upright body seemed to lose momentum in an instant, and he fell limply on the Marine Marshal's chair behind him. Back then, Whitebeard Roger and Golden Lion were known as the 3 legendary pirates on the sea. But Garp can chase Roger, and naval headquarters can also deter the Whitebeard pirates from doing anything wrong. Only Golden Lion was the only one who dared to attack naval headquarters that year, and he still experienced a failure in the sea battle, and his own fleet and men fell apart. A big pirate who attacked the naval headquarters with his head still stuck in the rudder of the ship. It's really amazing to be able to fly. Sengoku gave up the siege on Geyer, but the world government's threat to naval headquarters to cut military spending began to echo in his mind again. He was really tired. By virtue of their own strength, the naval headquarters generals can live a good life even without salary and military expenses, but the most numerous naval headquarters officers are ordinary marine soldiers. Powerful warships, excellent weapons, and adequate salaries and pensions are the most important foundations that enable countless naval headquarters soldiers to uphold the justice in their hearts and maintain the only remaining order on this sea. Marine soldiers are also human beings, and justice cannot be eaten for food. The most important thing is that if the world government really cuts the naval headquarters' military expenditure significantly, and even cuts off marine soldiers to a certain extent, then these laid-off marine soldiers will most likely become another disaster that disturbs this sea. Sengoku had a headache, but Garp continued to chew the donuts while Sengoku frowned, and muttered without taking it seriously. It doesn't matter if she is from Sky Island or not, if you can't beat her, don't you just ignore her. We couldn't solve the Golden Lion's air fleet back then, but wasn't that guy still captured in the Impel Down in the end? Sengoku, you are thinking too much. Geyer is a trouble for those guys, but not necessarily a trouble for us. At least, if she really wants to be our enemy, it's hard to say for Kuzan. Huashaishin, the others, and the ordinary marine soldiers may not be able to come back alive. After Aokiji seriously explained Geyer's power, Garp quickly realized a key. That is, if Geyer really wants to be an enemy of naval headquarters, or simply wants to become famous in the world, Huo Shaoshan and others should not suffer heavy losses, right? After Garp finished speaking, Sengoku's dim eyes brightened slightly, but soon returned to dimness. After a heavy glance at the many trustworthy naval headquarters generals present, he muttered, Kaido, you think I'm worried about Geyer? Are there not many monsters that have emerged in this sea during this time? Haven't you noticed yet? Since the emergence of the Bounty Hunter Guild, the world government has reduced our military spending more and more. There are bounty hunter guilds that allow low-level people to organize and deal with pirates, and basically don't have to spend too much energy and money to maintain those bounty hunters. It is not much more economical than naval headquarters. Of course, the most important thing is that the world government is also aware of the undercurrent in naval headquarters. If loyalty is not absolute, then it is absolutely disloyal. If the dog is not obedient, then naturally you have to find a way to replace it. What the hell are those guys thinking? Do you really want to maintain the order of the world with a group of bounty hunters who are greedy for money? If this happens, the whole world will probably be in complete chaos. After Sengoku said in a muffled voice, Naval Headquarters Chief of Staff, he also immediately frowned, and the faces of many Naval Headquarters generals present also began to become more solemn. It's in chaos. Isn't this world completely in chaos a long time ago? Do you really think those guys care about this? After he finished speaking in a deep voice, Akainu, who had always maintained the order of the world government in the name of absolute justice, sneered and said, I think they are eager to use money and power to completely corrupt justice in this sea. These guys. That's enough, Sakazuki. Seeing that Akainu was about to say something else, Sengoku stopped Akainu directly, then pulled the Marine Marshal's coat around his neck and said in a deep voice, "I will find a way to deal with military expenditures. If you can't deal with a monster like Guy, you can just ignore it for the time being. Now, there is another thing we need to consider. Whitebeard. A few days ago, when Geyer intercepted the Buster Call fleet, Ace was defeated by Blackbeard and dedicated to the Whitebeard pirates. World government, in order to seek the throne of the 7 warlords of the sea left after Crocodile was killed. Even if naval headquarters cannot capture Guy in time, as long as it can annihilate the Whitebeard pirates and prove to the whole world that naval headquarters and world government still have the ability to suppress the world, then world government will never rashly kill naval headquarters. Military spending has been significantly reduced. To deal with a behemoth like naval headquarters, even the world government would choose to use warm water to boil frogs to weaken the power of naval headquarters little by little. They also need time to let the power of the Bounty Hunter Guild continue to grow. The naval headquarters was discussing how to use the captured Ace to deal with the Whitebeard pirates. At this time, in the first half of the Grand Line, Luffy and others set off on their journey again after causing havoc in the capital of 7 Waters. Hey, this is the territory of the new Shichibukai Blood Emperor Vladimir. Even the former 7 warlords of the sea Gecko Moria became his subordinates. Legend has it that he possesses a terrifying Scarlet Legion. Almost all the pirates who passed through this sea area were not able to leave. I suggest we take a detour and leave. On the Sunshine Mary, Frankie, the newly joined boatman, said seriously to Luffy and others. Scarlet Baron Vladimir, one of the most powerful heroes under Duke, was once strong enough to confront Whitebeard. After conquering Gecko Moria, he also became a model worker for capturing pirates. Combining Gecko Moria's fruit ability and his own scarlet magic created a powerful army of flesh and blood puppets. And this legion of flesh and blood puppets followed Vladimir's orders and kept swimming in the waters in the first half of the Grand Line, capturing all the pirates they encountered, and then using them while collecting the bounties they carried. Use the flesh and shadow on your body to create new flesh puppets. Scarlet Legion, what is that? Is it strong? After Frankie finished speaking, Luffy picked his nose, confused. For Luffy, a simple-minded person, he basically has no understanding of the many intelligences and forces on the sea, and has never been afraid of them. He just wants to become the Pirate King and defeat all enemies who dare to stand in his way. But Luffy doesn't understand the information above the sea. It doesn't mean that Sanji, Zoro, Robin, and others don't understand it. It brings death, it brings darkness. Wherever Scarlet passes, no one can survive. This is the taboo legend that has been circulating in the sea recently. Even many big pirates with tens of millions in bounties have quietly disappeared into the sea after encountering the Scarlet Legion. Zoro's face was solemn and he said in a deep voice, "The most important thing is that behind the Scarlet Legion is one of the 7 warlords of the sea, the legendary Blood Emperor. 7 warlords of the sea. That's a really troublesome opponent. Then let's take a detour." Hearing the name 7 warlords of the sea and thinking of Crocodile's demonstrated strength, Luffy stopped smiling and started to take it seriously. Although Luffy is fearless, he doesn't like unnecessary wars. The Sunshine Mary began to take a detour, and in the fog in the distance, on a strange scarlet warship with a blood-red flag, Gecko Moria and others looked puzzled. The Straw Hat Pirates have a total bounty of hundreds of millions of Baileys. The shadows and bounties on them are a big deal. Are you just watching them leave the sea area under your control? This is not like you, Blood Emperor, Vladimir. The slightly thin Gecko Moria asked Vladimir with a smile, and beside Vladimir, a swordsman in a tuxedo, who looked like a musician, stood respectfully. But for some unknown reason, this swordsman's body and face always exuded a permeating paleness. The 3-mast ship was occupied in Vladimir. Not to mention the pirate groups near the 3-mast ship, even the numerous pirate groups in the first half of the Grand Line whose total bounty was less than 10 million, all suffered from Vladimir. The capture of the Crimson Legion under Mir. But now, a large pirate group with a total reward of hundreds of millions was let go by Vladimir under Vladimir's nose. This is not at all in line with Vladimir's impression in Gecko Moria's mind. This is not your question, Moria. Faced with Moria's question, Vladimir did not answer, but looked at Nicole Robin's retreating figure from a distance, his eyes gradually deepening. Nicole Robin likes to go looking for history with the Straw Hats, so go with them. But it doesn't mean that they must follow the plot in Duke's memory and follow the predetermined destiny. Duke never cared about the so-called plot. The battle between the Straw Hats and Gecko Moria and others, and even the subsequent 2 years of training by Robin and others, were not necessary at all. Nicole Robin no longer needs to practice. As for whether the strength of Luffy and others needs to be further improved, Duke doesn't care. In this way, under the advice of Frank and others, Luffy directly avoided the Ghost Sea and the battle with Gecko Moria and began to move towards the Sabayati archipelago. While Luffy and others were moving towards the Sabayati archipelago, many envoys from the world government also began to recruit the 7 warlords of the sea. The war is about to begin. In order to maintain the dignity of the world government, to maintain the order of the world government, and to annihilate the Whitebeard pirates, the world government needs the powerful power of the 7 warlords of the sea. Today's 7 warlords of the sea, with Duke's intervention, are worthy of being called one of the 3 pillars of maintaining world order. The combined power of the Shichibukai has surpassed that of any of the 4 emperors. The world government and naval headquarters are taking action, and the Whitebeard pirates in the New World have also started taking action. Ku-la-la-la. Tryndamere, you already know about Ace's capture, right? On the Moby DK, Whitebeard, who was dripping with fluids all over his body, asked Tryndamere muffledly. Of course, I know, and I still know. The world government plans to take action on us, and then intimidate the entire sea, and continue to maintain their old order, which is already in jeopardy. Tryndamere nodded and responded in a deep voice. Whether it is the destruction of the Whitebeard pirates or the end of the bloodline of the former pirate king's son, it can, to a certain extent, extinguish the flame of the new era that is rising day by day on this sea. Ku-la-la-la, in order to maintain their old order. It seems that this is a trap. Whitebeard took a swig of wine under the worried looks of many nurses, then stared into Tryndamere's eyes and continued to ask. So, as the vice-captain of the Whitebeard pirates, and as the boss that boy Ace respects so much, are you going to watch that boy Ace die? Ace did not regard Whitebeard as his father, but was impressed by Tryndamere and became Tryndamere's younger brother. It was related to Ace's life and death. Tryndamere, the boss, of course needed to express his own opinions. Faced with Whitebeard's question, Tryndamere did not hesitate at all and firmly Kaido. I'm not in the habit of sitting back and watching my men die. What's more, he is chasing Teach for me and the Whitebeard pirates. Ku-la-la-la, it seems I didn't misjudge you. Then, gather the boys and get ready to go out. Ku-la-la-la. Faced with Tryndamere's firm answer, Whitebeard laughed loudly, letting go of his last worry about Tryndamere as the successor of the Whitebeard pirates. If Tryndamere can even give up Ace, who considers him the boss, then how can Whitebeard trust Tryndamere with the future safety of countless children of the Whitebeard pirates who consider him their father? The Whitebeard pirates have never been afraid of war, and the Whitebeard pirates have never been afraid of casualties. But if the Whitebeard pirates lose the consciousness of fighting to the death for their family and friends, then the Whitebeard pirates will disappear completely. On top of this sea, this is Whitebeard's awakening, and it is also Whitebeard's only persistence in this life, even if it requires his own life. Whitebeard began to gather his pirate group to prepare to face the world government's trap, but Tryndamere's eyes kept wandering at this time. Of course Ace needs to be saved, but Summit War, is this really necessary? In other words, even if Whitebeard's life is not ruined through the Summit War, wouldn't Tryndamere be able to take over control of the entire Whitebeard pirates? Tryndamere doesn't think so, and Duke doesn't value the power of the Whitebeard pirates too much. The heroes under Duke's command have all grown up, and even some ordinary heroes with only S-level potential are no longer needed by Duke. What Duke needs is endless money, and the terrifying power that is enough to completely subvert the entire pirate world. Duke has gradually grasped this kind of power, and as time goes by, this power is constantly expanding. A few days later, Luffy, Robin and others arrived at the Sabayati archipelago. Under the deep sea, an almost completely enclosed coated warship, escorted by the Murloc guards, was heading straight from the New World to the first half of the Grand Line. As Luffy and others arrived at the Sabayati archipelago, the so-called supernovae also began to arrive. And because of this era of violence and the number of new pirates with bounties worth hundreds of millions, the year when Luffy and others went to sea was also called the Extremely Evil Era. However, in the face of the so-called Extremely Evil Era, which has truly begun to run rampant, how many people care about it? Era of Extreme Evil? Supernova. Haha, if I hadn't witnessed your great deeds, maybe I might have joined this so-called Extremely Evil Era and become a so-called supernova. But after seeing the true horror and depth of this world, haha, the so-called supernova is just a group of sheep in a greenhouse, and the so-called Extremely Evil Era is just a small disturbance before the arrival of the new era. The real great era of this world has not yet begun. West Blue, under the praise of many kings and nobles, Capone, Big, who was holding a cigar, looked at the reward orders of Luffy and others and the reports of the so-called extremely evil times, and spit out a lot of smoke, and was shrouded in smoke. Capone, Big's face was full of disdain. Capone, Big, who is used to seeing the top powerhouses of the Valoran family, has some suspicions about the hidden power of the Valoran family. Not to mention the so-called supernova, even those 7 warlords of the sea and even the 4 emperors group, Capone, Big didn't pay much attention to it. The power of the Valoran family has penetrated into every corner of West Blue, even the former overlord of West Blue, the Kingdom of Flowers. Also after the powerful boxer of the Valoran family single-handedly defeated 8 navy armies of the Kingdom of Flowers, smashed the head of the famous pirate Qingjiao, and defeated all the famous boxing masters of the royal family of the Kingdom of Flowers, he had to grovel before the Valoran family. One person with powerful fists is enough to conquer the Kingdom of Flowers, but such a terrifying and powerful person has never been considered the top among the Valoran family and the Valoran Chamber of Commerce. All the big forces in West Blue know very well that the top strong men and the most terrifying power of the Valoran family are all gathered in one place, that is, Valoran Island. There is a forbidden area for all pirates and even all outside forces. According to legend, every plant, tree, lizard, and statue in Valoran Island has extremely powerful power, let alone anyone. Near Valoran Island, I saw the legendary dragon soaring. There is a real forbidden land. However, for those kingdoms in West Blue that have surrendered to the Valoran family, the more powerful the Valoran family becomes, the happier they are. There is no way. compared with the brutal exploitation of the world government. The Valoran family, which knows how to grow the cake and sell goods mainly to make money, is simply a great saint. The Valoran family basically only wants money, and the world government not only wants money, but also wants the lives of those countries in the West Blue. Whoever wants to develop will be targeted by the world government and encounter pirates. This kind of worry can only be done to death. Those kings and nobles have had enough of their days. West Blue is basically completely controlled by the Valoran family, and even the power of the world government has gradually begun to be ignored in West Blue. If it were not for the large number of top powerhouses and terrifying forces that suddenly appeared in the world, and the control of West Blue by the Valoran family has always been hidden in the dark, those participating countries are still nominally members of the world government. The horror of the world government has long been unable to tolerate the existence of the Valoran family, but such patience will never last long. After wiping out the Whitebeard pirates and frightening the scum of the sea, let's wipe out the Valoran family next. In the holy land of Marijois, Saint Topman Vacholai of the Five Elders said in a deep voice, "Destroy House Valoran. It's indeed time. This family is more troublesome than Germa and the Kingdom of Flowers." The long-bearded Five Elders Markarth Massa nodded in response. "No matter how troublesome they are, we have to get rid of them. New World is just our garbage dump, but the whole world has always been our paradise. In this paradise, someone dares to steal our authority, then he will definitely need to face the wrath of God." Curly Five Elders said in Saint muffled Kaido. Of course, the world is the paradise of gods like us, and of course it is not allowed to be stolen by untouchables. However, after the naval headquarters destroyed the Whitebeard regiment, I am afraid it will be difficult for them to have enough power to deal with the Valoran family again. The battle on Zindale Island has not been long ago. The most important thing is that the strength of the Valoran family and the Whitebeard group are completely different. The blonde Five Elders Shepherd 10 Peter frowned slightly. He is not opposed to the elimination of the Valoran family, but is just considering what kind of force should be used to destroy the Valoran family. Unlike the Whitebeard pirates, who are just a pirate group wandering on the sea, without their own base, relying entirely on Whitebeard to support and cohere, the Valoran family has its roots in West Blue, and its tentacles have penetrated into every corner of West Blue. If you want to be famous, have the hearts of the people, have money, be strong, you can easily pull out at least 1 million vassal troops and terrorist forces as well as family members, but it is definitely not that easy to deal with. From birth to death, people in West Blue have now inevitably come into contact with the Valoran Chamber of Commerce. The Valoran family's apparent Chamber of Commerce employees have exceeded 2 million in West Blue. This is not just 2 million people, but 2 million families. The number of people directly implicated and affected is already tens of millions. Even the world government, if it does not want to bloodbath West Blue and trigger global turmoil, it will. Even if you break an arm, you have to deal with it carefully. Of course the Valoran family is not comparable to the Whitebeard pirates, but because of this, we must destroy them. God's authority will never be shaken by anyone. The bald Five Elders Azanbalan v Nashu Langshang said coldly, "I have received the authorization from Lord Im. When the Valoran family is destroyed, we and the Knights of God will be dispatched. Lord Im will also sit high in the sky and give the Valoran family the most desperate sanctions. Has Lady Im already set her sights on West Blue? Then I'll understand later. In the face of God's power, the Valoran family will surely be destroyed." After the bald Five Elders finished speaking, the other Five Elders suddenly understood and agreed one after another, as if the destruction of the Valoran family was close before their eyes. But just as they were sitting in the holy land of Marijois, they were discussing how to destroy the Whitebeard group and destroy the Valoran family. The Moby DK, fully loaded with the elite members of the Whitebeard pirates, has quietly appeared in front of the underwater prison Impel Down. Heading to summit war? Face the traps and countless elites of naval headquarters? What a joke. The goal of the Whitebeard pirates is just to rescue Ace, not to fight the naval headquarters. Let's ignore the soft persimmon of Impel Down and go to Marineford and naval headquarters to fight to the death? Tryndamere is not that stupid. Ha ha ha, those bastards from world government never imagined that we would not attack Marineford at all, but come directly to attack Impel Down. Dad, Vice Captain Tryndamere's suggestion is really good. On the Moby DK, Diamond Joseph, the captain of the 3rd Division of the Whitebeard Pirates, looked at the Impel Down in front of him and laughed loudly. The faces of the other division captains present also had bright smiles on their faces. They are not afraid of death. In order to save Ace and implement Father Whitebeard's will, none of them, the captains of the division, will be afraid of death. Even if they knew that the news that the world government deliberately released the public execution of Ace was a trap, even if they knew that there was almost no chance of winning against the naval headquarters and the world government who had been prepared for it with just the power of the Whitebeard pirates. But the worst case scenario is death. Wasn't the man on the sea already prepared for death? But it's one thing to be enlightened, and it's another thing to be immortal. Naturally, it is better not to die if you can. Just a suggestion won't do much. The most important thing is the help of clone fruit and the mermaids. Otherwise, with the world government and the naval headquarters' tight surveillance and spy leaks, there is no way we can deceive the naval headquarters spies so easily, and reach the Impel Down directly in the shortest possible time. After the 3rd team captain Joseph finished speaking, Phoenix Marco, the 2nd team captain who was the medical officer in the Whitebeard Pirates and was somewhat resourceful, took a deep look at Tryndamere and then said, But, Vice Captain, are you sure Ace is still locked up in Impel Down? Marco didn't quite understand. As a newbie pirate, Tryndamere knew that there was a clone fruit under the command of the former Shichibukai Crocodile, and he could quickly find someone to help deliver it. But along the way, Tryndamere, who had basically nothing to do with the Fishmen Island, how could he persuade the Queen of the Deep Sea to personally send the Fishmen to lead the Sea Kings even though she did not hesitate to offend the world government and naval headquarters? Pulling the Moby DK from the deep sea to propulsion? Marco had never heard that Tryndamere had a relationship with Nami, the Queen of the Deep Sea. Also, where did Tryndamere get the information to be able to believe that Ace was still imprisoned in Impel Down? Ace is an important criminal who is related to the elimination of the Whitebeard pirates and is enough to trigger a terrorist war. How can ordinary people get accurate information about him? Even the intelligence organization under the former Big Mom may not be able to determine the exact details of Ace's position. But Tryndamere, a newbie pirate, was able to do it. Marco couldn't help but feel a little confused. It's a good thing if your teammates are strong, but if your teammates are too strong, it may not really be a good thing. After all, Tryndamere is only a latecomer in the big family of the Whitebeard pirates, and has not yet established the trust and bond that lasted for more than 10 years. Marco was a little skeptical, but Whitebeard didn't care at all. Now that he has decided to hand over the future of the Whitebeard pirates to Tryndamere, Whitebeard will never regret it. The most important thing is that he believes in Tryndamere, and he also believes that with Tryndamere's talent and strength, no force will release him as an undercover agent. In other words, if there really is a terrorist force in this world that can randomly send out an admiral or even 4 emperors as an undercover agent, then Tryndamere takes over the entire Whitebeard pirate group. For his children, on the contrary, it is a great good thing. Whitebeard didn't care what kind of secrets Tryndamere was hiding. He spent a lot of time with the Whitebeard pirates. Tryndamere, who was also attracted by Whitebeard's charm, was too lazy to deliberately hide it in front of Whitebeard. In other words, when the heroes and forces under Duke have developed step by step to where they are now, the future of the world has already been determined. Now it is no longer important to conceal or not conceal the relationship between some heroes such as Tryndamere. Everything, just follow your heart. Tryndamere has been developing secretly in Impel Down, and Thresh, who has now become the new warden, confirmed that Ace is still in Impel Down, and then nodded seriously. Now that the information has been confirmed, Whitebeard did not hesitate at all and immediately prepared to attack Impel Down. An unbreakable iron wall and a fortress that never falls are all meaningless in Whitebeard's opinion. Golden Lion was able to escape directly from Impel Down even with 2 broken legs. Now Whitebeard and a large group of subordinates can kill Impel Down 7 in and 7 out without any problem. Of course, the premise of all this is to be quick. Impel Down is extremely close to Naval Headquarters Marineford and the Holy Land Marijois. If Impel Down cannot be breached in the shortest time to rescue Ace, the continuous support from Naval Headquarters and the world government will be enough to bring only 1 Moby Dick. And a small number of elites surrounded and killed them on the sea. No matter how strong Whitebeard is, he will always be a user with fruit abilities. Without the Moby DK and the land as support, and relying solely on Moonwalk to keep fighting in the air, Whitebeard will sooner or later be killed by Kizaru and many naval headquarters generals. Whitebeard was about to take action directly, but Tryndamere, after confirming that Ace was still locked in Impel Down, spoke again to stop Whitebeard's decisive attack. It is very easy for us to break through Impel Down, but there are 6 floors in Impel Down, and Ace is imprisoned on the 6th floor. Once we attack Impel Down, if the world government or naval headquarters plans to kill Ace, we may not have time to rescue. After Tryndamere finished speaking, Whitebeard and all the captains of the Whitebeard pirates fell silent. It is not difficult to defeat the enemy, but it is too difficult to defeat the enemy while ensuring the lives of the hostages. At least, the chance of rescuing Ace here is much greater than the chance of rescuing Ace in Marineford. If Ace dies here, then this is his fate. The only thing we need to do is to break through this place and rescue Ace as quickly as possible. Whitebeard was silent for a moment, then he pressed the supremely fast knife Kong Yunki in his hand and said resolutely, Ace needs to be rescued, but Whitebeard cannot give up on rescuing Ace just because Ace may be killed early, and even risk the lives of countless crew members of the Whitebeard pirates to participate in the so-called Summit War. Whitebeard made up his mind, and then Tryndamere looked at the many heavy-faced Whitebeard pirate captains present, slowly took out a phone bug, and then said, we may not be in time to save Ace when they want to execute him, but that doesn't mean others can't. It just so happens that I seem to have some friends from the Revolutionary Army. We may be able to get some little help from them in Impel Down. After Tryndamere finished speaking, Whitebeard, Marco and others looked straight at the phone bug in Tryndamere's hand, and they all fell into deep silence. So, how many good friends do you have? Also, are you really not an undercover agent sent by the Revolutionary Army? Of course Tryndamere is not an undercover agent of the Revolutionary Army. He just has a sworn relationship with the Revolutionary Army's Soraka, son of the stars. As for today's Revolutionary Army, Long may still have a firm hold on the power of the Revolutionary Army in name, but Soraka's prestige in the Revolutionary Army has gradually reached a new height. The dragon is just the secular leader of the Revolutionary Army, but Soraka has begun to become deified in the hearts of countless revolutionary armies. In other words, Soraka was originally a god, but now she is just gradually returning to her proper height. Tryndamere directly dialed the phone number of the human Demon King who was on the 5.5 level of Impel Down. Then, under the dual orders of Soraka and the leader of the Revolutionary Army, Dragon, the human Demon King Ivankov directly agreed to cooperate with Tryndamere without any hesitation. Plan. In other words, the arrival of Tryndamere and others gave Ivankov and others a good opportunity to truly get out of trouble. Impel Down is surrounded by the Calm Belt, and is quite close to the naval headquarters and the Holy Land Marijois. In addition, there are many jailers in Impel Down and Magellan, the director of Impel Down. Perhaps Impel Down is not a real ironclad wall, but for some ability users who are still lacking in strength, Impel Down is definitely an insurmountable obstacle that they will never overcome in their lifetime. The Monster King Ivankov and others can still survive on the 5.5 floor, but if they really want to rely on their own strength to escape from Impel Down, their strength is far from enough. The last step of rescuing Ace has been made up for. Tryndamere, Whitebeard, and others did not hesitate at all. Under the tug of the two Sea Kings, the Moby Dick, which had been sailing in the deep sea for several days, decisively ascended to the sea, and then, facing the deep sea prison, Impel Down. Impel Down is surrounded by the Calm Belt, and it is not equipped with any ships. Except for the weekly supplies from Naval Headquarters warships, there are no ships around Impel Down. The long period of tranquility allows Impel Down to be familiar with the surrounding waters and unfamiliar ships. Arriving, I have already lost my guard. Of course, even if they were on full alert, it still didn't make any sense. Because they were facing Whitebeard and Tryndamere, as well as many powerful captains under his command. For the sake of complete confidentiality, only a few elites on the Moby Dick knew about the plan to rescue Ace from Impel Down. Even the many captains under Whitebeard did not participate in this operation. However, the combat power of Whitebeard's headquarters alone is enough to face the current Impel Down. The moment Moby Dick jumped out of the water, pulled by the sea beast, countless guards at the entrance of Impel Down were dumbfounded. Then, before the alarm bell could be sounded to confirm the identity of the strange ship, a terrifying impact had already occurred directly. The door to Impel Down was blasted open. Then, in the smoke, Whitebeard's tall figure holding a cloud cutter quietly emerged at the entrance of the city gate of Impel Down. Ace, we're here to take you home. After Whitebeard finished speaking in a muffled voice, Marco, Foil Baista and other division captains instantly passed over many frightened jailers, rushed directly into Impel Down and began to kill and break through to their heart's content. In just an instant, the first level of Impel Down immediately announced a breakthrough. Just as the Whitebeard pirates were preparing to head to the second floor, Impel Down director Magellan and others, who had been working in the blazing hell on the fourth floor for a long time, also discovered the arrival of Whitebeard and others by monitoring the phone bug. Whitebeard, Tryndamere, Phoenix Marco, are you here for Ace? Quick, contact Naval Headquarters immediately for support before support arrives. We must firmly defend the third level. We must not allow Whitebeard to take away Ace and the countless pirates under the third level of hell. This is Impel Down, an iron wall that absolutely does not allow any evil to escape. After Magellan finished speaking, Deputy Warden Domino, Chief Warden City Chan and others looked resolute and responded in unison. Even Deputy Director Han Yabao, who had always been timid and lustful, also moved forward without the slightest fear, preparing to fight with Magellan and others. Go face to face with the Legend of the Sea, Whitebeard. The pirates imprisoned in the first 3 floors of Impel Down are just some miscellaneous fish. Even if they are rescued by Whitebeard, they will not bring much ripples to the sea. But starting from the 4th floor of Impel Down, each criminal is a big pirate with a bounty of at least 50 million. If all these guys escape, it will be enough to bring countless conflicts and crimes to this world. Not all of the prisoners in Impel Down may be damned criminals, but at least 9 out of 10 are considered extremely evil. They are all real villains. Magellan plans to lead Domino and others to stop Whitebeard and others at the starvation hell on the 3rd floor of Impel Down. In the small and airtight Impel Down, coupled with the high temperature and heat, Magellan's poison can exert its greatest effect. Moreover, even if the hungry and half-dead pirates in the 3rd level of hell were released due to the aftermath of the battle, it would be difficult for them to pose much of a threat to Magellan and others. The battlefield has been chosen, all Magellan and others need to do is persist. Naval Headquarters fastest Kizaru Admiral arrived at Impel Down in less than 10 minutes. Within 10 minutes, Kizaru will arrive, and within an hour, numerous supports from the Naval Headquarters will wrap up the Impel Down. By then, under a comprehensive siege, it is only a matter of time before the Whitebeard regiment is completely destroyed. They only need to hold on for 1 hour, and after 1 hour, it will be the end of the Whitebeard pirates. But even if Magellan, Domino, and others are full of confidence in themselves and the defense of Impel Down, they can face the legends above the sea and countless prisoners in the deep sea prison. After Magellan and others go to the 3rd floor of Impel Down to prepare to stop Whitebeard at this time, Magellan was still prepared for the worst. Thrash, Ace and those heinous criminals on the 6th floor will be left to you. If. When Magellan said this, he was silent for a moment, and then said cruelly, if we are all defeated and fail to successfully stop Whitebeard and others, then there is only one thing you need to do. Before Whitebeard and others reach the 6th floor of Impel Down, kill Ace and all the people on the 6th floor of Impel Down. Criminal. Chief Warden, please give me this task. The pirates in the first 3 or even the first 5 floors of Impel Down can all be solved after being rescued from the Naval Headquarters. Only the horrific criminals in the 6th floor who have had most of their information deliberately erased by the world government will definitely be eliminated. They cannot be allowed to appear on the sea again. The pirates imprisoned in the 6th level of hell, even though many of them are not a threat to Whitebeard and the captains under Whitebeard, but those pirates are dangerous to countless civilians on the sea. In other words, every one of them can be called a natural disaster. Execution of all criminals at the last moment. I understand, I will give them eternal peace. While Shiryu of Rain was imprisoned, Thresh, the soul-locked warden who quickly stood out because of his powerful strength, has successfully taken over the seat of the original warden Shiryu of Rain in a short period of time. At the last moment, only Thresh probably had enough strength to execute all the criminals on the 6th floor in the shortest possible time. Even if the criminals imprisoned in the 6th floor are put on extremely thick sea stone chains, their terrifying hacky and well-tempered bodies are enough to allow them to ignore the attacks of most weaklings. Magellan and others began to head to the 3rd floor to intercept Whitebeard, while Soul-Lock Warden Thresh silently watched their retreating figures, walking alone towards the 6th floor of Impel Down. He has been coveting the souls of the strong men in Impel Down for a long time, but he has never found a chance to kill those criminals. Now, Tryndamere, Whitebeard and others have invaded Impel Down, creating the best opportunity for him. Thresh likes to collect souls, and every soul will make him stronger. During the period of Impel Down, with the death of a large number of criminals every day, the strength of Soul-Lock Warden Thresh has already increased. Silently, it rose to a level that countless people could hardly imagine. Perhaps, compared to the first SS-level heroes to be summoned, Soul-Lock Warden Thresh may become the first person to truly upgrade to SS-level combat power. The deep-sea prison Impel Down is hell for countless pirates, but for Thresh, Impel Down, where a large number of capable prisoners die every day, is simply his paradise. The prisoners in Eternal Hell did not know what kind of tragedy they would face. At this time, on the 3rd floor of Impel Down, Whitebeard, Tryndamere and others had already broken through the 2 floors as quickly as possible and reached the 3rd floor. 3 levels of Starvation Hell? At this time, in Starvation Hell, countless prisoners who had already become extremely excited due to the big movement in the previous 2 floors of Impel Down looked at Whitebeard and others eagerly. They used their last strength to frantically pull on the iron that imprisoned them. Fence, shouted. Whitebeard, I am the pirate Ripper Gervin with a bounty of 30 million. I am willing to join you and become your subordinate. Save me, let me out, I'm willing to fight Impel Down with you. Countless pirates with tens of millions in bounties on their heads issued frantic pleas for help to Whitebeard. If ordinary people were planning to escape from prison, these prisoners who had seen the power of Magellan and others would never dare to agree. But now, the legend above the sea, Whitebeard, the strongest man in the world, directly broke into Impel Down. This is simply their rebirth. The best chance for a new life? Unfortunately, in the face of the calls for help from these pirates with tens of millions in bounty, no one like Whitebeard, Tryndamere, and others paid attention to them, and no one wanted to release them. However, they are just some miscellaneous fish with no bounty of even 50 million, and they have been imprisoned in Impel Down for who knows how long. With such strength, it is not worth wasting the time and energy of Whitebeard and others to release them. Whitebeard is not weak enough and can only find ways to fish in troubled waters, Luffy and others. What Whitebeard and Tryndamere want is to break through all the defenses in Impel Down in the shortest possible time and successfully rescue Ace. As for whether to release those prisoners after Impel is down, that is another matter. Whitebeard and others didn't care about the prisoners' pleas for help and cries. Magellan, who never liked killing prisoners for no reason, also didn't care about their cries for help and cries this time. The poisonous fruit was fully activated by Magellan, and the terrifying poisonous gas began to spread to the entire 3rd floor at the entrance from the 3rd floor to the 4th floor. Even because of the scorching heat in the 3rd floor, the speed of the poisonous gas spread became even faster. For quickness. Poison. Magellan, UBD. In a prison near the entrance to the 4th floor, a prisoner was locked in and clutching his throat in agony. Purple lines appeared on his face, and his eyes had turned blood red. Then, his eyes, ears, mouth and nose all began to bleed, and the muscles and bones all over his body gradually began to weaken and melt. In less than 30 seconds, all the criminals in the prison were paralyzed in agony. He fell to the ground and gradually melted into a puddle of human-shaped red-purple slime. Magellan, who has the full power of the poison fruit, is definitely a real Admiral-level powerhouse, and for the vast majority of flesh and blood beings who are not users of the Logia fruit ability, it is difficult to avoid the defensive poison fruit. In the relatively airtight Impel Down, even more it is incomprehensible. This is the first time I've seen the director look so scary. But he is facing Whitebeard. If he fights with Whitebeard and both sides suffer, wouldn't I be the director? Hehehe. Deputy Director Hanyabal, who had already put on a gas mask, still did not forget his ambition to become the director, but at this time, no one paid attention to or cared about Hanyabal's teasing. Whitebeard and others have rushed to the entrance of the 4th level of hell. Here, is Impel Down. I am the Iron Wall of Impel Down. And you, don't even think about going one step further. The poisonous giant soldier, the poisonous dragon. Magellan looked at Whitebeard and others in front of him, activated the poisonous fruit with all his strength, and transformed into a poisonous giant. The extremely poisonous venom transformed into a poisonous dragon, opened his big mouth, and ate towards Whitebeard and others. Be careful, he is a person with poison fruit ability. You must not come into contact with his venom. At the same time, you'd better hold your breath. When the poisonous dragon attacked, Marco, the captain of the Whitebeard pirates' first team and also responsible for intelligence work, immediately transformed into a phoenix and faced the poisonous dragon directly. Among the Whitebeard pirates, in addition to Marco, who can transform into a phoenix at any time, comparable to Logia, who can purify his body with immortal fire, even the captain of the 3rd Division, Diamond Jose, is likely to be killed by Magellan's plot when he faces Magellan. The poison is gradually corrupting. Although Diamond is hard, it can be initially corrupted when faced with strong acid. Faced with even more terrifying poisons, Diamond Jose's body is not flexible enough and has poor recovery ability. It is almost impossible for him to be Magellan's opponent. Marco faced Magellan without hesitation, and kicked Magellan's poisonous dragon into pieces with a phoenix seal. But unfortunately, if it is an ordinary move that is cracked by Marco, it is almost difficult to work again. But even though Magellan's poisonous dragon is in pieces, it still poses a huge threat. Broken venom splashed everywhere. After a small drop of venom splashed on the body of a prisoner, it quickly began to spread rapidly. Then, in less than 30 seconds, the prisoner also directly covered his body. He collapsed on the ground with his own throat and lost all the breath of life. The only thing he was lucky about was that it was probably because he only received a small drop of venom, and his body was not melted by the poison for a while, so he barely managed to retain a whole corpse. Be careful of his venom. Marco looked at the venom splattering everywhere and transformed into a phoenix. He used his body to block a lot of the poisonous venom splashing towards Whitebeard and others. Foil Baista and others also held their breath and hurriedly waved the venom in their hands. The weapon split the scattered poison. As long as I'm here, you can't get through here. The giant soldier of poison, the judgment of hell. The poisonous dragon failed, but Magellan was not discouraged. He transformed into a terrifying hell demon with his backhand. The tall poisonous demon's body blocked the entrance to the 4th floor, and endless venom began to flow from his body to the surroundings. Spread. Wherever he went, even the fences made of fine iron were instantly corrupted, and the hard ground turned directly into a swamp of venom. Facing Magellan's terrifying venom, Marco and others were at a loss for what to do, and it was even more difficult for them to break through smoothly. Seeing the frustration of Marco and others, Whitebeard's eyes flashed at this moment, and a white air mass quietly appeared on the blade of the cloud-cutting knife in his hand, and continued to make sharp tearing sounds. No matter what poisonous hell or poisonous demon he is, as long as anything dares to stand in front of Whitebeard, he just needs to smash it to pieces. It was never Shockfruit that made Whitebeard the strongest man in the world. Instead, it was Whitebeard who made Shockfruit famous all over the world. The terrifying haki and physical abilities, plus the awakened Shockfruit ability, converged on Whitebeard's blade, and he was about to slash towards Magellan, cutting the so-called poisonous hell into powder. But at this moment, Barbarian King Tryndamere stood directly in front of Whitebeard, blocking Whitebeard's next attack. Impel Down cannot withstand your attack, Captain, Tryndamere said in a deep voice. Leave it to me as a mere poison fruit user. Don't forget, Ace called me the boss first. Although Ace also calls Whitebeard Daddy, he can be regarded as Tryndamere's direct subordinate because he was impressed by Tryndamere first. Tryndamere planned to deal with Magellan himself, and Whitebeard, who was also worried about destroying the passage to the 4th floor or even directly penetrating Impel Down and causing sea water to pour in, stopped his attack. The ability to shake fruits is indeed extremely powerful, but precisely because of its destructive power, especially to the earth and buildings, Whitebeard often has to worry about what his attacks will bring in daily battles. What consequences? It would be very embarrassing if the enemy is defeated and the island is torn into pieces if it becomes a battlefield. Tryndamere stepped forward, and Marco also reminded him at this time. Be careful, you are not a Logia fruit user. His venom will be difficult for you to deal with. As soon as Marco finished speaking, Magellan stared at Tryndamere and said in a low voice, the vice-captain of the Whitebeard pirates, the immortal King Tryndamere who has a bounty of 1.7 billion belly. It's not even Logia who wants to try to knock me down. I will show you what real hell and death are. Poison hell, hell wave. After Magellan said coldly, his body squirmed, and suddenly a terrifying wave of poison swept towards Tryndamere crazily, trying to completely submerge Tryndamere. When the poisonous wave came, Marco and the others shouted to Tryndamere to dodge, but Tryndamere was not in a hurry, letting the sword in his hand draw sparks on the hard floor, and then rushed directly towards the poisonous wave. The next second, the poisonous wave completely engulfed Tryndamere. Seeing Tryndamere being swallowed up by the poisonous wave, Marco and the others were immediately anxious. Marco even transformed into a phoenix and spread his wings to find a way to save Tryndamere. Although there is some doubt about Tryndamere, Tryndamere is also the vice-captain of the Whitebeard pirates after all, and the suspicion is just a suspicion. The bold, generous, and powerful Tryndamere also has a very high support within the Whitebeard pirates. But just when Marco was about to go to rescue Tryndamere, Whitebeard stopped Marco directly and said in a deep voice, "This is your first officer's own battle. If Tryndamere can be defeated so easily, then how can he be worthy of becoming the vice-captain of the Whitebeard pirates, and how can he be worthy of leading and protecting the entire Whitebeard pirates in the years to come when he grows old?" Tryndamere was swallowed up by the poisonous wave, and Magellan couldn't help but feel a flash of joy on his face. We have captured the immortal King Tryndamere. As long as we find a way to hold on for a few more minutes, Kizaru Admiral's reinforcements should have arrived. At this time, after receiving the news that Whitebeard led his men to invade the naval headquarters in Impel Down, Kizaru was indeed on the way. In addition, there were a large number of warships, fully loaded with Sengoku Garp, Aokiji Akainu, Galen Lux, and other naval headquarters experts. Most of the elites rushed towards Impel Down as quickly as possible. Whitebeard's attack on Impel Down is a major crisis for Impel Down. However, Whitebeard, who only led part of his headquarters to attack such a dangerous place as Impel Down, is also a great opportunity for naval headquarters to destroy the Whitebeard pirates at the minimum cost. The Impel Down in the Calm Belt is a desperate place. As long as they find a way to destroy Whitebeard's Moby DK and even kill the sea beasts that are pulling Moby DK forward in the Calm Belt, everyone in the Whitebeard pirates can only be defeated. Trapped in Impel Down and waiting to die, Garp, Sengoku and others were all in action, but before the smile on Magellan's face dissipated, a terrifying sword light and a tall figure as indestructible as steel appeared directly in front of Magellan. The sword flashed, blood splashed, and the powerful blow of Tryndamere, the barbarian king who was entangled with bloody rage and armament haki at the same time, directly ignored the poisonous fruit's natural transformation, leaving a mark on Magellan's chest that was enough to be seen directly. Horrible cracks in the squirming guts. Your poison is indeed very strong. It's a pity that you still can't kill me. Blood splashed everywhere, Magellan's tall body fell to the ground instantly, and most of the venom on the ground and around him began to quickly dissipate. After the poison dissipated, looking at Magellan who was lying on the ground not knowing whether he was alive or not, and Tryndamere who was filled with blood and energy like a hellish Shura, Marco and the others suddenly shouted, "The Immortal King! The Immortal King!" Marco and others cheered loudly, but Hanyabal, Domino and others, who were wearing gas masks and guarding the entrance to the 4th floor behind Magellan, looked ashen. If the director dies, wouldn't I be the new director? Hanyabal ripped off the gas mask on his head, an inexplicable smile appeared on his face, and then his tone became higher and higher. As the director of Impel Down, I will never allow any criminal to escape from here. Don't even try to get through here. Hanyabal has always wanted to be the director, but rather than being the director, the most important thing for Hanyabal is to stick to Impel Down and prevent the countless criminals in Impel Down from escaping from prison and causing trouble to the civilians of the sea. Hanyabal holds a blood-sucking sword in his hand and wants to block Tryndamere, Whitebeard, and others. Domino and others also look determined and plan to resist to the death. But unfortunately, the huge gap in strength has never been enough to be resisted by pure courage. With just a sidestep and several slashes, Hanyabal and the others were knocked to the ground by Tryndamere. Magellan and others were completely wiped out. At this time, Tryndamere and others' path to the 6th level of Impel Down was already smooth. Just when Magellan and others were defeated, in the 6th floor of Impel Down, Solok Warden Thresh and the human demon king Ivankov and others who quietly appeared on the 6th floor looked at each other, looking at each other. The new warden. Hey, why are you here suddenly? Shouldn't you go fight a monster like Whitebeard to the death? The demon king Ivankov said to the Soul Chain warden with a serious and horrified look. Others may not know how powerful the new warden of Impel Down is, but Ivankov, the demon king who often pays attention to the situation in Impel Down through the secret passages throughout the city, is very aware of how terrifying Thresh is. He is definitely comparable to the Iron Wall Magellan of Impel Down City today, and a top-level strongman comparable to a general. If nothing unexpected happens, he will be the new director of Impel Down City in the future. Fighting. This is the battlefield where I should really be. Thresh swung the soul-snatching scythe in his hand, instantly piercing the chest of a pirate in the 6th floor prison of Impel Down who was calling for the ogre king Ivankov to rescue him. Then, holding the bloody soul-snatching scythe, he said coldly, "After all, there are so many delicious souls to enjoy here." Thresh said this coldly, and a fluorescent light appeared on the corpse of the great pirate, along with the retracted soul-hunting scythe, and directly flowed into Thresh's body. Seeing the dead pirate's soul entering Thresh's body, the demon king Ivankov became more and more terrified. On the other side of the prison, the imprisoned former guard Shiryu said with a sinister smile, "Haha, Magellan said that I was committing a serious crime by torturing and killing those prisoners. I didn't expect that I would choose a warden who would not even spare the souls of the prisoners. Hey, compared to you, I feel like I'm a good person. Magellan really doesn't consider releasing me." Looking at this, Whitebeard has already attacked Impel Down. Is it because of that guy? After Rain Shiryu finished speaking, Ace, who was covered in blood, began to struggle with all his might in a prison cell deeper in the ground. The bloody chains around his body also began to rattle, and he roared with guilt. "Boss and Dad." Neither Tryndamere nor Whitebeard actually recommended Ace to go alone to hunt down Blackbeard, even though Blackbeard was nominally Ace's subordinate and even though Blackbeard had committed the most unforgivable crime in the Whitebeard pirates. But what does the killing and defection of an old crew member who has been with the Whitebeard pirates for decades have to do with Ace, a newcomer who has only been the captain of the Whitebeard pirates' 2nd division for a few months? Ace was just too strong-willed and didn't want to disappoint Tryndamere and Whitebeard's trust in him. He always wanted to prove himself and surpass that man. Ace began to struggle with all his might, and countless pirates imprisoned on the 6th floor of Impel Down began to make a commotion immediately after hearing the news that Whitebeard had invaded Impel Down. Hey, kid, Whitebeard is still alive. Ha ha ha, this is great, let Whitebeard take me away, I am willing to become his subordinate from now on. Take me with you, I don't want to stay in this damn place for even one more day. Take me away, take me away. Some of the weaker pirates who had lost all their willpower after being imprisoned for a long time began to pray loudly to Ace. They wanted to get out, even if it meant submitting to Whitebeard's command. Besides, it is not shameful to surrender to the strongest man in the world, Whitebeard, that terrifying guy who has roamed the sea for decades, as long as he can get out of here. A large number of weaker prisoners on the 6th floor of Impel Down were making a lot of noise, while the faces of the Demon King Ivankov and others were becoming more and more terrified. The Whitebeard pirates were already strong enough. If a large number of powerful pirates who have advanced to the 6th floor of the city join in, how powerful will the Whitebeard pirates be? Also, if all these vicious pirates were released at once, what kind of evil and war would that bring to the sea? The SE King Ivankov did receive messages from the Revolutionary Army Saint Sorica and Dragon's Den Mushi, hoping that he could cooperate with Tryndamere and others to rescue Ace, but he only rescued Ace, and did not assist the Whitebeard pirates in releasing everyone in Impel Down. Although the Demon King Ivankov was also imprisoned in Impel Down, he had always been a member of the Revolutionary Army, and was by no means a vicious criminal like most of the vicious criminals in the 6th floor of Impel Down. The usually quiet 6th floor of Impel Down was filled with noise. But just as the SE King Ivankov was feeling worried, the noise of the pirates on the 6th floor of Impel Down suddenly stopped. A strong smell of blood filled the entire prison on the 6th floor of Impel Down. Along with the rattling sound of chains being dragged, a large amount of fluorescent light around Thresh gathered like fireflies into a long dragon and poured directly into the body in Thresh's hands. Thresh's face was intoxicated, his strength increased dramatically, and the aura he exuded became more and more terrifying. At this time, the 6th floor of Impel Down was suddenly silent. Ha ha ha, what a terrifying ability, absorbing souls to strengthen oneself. It seems that you are a natural-born butcher. Impel Down is really the perfect place for a monster like you. But was this large-scale killing ordered by Magellan? It seems that he has failed. Shiryu of the Rain's wild laughter broke the peace in Impel Down, and then he looked at Thresh who was slowly approaching him, with a sinister smile on his face. Thresh did not hold back. He moved forward slowly and killed crazily all the way. His soul-binding chains danced at a high speed. Voices of begging for mercy, crying, the dull sound of weapons entering bodies and blood gushing out could be heard as Thresh moved forward. Even Shiryu of the Rain lost all life after showing one last mocking smile in front of the merciless Thresh. Thresh began a frenzy of killing, and his own strength continued to grow as he absorbed a large number of powerful souls. Facing Thresh's relentless pressure, Ivankov and others who were still able to remain active could only retreat in a hurry. Then they quickly retreated to Ace's cell, and the Revolutionary Army cotters quickly cut open the steel bars and chains that secured Ace's body in Ace's cell. However, facing the seastone shackles that still tightly bound Ace's hands and feet, even the Revolutionary Army cotters' scissors fruit were still powerless. Seastone can be called the nemesis of almost all devil fruits in the world of pirates. Just as the SE King Ivankov and his men were frantically trying to find a way to unlock the seastone shackles on Ace, after Thresh casually executed the two people, Red Layfield and Douglas Bullet, who faced their own deaths calmly without saying a word, his aura suddenly soared to a new height. The lone Red Layfield and Douglas Bullet are indeed very strong. In the past, they were definitely the best and most powerful subordinates that Duke could not miss. It's a pity that for Duke now, the combat power of just 2 S-level warriors is no longer important. It would be better to let their souls and flesh become a monument for the heroes under Duke to go one step further. The evil king of Alo Pizarro, the world destroyer Burndy Valder, and even Douglas Bullet, and the legendary Red Layfield. What on earth have you done, man? Seeing one legendary figure after another die so easily at Thresh's hands, the Demon King Ivankov's face was filled with horror. He knew that some extremely terrifying creatures were imprisoned in the 6th floor of Impel Down City, but he never imagined that so many legends of the sea were imprisoned in the Great Prison on the 6th floor. But now, all these legends are dead, ended by a guy who can even be called unknown on the sea. The most troublesome thing is that this guy's next target is Ace and themselves. At this time, Ace was the only pirate left alive in the Great Prison on the 6th floor of Impel Down. Thresh was holding the bloody soul-hunting chain and walking towards Ace and Ivankov. What did you do? Of course I did what I was supposed to do. But, now that it's here, do you think you can stop me? Thresh said coldly, and an extremely terrifying aura suddenly burst out from his body, pressing down fiercely on the Demon King Ivankov and others. Death, fear, and endless despair instantly enveloped Ace, Ivankov, and the others. The extremely solid ground on the 6th floor of the Impel Down began to crack due to the aura emanating from Thresh. Even in the ears of Ace, Ivankov, and the others, the wailing of countless souls could be faintly heard. No, it's impossible. How could there be someone in this world who is more powerful than the boss and the father? With guys like this around, the boss and dad and the others, having merely been freed from the restraints on the wall, with his hands and feet still shackled with seastone, Ace, who was unable to fight back, showed a flash of surprise on his face, but then he felt deep pain and self-blame. It doesn't matter if he died, but if saving him brought a lot of trouble and sacrifice to Tryndamere, Whitebeard and the many companions in the Whitebeard pirates, even if Ace was able to survive in the end, he would definitely suffer for the rest of his life. The pursuit of Blackbeard was due to his stubbornness. He was too confident in his own strength, so confident that even after being severely beaten by Tryndamere and Whitebeard, he still felt that he could easily defeat Blackbeard. Ace's strength is definitely not weak, it's just a pity that he chose the wrong opponent. Ace was locked by the Sea Stone and was unable to fight back. Seeing Thresh approaching them, Ivankov, the Demon King, and Lightning, the Cotter of the Revolutionary Army, were afraid of the terrifying aura Thresh exuded, but they never thought of escaping. Escape never solves any problem, it only breeds more fear in your heart. What's more, this is Impel Down, the great prison in the deep sea. Where can they escape to? Persevere, persevere. They only need to persevere for a short period of time and the Whitebeard pirates will be able to reach the great prison on the 6th floor of Impel Down. By then, there will be monsters to deal with. The Demon King Ivankov was waiting for the arrival of Whitebeard and others, and many jailers in the city were also looking forward to the arrival of support. It's just a pity that, just as Magellan and others couldn't hold out for long in front of Whitebeard and Tryndamere, how long could Ivankov, the Demon King, and Lightning, the Cotter of the Revolutionary Army, hold out for in front of Thresh, whose strength had skyrocketed after absorbing the souls of a large number of top warriors? The noise in the Impel Down city became more and more intense. Even in the 6th floor of the Impel Down city, which was usually extremely quiet, one could vaguely hear the sounds of gunfire, fighting, and gunpowder explosions. It only took a few minutes for Whitebeard, Tryndamere, and others to advance like a hot knife through butter and directly reach the 5th floor of Impel Down from the 1st floor. In other words, what is the so-called battle? After Magellan was defeated by Tryndamere at the fastest speed while enduring the poison, who else in the entire Impel Down could stop Whitebeard and his men? The following battle was more of a journey than a battle. Deputy Director Hannibal and his men were indeed brave, but their resistance did not delay Whitebeard and his men for even a minute. Just a casual blow as they passed by was enough to make them all collapse to the ground. Whitebeard and the others were very fast, but unfortunately, Thresh was even faster. When Tryndamere, Whitebeard, and others rushed to the 6th floor of Impel Down, they were greeted by Ace, who was rescued by the Demon King Ivankov. Instead, he walked slowly towards Whitebeard and Tryndamere, stepping on a large amount of blood, leaving bloody footprints with every step, dragging Ace, the Demon King Ivankov and others, who were covered in blood and collapsed on the ground, with the Soul Hook chain in his hand, and the Soul Hook Warden Thresh. UBD, what did you do to Ace? Put Ace down. Seeing Ace's miserable state of being covered in blood and weak, Diamond Jaws, the captain of the 3rd Division who had the best relationship with Ace in the Whitebeard pirates, transformed into a diamond body and rushed towards Thresh, wanting to save Ace directly. But he rushed forward quickly and came back even faster. With a loud bang, a chain shadow flashed by, and Diamond Jaws, who was rushing towards Thresh, flew back and hit the wall of Impel Down directly, leaving a deep human-shaped pit. Diamond Jaws was knocked away by Thresh's attack. Whitebeard's eyes were stern, and he stretched out his hand to block Phoenix Marco and Flower Sword Vista, who were still trying to charge forward. Then he looked directly into Thresh's eyes and said solemnly, "My son is really taken care of by you." As soon as Whitebeard finished speaking, a constantly vibrating white gas quietly emerged above the blade of the Kusukami knife in his hand, and then, his body moved with the knife, and in an instant that ordinary people could hardly notice, he chopped directly at Thresh's head. The power of the Tremor fruit can shatter almost all defenses in the world. Coupled with Whitebeard's terrifying strength and entangled domineering aura, even an ordinary Deputy Emperor-level strongman would find it difficult to withstand Whitebeard's angry attack. Unfortunately, Whitebeard was facing Thresh, the Chain Warden, who had greatly improved in strength after killing countless powerful men in the Great Prison on the 6th floor of Impel Down. There was a loud crackling sound and sparks flew as Thresh's soul-hunting chains and Whitebeard's Kusukami Kirigiri collided at their limit. The next second, countless bricks, stones, and soil kept falling from the upper levels of Impel Down. Several cracks several meters deep appeared directly on the ground of the 6th floor of Impel Down. Then, the entire Impel Down began to shake violently. Director Magellan and others have also been taken care of. Thresh easily blocked Whitebeard's angry attack, and Kaido. But next, are you planning to destroy the entire Impel Down? Destroyed Impel Down? Oh, who cares? Whitebeard grinned and said grimly. Yes, once Impel Down is destroyed, the elite members of the Whitebeard pirates who came with him as well as the countless prisoners and jailers in the entire Impel Down will suffer heavy losses. But as pirates, shouldn't they be prepared for the possibility of encountering danger or even losing their lives during battle on the first day they go out to sea? Besides, who is more worried about Impel Down being completely destroyed by his attack? Whitebeard looked coldly at the bodies of countless pirates in the prison on the 6th floor of Impel Down, which had not yet cooled down, as well as Ace and the SE King Ivankov, who were covered in wounds but still had their breath of life. He already had the answer in his heart. Thresh, who was able to kill countless legendary pirates on the 6th floor of Impel Down, could naturally kill Ace and others easily. The reason why Ace and the others haven't been killed until now is simply because they have some concerns. Whitebeard said this coldly, and prepared to swing his sword to attack again, and then looked straight at Thresh. No matter what Thresh is worried about, now is the time to make the final decision. Whitebeard has no intention of continuing to fight with Thresh. Kizaru and countless elite soldiers from the Marine headquarters are about to arrive. Facing Whitebeard, who saw through his concerns, Thresh had no intention of delaying. How could such a feng shui treasure land as Impel Down be completely destroyed just because of the battle between him and Whitebeard? It would be very troublesome to build another advancement city, and Thresh has never been a loyal subordinate of the world government and the Marine headquarters. Thresh glanced at Tryndamere and Whitebeard, then said bluntly, Ace can be handed over to you, but Magellan and Hannibal, you must hand them all over to me. At the same time, except for Ace, no other criminals in Impel Down can be taken away. All the vicious and powerful pirates in the 6th floor of Impel Down had been executed by Thresh, but the number of criminals imprisoned in the first 5 floors of Impel Down was still an astronomical number. And strictly speaking, compared to the powerful but relatively limited number of pirates who were advancing on the 6th floor of the city, most of them had their own ambitions and wills. Once the pirates who have advanced to the first 5 floors of the city are released, it is more likely that they will cause more disasters for ordinary people on the sea. The dangers and crimes of the great pirates are often directed against the world government, while the crimes of ordinary pirates are often directed against ordinary people. Duke likes a stable and orderly world, and Thresh doesn't want to give away too much of his future food. Faced with the exchange conditions proposed by Thresh, Whitebeard, who came only for Ace and had no intention of releasing the other pirates, had no reason to refuse. But just as Whitebeard was about to answer, Tryndamere said in a deep voice, It's not enough to have Ace, you also need Ivankov and other revolutionary soldiers to go with us. I asked my friends in the Revolutionary Army to rescue Ace. I can't let them fall into your hands like this. After Tryndamere finished speaking, Whitebeard also fell silent. Then he clenched the sword of Solomon in his hand, pointed the sword at Thresh, and made his attitude clear with his actions. Ace is Whitebeard's family, but aren't those cotters of the Revolutionary Army also Tryndamere's friends? If in order to save his family, he needs to give up those friends who risked their lives to save Ace, then what morality does the Whitebeard pirates have? What is the meaning of Whitebeard persisting until now? The Whitebeard pirates have never been like the other 4 emperors who came together because of blood, interests, or strength. The reason why the Whitebeard pirates have been able to survive until now and grow stronger day by day is simply because of Whitebeard's personal charm and the Whitebeard pirates' most praised trustworthiness. Tryndamere wanted to rescue Ivankov and the others, but Thresh hesitated for a few seconds and threw the seriously injured Ivankov and the others to Tryndamere, saying indifferently. They had already disappeared from the list of criminals in Push City. But apart from them and Ace, Impel Down will not allow any criminal to leave. Of course, none of those guys who deserve to die will leave here. Faced with Thresh's compromise, Tryndamere certainly had no reason to continue bargaining with him. They were all in the same group, so they had to cooperate with each other and give each other convenience. The deal was done, and after Whitebeard and Thresh exchanged Ace, Magellan, and others, they decisively turned back and pushed forward the first level of the city. If we don't leave Impel Down in time, we will have to fight a bloody battle with the countless elite troops of the Marine headquarters. Whitebeard is not afraid of fighting, but after rescuing Ace, who would be willing to fight a bloody battle with countless elite soldiers from the Marine headquarters with heavy casualties? Ace was his child, and so were the captains and other crew members. Whitebeard and the others carried Ace and hurriedly returned to the first floor. Thresh had no intention of stopping them. He also hurriedly called on the jailers who were still able to move to start emergency treatment of Magellan and Hannibal, while at the same time strictly preventing the prisoners on the other floors of the city from rioting. While Whitebeard and his companions successfully returned to the first floor, Kizaru, the user of the Pika Pika no Mi, finally arrived at Impel Down. Alala, has Impel Down been captured? This is really, really terrible. Yellow Monkey looked at Whitebeard and his companions who were about to board the ship at the city gate, saying it was terrible, but his hands did not stop moving. Yashikani no Megatama. A large number of light bullets appeared in Kizaru's hands, and then, instead of hitting Whitebeard and Ace and the others, they all hit the Moby DK. Shoot the horse first when shooting a person, and capture the leader first when capturing a thief. Kizaru doesn't think that he alone can be a match for Whitebeard and the many elite soldiers of Whitebeard's group. He can only find a way to destroy the Moby DK and cut off the retreat of Whitebeard's group. After that, with the arrival of a large number of elite Marine headquarters personnel including Sengoku Garb, they were able to truly wipe out the Whitebeard group, a powerful force that was enough to give the world government and the Marine headquarters a headache. Yasakani no Megatama attacked the Moby DK, intending to sink it directly and then cut off the retreat of Whitebeard and others. Whitebeard and the others were by no means foolish, and they hurriedly shouted, "Stop him from destroying the ship." Then, a large number of attacks were met with the light bombs falling from the sky, directly dispersing one after another. There are not many people in the Whitebeard group who are qualified to fight against Kizaru alone, but almost every captain in the Whitebeard group can find a way to temporarily block some of Kizaru's long-range attacks. Each of the captains of the Whitebeard pirates is a top-notch sea warrior who is at least as strong as the Vice Admiral of the Marine headquarters. Seeing that the Yasakani no Megatama was ineffective, the Moby DK had even begun to move outwards under the pull of the 2 sea beasts. Kizaru's originally wretched face gradually began to become solemn. Then he stopped trying to destroy the Moby DK remotely, and instead moved and instantly appeared on the left side of the Moby DK, intending to kick the Moby DK's cabin to pieces. In a head-on fight, Kizaru may not be as good as Whitebeard, but in terms of flexibility and maneuverability, Kizaru undoubtedly has a huge advantage in the entire pirate world. Relying on the bonus of the Pika Pika no Mi, there are very few people in this world who can withstand Kizaru's sneak attack, but unfortunately, Whitebeard doesn't really need to be faster than Kizaru. Before Kizaru moved and destroyed the cabin of the Moby DK, a faint light flashed in Whitebeard's eyes. He has seen the future? Then, the sword moved with him, and before Kizaru attacked the Moby DK, Whitebeard's Murakumo Kirito also slashed towards the place where Kizaru was about to appear. The top-level observation haki can foresee the future. For Whitebeard, who has firmly occupied the throne of the strongest man in the world for decades, if he can't do it, it would be really far away. Kizaru's figure appeared instantly, and just as he was about to kick the cabin of the Moby DK to pieces, Whitebeard's sword was already in front of him. Kizaru, who had originally planned to withstand Whitebeard's attack and forcibly destroy the Moby DK, also glanced at the Demon King Ivankov and others on the Moby DK, and his body instantly retreated, directly retreating to the front door of the first floor of the Impel Down. Alala, is this the strength of the strongest man in the world? With so many terrifying monsters here, it seems like there's nothing we can do to stop you. Kizaru stood in front of the city gate, glanced at Whitebeard, Tryndamere, and others who were ready for battle, and said quietly, "Kulalalalal, so, don't send it off then." Whitebeard smiled Kaido, and the Moby DK was also being pulled by the two sea beasts and began to rush out quickly. It is indeed difficult for ordinary ships to pass through the doldrums, but under the traction of the sea beast, the speed of the Moby DK without sails has even exceeded that of the special sea stone warships made by the Marine headquarters. Watching the Moby DK leaving quickly, Kizaru stood there in silence for a moment, his eyes deep, but in the end he did not try to stop it again. 20 minutes later, the Moby DK had long gone away. Except for the 6th floor Eternal Hell which was still full of blood, the rest of the floors of Impel Down had returned to their former tranquility with the help of Thresh, Kizaru and some awakened jailers. At this time, a large number of marine elites including Sengoku Garp finally arrived at Impel Down in dozens of sea-towered stone warships specially made by the Marine headquarters. Did you let the Whitebeard pirates rescue Ace and let them escape successfully? Now, we are in even bigger trouble. Jean Guo looked at the empty sea with a frown on his face. However, Whitebeard was able to break through Impel Down in such a short time and directly repel you. Isn't that guy with Whitebeard still old? Really, it would be a shame for an old guy like him to just become a legend and die with the times. At his age, he can still mess around on the sea. It's a real monster. It wasn't just Whitebeard. The one who knocked me down in the shortest time was not Whitebeard, but the vice-captain of the Whitebeard pirates, the undead King Tryndamere. That guy is also a real monster. You must be careful when facing him next time. Magellan, the director of Impel Down, was wrapped in bloody bandages and had just woken up. He was full of self-blame. But it's all my fault. I didn't defend the city well, and I also caused the jailer Thresh to execute Ace in exchange for my failure to do so. Otherwise, even if Whitebeard and his villains defeat me, they will never be able to take Ace away. Let me die to atone for my sins. I have no face to live any longer. When Magellan said this, the wound on his body began to burst again due to excessive excitement, and the bright red blood instantly soaked the bandage. Magellan's injuries were too severe. Facing such a powerful man in the sea, Tryndamere did not hold back. The reason he was able to survive, besides the fact that Tryndamere didn't finish him off, was mainly because Magellan's body was strong enough. The average monster blood count per capita in the pirate world is high, although I may become the new director after the director committed suicide. But how can I possibly take such a position as director? This is not the director's fault at all. He has done his best to fight against the many monsters of the Whitebeard group on his own. Hannibal, who had just woken up from his injuries, looked at Magellan, whose body was once again covered in blood, and shouted, "If we have to blame someone, we can only blame ourselves for being too weak. This is definitely not the director's fault alone. If possible, Magellan and Hannibal would never want to let any criminal in the city of Push go. The world government doesn't blame you for thinking. But, Mr. Warden, he executed a large number of serious criminals on the 6th floor of Impel Down without the approval of the world government, and also made a deal with the Whitebeard pirates to release Ace in exchange for Director Magellan and others. This warden needs to give us an explanation. You should know how much trouble this ocean and the world government will suffer if the news of the Whitebeard group successfully breaking through Impel Down and rescuing Ace gets out." Hannibal and the others were extremely excited, but a masked CP0 who came with Sengoku Garp and the others to support them stared straight at Thresh and questioned him coldly. "It was my order to have him kill those felons in a time of crisis." Magellan was covered in blood, but he still did not forget to protect Thresh. "Or, rather than killing them, would you rather see those guys join Whitebeard's army? If this happens, the whole world will tremble at the power of the Whitebeard group. No one knows better than Magellan what kind of villains are imprisoned in the Eternal Hell on the 6th floor of Impel Down." Without hesitation, if anyone could capture all the serious criminals on the 6th floor of Impel Down, even if he was an unknown rookie pirate, he would instantly surpass all the 4 emperors and become the most powerful pirate group in the world. Of course, no one wants to see those guys appear on the sea again. The masked CP0 said in a deep voice. Kaido. However, it is also true that our warden released the criminals privately and made deals with the Whitebeard pirates. Such crimes must be punished. Impel Down fell, Ace was rescued, and the Marine headquarters was inevitably forced to cut military spending by the world government. They, the CP0, were also inevitably punished. Before accepting the punishment, the CP0 only hoped to find someone to take the blame for him. The new Warden Thresh, who released criminals privately and made deals with the Whitebeard pirates, is undoubtedly the best person to take the blame. Punishment: the 6th floor is not the only place in Impel Down that holds criminals. It wasn't just the director who was knocked to the ground before. If the Warden hadn't saved us, all the prisoners in the entire Impel Down would have escaped, which would have led to real chaos in the world. The Warden is right. After CP0 finished speaking coldly, a large number of Impel Down jailers who were knocked to the ground by the Whitebeard group immediately began to plead for Thresh. Even Magellan, Hannibal, and others also looked at CP0 coldly. It was indeed their lack of strength that allowed Whitebeard to break into Impel Down and take away Ace, but they could never watch the world government guys trying to frame Thresh, Magellan, Hannibal, and others who had just saved their lives. Sengoku, Garp, and others from the Marine headquarters also could not accept this kind of thing. There is no complete lack of compromise between the Marine headquarters and the pirates. Even Akainu, who always insists on absolute justice, will make the same choice when faced with an Ace and countless prisoners who may be released in Impel Down, as well as countless jailers and Magellan in Impel Down. Akainu only insists on the name of absolute justice, but he is by no means a complete fool without a brain. It is not a difficult problem to choose between an Ace and a large number of advancing city forces and countless prisoners. What's more, the world government can openly implement the Shichibukai system, so what does it matter if we make a deal with pirates? Did the world government make fewer deals with pirates? How does the Marine headquarters get so much seastone every year? Sengoku, Garp, and others know it clearly. The largest known seastone mine in the world is only in Wano country, and Wano country was once the territory of Kaido, the king of beasts. That's enough. It was our Marines' fault for rescuing Ace when Whitebeard broke into Impel Down. I will naturally apologize to the 5 elders. It makes no sense to blame a hero who saved the entire Impel Down in a time of crisis at this moment. Jean Guo took off his Fleet Admiral hat, unbuttoned his Fleet Admiral uniform, and said in a deep voice, "Now, instead of thinking about who to hold responsible, we should think about how to face this increasingly violent era." The Whitebeard pirates were able to silently control sea beasts to cross the calm belt from the bottom of the sea, which was not something the original Whitebeard pirates could do easily. There is only one person in this world who can sail a ship through the deep sea without any hindrance and without fear of Poseidons. The Whitebeard pirates are very likely to have formed an alliance with Fishman Island or the Queen of the Deep Sea. Based on the confessions of the jailer of Impel Down and Kizaru, Sengoku easily came up with a guess that could shock the whole world. The Lord of Fishman Island, the King of Ryogo Kingdom, Nami, the Queen of the Deep Sea, a terrifying existence that claims to control the entire ocean. Everything above the sea may belong to the world government, but everything below the sea belongs to the Queen of the Deep Sea. Since the appearance of the Deep Sea Queen, even the lawless celestial dragons could no longer own any mermaid slaves, and all the merpeople in the world began to straighten their chests. Whitebeard and the Deep Sea Queen have formed an alliance. The Whitebeard pirates have been protecting Fishman Island, and Jinbei of Fishman Island has a very close relationship with the Whitebeard pirates. But if the Deep Sea Queen and the Whitebeard group really form an alliance, it will be a big trouble. I will report this matter to the 5 elders immediately. But I will also report the negligence of your Marine headquarters and Impel Down. After Sengoku revealed the news that the Whitebeard pirates might form an alliance with Fishman Island, CP0 did not bother to hold Thresh accountable, but his expression began to become increasingly deep and serious. Even though the sea is turbulent now, and new monsters have suddenly appeared one after another, pulling down Big Mom and Kaido from the throne of the 4 emperors, Whitebeard, as a legend on the sea, has been the strongest in the world for decades. He and his pirate group and affiliated forces are still a force that the New World cannot shake. Even though Gangplank, the ocean calamity that was regarded as a thorn in the side by the world government and recruited most of the Big Mom pirates and established Buildwater, all the forces under his command combined may not be able to match what the Whitebeard pirates have accumulated over the past decades. 1 vice captain, 13 captains of the headquarters, and now with the help of Tryndamere and Ace before, a total of 48 New World pirate groups have surrendered to Whitebeard. If we really talk about mid to high-end combat power, the Whitebeard pirates at this time are definitely the largest and strongest among the 4 emperors. The Red Hair pirates are known to be the most comprehensive and powerful seamen per capita. Although each of their crew members is incredibly powerful, how can their overall numbers compare to the combined strength of the 13 captains of the Whitebeard pirates and the 48 captains of the New World pirates? For the captains of the New World pirates who are able to survive in the New World and be recruited by the Whitebeard pirates, none of them will have a bounty of less than 100 million. In addition to the vice captains and fighters that these relatively independent pirate groups have, the Whitebeard pirates alone are so powerful that even the Marine headquarters has to find a way to mobilize 100,000 elite Marines to deal with them. If this pirate group, which is extremely powerful and influential, is combined with the forces of the Deep Sea Queen and Fishman Island and their dominance over the sea, who else can be their opponent in this sea? Even the Marine headquarters and the aristocratic government would probably have difficulty competing with the Whitebeard pirates and the Ryogo Kingdom on the sea. This is truly big news that can shake the whole world to a certain extent. CP0 didn't care about anything else. Thresh, who was originally thinking of killing the CP0 and defecting, narrowed his eyes and loosened the Shinigami hook in his hand. Impel Down is a great place. Just stay there and you will see countless people working hard on the sea every day, delivering delicious souls to Thresh. If it's not necessary, Thresh doesn't want to leave like this. Impel Down City temporarily regained its peace, but at this moment in Pango City, the 5 elders all had grim faces and frowned. The public execution notice for Ace has been issued, but Whitebeard successfully rescued Ace. If this news spreads across the sea, the authority of the world government will be greatly shaken. The whole ocean will be in chaos. The blonde 5 elders shepherd 10 Peter Saint said in a deep voice. It was agreed that Ace would be publicly executed, but in the blink of an eye, Ace was rescued by the Whitebeard group who broke into Impel Down. Doesn't this mean that the world government has no way of dealing with the Whitebeard group, nor with the 4 emperors group in the new world? This is a slap in the face of the world government. This sea is already in chaos. Whitebeard's rescue of Ace only added a little fuel to the fire in this rampage era. Saint Shepherd 10 Peter finished speaking, and Saint Topman Voculi, the 5 elders with a mustache, remained silent in response. But this fire may very well light up those lights that have long been extinguished in this world. The most important thing is, according to the news from CP0, the Whitebeard group was able to successfully rescue Ace this time, most likely with the help of the Ryago Kingdom. If the Whitebeard group and the Ryago Kingdom form an alliance, with that guy here, we have no way to sanction them. The long-haired 5 elders Marcus Maz, who was always calm and looked down upon all so-called pirates, showed a rare hint of worry on his face when he mentioned that guy. The celestial dragons possess a terrifying power that is enough to destroy the world. Even the so-called ancient weapon Pluton is nothing more than a headache for the celestial dragons, but it can be easily solved by paying a small price. Only the Queen of the Deep Sea, only Poseidon, is the real concern of the world government. No matter how powerful Uranus is, he has no way to directly attack an existence 10,000 meters below the sea. In the future when the world is about to be submerged, Poseidon's threat to the celestial dragons or gods is even more abrupt. Humph, it may be difficult for us to launch divine punishment on that guy, but that guy can't pose any threat to us either. A mouse that is fit to hide in the gutter should stay in the gutter. If it dares to appear in the sun, the wrath of God will naturally burn it completely. After the long-haired 5 elders finished speaking, a cold light flashed in the eyes of the bald 5 elders Izambaron v Nasujiro, who was holding the first-generation Kaititsu. He has absolute confidence in the power that Lord Yim possesses. God's power is naturally absolute. But before the final reckoning comes, the power of God cannot be used at will, and now, the Whitebeard group and the Ryago Kingdom are combined. It will be enough to completely shake God's order. They're not a threat, but they're troublesome enough. The bald 5 elders didn't care about the alliance between the Ryago Kingdom and the Whitebeard group, but the curly-haired 5 elders Jagalusha Satan was already frowning. The power possessed by the celestial dragons is enough to destroy the world, but if all the lights were lit again, they would all rush to the Red Earth continent. By then, no matter how powerful the gods are, they will inevitably be hesitant and bring huge troubles to the Tianlong people. No matter how powerful Uranus and the Holy Mother Flame are, we can't just leave them in the Holy Land of Marijoa. Trouble. If they unite together, it will be a huge trouble indeed. But when have we ever had less trouble? Besides, it's still unclear whether the Whitebeard pirates and the Ryago Kingdom have really joined forces. After Saint Satan finished speaking, Saint Wakuli, the 5 elders with a mustache, spoke in a deep voice to Kaido. Whether they are aligned is really uncertain at this point. But we must prepare for the worst. The bearded 5 elders Meza said. Besides, their alliance may not really be a bad thing for us. After Meza Sheng finished speaking, the other 5 elders immediately all cast doubtful glances at Meza Sheng. After the Beast's pirates were taken over by the Calamity Shyvana, they turned the pirates into a country and occupied the original Wano country. After the Big Mom pirates were defeated by Gangplank, the ocean disaster, they also established Buildwater on the original Cake Island. Compared to the original loose and non-threatening pirate groups, after the establishment of the kingdom, the power of the Beast's pirates and Buildwater has expanded rapidly. Even the pirates in the New World gradually began to understand that a loose pirate group could never compare to a powerful kingdom with sufficient territory and population, and with a steady flow of economic and military support. Especially when the founders of those kingdoms possessed terrifying power and fame. And the Whitebeard pirates, under the impetus of the newly joined vice-captain, are also carrying out the plan to transform pirates into a kingdom. Saint Maz spoke slowly. Saint Satan and the other saints of Voculi seemed to be thinking about something, but the bald 5 elders still looked puzzled, so he asked directly. So, those powerful pirate groups have become much stronger after establishing a kingdom. Is that a good thing for us? Of course it's a good thing. Meza Saint firm Kaido. The 4 emperors are such a huge problem for us. The biggest reason is never because they are strong. It's because they have been wandering on the sea for a long time, and we in New World simply don't have enough power to completely encircle and wipe them out. Once they transform pirates into a nation and start to own their own fixed kingdom and territory, their strength and influence will certainly increase greatly. But they are also somewhat locked into the kingdoms they created. Which of these kingdoms can resist God's punishment? When Meza Sheng said this, the bald 5 elders finally realized what was going on and said coldly, yes, by then, God's punishment will completely destroy them all. No, they don't even need God's punishment. As long as they start to build a kingdom and take root on land, the sea will completely submerge them when the end comes, leaving only a clean world for us. Not only did they leave us a clean world, but they also turned pirates into a kingdom. All pirates in the New World will become their enemies, and they will also become our tools to maintain God's order to a certain extent. I propose that we should simply recognize Buildwater, the original Wano country, the Ryago kingdom, and the kingdom that the Whitebeard pirates are about to establish, and give them the greatest support and recognition, so that they can directly become members of the world government. Aren't those lowly fish people always craving for human recognition and a place under the sun? Give them all, give them all. When Saint Maz said this, the corners of his mouth slightly raised. After the other 5 elders looked at each other, they also showed bright smiles on their faces. The end of the world will come soon, and when the end of the world comes, all the gifts that the 5 elders and the world government have bestowed on the 4 emperors and the Dragon Palace Kingdom will be settled one by one. The 5 elders devised a vicious plan to trap and absorb the 4 emperors and the Ryago Kingdom. As for the sanctions and military expenditure reductions for the Marine headquarters, they also considered that the New World 4 emperors would transform pirates into kingdoms and their strength would increase greatly in the future, so they chose to postpone it. There is no way. Although the Bounty Hunter Guild is developing rapidly, in a short period of time, the Bounty Hunter Guild alone cannot suppress and compete with those major forces on the sea. The world government will also need the power of the Marine headquarters in the short term. But the Whitebeard pirates successfully rescued Ace, and the Marine headquarters also had to pay a corresponding price. Jean Guo is no longer suitable to continue to stay in the position of Fleet Admiral. They need to answer to us and the world. Who will be the new Fleet Admiral then? Akainu. Saint Voculi raised his own question, but the other 5 elders shook their heads in rejection. Akainu, who holds the ideal of absolute justice, would have been the best candidate. But, Akainu lied to us during the Battle of Shandalai. The elite of the Revolutionary Army and a large number of Marines were rescued by a mysterious force. Not all of them died at the hands of God. Akainu, who persisted to the end, knew all of this but did not tell us. Loyalty is not absolute, it is absolutely disloyal. Akainu is no longer worthy of being a sharp blade in our hands. Then it seems that we have no choice but to choose Kizaru as the new Marine Fleet Admiral. Saint Voculi frowned and said. However, with Kizaru's promotion, there will be a vacancy among the 3 admirals. Do you want to agree to a worldwide conscription by the Marine headquarters to fill the vacancies of the Marine admirals and the large number of troops lost? Filling their gaps and not cutting their military spending further is giving them face. Saint Satan sneered and said. We still need the strength of the Marine headquarters, but we don't need an overly powerful Marine headquarters. As for the gaps in the 3 major awards, isn't Vice Admiral Galen in the Marines extremely powerful and has a very high reputation in the Marines? Let him become the new general. The next day, the news that the Whitebeard pirates successfully broke through Impel Down and rescued Ace spread all over the world. Then, Marine Headquarters Fleet Admiral Sengoku resigned, and Admiral Kizaru became the new Fleet Admiral of Marine Headquarters. The former Vice Admiral of Marine Headquarters Galen, because of his outstanding achievements and strong strength, became the new Marine Admiral, with the title of White Eagle, Kizaru Fleet Admiral, General Galen. Haha, what an interesting choice. Those celestial dragons gave their own tombstones a hard push again. On Valoran Island, Duke looked at the newspaper in his hand with an inexplicable smile on his face. The Valoran Chamber of Commerce, Garen, and others are continuously carrying out their plan to restore order in the Marine headquarters. And now with the promotion of Kizaru and Garen, it is only a matter of time before the Marine headquarters will completely fall under the control of Duke. But it's still not enough. It's almost there, almost there. If I give it a little more time, the funds I can mobilize will reach 500 billion Baileys. I just don't know which legend will make a brilliant appearance this time. Duke looked at his growing wealth with anticipation in his eyes. In life, earning the first million is often the hardest, while the second and third million are just snowballing. Every minute and every second, the forces under Duke's command are constantly adding new wealth to Duke. Even if it wasn't for the need to leave enough development funds for the forces under Duke's command, Duke would only need a few days to gather 1 trillion Baileys, not to mention 500 billion Baileys. However, there is no need for this. Time is always on Duke's side. It is meaningless to exhaust all the resources. Duke was thinking about what kind of god-level hero would be drawn in the upcoming second SSS-level lottery. Meanwhile, on the sea, the Ignore forces were also agitated by the news that the Whitebeard group had broken through Impel Down and rescued Ace. What Iron Wall, what world government, in front of the Whitebeard pirates, they are all just drags. Whitebeard is indeed the strongest man in the world. Even the world government cannot compete with him. If we have the protection of the Whitebeard pirates, who else in this world can hurt us? Let's go, I'm going to join the Whitebeard group, I'm going to get the protection of the Whitebeard group. There are also Buildwater and Dragon Kingdom. They are the 4 emperors of the new world just like Whitebeard. Whitebeard can be fearless of the world government, so shouldn't the other 4 emperors be able to do the same? Are the 4 emperors of the new world such terrifying beings? I'm going to join them. Whitebeard is old after all. On the sea, not long after the world government announced the public execution of Ace, the aftermath of the Whitebeard pirates' successful attack on Impel Down and rescue of Ace continued to spread across the sea. Because of this big news, countless pirates and forces, as well as a large number of civilians who have suffered from the oppression of the world government but are afraid of the world government's military suppression, have chosen to go out to sea and flock to the new world. The fame and power of the Whitebeard pirates were greatly expanded in the first place. At the same time, the power of Buildwater, who was also a member of the Four Emperors, and Shyvana, who integrated the Beasts Pirates and the Kingdom of Wano into one and established the Kingdom of Dragon, and even the power of the Red Hair Pirates, also grew rapidly. After all, Whitebeard is old, but the ruler of Buildwater and the Dragon Kingdom is still young. As time goes by, more and more people go out to sea, and the Marine headquarters, which has not been able to replenish its troops, begins to be stretched. If it were not for the assistance of the Bounty Hunter Guild, which has basically spread all over the world at this time, those who choose to go to sea will surely bring countless turmoil to the world. Unfortunately, the rampage of the times did not completely shake the rule of the world government. In other words, when some kingdoms or forces within the four seas tried to withdraw from the world government and obtain the protection of the Whitebeard group, they were always brutally suppressed by the world government at the first time. The four seas is the headquarters of the world government. The four emperors of the New World are indeed very strong, but they are too far away from them. The marine bases and bounty hunter guilds of the world government spread all over the world are very close to them. The rule and order of the world government in the four seas are still strong, but as the times go by and the news of the Whitebeard group slapping the world government in the face and rescuing Ace continues to ferment, many kingdoms and forces in the four seas have gradually reached a consensus. That is, the world government is by no means invincible, and the authority of the celestial dragons is by no means truly supreme. The lights hidden in the hearts of countless people are burning quietly, but unfortunately, the celestial dragons and the high and mighty world government don't care. The end is approaching, and all they need is to maintain the order of the world for a short period of time during this final period. The whole world is becoming more and more turbulent as the times go by, but these turbulent waves are always maintained at an appropriate height under the control of a strange force. World government needs time, and Duke also needs time. Now is by no means the last day. While the entire ocean remained relatively strangely calm, Luffy and his crew still managed to reach Fishman Island after causing quite a stir in the Sabayati archipelago. Are these the Straw Hat Luffy and his crew who caused a commotion in Water 7, beat up the celestial dragons, and finally managed to escape from the world government's encirclement? As expected of a pirate with a bounty of 300 million berries. If they enter the New World, they will definitely cause quite a stir in the New World. At the Fishman Island Pirates Entry and Exit Registration Gate, a group of rookie pirates with a maximum bounty of only 70 million Baileys stared at Straw Hat Luffy and the others and exclaimed in admiration. When Luffy and his crew were wreaking havoc in the Sabayati archipelago, the Whitebeard group was attacking Impel Down. Kizaru and Shichibukai all chose to go and siege them. This allowed Luffy and his crew, as well as many supernovas, to successfully enter Fishman Island without being beaten by Kizaru. It caused quite a stir. An old pirate captain who offered a bounty of 80 million berries sneered. It's just a newcomer with a reward of 300 million berries. The New World is the New World of the Four Emperors. Newcomers like this who don't know their place will either die the fastest or choose to join the Four Emperors. The power of the Four Emperors is definitely not something these newcomers can shake. After the old pirate finished speaking, the rookie pirate with a bounty of 70 million wanted to say something, but when he thought of the recent big news about the Whitebeard pirates, he finally sighed deeply and chose to remain silent. As a rookie pirate captain, he also had the ambition to become One Piece, but after experiencing a series of crazy pursuits by marine soldiers and bounty hunters, he finally arrived at Fishman Island, and then saw the news that the Whitebeard group broke through the Impel Down castle and rescued Ace. His ambition completely dissipated in an instant. No one knows better than him how powerful the marine headquarters and those crazy bounty hunters are, as he has personally escaped from the pursuit of marine warships and bounty hunters several times. But at the same time, in front of the Four Emperors who seem to be able to ignore the power of the world government and the marine headquarters, he also understands the weakness of his own power. For a rookie pirate like him with a bounty of only 70 million, the best way to enter the New World is to choose to directly join a Four Emperors group. It's not shameful to hug someone's thigh. Some new pirates began to think about clinging to the Four Emperors, but the supernovas who successfully arrived at Fishman Island didn't think so. We can't deal with guys like the Four Emperors with our current strength. So, let's form an alliance. Together, let's defeat the so-called Four Emperors and let those seniors who have only been out to sea for longer see the power of us, the new era. In a luxurious hotel on Fishman Island, a supernova named Eustace with a bounty of 315 million is offered. Kid discusses with the other supernovas present to form a secret alliance to jointly fight against the Four Emperors. Form an alliance to fight against the Four Emperors. We are still a long way from being the Four Emperors. But if our strength is combined, even the Four Emperors may not be invincible. After Kid finished speaking, Supernova APU responded immediately, and Red Flag Drake also nodded after a moment of silence. Going with them to challenge the Four Emperors would be a death wish, but taking this opportunity to obtain more information about the supernovas, as well as to contact the Four Emperors or even join a Four Emperors group, is a good choice. Form an alliance to fight against the Four Emperors. Fate shows that our alliance against the Four Emperors has only a 10% chance of success. APU and Drake agree to form an alliance, but Hawkins, who is also a supernova, reveals the tarot cards in his hand and coldly declares the success rate of their alliance against the Four Emperors. So, are you planning to join the Four Emperors directly and become their subordinate? Facing Hawkins' prediction, Kid's tone became extremely cold and he sneered at Hawkins. Hawkins shook his head and continued. When I went out to sea, I made a prediction for myself that the probability of me becoming One Piece or even surviving to the end on this ocean was less than 1%. But I still chose to go to sea. I have no reason to refuse an alliance against the 4 emperors. Ha ha ha, well said. As a man on the sea, shouldn't you be prepared to die in the sea before going out to sea? The new world is not just the new world of the 4 emperors, it will also be our new world. After Hawkins finished speaking, the strange monk Uraj, who had been silent all along, responded with a laugh, indicating that he was willing to join the alliance to fight against the 4 emperors. As supernovas, even though they knew to a certain extent the terror and power of the 4 emperors through various channels and daily battles, they all had full confidence in themselves as they had not been defeated easily by Kizaru by chance. The 4 emperors are very strong, but they are definitely not weak. Then, it's just you, Straw Hat Boy Luffy, Captain Law of the Heart Pirates, and our glutton Miss Bonnie. When Kid said this, he glanced at Bonnie who was eating madly and Trafalgar Law who was silent, and finally stared at Luffy who was chewing a big bone. Unlike the Heart Pirates and the Bonnie Pirates, the Straw Hat Pirates and the Kid Pirates are the only 2 groups of supernovas in the same batch that have more than 2 supernova crew members at the same time. The combat power of the Straw Hat Pirates should never be underestimated. Sorry, my target is not the 4 emperors right now. Before challenging the 4 emperors, I have another enemy I must face. Facing the gazes from Kid and other pirate captains, Trafalgar Law was the first to choose to refuse after being silent for a moment. Compared to challenging the 4 emperors, Law wants to defeat Doflamingo more. Bonnie, the big eater, also stuffed a large piece of pizza and shook his head vaguely but firmly. The 4 emperors are not something we can challenge right now. I don't want to die before I have had enough of the delicious food in this world. I still have a lot of things I want to do. Law and Bonnie both chose to refuse. Kid's eyes became colder, and finally he looked straight at Luffy who was still struggling with Big Bone. At this time, Luffy, who had swallowed a large mouthful of bone and meat, finally recovered, burped, and said to Kid in a carefree manner, "Defeat the 4 emperors. I'm not interested in this kind of thing. We are still far from being a monster like that. But, I will definitely be the One Piece." Humph, you don't even dare to face the 4 emperors, and you still dream of becoming One Piece, Straw Hat Boy Luffy, is that all you are? Facing Luffy's refusal, Kid sneered and said sarcastically, "In a world where most pirates go out to sea just for gold, silver, and jewelry, Kid also has the ambition to become One Piece. It's not that I don't dare to face it." Facing Kid's ridicule and doubts about his dream, Luffy straightened his straw hat and said seriously, "I'm definitely going to be in One Piece. But monsters like the 4 emperors are definitely not something we can deal with right now. I will never send my companions to die in vain." Luffy has never been afraid of the so-called 4 emperors, but after experiencing the ruthless and thorough crushing by Enel, Kyle, and others on Sky Island, Luffy and others gradually realized the gap between them now and the real top of the world. Such a gap is absolute. This was also the fundamental reason why Luffy was able to decisively choose to retreat when he heard that Vladimir's Scarlet Legion was roaming in the nearby waters. Luffy is not afraid of strong enemies. If necessary, in order to rescue Ace, Luffy even dares to face the Admiral of the Marine headquarters. But if he faces the 4 emperors just on impulse, he and his companions will all die. Luffy will never forgive such a thing. To die. Hey, are you looking down on yourself or us? Kid grinned, revealing a sinister smile, and sneered. Gangplank, Tryndamere, and Shyvana, who only went to sea a year or 2 earlier than us, can become the new 4 emperors and vice-captain of the Whitebeard pirates. And if we unite together, can't we take down a 4 emperors group within a year? We didn't think about dealing with Whitebeard, and we didn't think about challenging the 4 emperors right away. The 4 emperors' fame and fear spread throughout the world, but the legends of super rookies who have emerged one after another to the top of the 4 emperors' throne have also inspired the ambitions of countless rookie pirates. Gangplank, Shyvana, and Tryndamere are sitting on the thrones of the 4 emperors, so why can't I sit on them? Before they personally experienced the hopeless crushing of combat power, Kid and other supernovas all had full confidence in themselves. Of course, if they had really experienced a beating from a top-level expert, they would not have the chance to become a supernova now. A rookie pirate with great potential who was caught by a passing garp in the East Daxia Sea said he wanted to cry but had no tears. To become a supernova, strength is important, but luck is also very important sometimes. I used to be as arrogant as you guys, but until I landed on Sky Island and encountered those guys, I finally understood that people are completely different from each other. Luffy lowered his head and said seriously, "We are still a long way from reaching the top of the ocean." After Luffy finished speaking, he turned around and left, and Trafalgar Law and the glutton Bonnie followed closely behind him and also left this so-called Supernova Alliance conference. Hey, are we just going to let them go like this? They know about our plan to form an alliance to fight against the 4 emperors. After Luffy and the others left, Skulachaman AP, one of the supernovas, said viciously, "Let them go." Kid, with a murderous look on his face, glanced coldly at everyone present and said solemnly, "After they rejected our alliance, they have become our enemies. On this ocean, there is only one person who can become 4 emperors or even One Piece, and they will be the first enemy after the establishment of our pirate alliance. In the New World, except for some specific groups, almost all scattered pirate groups are enemies. On the sea, the fighting between pirate groups never needs any reason. Should we make them the first target of our pirate alliance? But this is Fishman Island. If we attack them here, the probability of success is 0. Hawkins glanced at the tower wheel card spread out in front of him and said solemnly, "The Deep Sea Queen of Fishman Island is a more terrifying existence in the deep sea than the 4 emperors. Of course, I wouldn't be stupid enough to do anything to them here. Let them spend their last happy time on Fishman Island." Kid slowly Kaido, a cruel smile appeared on his face. And when they reach the New World, that ocean will become a graveyard for all of them. If these supernovas join forces, they estimate that they may be able to challenge the 4 emperors in a year. But now, in this 10,000-meter deep sea, on Fishman Island where fighting between pirates is absolutely forbidden, facing countless fishermen warriors and even the terrifying Deep Sea Queen, Kid, and the others are not so stupid. New World Graveyard. That sea has buried countless people. Red flag. Drake sighed, and then a faint light flashed in his eyes. He pretended to be calm and asked, "So, apart from them, who among the 4 emperors is our real hunting target?" As a marine undercover, of course you have to get the intelligence first. Hunting target. Of course, she. After Kid finished speaking, he casually swung out a dagger and nailed it heavily on the bounty of the Scourge Dragon Shyvana on his desk. A bounty of 3.8 billion berries, the former second-in-command of the Beast's pirates, the Calamity Dragon Shyvana. Drake, Hawkins, and others looked at the target chosen by Kid. After a moment of silence, they all nodded and said, "As the newest of the 4 emperors, and having suffered a crushing defeat and greatly reduced her strength, Shyvana is undoubtedly the easiest target for us to defeat." Shyvana's bounty, which once was only 3.6 billion belly, has risen by another 200 million belly after she topped the 4 emperors. Compared with the current veteran 4 emperors such as Red Hair and Gangplank, Shyvana's bounty is still the lowest. The Supernovas formed an alliance to deal with Shyvana, while Luffy, Law, Bonnie and others, after leaving Kid and others, began to wander around Fishman Island again. Wow, is this the dreamlike Fishman Island? Sure enough, I never get tired of watching it. In the Straw Hat Pirates, Sanji was holding a blood transfusion bag while plugging his nose with a tissue, his eyes shining as he kept scanning the beautiful mermaids on the street. "Hey, you perverted cook, look. If there weren't a human hospital here storing a large amount of human blood, you would have almost bled to death in Mermaid Bay." Zoro's mouth twitched slightly, and he spoke to Sanji with concern. In the previous Fishman Island, fishmen were forbidden to give blood transfusions to humans. But after Nami ruled the entire Ryogo Kingdom and opened Fishman Island to attract countless pirates and tourists, human hospitals and human blood storage centers were gradually built on Fishman Island. Even the rule prohibiting fishmen from transfusing blood to humans is gradually being opened up under Nami's control. There was no other way. Under the terrifying reputation of Nami, the Deep Sea Queen, and the watchful eyes of countless fishmen warriors and sea beasts, the fishmen and mermaids of Fishman Island were surprised to find that no matter whether they were human pirates or human tourists, they all became kind and benevolent. Who can resist some generous and kind human guests? When you are strong, the whole world will smile at you, and the fish people who benefit from it will gradually improve their previous stereotyped hatred towards humans to a certain extent. Good and bad, kindness and evil have never been divided by race. There are despicable villains among fishmen, and there are naturally noble heroes among humans. However, in the past when Fishman Island was too weak, the only people that the fishmen and mermaids could come into contact with were basically pirates and slave traders who came specifically to capture mermaids. And what noble souls can emerge among these people? The attitude of the fishmen on Fishman Island towards humans began to change, and Sanji, who benefited from this, said nonchalantly with his eyes shining after Zoro finished speaking, "For the beautiful mermaid, even if I lose my life, it's no big deal. Because this is heaven. Heaven? It's absolutely forbidden to fight. It's impossible to compete with swords or practice. It's simply hell. You lecherous cook, even lechery should have a limit. Stop it now. Hell. Damn swordsman, I will never allow you to defile my holy land." Sanji and Zoro got into an argument over whether Fishman Island was heaven or hell. Robin covered her mouth and laughed, while Chopper looked silly. Karina stared at the various clothes and accessories on the street with shining eyes. Frankie, who had just boarded the boat, was about to step forward to stop them from making noise, but was stopped by Luo Bing. Some friendships and bonds require small conflicts and frictions to intensify. But, heaven. I don't know if it's heaven, but are there any historical texts here on Fishman Island? Robin murmured with a gentle and peaceful smile on his face. The Straw Hat Pirates may not be the strongest pirate group, but the atmosphere and bond between the members of the Straw Hat Pirates have gradually melted the frost and haze in Robin's heart, who has experienced countless hardships and darkness. No one else heard Robin's whisper, but Yumi, who had been dozing on Luo Bing's shoulder, pricked up her ears and said lazily, "Yes, some. Does Fishman Island also have historical texts? This is really great news." After hearing Yumi's lazy words and confirming that historical texts also existed on Fishman Island, Nico Robin said that it was good news, but her face was full of bitterness. The Dragon Palace Kingdom and the Queen of the Deep Sea are too powerful. No matter how Nicole Robin thinks, she can't figure out how to read those historical texts under the noses of the Dragon Palace Kingdom and the Queen of the Deep Sea. Historical texts are top secret and extremely valuable treasures in the entire world. The legendary signpost historical texts mark the map leading to the legendary place Raftel, and are the treasures that all pirates who aspire to become One Piece dream of. Good news. What's the good news? Does Robin-san have any good news you want to share with us? Robin said bitterly, and Luffy, Frank and others beside Robin pricked up their ears and asked. Then, before Nico Robin could reply, UMI said Kaido. It is on this Fishman Island that the historical text Robin has been looking for is found. Are there historical texts on Fishman Island? That's great. Robin, sooner or later, you will find all the historical texts and figure out all the buried history. After hearing UMI's confirmation, Sanji, Luffy and others instantly became excited for Robin. It's not easy to find a secret treasure like a historical text in the sea, but now there is one on the Fishman Island where they arrived. For Robin, that's really great. Yes, one day, I will find all the historical texts. Nicole Robin smiled calmly, and then said softly, but now, friends, we just rejected Kid and others' alliance request, so we don't have time to read the historical texts on the Fishman Island. Endless adventures in the New World are waiting for us. There must be more historical texts waiting for me to discover in the New World. What do you mean, are we leaving this dream island now? Oh, beautiful mermaid, I haven't seen enough. Hearing Robin's words, Sanji suddenly cried, but then he immediately thought of something and his expression changed. Damn Cook, can you think of anything other than lewd things? Before Sanji could react and say anything, Zoro had already turned his face and said solemnly to Robin. Kid and others are indeed a threat. But the most important thing is that this is Fishman Island. We have no way of viewing that historical text, right? But Robin, what do you take us for? We are partners. For the sake of our partners' dreams, we will never back down, even if it means Fishman Island. We will help you find the historical texts of New World, and we will also create opportunities for you to discover the historical texts of Fishman Island. When Zoro said this, he clenched the demon sword 3rd generation Kaititsu in his hand. Luffy, Sanji and others also had resolute expressions. In Water 7, in order to protect Robin, Luffy and his friends even dared to face the world government and fight against Buster Call. Now, for Robin's dream, they are also willing to make a big fuss on Fishman Island. Moreover, they just wanted to secretly help Robin take a look at the historical text, and they didn't intend to kidnap the mermaid. As long as they could find a way to make some concessions or pay all the treasures they had saved, they should be able to get the legendary Deep Sea Queen to agree to their request, right? Luffy and the others had beautiful thoughts. Then, after asking the nearby fishermen guards, they received the harshest refusal. Not to mention negotiating with the Deep Sea Queen to view historical texts. Even if they wanted to meet the Deep Sea Queen, they simply didn't have the qualifications. A supernova with a mere bounty of 300 million can face the Deep Sea Queen Nami? The current Straw Hat pirates are totally unqualified. Faced with the rejection of the Fishman guards, Robin immediately backed out, but Luffy and the others were still working hard for Robin's dream. Since there is no way to ask the Queen of the Deep Sea to let us view the historical texts, we can only go secretly. According to the information we got on Fishman Island, the historical texts on this island are located in a place called Sea Forest, northeast of Fishman Island. Ever since the Deep Sea Queen saved the entire Fishman Island and transformed the former Fishman Street, there haven't been many fishmen there. As long as we can find a way to sneak there, Robin-chan will be able to read the historical texts to her heart's content. Zoro, Luffy and others said to the simple map plan of Fishman Island they drew in their hands. Thank you very much, everyone. However, Fishman Island only allows outsiders like us to move around in places like Coral Hill and Tourist Street. If you rashly go to other places, you will be regarded as an enemy by Fishman Island. This is 10,000 meters deep in the sea. Once our plan to sneak out is discovered, we will not be a match for the Queen of the Deep Sea. Please give up this plan. Nico Robin looked at everyone working hard for her dream and felt extremely grateful. Yumi, who was sitting on her shoulder, watched the scene with squinted eyes, her mouth moving slightly, but in the end she said nothing. It is Robin's bodyguard, but it is just Robin's bodyguard. As for the forces under Duke, Yumi will never say anything unless Duke personally speaks to Robin. If we are discovered, will we be wiped out? This is a very dangerous plan. But isn't it adventure that we go out to sea? Zoro said in a deep voice, and Luffy also continued firmly. As a captain, isn't it my duty to fulfill the dreams of my crew members? I want to be the man of One Piece, and our adventure will never stop here. Frankie, be prepared to escape at any time. Once we are discovered, we will make a big scene and then run to the New World. Everyone. Robin choked up. Just as Luffy, Robin and the others were preparing to risk their lives to avoid the surveillance of the Fishman guards and head to the Sea Forest, in a nearby house, the DJ Apu from the Supernova Alliance turned his ears into speakers and said with a sinister smile, "Oh, this is a really amazing statement. Is there any adventure that will never stop for a man who wants to become One Piece? Oh, this is Fishman Island, the territory of the legendary Queen of the Deep Sea. Compared to us, the Straw Hat Boys and his gang are really looking for death." As the user of the Paramecia sound fruit, Apu can not only transform various parts of his body into musical instruments to launch sonic attacks at any time and anywhere, but he can also eavesdrop on other people's conversations within a certain range. Appa said with a sinister smile, and after a brief discussion with Kid and others, he went directly to find the important figure of Fishman Island who was responsible for monitoring and suppressing foreign pirates, Sea Knight Jinbei. Compared to personally dealing with Straw Hat Luffy and others in New World, wouldn't it be more time-saving and labor-saving to kill them with someone else's knife in Fishman Island? Want to make a big fuss on Fishman Island and see the historical texts left behind on Fishman Island? Is it the Straw Hat Boy who caused a big disturbance in Water 7 not long ago and the Orphan of O'Hara? After hearing what Apu and the others had told him, Jinbei looked a little strange at first, then his face darkened and he said solemnly, "Historical texts are treasures that our queen holds dear. Fishman Island is definitely not a place where those guys can mess around. But if you guys dare to deceive me, the sea will bury all of you equally. The majesty of the Queen of the Deep Sea must not be violated, and the peace of Fishman Island must not be disturbed by anyone." After Jinbei finished speaking, he led a team of guards under the leadership of Apu and others to surround Luffy and others who were planning to quietly go to the sea forest. "Are you guys planning to sneak into the sea forest and steal the historical texts of Fishman Island? You're even planning to cause trouble on Fishman Island," Jinbei said in a deep voice with a dark face. "Your adventure ends here. Oh no, we've been discovered." "How did you get discovered?" Apu and the others. "What should we do?" "That's the former 7 warlords of the sea Jinbei, and this is Fishman Island." "Ah, I have a disease that makes me unable to stand. Can I choose to surrender?" Faced with the encirclement and questioning of Jinbei and others, Sanji, Zoro, and others were horrified. Usopp even shouted words of surrender, but none of them let go of their weapons. Luffy pressed his straw hat and said resolutely, "Our adventure definitely doesn't end here. Everyone, it's time to go. Third gear, rubber, giant battle axe." Luffy activated Gear 3, instantly transformed his left hand into a huge battle axe, and chopped Jinbei hard, while Sanji, Zoro and the others looked at each other and rushed forward at the same time. This is Fishman Island. They have to defeat Jinbei in the shortest possible time, and then they will have a chance to escape. Luffy was ready for a fight to the death. After being severely beaten by Enel, Kyle, and others, the strength of Luffy and others improved a lot. Luffy developed the third gear, and Sanji, Zoro, and others also had a preliminary study and understanding of the two-color domineering. But unfortunately, not all 7 warlords of the sea are as weak as Crocodile, the seriously injured sand crocodile. The little bit of strength they have improved now is still far from those truly strong ones. What's more, they are not the only ones whose strength has improved. While Luffy and his team have become stronger, the Deep Sea Queen Nami has emerged, defeated 4 emperors Kaido, and threatened the world government, making Fishman Island a powerful force that can shake the entire world. There is no need to worry about invasion and threats from others anymore. As a result, Jinbei no longer needs to work for the world government and no longer needs to worry about the safety of Fishman Island. He also removes all the shackles in his heart. Under Nami's training, his strength has also improved a lot. The most important thing is that this is Fishman Island, the home of the fishmen. Do you still want to fight back? What a bunch of naughty newcomers. Jinbei's face was gloomy, and his left hand turned black in an instant, and he just raised his hand slightly, and directly caught Luffy's giant battle axe that fell from the sky, and then, with a sudden pull, he pulled Luffy directly in front of him, and then, with a sudden throw, he used Luffy's force to counter him, and used Luffy's body to directly knock Sanji and Zoro, who had just rushed in front of him, away at the same time. Not bad strength. But do you think you can wreak havoc on Fishman Island with just this much strength? This is not a playground for you to fool around. Jinbei's face was gloomy, with black light flowing around him. He allowed Usopp's bullets to hit him and create shining sparks. At the same time, his whole body exuded an extremely terrifying aura. He raised his hand slightly, and was about to completely knock down Luffy and Zoro and others who stood up again and forced themselves in front of him. Hey, is this the strength of the former 7 warlords of the sea Jinbei? You must be kidding, it's like a joke. Such strength is a bit too exaggerated. In just a brief confrontation, Jinbei showed his overwhelming strength. Most importantly, if the 7 warlords of the sea are at this level, then how terrifying would the 4 emperors, who stand at the top of the sea, be? Apu, Kid, and others who were watching the battle on the sidelines, for the first time began to waver in their plan to team up and challenge the 4 emperors. Even after a year or more, will they really be able to have enough power to challenge the 4 emperors? Apo, Kid, and the others had some doubts, but Luffy, Sanji, Zoro and the others felt that boundless terror suddenly swept over them. If they had not been on Sky Island, they would have been accustomed to the spirit of top strong men in the battle with Enel. At this moment, they would have collapsed to the ground and lost all the courage to fight. But courage is meaningless in the face of absolute strength. After being beaten by Enel countless times, Luffy, Sanji, Zoro and others have already understood this. I'll stop him, everyone, run away. Luffy gritted his teeth, straightened his body, and even smoke formed by sweat began to burst out from his whole body. Slight changes gradually began to occur in his body. In the face of Jinbei's terrifying strength, the talented Luffy began to frantically squeeze every potential in his body. If Luffy could survive this battle, after a while, he might even be able to develop the 4th gear in advance. But just as Luffy was trying to squeeze out his own strength, preparing to hold Jinbei back and give Robin and the others a chance to escape, Nico Robin stood up and stood in front of Jinbei, opened her arms, and said resolutely, It was my own idea to leave Coral Hill and take a peek at the historical texts. If I have violated the laws of Fishman Island, please punish me. Let my companions go. Robin no longer wanted to make any more unnecessary sacrifices. This is Fishman Island. Even if Luffy tried his best to hold Jinbei back, how could he escape from the pursuit of Fishman soldiers, sea beasts, and even Poseidon-like creatures in the deep sea with just a pirate ship? No, that's not Robin's idea. We are companions. If there is any punishment, it should be all of us. After Robin finished speaking, Sanji, Zoro and Usopp also stood up and stood in front of Jinbei, followed by Karina and Frankie, who had just joined the Straw Hat Pirates. There may be a large number of pirate groups fighting each other on this sea, but every member of the Straw Hat Pirates has a deep bond. Companions. Nice bond. Looking at Robin and the others who bravely stood in front of him, Jinbei's eyes quietly flashed with admiration, but his words were still cold. But the law is the law. Intend to violate the laws of Fishman Island, leave Coral Hill and other places, and try to steal the secrets of Fishman Island. According to my king's laws, you will all be sentenced to hard labor for at least 10 years. I hope you will all still be alive 10 years later. It would be such a waste to kill all the pirates who violated the laws of Fishman Island. The world is so big that there are always some extremely dangerous jobs that require some dedicated people who are willing to sacrifice. 10 years. Hearing the 10-year time, Robin sighed bitterly, but soon he mustered up his courage and forced a smile on his face, and said loudly to Luffy, Sanji, Zoro and others, I'm sorry for making everyone work together for 10 years. But everyone must try their best to stay alive, our adventure is not over yet. 10 years later, we will go to sea together again. After Robin finished speaking, Usopp and Karina's eyes were already filled with tears. Luffy, Sanji, Zoro and the others also lowered their heads silently after looking at the increasing number of Fishman soldiers gathering outside and Apo and others who had bad intentions and were ready to attack at any time. There is no chance of escape. If you surrender, at least you have a chance of staying alive. As long as they are alive, they still have infinite possibilities. But Robin still has one last trump card to play. Robin thought of this and winked secretly at Yumi on his shoulder, although he was very reluctant to bring any trouble to his father. However, the terrifying strength and power displayed by his father might not be a match for Fishman Island and the Deep Sea Queen even in the deep sea. Robin felt that it was not difficult to find a way to meet with the Deep Sea Queen to negotiate a deal and punish them appropriately. Ordinary rookie pirates were not qualified to seek an audience with a top-sea powerhouse like the Deep Sea Queen, but whether it was the storm goddess Janna or the angel Kyle whom they had met before, it would surely be enough for the Deep Sea Queen to give them some face. Of course, the prerequisite is that Yumi must hide herself well and then find an opportunity to tell her father everything that happened on Fishman Island. Robin doesn't think Yumi will be a match for Jinbei and the Deep Sea Queen Nami, who made Yumi almost never participate in battles and spend her days sleeping and fishing. Robin had no idea how powerful Yumi was. But just as Robin winked at Yumi to signal it to hide itself first, Yumi, who had been looking weird on Robin's shoulder and whose mouth was twitching slightly, finally couldn't hold it back anymore. Although there are lots of fish here, Yumi doesn't like staying in one place all the time. As soon as Yumi finished speaking, Jinbei, who had been relaxing, immediately widened his eyes and looked straight at Yumi, with a few drops of cold sweat quietly seeping out of his forehead. The cat. Mythical beast species. Jinbei was extremely alert and prepared for a tough battle. But even if it's a mythical beast, don't even think about causing trouble for me on Fishman Island. Fishman Island has long been different. In this sea, every user of the mythical beast fruit is undoubtedly at least a top-notch warrior. Most importantly, before Yumi opened her mouth to speak, Jinbei's powerful observation haki did not even notice Yumi's threat at all. Before it started talking, Jinbei thought it was just an ordinary kitten. Even if Yumi hadn't taken the initiative to expose herself, and had tried to take advantage of the opportunity to launch a sneak attack just now, Jinbei felt that he would have been seriously injured even if he didn't die. He is not a monster with steel bones like Kaido or Charlotte Linlin. In this sea, once the strongest men activate their armament haki, not only blades and bullets, but even cannons cannot hurt them at all. But without any precautions, not to mention him, even a peak sea warrior like Whitebeard would most likely be severely injured in an instant. Jinbei stared at Yumi with extreme vigilance, and as he gestured with his left hand behind his back, the fishman guards, who had always thought that they were simply capturing some new pirates, now became extremely alert. Several of them even left the battlefield quietly and then sought more support directly from a distance. Jinbei doesn't think that Yumi, the mythical beast that suddenly appeared, can defeat him on Fishman Island, but this is Fishman Island, and the aftermath of the battle between two top powerhouses may turn the entire Fishman Island upside down at any time. For the safety of Fishman Island and the countless residents on the island, Jinbei must prepare for the worst. Jinbei prepared for the worst, and Robin, who had a glimmer of hope, became increasingly gloomy as Yumi spoke. But before Robin could say anything, Yumi stretched lazily and said to the extremely alert Jinbei lazily, "Make trouble. I didn't mean to cause trouble. And Nami, I can smell you from a distance, meow." As soon as Yumi finished speaking, a terrifying aura instantly crushed everyone except Robin, and even directly pressed Karina, Usopp and other weak people to the ground and made them unable to move. Even Luffy, Zoro and others began to tremble in front of this terrifying aura and could only barely stand. The stronger the spirit and belief, the stronger the conqueror's dominance will be. As the one who once defeated 4 emperors, Kaido, the king of all the fishmen on Fishman Island and the ruler of the infinite deep sea, Nami's conqueror's aura has been elevated to a level that is unimaginable for ordinary people. Shanks is known as the most domineering man in the world, but he is just one of the 4 emperors. On the vast ocean, there are still a large number of strong people who can threaten his life or even completely destroy the entire Red Hair Pirates. But as the queen of the deep sea, as the ruler of the deep sea who can easily create endless tsunamis, as long as Nami does not want to die, then in the entire pirate world, even if the world government and Uranus are all dispatched, it is impossible to kill Nami in the deep sea who can melt into the sea water at any time. On the surface, most of the world above the sea still belongs to the world government, but the entire world beneath the sea has been dominated by Nami. How is it possible? How could such a monster exist in this world? Is this the queen of the deep sea who defeated the former 4 emperors, Kaido? But what's with the cat that suddenly appeared from the Straw Hat Pirates? How can a cat talk? Also, does it know the legendary queen of the deep sea? Feeling the terrifying aura emanating from Nami, App, and other members of the Supernova Alliance, who could only barely stand and stay awake, looked at Umi, Luffy and others with increasingly complicated eyes, and suddenly a bad premonition arose in their hearts. APU, Kid, and others felt that things were gradually moving in a strange direction. At the same time, he felt that his plan to form an alliance to challenge the 4 emperors might be a little unsound. Monsters like Nami and 4 emperors, with a year or so of preparation time, it seems like it's not enough. How about, after we leave Fishman Island, we find a place to hide for 2 or 3 years? As for One Piece, it won't be a big deal if I wait a few years to become one. Luffy, Robin and others had no idea what Appo, Kid, and others were thinking. But soon, along with Nami's terrifying aura, a slender and petite figure as well as a cold and noble figure appeared at the same time. Meet my king. Greetings, Commander-in-Chief. Nami and Fitz appeared at the same time. Jinbei and the many Fishman Island guards present immediately looked at Nami and Fitz with fanatical eyes and saluted together. The former Fishman Island was a poor place frequented by countless pirates and criminals. Every year, a large number of mermaids were captured and sold as slaves. Every year, a large number of hungry and cold orphans could only huddle in the Fishman Street, gradually sinking into endless darkness and despair. But now, times have changed. The reputation of Nami and Fizz spread throughout the world, and even the world government was forced to release all the Murlocs and Merman slaves. At the same time, in this world, almost no one dared to regard Murlocs as fish anymore. All Murlocs and Mermen have stood up and can enjoy the beauty of the sun and the beach to their heart's content. Even now, the Fishman Island has directly blocked the route to the new world. Every day, countless pirates and caravans can bring countless wealth to the entire Fishman Island. It is really a way to make money without doing anything, and the tolls collected are endless. The so-called Fishman Street and the hungry and cold fishmen and mermaids have all become a thing of the past. At least since Nami came to power, all the fishmen and mermaids on Fishman Island have never experienced real hunger again. Those who want to lose weight are not counted. After all, since Fishman Island became rich, there are many fathides and mermaids who have become fat during this period of time. Facing the support and love of Jinbei and a large number of Fishman guards, Nami and Fitz nodded slightly in response, then stared at Robin meaningfully, and then looked at Yumi together and said unhappily, "Lazy cat, mermen, and mermaids are not fish at all. Welcome to the bottom of the sea, where there are endless fish to eat." Well, Nami, as a mermaid, doesn't eat fish, but Fitz, as an amphibious yordle, does like to eat fish. Too much fish to eat. Yumi likes this place a little bit. But you know, Yumi doesn't like staying in the same place all the time. Facing the welcome from Nami and Fitz, Yumi licked his pink little paws and spoke with drooling. Nami and Yumi have an average relationship, but Fitz and Yumi, who both like to make trouble and be lazy, have a pretty good relationship. Nami, Fitz and Yumi started chatting, and seeing Nami, Fitz and Yumi chatting happily, the hearts of Appo, Kid, and others sank to the bottom of the sea. Damn, you Straw Hat Pirates have such a relationship with the Deep Sea Queen Nami. Besides, since we're already in this relationship, there's nothing wrong with just asking Nami to show you the historical text, right? Are you planning to peek, which is against the laws of Fishman Island? Playing with us? Seeing that the situation was not good, APU, Kid and others immediately ran away. As they watched Kid, Appo, and the others slip away, Nami, Fitz and the others didn't care at all. Only Luffy, Robin and the others who survived the disaster stared at the direction where Appo, Kid and the others slipped away. When Appo, Kid and others reported Luffy and others to Jinbei, they were already enemies. As men on the sea, it is common for us to fight and be hostile to each other, and it is not shameful if we cannot win. But it would be hard for Luffy and the others to accept that the pirates did not end the matter with a fight between the pirate groups, but instead reported it directly to the police. Are there any rules between pirates? Are there any moral principles left? Nowadays, pirates are betraying each other and killing each other, right? Compared to the naivete of Luffy and others, Kid, Appo, and others are the real pirates. Pirates are pirates, and winning is good enough, so what are the rules? If you really want to follow the rules, why be a pirate? Isn't it better to be a marine? Facing Robin's hostile gaze towards Appo and others, Nami and Fitz also stopped playing and chatting with Yumi. Finally met Robin. Nami looked at Robin, a trace of kindness appeared on her face, and she said softly, "Why, you don't like those pirates? If you don't like them, just arrest them all and make them do hard labor. The majority of pirates in the world of pirates may be excusable, but when they go out to sea to plunder, being killed or captured for no reason is also a matter of course." As for why Nami is more loving and caring towards Robin, we can only talk about the night story that Nami and Duke have to tell. I can only say that mermaids are really beautiful. Faced with the sudden gentle care from Nami, the legendary queen of the deep sea, Robin froze in her place. Luffy, Sanji and others behind Robin also felt a familiar atmosphere and plot. You must be kidding. Could it be that Nami, the legendary queen of the deep sea, also has a close relationship with Robin's father? Luffy, Sanji, and the others were all in doubt. Only Frankie, who had just joined the Straw Hat Pirates and didn't know Robin's identity, tilted his head and looked at Robin and Luffy strangely. Who am I? Where am I? What happened? Nami said softly, and before Robin could reply, Fitz was already jumping up and down and said to Robin flatteringly, "If you don't want them to work hard, let my sharks eat them. They are some bad guys. They should all be sunk to the bottom of the sea." In the Supernova Alliance, Hawkins and Drake may still have some bottom line and basically never rob merchant ships and civilians, but the number of innocent people who died tragically at the hands of Kid, Kira, and Apo is already countless. They are all real pirates, and they are all real damned villains. Fitz smelled a lot of blood on them. If Nami's questioning of Robin merely made Robin, Luffy and others doubt that Nami knew Duke, then Fitz's subsequent flattery of Robin completely confirmed that Duke had a very close relationship with the Deep Sea Queen Nami and the Commander-in-Chief of Fishman Island, Fitz. But, how many good friends does Robin's father have around the world? And how terrifying is Robin's father's power? Sanji, Zoro, and the others were all at a loss, and Luffy, the son of the leader of the Revolutionary Army and grandson of the marine hero Garp, also noticed the disparity in the world at this time. I should be considered one of the best second generation in the world, right? But why do I feel like there is no one on this ocean who is a friend of my grandfather and father? Although they are both second generation, their treatment seems to be very different. Of course, this is also closely related to the fact that Luffy did not publicize his identity to the outside world. Although if he really wanted to spread the word, it is very likely that he would not only not gain much benefit, but would only bring more trouble. If Luffy really wanted to publicize his identity to the outside world, he wouldn't even be able to complete the first half of the Grand Line. There are countless pirates on this sea, whether they are seeking fame or revenge against Garp, who don't mind killing or capturing Luffy alive. As the son of the leader of the Revolutionary Army, Dragon, the world government will also directly regard Luffy as a thorn in their side. At the same time, he offended countless pirates and the world government. Even with Garp's proper maneuvering in the Marine headquarters, the countless pirates, the CPS under the world government, and some Marines who obeyed the orders of the world government were enough to tear Luffy into pieces. There is still a big difference between second generation and second generation. Luffy, the second generation, is far from enough in front of Robin, the strongest second generation in the pirate world. Facing Nami and Fitz's concern, Robin's mouth twitched slightly, and then he said seriously to Kaido, "We will take care of APU, Kid, and others ourselves. I just want to know, are you my father's friends too?" Friend. Looking at Robin who was full of doubt, Nami covered her mouth and smiled, while Fitz tilted his head and said nothing. "I guess so. You can consider me as your elder. As for this guy Fitz, just treat him as a trustworthy troublemaker. As for other matters involving your father, since he hasn't told you, it's not the right time for you to know about many things now. Well, welcome to Fishman Island. Let's have a party." Although Fitz has lived for hundreds or even thousands of years, compared to the lifespan and personality of the Yodel people, Fitz is still just an 800-year-old child. Faced with Nami's answer, Robin's doubts were not only not alleviated, but began to increase. Luffy, Sanji, Zoro and others on the side pouted their lips, looking as if they had expected it. Tired, the world is still destroyed. What does their previous plan and determination to wreak havoc on Fishman Island mean now? A clown? Also, Robin's father is so scary that even the Deep Sea Queen Nami is his friend. It's not possible that in the new world, those 4 emperors and legendary figures are all friends of Robin's father. So we call this an adventure? Do you still want to become One Piece? Well, not all of the 4 emperors in the new world are Duke's friends, and the Red Hair Pirates are not currently one of them. However, Red Hair and Luffy seem to have a very good relationship. So, the 4 emperors are all our own people? The most terrifying pirate group in the new world that cannot be provoked has probably really been born at this moment. The surprise of Sanji, Luffy and others as well as Frankie's doubts quickly disappeared under the enthusiastic banquet. No matter how terrifying the power of Robin's father is, no matter what kind of terrors and secrets are hidden in this world, a lively banquet is enough to solve and suppress all the anxiety. After all, if these terrors and secrets were lurking behind Robin, wouldn't that mean they were lurking behind him and others? Thinking of this, Sanji, Luffy, Zoro, Frankie and others all felt that their confidence had inexplicably increased a lot. In One Piece, Luffy might really become the champion. The banquet lasted for 3 days and 3 nights, and on the second day after the banquet, Luffy, Sanji, Zoro and others were all beaten up. The night before, Robin, led by Nami, came directly to Nami's treasure house. The historical text that Robin had always wanted to observe was in it. Historical texts are meaningless to me, but because I heard that you like them, I collected them in advance. So, even if you really sneaked out of Coral Hill, you won't see any historical texts in the Sea Forest. At this point, Nami had a mischievous smile on her face, while Robin was expectant yet a little embarrassed. Then, under Nami's mischievous smile, Robin began to carefully observe the historical text in front of him. This historical text contains a letter of apology from Joyboy, as well as some information about Noah's Ark. Robin interpreted the historical text in front of her and explained to Nami in a low voice, but before she could finish, Nami interrupted her answer and said in a deep voice, I have a rough idea of the historical content of this text, and I have no interest in these so-called historical texts. They are just history, but we are making history. The past that cannot be changed is meaningless, the present that can be grasped is the most important. Robin, your father, and I hope you can understand this too. Nami tries to persuade Robin to give up studying past history, but Robin was clearly not willing to give up. Seize the moment. But if even I give up, then what does my experience over the years, the countless people who died in the study of history, and the entire O'Hara mean? I can't change the past, so I can only choose to remember it. Robin lowered his brows, but his words were still firm. She has chosen this path and embarked on it, so she can only choose to go to the end. Can I just remember it? Thinking of what she had learned about the tragic experiences of O'Hara and Nico Robin, Nami's tone gradually became low, and then she said softly, everyone's dream deserves respect. If studying historical texts is your dream, then I respect your dream. It's just that, using your father's power appropriately to fulfill your dream is not weak, nor is it false. On the contrary, it can help you achieve your goal faster. Stay here. Most of the historical texts you want to read will be in front of you within a month. It is ridiculous to leave here and continue to entrust your dreams to a group of weak pirates. This sea is very dangerous, even if you have UMI's protection and your father's watchful eyes. But on this sea, there is still a possibility that a terrifying storm could appear at any time and drown you and your companions. They are still too weak. And if something unexpected happens to you on this sea, believe me, the whole world will be turned upside down because of you. Nami's tone gradually became tougher when she said this. Nami likes Robin, but she totally looks down on pirates like Luffy. Even though Luffy and his gang didn't commit the evil deeds of real pirates, they could still be considered a group of adventurers on the sea. But if you rashly go to the New World without sufficient strength, and rashly sail and adventure on this extremely dangerous sea, what is the difference between this and courting death? It's fine if you kill yourself, but why bring Robin along? If something happens to Robin, Duke can immediately start a new era. Duke's men now have enough strength to face Im and Uranus, but he is not sure of a complete victory. He does not want to make any unnecessary sacrifices, so Duke is still suppressing his desire to completely control the entire pirate world. Time is on Duke's side. It will only take 1 to 2 years at most for the heroes under Duke to gradually regain their true power, and then completely crush the entire world. Will you be able to get most of the historical texts by staying here for a month? And if something happens to me, the whole world might be turned upside down. It seems that the forces under my father's command are really powerful and terrifying. I remember there were several historical texts, but they are in the hands of the 4 emperors. In this world, the only forces that can suppress or compete with my father are the legendary Yim and the world government. Listening to Nami's advice, Robin said expressionlessly and firmly, my father is indeed very powerful. If he really overthrows the world government, I will probably be able to become the daughter of the king of the world, right? But, has father ever been young? Did father ever have his own companion? Every powerful person was once extremely weak, just as my father may now secretly possess a power that can subvert the world. I also firmly believe that my current partners will also stand at the top of the world in the future. Luffy will definitely become One Piece, and I firmly believe that we can entrust our dreams to each other. That's what partnership is all about. What is the meaning of a partner? Nami listened to Robin's firm answer, and her expression was slightly moved. Then, with a hint of apology on her face, she continued to say to Robin, I'm sorry, I don't quite understand the bond between you and those guys. Because I and many of my companions have never been weak, and some of them are born sacred. Hearing this, the resolute expression on Robin's face suddenly changed a little, and some of the muscles on his face trembled slightly consciously. What does it mean to never be very weak? What does it mean to be born holy? Are you and your companions all monsters? Well, as a woman who was able to defeat the previous 4 emperors, become the queen of the deep sea, and rule the entire deep sea, it seems reasonable that she and her companions are all monsters. But why do all these monsters seem to be my dad's companions? What kind of charm does my father have that allows him to get to know such a large group of monsters? At this time in Valoran Island, looking at the wealth value of tens of billions of Baileys that has increased again in the system panel, Duke said, how can I get to know monsters? Of course it depends on salary. How can you become stronger without spending money? Robin didn't quite understand Nami's words, but Nami really understood Robin's choice. Perhaps just as Fitz and I firmly believe in and love Lord Duke, you also firmly believe in the guys you choose. Having said this, Nami no longer tried to stop Robin from continuing her adventure with Luffy and the others. With Umi and Duke watching over her, the chances of Robin being in danger on this ocean were pitifully small. Even if she accidentally encounters an island-eating goldfish or a hidden monster and dies instantly, Kirin's big clock will swing for Robin and reverse her death. As a super god-level hero, time is being manipulated at will by Kirin, and Kirin's growth rate or recovery rate is also extremely fast due to the inexplicable distortion of time. Nami understands Robin, but that doesn't mean she will let Robin follow the unreliable Luffy and others to the new world for adventure immediately. 1 month. You need to stay here for 1 month. During this month, I will find the best teachers for you and provide you with the best resources so that your strength can be greatly enhanced as much as possible within this month. Then, Luffy, Zoro and others were beaten up the next day. There is no way. As the main combatants, they are the primary targets for training. As for Robin, under the guidance of Nami, she just needs to read more books and practice some dual color domineering and fruit development. Anyway, no one expected Robin to personally participate in a too brutal battle, nor was there any need for Robin to participate in a too brutal battle. Luffy, Zoro and others started the devilish training directly in Fishman Island. Before Luffy and others started the training, Kid, Hawkins, and others decisively and quickly fled from Fishman Island, and even forgot about the subsequent plan to directly attack the Straw Hat Pirates in the New World. There's no way. Before they were about to attack the Straw Hat Pirates, no one knew that they were actually related to the legendary Queen of the Deep Sea. No wonder they had no plans to directly challenge the 4 emperors. If they had the support of the Queen of the Deep Sea, they would not be in a hurry to challenge the 4 emperors. It feels great to be able to hold someone's thighs. The Supernova Alliance's initial plan ended in failure, and the grand plan to challenge the 4 emperors was further delayed because of the initial realization of the horror of world-class powerhouses such as Jinbei on Fishman Island. However, the Supernova Alliance did not fall apart because of this, but instead united more closely. Isn't it because they know how powerful Jinbei and the other 4 emperors are that they need to form an alliance? However, they wanted to develop peacefully in the New World for a while before challenging the 4 emperors. But how could such a large new world have enough vacant territory for them to develop peacefully in secret? In particular, not everyone in the Supernova Alliance is really determined to challenge the 4 emperors after seeing the strength of Jinbei and others. Although the new world is huge, there is hardly any sea area that is completely unowned. The 4 emperors and the newly rising Dark Alliance have firmly controlled almost every sea area in the New World. The Supernova Alliance began to develop in the New World, while the Straw Hat Pirates and others continued their devilish training in Fishman Island. In the first 7 days, their teachers were only Aladdin and Jinbei, but starting from the 7th day, their teachers became world-renowned masters, and the strongest among them was the former vice-captain of One Piece, Pluton Rayleigh. Rayleigh, the legendary One Piece's right arm. Pluton Rayleigh, will he come to teach us in person? This is really so lucky. Luffy and Sanji Zoro looked at Pluton Rayleigh and were very excited. After Haki and Arlong all died at the hands of Yasuo in Kakosia village, Rayleigh and Luffy and others did not have much interaction in the Sabayati archipelago, and they did not know Rayleigh's identity. But at Nami's invitation, Rayleigh still arrived at Fishman Island, and will devote himself to teaching Luffy, Zoro, Sanji and others in the next half-month. The fastest way to improve your strength is to fight a life-and-death battle with the world's top masters. Because you can only survive if you become stronger, and only if you become stronger quickly. But among those who are really crazy about challenging the strong to become stronger, there is only one person who survives and succeeds in becoming stronger. Because, even if you win the first 9,999 times, if you lose the 10,000th time, you lose everything. Nami advised Robin, Luffy, Sanji and others. Rayleigh may not be the best teacher in the world, and there is no way he can make you stronger immediately. But at least he can lay a solid foundation for you, so that when you encounter a strong enemy, you will have a certain chance to become stronger quickly. Of course, your best option is to stay on Fishman Island or other islands. Let me find some teachers who are most suitable for you. Study hard for at least 2.5 years, and then you can barely survive in the New World. 1 month is not enough to improve Luffy and the others' strength by several levels unless Rayleigh or Nami is like Teacher Guy in the past, and directly picks up a stick filled with Conqueror's domineering and smashes it hard on Luffy's head. If you are crushed to death, you are dead. As long as you survive, you will definitely become stronger. But Luffy, who had just set sail and had not received 2 years of training from his mediocre teacher Rayleigh, resisted Conqueror's domineering attack. Well, let alone Luffy snick a fruit, even if Luffy really had a cheat, his brain would probably just turn into a mess in an instant. Luffy and others are still far from being strong enough now, but unfortunately, neither Luffy, Sanji Zoro, nor Robin are likely to accept the 2.5 years of long training arranged by Nami for them. Luffy and the others are well aware of their current weakness, but as for the cruelty of the entire pirate world, before experiencing the so-called Marineford War and the death of Ace, Luffy and the others still do not understand enough about the cruelty of the entire world. Pirates have never been a game of house, but Nami still hopes that Robin will never encounter such cruelty. Forget it, it doesn't matter if the strength is weak, as long as the background is strong enough. Facts have proved that as long as your background is strong enough, you will not capsize easily no matter how high the waves in the sea are. Otherwise, with the lawless and stupid character of ordinary celestial dragons, if they had not relied on the support of the world government and the generals, they would have died countless times. How could those celestial dragons have been able to dominate the sea for so many years? Robin's identity is obviously more noble and important than those celestial dragons. At least, perhaps because of the system or the heroes, Duke has not given birth to any other offspring except Robin. The Supernovas gradually began their own adventures in the New World, while Luffy and others continued to receive devilish training from Rayleigh and others on Fishman Island. As for how they invited Rayleigh and others to train Luffy and the others, all I can say is that Fishman Island has plenty of money now, and no one would not want the favor of the Deep Sea Queen. Moreover, the Sabayati archipelago is too close to Fishman Island. A month passed in the blink of an eye. The supernovas hardly caused any waves in the New World and continued to develop secretly. The situation in the entire ocean also remained eerily calm during this month. The Whitebeard pirates broke through Impel Down and successfully rescued Ace, which had already made them a huge sensation on this sea. They had no interest in continuing to stir up trouble on this sea. The other 4 emperors also did not want to offend the world government, which had just lost face at this time. New World thus maintained an eerie calm amid the silence of the 4 emperors and the world government. However, everyone knows that this calm is only the last piece before the storm. It has lost face in front of countless member countries of the world government, and even to a certain extent, it has shown that it does not have enough power to deal with the 4 emperors, and it is also likely that it does not have enough power to protect its own world government in front of the 4 emperors. He urgently needs to find a way to regain his face and re-establish his authority over the entire ocean. Before Yim openly stepped onto the stage, the rulers of the world government were still the member states of the world government. In other words, if there were not countless member states of the world government allowing the world government to exploit them, where would the world government get enough resources and wealth to support countless celestial dragons and train and control a large number of powerful people? The poor are good at literature but rich at martial arts. Whether it is devil fruits or technological research and development, they all require a lot of wealth. However, these wealth and resources cannot be created out of thin air by the Tianlong people living on the Red Earth continent. Power seems to be from top to bottom, but in fact it is always from bottom to top. The source of a government's power comes from the countless people below, and prestige sometimes represents power. Do you know how the kings of the member states view us now? This year, some damned kings even dared to apply for a reduction in their share of the heavenly gold. Has the world government been too weak in its external performance during this period? Even some damned untouchables have the audacity to suggest reducing the amount of heavenly gold. Inside the holy land of Marijoa, Saint Satan looked at the king's proposal in his hand and roared angrily. There's no need to be so angry. Whether it's the sudden rise of the revolutionary army, the appearance of villains who dared to kill the celestial dragons on the sea, or the 4 emperors' attack on Impel Down, it all shows that a new light is lighting up on this sea. Under the so-called lights, it is only natural that some untouchables who dare to disobey the gods appear. Saint Satan was extremely angry, but Saint Topman Voculi of the 5 elders with a mustache remained calm. The so-called lights will be extinguished by us sooner or later. Moreover, a new era is coming and the whole world will be overturned. Now all the extravagant hopes of these guys will be completely buried as the world collapses. But we will still be high in the sky, destined to be eternal. After Saint Topman Voculi finished speaking, Saint Makas Maz, a bearded 5 elders, also spoke in a deep voice. Be it the revolutionary army, the 4 emperors, or the kings of the allied nations who wanted to test the waters, in the eyes of Saint Voculi and Saint Maz, they were all just ants that were about to be completely submerged by the storm and were not worth mentioning at all. The final reckoning is indeed coming, and those guys are destined to be drowned by the sea, but now is not the time for the final reckoning. What's more, when the final day of reckoning comes, we will also need to save enough food and resources to survive the years of reckoning. At least for now, we still need the resources provided by the member countries. The world government and our authority must be maintained. Saint Voculi and Saint Maz both don't want to pay attention to the increasingly chaotic world at this time, but the blonde 5 elders Saint Shepherd 10 Peter doesn't think so. The final reckoning is indeed coming, the 4 seas are about to be united, and almost all countries in the world will be completely submerged by the sea. Only the Tianlong people who live high above the Red Earth continent can live in peace. But as long as the day of final reckoning has not come, the Tianlong people living high above the Red Soil continent will still need supplies from all over the world. The Red Soil continent towers over the sky, and although it is tall and vast enough, it is by no means rich and fertile. The closer it gets to the final reckoning, the more the authority of the Draco and the world government needs to be maintained as much as possible. Then do we need to ask Lord Yumu to completely destroy 1 or 2 so-called 4 emperors? The Marines and bounty hunters right now don't have enough power to save our reputation. After the blonde 5 elders finished speaking, the bald 5 elders Izembaran v Nasujiro, who had been silent and wiping the first generation Kaiditsu in his hand, had a cold light flashing in his eyes and said coldly. But as soon as he finished speaking, his proposal was immediately opposed by all the 5 elders. Lord Yuma's power can indeed extinguish all the so-called fireworks on this sea, but the power of our national treasure is not infinite. It is not worth asking Lord Yim to take action just to overthrow 1 or 2 so-called 4 emperors. If Lord Yuma needs to do everything himself, then what else do we need to do? The 5 elders did not want to trouble Lord Yim too much or use Uranus power. But if we don't ask Lord Yim and use Uranus, do we need to take action directly? If we all attack together, combined with the strength of the Marine headquarters, we will be able to destroy any so-called 4 emperors group. Faced with opposition from the other 5 elders, the bald 5 elders immediately proposed a new solution. Each of the 5 elders is a user of the fruit ability of the mythical beast species, and with the unique abilities possessed by the celestial dragons, each of them possesses a powerful combat force of at least the level of an admiral. If the 5 of them join forces, no so-called 4 emperors group in the sea can resist their attack, not even Whitebeard, who is known as the strongest man in the world. The bald 5 elders was about to do it himself, and the other 5 elders nodded their heads to show their willingness to go out personally. However, the blonde 5 elders shook his head slightly and said in a deep voice, "The so-called 4 emperors are nothing more than ants that will be drowned by the sea sooner or later. The only real threat to us is the Dragon Palace Kingdom and Poseidon under the deep sea. When the day of final reckoning comes and the 4 seas are united, that fellow on Fishman Island will be enough to challenge the authority of my god. So, instead of destroying 1 or 2 4 emperors, we should find a way to destroy Fishman Island and clear all obstacles for us in the future. This is what we should do most now. Fishman Island and Poseidon are indeed our formidable enemies, but Fishman Island and Poseidon are not so easy to deal with. In the deep sea, I'm afraid no one can be a match for the queen of the deep sea and that Poseidon. And if we take action against it and fail to destroy it in one fell swoop, the whole world will probably be turned upside down. By then, I'm afraid that before the final reckoning comes, we will be trapped and die on this red earth continent." Facing the proposal of the blonde 5 elders, Saint Satan remained silent for a moment, then shook his head firmly. Fishman Island is indeed a huge threat to them, but precisely because the threat of Fishman Island is so great, the world government must deal with it carefully. The worst outcome for us is that we will settle down in the red earth continent ahead of time, just like the final reckoning. Could it be that those fishmen and Poseidons dare to anger Kamui and forcibly land on the red earth continent to become enemies of God? On land, the power of God is invincible. After Saint Satan finished speaking, the blonde 5 elders continued. What's more, if we don't solve the big problem of Fishman Island before the final reckoning comes, when the 4 seas are united, the whole world will almost become a deep sea. If we want to solve Fishman Island, it will be more than just a problem. The sea water in the entire pirate world will surge in a few years, and then cause the 4 seas to unite, submerging most of the kingdoms and land in the pirate world. This is the new era that Roger and others have been betting on. The celestial dragons often wear helmets and spacesuits and almost never eat devil fruits. This is because they have known this secret from the beginning. The 4 seas will eventually become one, and Sanji has always dreamed of gathering all the fish in the world in the dreamland, which will eventually appear on this sea. After the blonde 5 elders finished speaking, Saint Satan and the other 5 elders fell into deep silence. Fishman Island is indeed a big trouble, but as the blonde 5 elders said, as the final reckoning approaches, the troubles of Fishman Island will only get bigger and bigger, until finally, they will be enough to threaten even the gods. After a long while, Saint Satan and the other 5 elders looked at each other, then he sighed deeply and said in a deep voice, "Fishman Island is indeed a problem that we urgently need to solve. But the key is, how do we solve them? You know, the deep sea is a dark place where even the light of God cannot shine. It's simple. The mermaid and Poseidon in the deep sea are indeed invincible. But it's not like that on land. We just need to lure the mermaid and Poseidon to land. Especially that Poseidon. No matter how powerful the deep sea queen Nami is, she is just one person after all. It is difficult for her to pose a real threat to the world government and the rule of the celestial dragons. Only the ancient weapon Poseidon, which can control countless huge Poseidons, is truly powerful enough to shake the rule of the world government and even threaten the lives of all celestial dragons at the time of the final reckoning. But how do we lure that Poseidon onto land? Fishman Island is not short of resources and wealth now. When Saint Satan said this, he frowned. Everyone knew that as long as they could lure the Murlocs onto land, they would be able to find an opportunity to annihilate them in one fell swoop. However, without sufficient benefits, the Murlocs were not fools and would never rashly leave the increasingly prosperous Fishman Island, especially the highly regarded Poseidon Fizz. Just because they have no shortage of resources and wealth doesn't mean they don't lack other things. Sunshine and the land under it have always been the treasures coveted by those humble fish people. And don't we have plenty of these things? In order to lure the fish people onto the land, the world government would not mind giving away a few island nations. We have long proposed granting the Fishman Island 1 or 2 islands as their habitat, but ever since the Deep Sea Queen attended that unpleasant world conference, she seems to have been extremely wary of the goodwill bestowed by our world government. It's not so easy to attract those fish people to land by giving them some islands. Faced with the plan proposed by the blonde 5 elders, the long-bearded 5 elders also raised their own challenges. If we grant Fishman Island the gift alone, it will most likely be rejected by the mermaid. But what if we also recognize the kingdom established by the New World 4 emperors? Buildwater, Dragon Kingdom, and the Fjord Kingdom that the Whitebeard pirates are planning to establish. Ever since Gangplank turned the pirates into a country and their strength has greatly increased, the New World and other 4 emperors groups all want to establish their own countries and keep their power for a long time. Also, it's hard for ordinary islands to attract Fishman Island, so what about the Sabayati archipelago? When the blonde 5 elders said this, the other 5 elders' expressions suddenly changed. Saint Satan stared at the blonde 5 elders and said quietly, "Do you know what you're talking about? If you acknowledge Buildwater, Dragon Country, and the so-called Freljord at the same time, the whole world will be in a state of turmoil. This will only make those guys think that we are weak in front of the 4 emperors. How will the member states view us? Also, the Sabayati archipelago has always been a paradise for our tribe, and it is also very close to the Holy Land. Giving the Sabayati archipelago to those fishmen is simply a disgrace to our tribe. Even if we agree, Lord Yumo may not agree to your proposal. After Saint Satan finished speaking, before the other 5 elders could reply, the blonde 5 elder directly Kaido. Will turning the pirate group into a country really make the member countries oppose us? In other words, if we can really bring all 3-4 emperors groups into the world government system in one fell swoop, who in the world will dare to challenge our authority? Since we can't destroy them, isn't it the best option to make them one of us? In the Holy Land today, there are more than just descendants of the 20 kings. The blonde 5 elders said this with more determination. The most important thing is, how do those member states view us? Are Sabayati Islands important? The time of final reckoning is coming. When that time comes, the 4 seas will be united. The Sabayati archipelago and those fools who blindly turned pirates into a country will all be completely swallowed up by this deep sea. Only we will exist forever. At this time, our only real enemies are those lowly fishmen. And this is also the final decision I got after consulting Lord Yim. How could the blonde 5 elders not seek the advice of Lord Im for such a major decision as finding a way to destroy Fishman Island that possessed Poseidon? Im, who has mastered the power of Uranus and whose own strength has reached a level unimaginable by ordinary people over a long period of time, is the true ruler of the world government. The next day, the news bulletin issued by the world government shocked the entire world. First, for the sake of the tranquility and peace of the entire world, the world government recognizes the Kingdom of Dragon, the Kingdom of Buildwater, and the Kingdom of Freljord as kingdoms, and sincerely invites them to join the world government and grant them special treatment. Second, the world government firmly denies slavery and once again sincerely invites the Dragon Palace Kingdom to join the world government. Because of the Dragon Palace Kingdom's unique geographical environment, it also gives it special treatment. And the Sabayati archipelago, which is closest to Fishman Island and is the most prosperous, has been designated as the territory of the Ryago Kingdom. I hope that the Ryago Kingdom and the world government can coexist peacefully, and that mermaids, fishmen, and humans can all live in equality and friendship under the sun. These 2 notices issued by the world government instantly detonated the entire ocean, and then, after a moment of silence, countless people burst into huge cheers. A new era has arrived. If even those guys join the world government, the whole world will probably become completely peaceful. The era of peace is coming. Countless ordinary people looked at the newspapers in their hands enthusiastically, full of great enthusiasm and confidence in a possible peaceful world in the future. The new world is the new world of the 4 emperors. When the 4 emperors of the new world turn pirates into nations, the number of remaining pirate groups in the entire new world will decrease dramatically. Moreover, if pirates become nations, the regular armies of the kingdoms will no longer plunder at will, right? Without a large number of pirates, the world government will no longer need a large number of marines, and gold will fall from the sky, right? This is the purest and most beautiful wish of countless ordinary people. Ordinary people believe that the future will be a beautiful new era, but pirates, and those guys living in the dark corners of the ocean don't think so. First, the 7 warlords of the sea, and then the kingdom established by the 4 emperors. Is this the world government? Wow, what a bunch of weak idiots. Do they really think that if they recognize the kingdom established by the 4 emperors, the 4 emperors will really join the world government? What do those guys think of the 4 emperors? In the 4 seas and even in the Grand Line, countless pirates were looking at the newsprint in their hands with gnashing teeth. At the same time, there were many smart pirates who, when they saw the newsprint in their hands, either lowered their pirate flags directly or quickened their pace and rushed towards the new world. The kingdom established by the 4 emperors in the new world never needed the approval of the world government, but in the face of the goodwill shown by the world government, the 4 emperors never had a reason to refuse. The new era has arrived. These scattered and weak pirate groups can either choose to be completely crushed by the waves of the new era, or speed up their pace and board the giant ships heading for the new era as quickly as possible. Haha, have those guys from world government given in? But it doesn't matter. Since those guys from the world government have given me such a great gift, why should I give it up? Tell the little ones to fly our Buildwater flag high. From now on, they are no longer pirates, but the marines of our Buildwater kingdom. Also, have all factories in Buildwater step up production. I want to sell Buildwater's products to the entire world at the fastest speed. In the former Cake Island, now in the waters of Buildwater, Gangplank, one of the 4 emperors, said with a laugh. The world government has recognized the existence of the kingdom of Buildwater, which also means that the previous world government blockade of Buildwater will be completely lifted, and Buildwater's countless commodities will bring huge wealth to Buildwater in the shortest possible time. The largest dumping market in the entire pirate world has never been in the New World, but in the vast 4 seas. Yes, Captain, no, Your Majesty. Under Gangplank's throne, Katakuri bowed his head respectfully. The Charlotte pirates have been destroyed, and Charlotte Linlin has become a simple fool. But is there anything wrong with this? At least, the current members of the Charlotte family are much safer and happier than before under the rule of Charlotte Linlin. Countless food factories in the Buildwater waters began to produce at full capacity, and the country of Hara ruled by Shyvana and the surrounding kingdoms also began to produce and sell large quantities of weapons. There was nothing wrong with the weapons factory and the seastone factory, and there was nothing wrong with the workers' work. What was wrong was the pollution of the environment and the ruthless oppression and exploitation of the workers. As long as the salary and rest time are sufficient, isn't it just mining? The sea lacks everything except the innate mining holy body with plenty of strength. What's more, there are countless stupid pirate groups who will automatically deliver the goods to your door. Shyvana doesn't care about the world government's recognition, but the world government's recognition of the Dragon Kingdom can also, to a certain extent, allow the Dragon Kingdom's weapons and seastone to be sold to more areas, and at a higher price. Buildwater and Dragon Kingdom chose to make a fortune in silence in the face of the recognition from the world government. However, many members of the Whitebeard pirates had different opinions on the Freljord Kingdom, which was established under the suggestion of Tryndamere. Dad is invincible, and so is our kingdom. We don't need the approval of the world government at all. On the contrary, we should unite and attack Marijoa directly to establish our own world government. Then, when Dad becomes the king of the world, we can also indulge in being celestial dragons. Under the leadership of Whitebeard and Tryndamere, they successfully broke through Impel Down and rescued Ace. The Whitebeard pirates became famous all over the world. The strength of the Whitebeard pirates has greatly increased again during this period of time, coupled with the world government's very obvious behavior of bowing and trying to please this time. Many captains and crew members of the Whitebeard pirates were completely inflated. But fortunately, Whitebeard and Tryndamere did not become inflated. Tag world government and become the king of the world. Kulalalalala, who do you think Laozi is? My father is Whitebeard, the strongest man in the world. Faced with Whitebeard's suppression, countless ordinary members of the Whitebeard pirates roared in a frenzy. Only some captains of the Whitebeard pirates lowered their heads at this time, their eyes constantly wandering around Whitebeard and Tryndamere. The strongest man in the world. I am no longer. 10 days ago, I lost my title of the strongest man in the world to your vice captain, Tryndamere. Kulalala, guys, my time has ended. I declare that the Whitebeard pirates have been disbanded. But the new era and the entire Freljord kingdom belong to you. Under the gaze of countless members of the Whitebeard pirates, Whitebeard made a decision in a very casual manner that was enough to shock the entire world. 10 days ago, for the future of the Whitebeard pirates and Freljord, Tryndamere challenged Whitebeard in the presence of a large number of captains. Whether it was 10 days ago or now, for the future of the Whitebeard pirates and his family, Whitebeard made the same decision. He is old, and his time has passed. But his successor will inherit his will and allow him and his family to have a bright and stable future. Whitebeard has seen the new era through some clues, and in the new era, the pirates of the old era do not have their own tickets, so it is time to change. Whitebeard wants change and wants his children to arrive safely in the new era. But facing Whitebeard's decision, in addition to those captains of Whitebeard's headquarters who had expected it, a large number of captains under Whitebeard and pirates who had just joined the Whitebeard group, immediately began to talk about it. How is that possible? Dad is the strongest, isn't he? Besides, we are pirates. What does the so-called new era have to do with us? Do we really have to disband the so-called Whitebeard group and join the Freljord kingdom? Dad, you are our eternal captain. The Whitebeard pirates will never perish. We won't recognize anyone else except you. Even though Tryndamere already has a very high reputation in the Whitebeard pirates, to those old captains who have joined the Whitebeard pirates for decades and were almost brought up by Whitebeard, Whitebeard has never been just their captain, but also their real father. Many pirates can betray their captains, but few can betray their fathers. That's enough. Don't you even obey my last order? Or, in your eyes, are the Whitebeard pirates and the Freljord kingdom different? Stupid, it's just a name. Disbanding the Whitebeard group and transforming it into the Freljord kingdom is precisely to allow the Whitebeard group to survive for a long time. If you are willing to believe me, then treat Tryndamere as your new king, and we will move towards a new era together. And if you don't want to believe me, then carry your own flag and go find your own future. Faced with the doubts of a large number of pirate captains, Whitebeard showed his extremely firm attitude. A new era is coming, and turning pirates into a country is the last and only way out for his children. For the future of more children, Whitebeard will never allow anyone to prevent the establishment of the kingdom of Frere, nor will he allow anyone to challenge Tryndamere's majesty. Dad. Faced with Whitebeard's tough attitude and final order, most of the pirate captains burst into tears, and then lowered their heads in front of Tryndamere to express their submission. What's the difference between calling it the Whitebeard pirates or the Freer kingdom? Tryndamere was originally Whitebeard's designated successor, but he just took over the entire Whitebeard crew in advance. Most of the captains never had any grudges against Tryndamere, but they just couldn't accept Whitebeard's concession. Of course, the world is so big, there are always some idiots who have just joined or have never seen the power of Tryndamere and are unwilling to become a member of the so-called Freljord kingdom. Sorry, Dad, the sea is free, and we guys are used to freedom. We are pirates, and we will always be pirates. Squard, the giant vortex spider who always likes to plunder, stared fiercely at Ace behind Tryndamere, and then spoke firmly to Whitebeard. As a great pirate who has been on the sea for decades, Squard, whose entire pirate group was almost wiped out by Roger, has a huge hatred for Roger and everything about Roger. Ace, Roger's posthumous son, and Tryndamere, who obviously regarded Ace as his confidant, were also disliked by Squad. If it weren't for the restrictions of the Whitebeard pirates' iron rules, Squad would have wanted to fight Ace a long time ago. After Ace was arrested, his identity was no longer a secret in the Whitebeard group. A free pirate. No one can stop a man's dream, and I will never deny your freedom. Go, carry your own flag, and live freely on this sea. Whitebeard turned around and lowered his head, his eyes drooping, and his voice became deeper and deeper. Silly children, the times are going crazy. In the new era, are there really still oars for so-called free pirates? Whitebeard secretly sighed in his heart, but did not say much to dissuade him. They are pirates, free pirates. As men on the sea, when they make their own choices, they should bear the consequences of these choices. More importantly, Squad and his friends are his family, as are Tryndamere, Marco and others. For the peaceful future of more family members, Whitebeard has no better choice. Dad, you will always be our captain. Squad and the others excitedly spoke to Whitebeard sincerely, and then, one by one, they bowed in front of Whitebeard and strode away. Whitebeard did not stop Squad and the others from leaving, and Tryndamere didn't care at all about those idiots like Squad who had no idea of the situation on the sea. The times have gone awry. 3 of the 4 emperors have turned pirates into nations and started to consolidate and liquidate their own territories in the new world. Now, guys like Squad still hold on to the old pirate concept and want to roam freely in the new world. Do you really think that the rest of the 4 emperors and those pirate groups that survived in the cracks of the new world are all vegetarians? Without Whitebeard's protection, Squad and others would not be able to gain a foothold in the increasingly inward-looking new world with their own strength. The next day, the news that the Whitebeard pirates disbanded and lost the title of the world's strongest man to Tryndamere shocked the world. At the same time, the Freljord Kingdom, which had almost completely integrated the sea area originally controlled by the Whitebeard pirates, also attracted countless people's attention at the first time. Tryndamere also had no reason to refuse the world government's recognition of Freljord. The new world is big, but also small. Not many people are willing to be free pirates who are locked up in the waters of the new world, as they can travel freely around the world as regular soldiers. Of course, the most important thing is that Duke doesn't like chaotic pirates. Duke likes order, and only order can continuously create more wealth for Duke. But compared to the peaceful order, there are always some people who prefer a chaotic sea. Chaos is the ladder to rise. What a joke! Dragon Country, Buildwater, and the so-called Freljord are all these monsters' brains filled with water. You want to be a so-called king, but you don't want to be the emperor of the sea. And those guys from world government, they have also learned to bow their heads. What a joke! What on earth are these guys thinking? Inside the Dressrosa Palace, Doflamingo looked at the newsprint in his hand with a distorted face and clenched his teeth. Doflamingo is a pure villain, or rather, after going through everything he had experienced and killing his father and brother with his own hands, Doflamingo had long lost his heart. Only the hatred towards the world government and even the entire world was supporting this body called Doflamingo. He longed for chaos, and even more so for revenge on the world. The world was already seething with turmoil. Countless people were dissatisfied with the oppression of the world government, and countless ambitious people were sharpening their claws. However, the world government's compromise with the 4 emperors, as well as the silent acceptance of the goodwill released by the 3 self-built kingdoms in the 4 emperors, was like a large basin of ice water, instantly cooling down the boiling world. Even if the 3-4 emperors groups just silently accepted the goodwill of the world government, it never means that the 3 kingdoms transformed from the 4 emperors groups have become part of the world government. But who dares to really confirm it? Who dares to really bet? In other words, even if the world government only reached a preliminary peace agreement with the 3 major 4 emperors, the world government, which was able to mobilize most of its combat power, would also be able to suppress all seas except the New World. Most of the elite combat forces of the Marine headquarters were blocked near the entrance of the New World, always on guard against the movements of the 4 emperors. Now, all of these combat forces have been liberated to a certain extent. In the face of these terrifying forces, how could those kingdoms and ambitious people who had just started to have some ambitions dare to jump up and down? Marine bases and CP organizations spread all over the world, as well as a large number of world-class strongmen and technology that is almost an era ahead of ordinary countries in the pirate world. These extremely powerful violence are the real foundation for the world government to rule the entire world. Without sufficient power, all ambitious people can only become powerless and angry rats in the gutter. Doflamingo was helpless and furious, completely unaware of what the world government and the other 3-4 emperors who turned pirates into kingdoms were thinking. But his thoughts cannot change the world, and the same is true for the thoughts of the red-haired Shanks, who is also one of the 4 emperors. Hey, those guys have all transformed themselves into kings recognized by the world government. Captain, we are the only ones among the 4 emperors who are still called pirates. Why, are we going to build a country too? Well, how about the Red Hair Kingdom? Looking at the newsprint in their hands, many members of the Red Hair Pirates on the Red Firth all spoke to Shanks jokingly. The Red-Haired Kingdom. You guys are kidding me. I can't imagine being a king. The title of king is really too heavy. We are the freest people on the sea, not prisoners locked in a certain sea area by a kingdom and the title of king. Facing the jokes from the other crew members, Shanks quickly waved his hands and shook his head. To Shanks, being a king was never a high and mighty position, but rather just a kind of constraint. A qualified king needs to shoulder the future of the entire kingdom. Don't you want to be locked up? However, among the 4 emperors, we are the only ones left in this sea who still bear the title of pirates. Shanks, a new era has arrived. Faced with Shanks's shaking head in refusal, the deputy captain Ben Beckman took a deep puff of the cigarette in his mouth, and his tone began to become serious and heavy. As the only one among the 4 emperors who has not yet turned pirates into a nation, he will definitely be targeted in the coming era. The most important thing is that the power of the other 4 emperors groups, which have transformed pirates into nations and gained recognition from the world government and have reconciled with the world government to a certain extent, will grow extremely rapidly in the coming period of time. By then, will the entire New World still be able to accommodate the red hair pirates? The New World once had the 4 emperors to dominate the world, and naturally only the 3 kingdoms could stand alone. No matter how you think about it, it is much more pleasant for 3 forces to divide the New World than for 4 forces to divide the New World, right? As the wisest of the red hair pirates, Ben Beckman is deeply worried about the future of the red hair pirates. A new era. This is such a chaotic era. Shanks heard this, looked Beckman straight in the eye, and said confidently, "But what does this chaotic era have to do with us? We are the freest pirate group in this sea." When Shanks blocked his left hand in the new era, he had been looking forward to the arrival of the new era. He could neither become a trendsetter of the new era nor a gravekeeper of the so-called old era. He was just a witness who bet his dreams on others. What ensures that he is able to witness everything is that he and the red hair pirates are strong enough. The times are indeed going out of control, and the remaining 4 emperors will indeed become much stronger by transforming pirates into a nation and reaching a certain degree of compromise with the world government. But, so what? The red hair pirates, who have the least number of crew members and are top-notch sea warriors per capita, may not be able to recruit thousands or tens of thousands of pirates like the other 4 emperors. However, the red hair pirates, who have reached the top of the 4 emperors' throne with only 1 pirate ship, may not be able to defeat the red hair pirates in this sea even if several 4 emperors join forces. As a king, he needs to protect his kingdom, but as a pirate, running away when he can't win is indeed a normal decision. Shanks doesn't care about the changes in the new world, or even if he cares, there is no way to change it. The entire world, following the compromise between the world government and the 4 emperors, fell into a strange calm. And in this calm, countless mermaids and fish people in the Dragon Palace Kingdom were also caught up in a passionate carnival. The land under the sun that they had always dreamed of was finally delivered to them by the world government, and it was the most fertile and most convenient and familiar Sabayati archipelago. The compromise with the 4 emperors was just a disguise of the world government. The real goal of the world government was to lure the fish people and most importantly Poseidon onto land. For countless mermaids and fish people, the land under the sun is a poison that they cannot refuse even if it is filled with arsenic. The desire for sunlight and land is an instinct engraved in the genes of countless mermen and mermen. They are human, not fish. Even Nami, the queen of the deep sea who is regarded as a god by countless fishmen and mermen, cannot completely suppress this instinct that comes from the heart. However, Nami never thought of suppression. What is the relationship between the merpeople and the land under the sun and the amphibious yodels and her, a senior mermaid? It wasn't like she and Fitz had to bask in the sun or hang out on the Sabayati Islands. Eat the sugar coating and throw the shell back. Nami has no reason to refuse the fat meat that is delivered to her door. Most importantly, as the islands that are almost the only way to the New World, the Sabayati Islands have a huge flow of people, unique scenery, and recreational facilities, which can bring a lot of wealth to Nami every day. Even if the world government had not known that the entire world would be submerged by the sea in a few years, and the now prosperous Sabayati archipelago would also sink into the sea, the world government would not have decisively chosen to give the Sabayati archipelago to the Ryago kingdom as bait to try to lure out the Poseidon Fits in their minds. But, the real Poseidon is Shirahoshi, who is still innocent and naive today. However, perhaps because of the great changes that Nami and Fitz brought to Fishman Island, the entire Fishman Island was in a strong and peaceful state. After Shirahoshi lost his threat due to the death of Vander Decken 9, the power of Poseidon in Shirahoshi no longer had any awakening power. Of course, none of this matters anymore. Poseidon's power can indeed overturn the entire ocean, but in the face of the terrifying power under Duke's command that is increasingly transcending the entire world, Poseidon's power has long been insignificant to Duke. It might not be a bad thing to let Shirahoshi become a simple and happy ordinary mermaid and live the rest of his life happily and peacefully. The control of the Sabayati archipelago has caused the Ryago kingdom to increase its daily wealth. Previously, it could only collect tolls from pirates, lawbreakers, or adventurers who wanted to venture through Fishman Island to the New World. But now, in addition to those pirates, countless ordinary businessmen and tourists have made the Dragon Palace Kingdom rich in wealth. There are countless pirates in the world of pirates, but the largest number are always ordinary people. The world government's flattery or submission to the kingdom of Ryago and the 4 emperors has made the whole world strangely peaceful, and in this strange peace, the wealth collected by Duke is growing day by day. The next SSS level lottery is not far away. Every day, the power under Duke is growing, and just when Duke is considering when to completely control the entire pirate world, on the Sea of New World, Luffy, Robin and others officially start their New World adventure. Time passed quietly. The world government was planning to ease external relations first, waiting for Poseidon to sneak to the Sabaody archipelago for fun, and then kill Poseidon in one fell swoop to completely solve the world government's biggest worry. The three kingdoms that turned pirates into kingdoms were also concentrating on enforcing laws in the New World, investigating the local area, and strengthening their real control over the sea areas under their jurisdiction. A year has passed quietly. During this year, the three kingdoms of the New World became more and more powerful, and their overall strength increased significantly, even gradually changing countless people's fixed ideas about pirates in the past. Transforming a pirate group into a country and integrating a loose pirate group into a highly efficient kingdom will naturally enable the strength of the three newly established kingdoms in the New World to grow rapidly. Naturally, the pirate groups and kingdoms will have different ways of dealing with their civilians and external caravans. But this does not mean that the Red Hair Pirates, the only one among the old four emperors who still insists on being free and undisciplined like pirates, has begun to lag behind the other three kingdoms in strength. In other words, because the other four emperors groups all transformed from pirates into nations, the power of the Red Hair Pirates, the only one among the four emperors that still adhered to the pirate model, also skyrocketed. On the sea, there are always countless people who are unwilling to submit to the so-called king or willing to bow to the new order, especially for those New World pirates who have long been accustomed to the free and undisciplined life. Red-haired Shanks has become the last safe haven for a large number of pirate groups that still yearn for freedom and laxity. The New World's four emperors are in a three-way tie, and the Dark Alliance is forming alliances in the New World and even the entire world. In addition, the Bounty Hunter Guild has emerged and is developing rapidly in the New World. Almost every sea area and every corner of the New World is completely covered by these six major forces. The Marine headquarters, which once had considerable power in the New World, has now lost almost all of its power and influence in the New World, except for a few remaining marine bases that are barely holding on. Under the deliberate suppression of the world government, Sengoku has already resigned due to Whitebeard's attack on Impel Down and rescue of Ace. Even though the world government promptly pushed Kizaru to the throne of Marine Fleet Admiral, it also promoted Garen, a candidate for Admiral with outstanding military achievements and amazing strength, to the new Admiral and gave him the title of White Knight. However, without a global conscription, and with the world government intentionally controlling the Marine headquarters' manpower and military expenditures, the Marine headquarters' strength was greatly reduced. Akainu is no longer trusted by the world government because of the battle on Sendera Island, and Aokiji has never been trusted by the world government. The only one who can take over the position of Sengoku Fleet Admiral is Kizaru. As for Kizaru, he's fine as a slacker, but when he becomes the Marine Fleet Admiral, he doesn't have the interest or courage to argue with the world government for the interests of the Marine headquarters. Kizaru believes in ambiguous justice, but who knows which two forces he is ambiguous between. The strength of New World Marine headquarters was greatly weakened, but the overall situation in New World did not fall into chaos, but became increasingly stable. The New World has never been the New World of the Marine headquarters. With so many major forces committed to maintaining order, the situation in the New World will naturally not see too many disturbances. A stable life may be what countless civilians in New World dream of, but it is definitely not what those guys who have the dream and ambition of becoming One Piece want. Chaos is the ladder to rise, whether it is to become the new One Piece, or to find a way to occupy a place in this new world. The storm is gradually rising in the New World. On a remote island in New World, the Supernova Alliance led by Kid and the Free Alliance including the giant Vortex Spider Squad quietly gathered together. We don't have enough time to wait any longer. If we don't challenge those guys, we will never be able to compete with them until they have completely stabilized and integrated the sea areas they control. On a remote island, the giant Spider Squad, who was full of vigor and confidence a year ago and withdrew from the Whitebeard pirates and was unwilling to accept Trindamir's rule, now looked haggard and said gloomily, 1 year, just 1 year, the giant Spider Squad and others were surprised to find that the new world they were once familiar with and dominated had become so strange and powerful in this 1 year. Even if it weren't for the fact that during the period when he just left the Whitebeard pirates, the other forces were busy integrating the internal waters, formulating laws and tax policies, and were unable to spare the time to deal with Squad and others. Squad and other New World pirate captains would have united in time to establish the so-called Free Alliance. New World captains like Squad, who yearn for freedom and laxity and are unwilling to submit to the Three Kingdoms or to join Shanks, have long been swept into the trash can of the old era by other major forces. A new era has arrived. Although the New World is large, it cannot accommodate those scattered pirate groups entrenched in every corner of the New World. After Squad finished speaking, many pirate captains in the Free Alliance, especially those who had left the Whitebeard pirates and Big Mom pirates, all nodded hastily with bitter expressions on their faces. The New World has become completely unfamiliar to them. Are we going to challenge monsters like the Four Emperors now? According to my speculation, the probability of our success in challenging the Four Emperors now is almost zero. After Squad and other members of the Free Alliance finished speaking, Hawkins from the Supernova Alliance simply shook his head and refused. In the past year, Supernovas like Kid and Hawkins have greatly improved their strength. Each of them has now mastered dual-color domineering and possesses at least a dash, which is comparable to the strength of the Vice Admiral of the Marine headquarters and pirates with a bounty of hundreds of millions. But such strength is far from enough. Almost zero. That means it's not completely zero. Hey, it's not just them, I can't stand it anymore either. This sea area is making me more and more uncomfortable. We don't go out to sea to obey the laws and regulations made by those bastards, but for treasure and fame, to become one piece. Hawkins shook his head to refuse, but Kid grinned and growled. During this year, along with the formulation and implementation of the laws of the Three Kingdoms, independent pirate groups like Kid and Squad that did not join the six major forces could only be chased around like dogs by the strong men of the six major forces. If it weren't for the fact that it was extremely difficult to identify and capture some pirate ships that were bent on escaping in the vast ocean, the six major forces would not have focused all their attention on capturing and driving away scattered pirate groups for a while. Scattered pirate groups such as Kid and Squad would have been completely wiped out by the six major forces long ago. But in the past 2 months, both Kid and Squad and the others have realized one thing, that is, the six major forces in the New World are increasing their efforts to capture these scattered pirate groups. If it weren't for the powerful strength of Kid and his group, and the timely alliance between the Supernova Alliance and the Freedom Alliance, Kid, Squad, and his group would have almost died at the hands of those crazy bounty hunters in Buildwater and the Bounty Hunter Guild a month ago. In the Bounty Hunter Guild, the bounties on the Evil Kid and the Giant Spider Squad have accumulated to over 2 billion. Such a bounty amount not only attracted a large number of bounty hunters, but also attracted old pirates who planned to retire in Buildwater. The Bounty Hunter Guild doesn't care who brings the head, they just want the life, and they'll give money for the head. Yes, we are pirates, not the wimps who are now submitting to the Three Kings. We can't wait any longer. If we wait any longer, we will be completely hopeless. Gunther, the pirate captain who once submitted to Kaido but later joined the Free Alliance because he was unwilling to submit to Shyvana, said in a deep voice with a little fear on his face. Since he still submits to Shyvana, an old friend who is also a high-ranking official in the Dragon Country revealed that during this year, the Dragon Queen Shyvana not only conquered and ruled the 13 kingdoms in the sea area around Wano Country, she also completely ruled the entire Wano Country, taking all the warriors of Wano Country as her own. Even the most important big boss-level warriors, the Dragon Queen now has 7 of them under her command. Ashura Digi, Denjiro, and Kawamatsu, 2 of the original 9 red scabbards, were all subdued by Dragon Queen Shyvana. Together with the original 3 big bosses, Nidalee, the Wild River Panther, and the equally powerful Flying Six and Shinichi 1, the overall combat power of the Dragon Kingdom is now far greater than that of the Beast's pirates during Kaido's rule. Just because Kaido has difficulty in subduing the 9 red scabbards and others doesn't mean that Shyvana is completely unable to subdue the 9 red scabbards, especially when Shyvana is very clear about Kojiki's identity. The Whitebeard group can now mobilize more than 200,000 troops. If we wait another year, the number of troops that guy can mobilize will at least double. After the Mad Wolf Gunther finished speaking, the giant Vortex Spider Squad continued bitterly. Squad still refers to the Friljord ruled by Tryndamere as the Whitebeard pirates, but he also cannot deny that compared to the loose pirate alliance, the Friljord, which has made laws and taxes, and can even mobilize the combat power of every island in the vast sea area once ruled by the Whitebeard pirates, has now far surpassed the Whitebeard pirates in terms of overall strength. In this ocean, top-level warriors are extremely important, but a large number of grassroots combat forces are also indispensable. After all, even a 10-year-old child with advanced enough weapons can easily kill a pirate with a bounty of nearly 10 million. Even in the New World where countless pirates gather, how many pirates are strong enough to withstand guns and cannons? Buildwater can mobilize more troops. They have the Hormuz Corps. Most importantly, we all know that Buildwater is the richest of the 3 kingdoms. However, fortunately, the growth rate of Buildwater's power should not be as fast as that of the other 2 kingdoms, because Buildwater has always been strong. After Squad finished speaking, a pirate captain who once served under Big Mom in the Free Alliance also said self-deprecatingly, as the 4 emperors who almost completely took over the 10,000 kingdoms and directly transformed the pirates into a kingdom from the very beginning, Buildwater's overall war potential and comprehensive strength are undoubtedly the most powerful among the 4 emperors. In addition to Gangplank, whose strength has been improved to S+, there is Bloodhaven Pike under Gangplank, Grigas, and Katakuri, the former eldest son of the Charlotte family, all of whom now possess strength that is not inferior to ordinary admirals, not to mention a large number of mid- and high-level combat forces. Today's new 4 emperors' forces have been greatly strengthened compared to the old 4 emperors' forces. Powerful. Which of the 4 emperors is not a monster? But aren't we all just a bunch of scum? Newcomers like Shyvana and Tryndamere can become the new 4 emperors and dominate a sea area. Are we, so many pirates with bounties over 100 million, just playing the pirate game of hide and seek? Many pirate captains in the Free League secretly fear the power of the 4 emperors. Supernovas like Kid and Apo, who have never personally experienced the powerful strength of the 4 emperors, still have the courage and determination to challenge the 4 emperors. You must be joking. We are not a bunch of low-level pirates. Aren't we gathered together to defeat those monsters? Fight, fight. After Kid and APU finished speaking, many veteran New World captains in the Free Alliance also summoned up their courage and said with courage. As veteran captains who have been in the New World for many years, they never lack the courage to fight against powerful enemies. If they really can't defeat them head-on, can't they attack them secretly? As qualified veteran pirates, they never thought that sneak attacks and sieges were shameful. The war is about to begin. The news that the Supernova Alliance and the Freedom Alliance have jointly formed a great pirate alliance to challenge the four emperors spread throughout the New World in an instant. There was no secrecy at all in such a large fleet of pirates that gathered together. In other words, Kid, Squard, and others never thought about keeping it secret. As for the goal of the Great Pirate Alliance they formed, they also had no choice but to try their best to make a final stand against Dragon Queen Shyvana. The New World Sea area occupied by Whitebeard's group is the largest, and Whitebeard is still alive. The Great Whirlpool Spider and others dare not attack Whitebeard at all. The reputation of Bilgewater Plank's ocean disaster is known throughout the world. Bilgewater's Homies Corps and Iron Fleet should never be underestimated. As for the Red Hair Shanks who still maintained their pirate style in the end and were called the Pirate Group, the Red Hair Pirate Group had never been the enemy of their Great Pirate Alliance. In other words, they were the last retreat for the pirate captains who formed the Great Pirate Alliance. Most of the pirate captains in the Great Pirate Alliance never wanted to become four emperors in the beginning, but just wanted to roam freely in the waters of the New World and were unwilling to submit to the laws and order of the so-called kingdom. Of course, this is also closely related to the fact that over the past year, Red-Haired Shanks has directly added dozens of New World pirate groups under his command. The Red Hair Pirates' current power is definitely not weaker than that of the Dragon Kingdom. Even before most pirate captains had witnessed the strength of the so-called 9 Red Scabbards, they did not take the strength of the new big bosses under the Dragon Queen Shyvana seriously. In the world of pirates, reputation is always just reputation. As long as there is no real face-to-face battle, there will always be someone who dares to challenge. The huge fleet formed by the Great Pirate Alliance sailed directly to the former Wano country without any concealment, preparing to completely defeat and occupy the Dragon country, pull the Dragon Queen Shyvana off the throne of the four emperors, and win a sea area for them to sail freely. In another sea area of New World, Luffy, Nico Robin and others also began their actions. Did Kid and the guys from the Freedom League go to challenge the Dragon Queen? Monsters like the four emperors are not to be trifled with. Luffy looked at the newspaper in his hand and said carelessly, "But, Kid and the others have already started to take action, so let's go on our adventure as well. I want to be the man of One Piece." During this year, although for unknown reasons, the Straw Hat Pirates were hardly hunted down or oppressed by the 6 major forces in the New World, after a short period of special training on Sky Island and Fishman Island, and after encountering many veteran pirate groups in the New World, the strength of Straw Hat Luffy, Zoro and others have all greatly improved. Especially Straw Hat Luffy, after fighting against dozens of New World pirate captains with bounties of over 100 million in this year, Straw Hat Luffy's strength has even surpassed the elite Vice Admiral of the Marine Headquarters, and is enough to fight to the death with ordinary 7 warlords of the sea. There is no way. As the child of destiny and the host of the Nika fruit, regular training may not necessarily greatly enhance Luffy's strength, but fighting, especially long and hard battles, is enough to fully stimulate the powerful power contained in the Nika fruit in the shortest time. And the powerful strength also gave Straw Hat Luffy further confidence. It's not easy to become One Piece, at least with our current strength. If we dare to challenge a monster like the four emperors, that would be courting death. Straw Hat Luffy was full of confidence. He was informed by the Queen of the Deep Sea, Nami, of a lot of information about the top powers in the ocean. Nico Robin, who had a better understanding of the horror of the top powers in the ocean, directly poured a bucket of cold water on Luffy. Of course, I didn't think about facing strong men like Kyle and Queen Nami right now. Facing Nico Robin's cold water, Luffy didn't take it to heart at all. Instead, he smiled foolishly, touched his head, and continued. But if we add the power of Treman and Bonnie, we may be able to defeat 7 warlords of the sea together. Go challenge the 4 emperors directly? Luffy, who has seen the strength of Kyle and Nami, is not so stupid. How could a newcomer go directly to fight the final boss without killing monsters and leveling up? If he wants to fight, he should start with the small bosses first. Luffy and others who have faced Crocodile before naturally set their challenge target on the 7 warlords of the sea. Besides, Luffy is not alone. Even though strangely he did not encounter any strong men from the 6 major forces in the New World, after witnessing the great changes that took place in the New World within this year, Straw Hat Luffy, like Kid and others, formed a pirate alliance with Terra Law and the Glutton Bonnie. In today's New World, unless you are the strongest in the ocean, it is almost impossible for a single scattered pirate group to survive under the oppression of the 6 major forces. Either find a way to band together, surrender or die. Although the New World is big, it can no longer accommodate those wanderers. 7 warlords of the sea. The 7 warlords of the sea were once the 3 major forces in the world. If the power of all Shichibukai were added together, it would be enough to match or even surpass any of the 4 emperors today. Even if we join forces with Terra, Luo and the Glutton Bonnie, we will be completely defeated if we are not careful. There are also a lot of monsters among the 7 warlords of the sea. Hearing that Luffy was going to challenge the 7 warlords of the sea with Terra Law, the Glutton Bonnie and others, Karina, who also had a certain understanding of the horror of the New World strong men, immediately said with a heavy face. As Nami's former friend, Karina, who has been on the sea for many years, is not as naive and brave as Luffy. I know that Robin-san told us that according to the information she got from the Deep Sea Queen Nami, Whether it's Blood Emperor Vladimir, or the world's top 2 swordsmen, the unparalleled swordsman Fiona, or the Eagle-Eye Mihawk, they are all monsters that are not weaker than the 4 emperors. The remaining Blackbeard Teach, Empress Boa Hancock, Heavenly Yaksha Doflamingo, and Tyrant Bear are also extremely powerful warriors, not to mention that except for Tyrant Bear who has not appeared on the sea for several months, each of the remaining Shichibukai has a large number of troops under their command. Especially Blackbeard Teach who once defeated Ace, he is known as the Devil Fruit Hunter, and now has a large number of Devil Fruit ability users working for him. In the world of pirates, the victory or defeat of the top warriors in war is very important, but the competition and consumption between the middle and low-level combat forces are also indispensable. Because Tryndamere and Whitebeard raided Impel Down and rescued Ace, and the Chain Warden Thresh took the opportunity to kill almost all the pirates on the 5th and 6th floors of Impel Down, Blackbeard Teach did not carry out his plan to sneak into Impel Down and obtain a large number of powerful forces. Instead, in order to avoid being hunted down by the Whitebeard pirates, he obediently became the 7 warlords of the Sea of the World government. At the same time, in order to expand the combat power under his command, he began to frantically hunt down any Devil Fruit ability users he took a fancy to in order to seize their fruit abilities. Without experiencing the betrayal and abandonment of the 7 warlords of the sea during the Battle of Marineford, and also because of the addition of Vladimir and the unparalleled swordsman Fiona, the 7 warlords of the sea are a powerful force that nominally still obeys the world government and has extremely terrifying combat power. The world government has no reason to disband them at all. Today, each of the 7 warlords of the sea still has enormous fame throughout the world, almost second only to the 4 emperors of the past. But, precisely because they have great reputation and strong combat power, aren't they more suitable as our next challenge targets? Luffy said this, and he pressed his straw hat on his head and said seriously, I want to be the man of One Piece. How can I shrink back from facing the 7 warlords of the sea? 7 warlords of the sea. This is a crazy decision. But this is the captain we recognize. After Luffy finished speaking, Sanji lit the cigarette at the corner of his mouth, Zoro clenched the sword in his hand, and even Usopp, who was always timid and afraid of fighting, straightened his chest at this time. It's just 7 warlords of the sea, it's not like they haven't fought before. Just 7 warlords of the sea. If we add Dramon and Bonnie's help, we may be able to defeat a 7 warlords of the sea together. But the key is to choose the right opponent. Seeing Sanji, Zoro and the others who were fearless and ready to follow Luffy to challenge the 7 warlords of the sea, Nico Robin couldn't help but cover her head, and then said seriously, the monsters in the 7 warlords of the sea are definitely not something we can challenge right now, even with the help of Dramon and Bonnie. It's natural. At Teleman's invitation, we have already selected the right opponent. After Robin finished speaking, Luffy immediately smiled foolishly at Kaido, and then looked directly at the bounty order that Doflamingo had once issued in front of him. Heavenly Yaksha. Doflamingo, reward of 340 million Baileys. In order to seek revenge and to gain a place in the New World and become a member of the 7 warlords of the sea, Trafalgar Law crazily attacked a large number of pirate groups in the New World and directly presented a large number of pirate hearts to the world government. However, since the 7 warlords of the sea are now fully staffed and extremely powerful, and the world government is unwilling to hastily cancel the remaining Shichibukai positions, Trafalgar Law wants to become a member of the new 7 warlords of the sea. The only way is to kill one of the 7 warlords of the sea. Then Trafalgar Law will have a chance to become a member of the new 7 warlords of the sea. As for the target that Trafalgar Law wants to kill, he naturally has no other choice. Just as the Straw Hat Pirates, the Heart Pirates and the Bonnie Pirates began to gather and prepare to challenge Doflamingo, outside the waters of Wano country, the large pirate fleets of the Supernova Alliance and the Freedom League directly covered the entire ocean. In the New World, after experiencing the free plundering of a pirate career, it is too difficult for most pirate groups to become obedient citizens or royal soldiers under the rule of the so-called kingdom. Ha ha ha, even if Shyvana is the pirate emperor, she is too stupid. The natural defenses of Wano country that ordinary people could not break through were forcibly torn down by that guy in order to expand the land, increase the population and wealth. What's the point of those civilians and wealth? There are plenty of civilians on the sea. If you don't have wealth, can't you just rob them? We are pirates. Looking at the disappearance of the natural barrier that Wano country once relied on the most, and the fact that Wano country had no natural barriers at all and a large circle of land had been added, Kid, the giant spider squad and others all laughed and cheered each other up. Even though the natural barriers of Wano country were directly demolished by Shyvana for the so-called founding of the country, so that the pirate ships no longer need to take risks to tame giant carp to reach Wano country, the reason why Dragon Queen Shyvana can become the king of the New World is never because of the high walls of Wano country, but because of her own unrivaled power. But how much does that guy despise us that he doesn't even have any troops stationed near the port? Or has that guy already given up on fighting us in the face of so many of our captains? No matter what, my friends, Wano country is right before our eyes. Whether it's wealth, fame, or this land with a large amount of seastone deposits, as long as we defeat Shyvana, they will all be ours. Go. As long as we can break into Wano country, you can win. Kid, Squad and other pirate captains looked at the vast coastline that was almost undefended, and some doubts flashed through their minds, but then they put all the doubts behind them. No matter what Shyvana is thinking, as long as they can land in Wano country, then they have a chance of winning. 60,000 versus 20,000, the advantage is on me? With the Supernova Alliance and the Free Alliance formed by a large number of pirate captains, the number of all pirates has exceeded 60,000. Shyvana did not forcibly recruit troops from the newly conquered surrounding islands, but instead dispatched many former Wano warriors to be stationed in various directions. Now the total number of troops stationed in the entire Wano country is less than 20,000. But, in this ocean, sheer numbers are worthless. Your Majesty, have those fools landed on the island yet? Do we need to go out and knock down all those idiots? The 60,000 pirate armies of the Supernova Alliance and the Free Alliance began to land in Wano country, and then headed straight for the Flower Capital. At this time, inside the Flower Capital, Ashura Deji, Jin, and others asked Shyvana in a deep voice with nonchalant look. Wano country has just opened its sea for less than half a year. Although the area of Wano country has increased more than tenfold after the high walls were demolished, the land and buildings that have been soaked in seawater for a long time and the relatively scarce manpower in Wano country are simply not enough for Wano country to fully utilize the newly added large land. Of course, the Dragon Kingdom is very short of manpower now. Facing Ashura Boy and others' request for a fight, Shyvana smiled and said in a deep voice, "It's time for them to face the disaster." Wano country, which had just opened its seas, urgently needed a large number of laborers to clear the newly added land and build new ports and cities. The New World pirates of the Supernova Alliance and the Free Alliance, who totaled 60,000 and were all strong enough, were simply the best laborers delivered to their doorsteps. The value of pirates will be reflected in the future with the rest of their lives and their blood and sweat. The dragon soars into the sky, facing the Great Pirate Alliance, followed closely by Ashura Deji and others. What follows is a battle that has been predetermined. A giant dragon flew across the sky, its flames blazing across the world. Even more powerful than the former four emperors Kaido, the terrifying conqueror's domineering aura was like a 10,000-ton ship falling from the sky, mercilessly crushing all the enemies in front of him into the mud. The dragon spread its wings, and the army surrendered. In front of Shyvana's terrifying conqueror's power, the 60,000 New World pirates in the Great Pirate Alliance fell down in unison like wheat waves blown by the wind. Only less than 5,000 elite New World pirates were left, trembling. How is that possible? How can a newly promoted four emperors conqueror's power be so terrifying? Even the former Kaido and Big Mom didn't have such a terrifying conqueror's domineering aura. Could it be that she is the most domineering person in the entire world? A large number of New World pirate captains who were barely standing clenched their weapons, their faces unable to hide the fear that came from their hearts, and they trembled constantly. Whitebeard once had the reputation of being the strongest in the world, and Kaido was also known as the strongest creature on land, sea, and air, but in terms of the strength of domineering, red-haired Shanks, the only one who still insists on the name of pirate, is recognized as the most domineering man in the world. Red-haired Shanks' conqueror's aura was enough to make most of the colonel-level officers in the Marine headquarters tremble. Pirate captains with bounties of less than 50 million simply did not have the courage to fight in front of red-haired Shanks. But now, Shyvana, who was once just Kaido's vice-captain, has shown a terrifying domineering power comparable to that of the red-haired Shanks, which has made the pirate captains who are still barely awake even more frightened. After all the pirate captains who came to challenge Shyvana knew that the most terrifying thing about Shyvana was never her so-called domineering aura, but her terrifying body, which had undoubtedly become the strongest creature on land, sea, and air since Kaido's death. The terrifying blessing that the mythical beast species has on the physical body has made Shyvana's name as a dragon resound throughout the world. However, even though Shyvana displayed her terrifying conqueror's aura, causing most of the pirates who had penetrated deep into Wano country to faint instantly, the remaining thousands of elite pirates still had the courage to wield their swords against Shyvana, especially those supernovas who were fearless. Hey, is this the extent of your tolerance? It's just a conqueror's thing, don't underestimate me. Facing Shyvana's terrifying aura, Kid opened his mouth wide, and his still intact hands instantly absorbed countless fallen pirates' guns, cannons and swords, directly forming two huge steel arms. Then, he also exuded his own conqueror's aura towards Shyvana, which was weak but tough enough. Before Conqueror's Haki has mastered the entanglement, the greatest effect of Conqueror's Haki, in addition to clearing out the enemy's minions, is also to a certain extent to protect one's own soldiers from the pressure of the enemy's Haki. Kid used his Conqueror's Haki to fight against Shyvana. Among the many pirate captains who were still awake, 3 great pirates who once walked alone on the sea also stepped forward while Kid displayed his Conqueror's Haki. They combined their Conqueror's Haki with Kid's Conqueror's Haki to fight against Shyvana together. Don't underestimate us. Although we are not emperors, it does not mean that we will kneel before such tyranny. Conqueror's dominance is just a sign of strength, but it doesn't represent everything. 3 pirates who once offered a bounty of 500 million spoke one after another, and then, a large number of elite pirates who had completely lost their will to fight in front of Shyvana's terrifying domineering aura also summoned up their last bit of courage. This is a war with no other choice. Only by fighting and winning can they win everything. As pirates of the New World, they never lack the courage to fight. Thousands of elite pirates who had regained their fighting spirit clenched their weapons and stared at Shyvana, who was squatting on a hillside in front of them, with a pair of deep red vertical pupils and wings covering the sky. Then, with the sound of a gunshot fired by someone's shaking hands, the war began. Kill her. Kill her. We'll win. Accompanied by a crisp gunshot, thousands of elite pirates pulled the triggers in their hands or swung their weapons with all their strength. In an instant, countless bullets, shells, and even a large amount of sword energy attacked Shyvana, and the small hill where Shyvana stood was almost flattened to the ground in an instant. Did we knock her out? At least, it can hurt her. Thick smoke and flying dust obscured the sky and also obscured the vision of the elite pirates. However, after a burst of extremely rapid shooting, amid the rapid and dull heartbeats of countless sweaty elite pirates, the smoke began to dissipate gradually. At the same time, the last courage of a large number of elite pirates also disappeared. Is this the only attack you can do? This sea is not a place for you guys to play house. Low-level pirates should understand their own weakness, and then, crawl at the feet of the dragon obediently, and give me everything for the future of the whole world. Ants, tremble, be afraid, and then, kneel down for me. A large number of bullets and shells quietly slid down on Shyvana's extremely hard dragon scales, and then, accompanied by Shyvana's roar, the sky suddenly turned blood red, and an extremely huge fireball directly burned through the clouds, with the force of thunder, as if to burn the group of ants on the ground to ashes mercilessly. This is the demon dragon. Is this a 4 emperors level monster? But, what we want is to defeat the 4 emperors. Looking at the huge great fireball falling from the sky, a few drops of cold sweat appeared on Kid's forehead, but there was still an excited grin on his face, and his huge iron hands suddenly hit the sky. Drake's eyes moved, he transformed into a dragon man and slashed towards the sky. Uraj also had a solemn expression, stood up straight, mobilized all the muscles in his body, and also punched towards the sky. Hawkins looked at the divination result with a bitter expression, then transformed into a huge scarecrow and swung it toward the sky. DJ APU, with a strange smile on his face, also began to beat his chest vigorously, sending out 2 sharp sound blades toward the sky. The Supernovas fought back with all their might, and the New World pirate captains, who were the largest in number in the Great Pirate Alliance, also did not give up resistance, using knives, swords, or all of their own devil fruit abilities to attack the giant great fireball summoned by Shyvana. Countless attacks filled the sky, chopping the giant great fireball that fell from the sky into countless shattered sparks. Under the reflection of the sparks in the sky, Shyvana's tall body and countless pirate captains with swords drawn and firm faces occupied the 2 poles of the world. The real battle has just begun. You are so arrogant. With so many of us together, even Whitebeard will die here. And you will definitely not be an exception. A large number of pirate captains and Shyvana confronted each other under the endless flames. Redbeard Eric, a pirate with a bounty of over 500 million in the Free Alliance, said with a grin. Behind him, the great pirate Black Prince Morgan, who also had a bounty of over 500 million, and Bloody Dosam also clenched their weapons. As silver medalists on the sea, although Eric Redbeard and his companions were no match for the 4 emperors and Roger, they relied on their powerful strength and, like the Big One Piece back then, occupied 1 or 2 islands in the New World as their own territories and lived freely in the New World. Although the 4 emperors once controlled most of the waters of the New World, they would not easily take action against some big pirates like Akoko who only occupied 1 or 2 islands and a small area of sea. None of these former silver medalists on the sea are easy to deal with. It would be fine if they were killed directly at once, but if they fail to kill them at once and let those big pirates fight guerrilla warfare in the New World, even the 4 emperors will have a headache. But now, times have changed. As pirates, the 4 emperors can allow those big pirates to occupy the New World and live freely, but as kings, it is difficult for the 3 kings to sit idly by and watch those big pirates occupy islands, plunder seas, and may attack and destroy the heartland of the 3 kingdoms at any time. After those kingdoms with flags were attacked by the pirates, the 4 emperors could at most fight back, and the losses would only be those kingdoms with flags. But now, the pirates have been transformed into countries, and those islands are all equivalent to the kingdom's homeland. If they were looted by the pirates, the losses would be too great. As for whether those big pirates dare to plunder the lands of the 3 kingdoms, this is not important. What is important is that they are pirates, they have the ability. The 3 kingdoms have made no secret of their intention to restore order and purge all pirates in the waters of the 3 kingdoms. Some of the big pirates who lived quietly in the corners of the waters of the 3 kingdoms quietly surrendered and retreated. Some joined Shanks's army, but there were also many people who united together and tried to completely crush one of the 3 kingdoms. 3 pirates who once offered a bounty of 500 million and who were at least A+ in combat power, plus dozens of New World pirate captains who were at least A in combat power, did have the strength to challenge the 4 emperors. Even the current Whitebeard, under the siege of these pirate captains, could not avoid dying from old age and exhaustion. Unfortunately, they chose the wrong opponent. Shyvana is never alone. The battle started instantly. The great pirate Redbeard stepped forward without hesitation, swinging the big sharp sword dragonfly in his hand to cut off Shyvana's head directly. Black Prince Morgan instantly turned into a terrifying demon. His figure moved instantly, and the demon sickle in his hand hit Shyvana's back directly. The great pirate Bloody Eric instantly turned black, swung his fist, and hit Shyvana's heart fiercely. A great swordsman, a mythical beast-type devil fruit ability, a grandmaster 3-color domineering physical warrior, and a large number of pirate captains all attacked Shyvana. In an instant, the sky was as red as blood, the earth was cracking, and the attacks of countless strong men hit Shyvana's body, creating countless sparks, but they could not break Shyvana's defense. Apart from the attacks from the 3 pirates with bounties of over 500 million, the attacks from the Supernova pirate captains including Kid were almost meaningless to Shyvana. The siege by these pirate captains may indeed kill Whitebeard, and may even kill Red Hair. Even Kaido will probably have to fight a tough battle. Even if it is a devil fruit user of the mythical beast type, if he wants to maintain the mythical beast type's posture, maintain the armament haki and the mythical beast type's terrifying defense, he will have to consume a lot of physical strength. It's a pity that those pirate captains never knew what kind of opponent they were facing. Fantasy beast? No, Shyvana is not a so-called mythical beast at all, but a genuine mythical beast, the Scourge Dragon? Who gets tired of maintaining their skin? No, so the outcome of this battle is no surprise. Shyvana didn't even let Ashura, Jin, and others who arrived later take action. Instead, she alone shattered the beliefs of all the pirate captains present. Shyvana transformed into a dragon man and dodged Redbeard's slash. Then, she blocked the Black Prince Morgan's demon sickle with her left hand, and knocked away the bloody Dosam who was trying to hit Shyvana's back with her dragon tail. With a punch of her right hand, she knocked down the strange monk Ulki who was about to absorb Shyvana's attack and then return the attack to Shyvana. Supernova Uraj's Karma fruit can absorb enemy attacks to multiply its body and enhance its own strength. This is undoubtedly an extremely powerful devil fruit. It's a pity that no matter how powerful a devil fruit is, it still needs the user's own strength to support it. And with Uraj's current strength, he couldn't withstand Shyvana's casual attack. Uraj fell to the ground with foam at the mouth. On this land full of gullies, there were more than 20 pirate captains who fell to the ground like Uraj, including the Killer Warriors Killer, X-Drake, and Eustace. Kid. As a supernova, the strength of Kid and Drake should not be underestimated. Kid even has a combat power comparable to A+ at this time. Among all the pirate captains, except for the 3 big pirates whose bounties have exceeded 500 million, he is one of the best. It's a pity that Kid is still too young. The powerful devil fruit gives Kid enough destructive power, but his relatively fragile body makes him unable to withstand Shyvana's casual attack. Drake at least managed to hold on a little longer, but Kid and most of the other pirate captains simply broke into pieces at the slightest touch and fell asleep immediately. How long would it take for a top warrior to fight against dozens of pirate captains with at least a combat power? The answer is, less than an hour. At this time, the battlefield had gradually returned to calm. The thousands of elite pirates who were still awake and had planned to surround and kill Shyvana together with the captains were stopped by Ashura and others. Then they watched their captain fall asleep after being hit by Shyvana, and they fell into complete despair. At this moment in the battle, Shyvana only had to face 7 enemies. Yes, only 7 people. Except for the armless Redbeard Eric, the Black Prince Morgan who could hardly maintain his demonic state, and the bloody Dosam whose body was stained with his own or his companion's blood. Among the many pirate captains and the Supernova Alliance, only Basil Hawkins, DJ App, and 2 other pirate captains remained standing. There was no way out. Hawkins's devil fruit ability was too strong. After falling down 4 times in a row, Hawkins was ready to face his own fate with a blank expression. As for DJ Apo and the other 2 pirate captains who were still standing, it's not because they are very tough, but from the very beginning, Apo and the other 2 pirate captains in the Free Alliance were Shyvana's people. What a joke! How could the Freedom Alliance, such a large and open pirate organization, not have some of its own people in it? Not all pirates have enough hope to defeat Shyvana, and not all pirates dream of becoming 4 emperors or even ascending the throne of One Piece. Have you not realized the absolute gap between you and me? Times have changed. Submit to me and I will lead you to the other side of the new era. If you continue to resist, you will be turned into scorched earth by the dragon's flames. Shyvana glanced at the DJ Apu, who was excited but with a hint of fear in his eyes, and the other 2 pirate captains who had already surrendered to her, and gave Hawkins and Redbeard their final forgiveness. To the other side of the new era, Hawkins unfolded the tarot cards expressionlessly, and performed the most important divination for himself. If I reject you, my chances of survival this time are 0, but if I submit to you, it will show that I am lucky. A new era. I also want to see the new era with my own eyes, so, Captain, no, my king, I, Hawkins, am willing to serve you. Hawkins had no reason to refuse, and if Hawkins, a supernova with great potential, refused to surrender, Shyvana would not think of letting him continue to live. In other words, except for those pirate captains who really lack strength and potential, once Shyvana defeats any pirate captain with great potential, Shyvana will never imprison them in the so-called sea stone quarry like Kaido did to wear down their character and try to subdue them. A few pirate captains can only earn a few dollars by mining for themselves, but for this little money, it will leave a huge security risk to themselves and the entire kingdom. Shyvana is not so short-sighted. Wouldn't it be nice to just kill these pirate captains and collect a large bounty on their heads? Hawkins chose to surrender, while Bloodbeard Eric, Black Prince Morgan, and Blood-Cloaked Dosam stared expressionlessly at Shyvana in front of them and Ashura Boy and others who had vaguely surrounded them, and made their final decision. Black Prince Morgan took a few steps back and lowered his head to Shyvana. As the youngest of the 3 pirates with bounties of over 500 million, Morgan has his own huge ambitions. He has not yet become One Piece, he has not yet witnessed the new era, how could he be willing to die here? It's just surrender. Surrender between pirates is important but not that important. As long as I have enough strength or find the right opportunity, I may be able to take over the entire Dragon Kingdom like Shyvana did before, after her death. Black Prince Morgan chose to surrender temporarily with great ambition. Shyvana nodded directly to Morgan who bowed his head, and then cast all her eyes on Eric the Redbeard with a broken arm and Dosam the bloody clothes. The Dragon Kingdom, which has transformed pirates into a country and manages a large number of scattered islands as its own territory, needs a large number of powerful senior officials to command the 4 directions. Even though the reputation of the Dragon Kingdom and the 4 emperors is known throughout the world, in the vast new world, there will always be some ignorant and stupid guys who try to challenge the authority of the 4 emperors and then plunder others. As for the ambitions that those who surrender might have, it's just ambition, who cares? Shyvana's strength and the world that is about to change dramatically will make all the ambitious people in the world learn what forbearance means. Shyvana will give them time, until they bury all their ambitions? Black Prince Morgan surrendered, but Bloodbeard Eric and Bloody Clothes Dosam looked at each other, and then smiled freely. Bloodbeard temporarily loosened the big knife that was tightly held in his only remaining right hand, and then took out a cigarette from his arms, put it in his mouth calmly, took a deep breath, and then said resolutely in the smoke, "Rocks and Whitebeard didn't make me surrender. I won't kneel down at the feet of a newcomer." Redbeard made his final decision, and Bloody Dosam also said in a deep voice at this time, "A new era. It was a wonderful time. Unfortunately, the new era can't accommodate a pirate like me from the old era. Come, let our blood dye the tombstone of this old era red." As a master of Grandmaster Tricolor Haki, Dosam had already prepared to let his coat be stained with his own blood, but dying at the hands of a new era king seemed not bad for a pirate like him who had lived for decades. Seeing that Redbeard Eric and bloody-robed Dosam were still planning to resist, Ashira Boy and the others glared at them. Just as they were about to rush forward and tear them into pieces, Shyvana waved her hand to stop the siege of Ashira Boy and the others. This war started with her alone, and it should end with her alone. Most importantly, she wants to personally sound the death knell for the so-called old era. For whom the bell tolls? For whom is the fist raised? No one knows, and no one survives. But in less than 10 minutes, the great swordsman Eric Redbeard's right hand, holding the dragonfly cutter, fell down along with his tall body. The black coat on Bloody Dosam also completely turned blood red. Finally, the blood-red coat wrapped Dosam's body and the charred land on the ground. Without the interference and assistance of other strong men, Eric the Redbeard and Dosam the Bloody Clothes, who were determined to fight to the death, could not hold out for long in front of Shyvana, who also had no intention of avoiding them. Of course, after killing 2 great pirates, Redbeard Eric and Bloody Dosam, in a desperate battle within 10 minutes, Shyvana also had 2 more blood marks on her body. Well, just a little bit more, and these 2 guys, Eric the Redbeard and Dosam the Bloody, would give Shyvana a scar that would last for many days. As for permanent scars, are you kidding me? Shyvana is not an ordinary human like Kaido and Straw Hat Luffy. Scar? Do you know what it means to restore health and status of a hero character? Heroes are never ordinary people. 3 big pirates with bounties over 500 million, 43 New World pirate captains with bounties over 100 million, plus 6 supernovas with bounties over 100 million, a total of 52 big pirates were defeated by the demon dragon Shyvana alone. The Grand Pirate Alliance collapsed in an instant. When the news spread, the entire sea was completely boiling. When the sea was boiling, at the invitation of Trajafar Law, Straw Hat Luffy and Big Eater Bonnie also arrived in Dressrosa, ready to challenge the 7 warlords of the sea. Doflamingo? 1 against 10,000, unmatched. Is this the terrifying power of the sea emperors? These guys are simply monsters. Looking at the newsprint in his hand, Trafalgar Law gritted his teeth, his expression extremely solemn. The emperors of the sea are monsters, and the 7 warlords of the sea, who are equally famous in the sea, are also monsters. The only difference is that some are big monsters and some are small monsters. A monster. Those guys are indeed far from being something we can challenge right now, but there is no need for us to challenge them. Bonnie, the big eater who was chewing big mouthfuls of meat, said vaguely, "If it's just one of the 7 warlords of the sea, we won't necessarily lose. Challenging the 4 emperors would be like courting death, but challenging one of the 7 warlords of the sea," Bonnie, the glutton, felt that they might have a chance of winning if they joined forces. Didn't Crocodile, one of the former 7 warlords of the sea, die quietly in Alabasta? Yes, we will win. I want to be the man of One Piece. We can definitely defeat a mere 7 warlords of the sea. After the big eater Bonnie finished speaking, Straw Hat Luffy also spoke with full fighting spirit. Isn't it 7 warlords of the sea? They are completely different now than they were before. Whether you can win or not, you can only know after fighting first. During this turbulent year in the New World, Trafalgar Law, the big eater Bonnie and others also made rapid progress in their strength. Then, when Straw Hat Luffy, Trafalgar Law and others just landed on Dressrosa, Doflamingo had already led the elite of the Don Quixote family to completely surround Straw Hat Luffy and others. I didn't expect that the Dragon Queen had just killed a group of idiots, but a new group of idiots came to her door right away. There are so many idiots in this ocean. Doflamingo looked at Trafalgar Law, Straw Hat Luffy and others in front of him with a grin. Beside him, beside Officer Pica Diamante, Violet, the user of the staring fruit, quietly lowered her head. After Kid and his companions were defeated in their challenge to the Dragon Queen, and before Violet had witnessed with her own eyes the strength of Luffy, Law and the others, she did not dare to pin her hopes of rescuing Dressrosa on Luffy and the others. Doflamingo once had close trade relations with Kaido. After taking over the Beast's pirates, Doflamingo also became a loyal trading partner of the Dragon Kingdom. Doflamingo was naturally reluctant at first, until Dragon Queen Shyvana descended from the sky like Kaido and beat Doflamingo up. Then Doflamingo naturally understood the gap between him and Dragon Queen Shyvana. Dragon Queen Shyvana is an enemy more powerful and terrifying than Kaido ever was, and he has never had any other choice. The Don Quixote family is very strong, but in front of the real top forces of the ocean, he and his family are far from enough. If something happens to Doflamingo, the sales of Dragon Country's specialty seastone and urgently needed artificial devil fruits will be in big trouble. Dragon Queen Shyvana will never sit idly by. One of the most powerful figures in the Dragon Kingdom, the former leader of the three calamities of the Beast's pirates, Jin the Flame Disaster, was now less than 100 miles away from Dressrosa. Violet didn't know why Yenze Jin came. As the big shot of the Dragon Kingdom, it was impossible for her not to help the Don Quixote family, which had close trade relations with the Dragon Kingdom, but instead help those ignorant supernovas. The Dragon Kingdom just killed several supernovas. Violet thought that Luffy and his companions were doomed to fail, but Trafalgar Law and his companions, who found themselves surrounded, did not think so. If they could avoid the Don Quixote family's main force and find a way to directly surround and kill Doflamingo, that would be the best. But if the plan fails, Trafalgar Law and others are also ready to go to war with the Don Quixote family head-on. The three supernova pirate groups would not necessarily lose against most of the strong men of the Don Quixote family. The battle started the moment Straw Hat Luffy and others were surrounded. Without any hesitation, Law and Luffy joined forces to fight against Doflamingo. As the patriarch of the Don Quixote family and the king of the Dressrosa kingdom, as long as Law and Luffy could defeat Doflamingo as quickly as possible, they could win the war directly. It's a pity that Straw Hat Luffy and Trafalgar Law at this time still miscalculated one thing, that is, there is still a huge gap between them and Doflamingo at this time. If Straw Hat Luffy and Trafalgar Law have already acquired a powerful combat power close to that of an A+ ordinary Shichibukai during their one-year journey in the New World, then Doflamingo, the king of Dressrosa, the middleman clown of the Dark World, who has been famous for many years and is in his prime, has undoubtedly possessed the combat power of an S vice captain level. Doflamingo may not be the strongest man on the sea now, but he has never been a weak man. Straw Hat Luffy and Trafalgar Law were caught in a tough battle, but the ones who were really facing despair were not Straw Hat Luffy and Trafalgar Law, but the members of the three major pirate groups who were struggling to cope with the siege of the Don Quixote family members who were well prepared. Compared with the Don Quixote family who were well prepared, the number of members of the three major pirate groups was too small, and their combat power was relatively obvious compared to the cotters of the Don Quixote family at that time. Although none of the Don Quixote family cotters had a bounty of over 100 million at this time, the reason they did not have a bounty of over 100 million was simply because they were Doflamingo's subordinates, not because they did not have the ability to have a bounty of over 100 million. Especially Pica, the highest-ranking official in the Don Quixote family. As the user of the stone fruit, Pica can transform into a giant stone giant at any time. For most people in the pirate world, he is simply an irresistible disaster. At this moment, Zoro had no way of locking onto Pica's body hiding in the stone giant, nor did he have the ability to directly cut open the giant stone giant. Pica alone was an existence that even the members of the three major pirate groups combined could not resist. Although Bonnie the Big Eater is also a supernova, her fruit ability is only suitable for sneak attacks on most enemies who fight with their bodies. For a stone fruit user like Pica, the role that Bonnie the Big Eater can play is even worse than that of Trafalgar Law's deputy, Beppo the White Bear. Hey, you dare to challenge the Don Quixote family with such strength. You guys are too arrogant. Diamante, the highest official of the Don Quixote family, sneered and swung the iron sword in his hand. The whole land suddenly rose and fell like waves, instantly dividing the already tense battlefield. Every member of the Straw Hat Pirates, the Heart Pirates, and the Bonnie Pirates were surrounded and killed by at least 10 members of the Don Quixote family. The strongest ones might be able to ignore the difference in numbers, but among all the people on the field at this moment, no one possesses such strength. What's more, the Don Quixote family was well prepared this time, and every member they dispatched was elite, and they were all equipped with sufficiently advanced weapons. As the intermediary of the Dark World, the Don Quixote family, which has been selling large amounts of seastone for Kaido and the current Dragon Kingdom for a long time, has sufficient financial resources. Damn it, if this continues, we will all die here. Is there no choice but to escape? Zoro used all his strength to cut off one of Pica's giant rock hands, but before Zoro could be happy, another giant rock hand was already in front of him. There were several crackling sounds. Zoro had no time to dodge and could only stand up straight to resist. Then, Zoro, covered in blood, flew backwards dozens of meters away. His ribs and the arm bones holding the knife were almost all broken. Only his extraordinary willpower allowed Zoro, covered in blood, to stand up, but his own fighting power had already fallen to the bottom. Hey, green eyebrows. Zoro was seriously injured, and Sanji, Frank and others were all very anxious, but the battlefield deliberately separated by Diamante and facing the siege of a large number of Don Quixote family members, made it impossible for Sanji and others to rescue Zoro. Even when Zoro was seriously injured, Sanji, Frank and others were distracted and were instantly caught by the enemy. What on earth are you looking at, you BD? Broken off high heels. When Sanji was distracted, Derringer, a cotter of the Don Quixote family who would be on par with old Cai, who had a bounty of over 200 million yuan, stretched out his fin from behind and hit Sanji hard from behind at a speed that Sanji could hardly detect. With a loud bang, Sanji quickly twisted his body to avoid having his neck shattered by Derringer's kick, but his relatively broad back was ultimately hit by Derringer's blow, knocking Sanji heavily to the ground. If it weren't for the fact that the bloodline gene from Germa technology in Sanji's body had been awakening, Sanji would have been either dead or crippled by Derringer's full-strength attack. Sanji was severely injured and fell to the ground, losing consciousness for a moment. At this time, Frank was also knocked to the ground by Senior Peak and was unable to fight anymore. As for Usopp, Karina, and Chopper, who were slightly weaker in combat power, they were already in danger and had many wounds on their bodies. If it weren't for Yumi constantly shuttling back and forth in the battlefield at Nico Robin's request, and restoring the physical strength and injuries of Usopp, Karina, Chopper, and others from time to time, Usopp, Karina, and others would have died directly at the hands of the Don Quixote family's elites. The real battles between pirates were never as gentle as Duke remembered. In a real war, people would die at any time and anywhere. There were incessant roars of gunfire and flashes of swords. Under the siege of a large number of elite members of the Don Quixote family, members of the Bonnie Pirates and the Heart Pirates had already suffered heavy casualties. Bonnie is indeed worthy of being a supernova-level strongman with her strange fruit ability, but after she turned dozens of Don Quixote family elites and even several cotters into babies or old people, Bonnie did not have a complete chance of winning under the sword of Diamante, who was prepared in advance. Among the highest officials of the Don Quixote family, no one is weak except Torrible, who has been protecting Sugar for many years. At least at this moment, Bonnie can't beat Diamante. Zoro and Sanji were severely injured one after another, Bonnie and Diamante were in a stalemate, and in the most important main battlefield, Doflamingo also had a full advantage at this time. Hey, you guys who haven't even mastered Haki yet, what gives you the courage to challenge me? Luo and Straw Hat Boy, you two are too weak right now. 5-color thread. Doflamingo simultaneously extended rapidly trembling transparent threads from his hands and feet, cutting deep wounds on Luffy and Law's bodies that were visible to the bone. Even if it weren't for the fact that the healing ability of Law's surgery fruit was truly world-class, within the operating space, Luffy and Law's broken limbs could be quickly connected and healed. At this time, Luffy and Law would have already been turned into pieces of meat under Doflamingo's string fruit. Doflamingo, who has awakened the string fruit and possesses combat power, would undoubtedly be stronger if the ability of the string fruit had not relatively limited Doflamingo's strength, and his own spirit and will were weakened a lot by Kaido and Shyvana. Even though it was just a relatively weak thread fruit, Doflamingo developed it to a level that ordinary people could hardly imagine. Doflamingo is worthy of the name of 7 warlords of the sea. The 3 major pirate groups joined forces to challenge Doflamingo but suffered a crushing defeat, and defeat was almost certain. In fact, if it weren't for Nico Robin's pleading and Umi's constant rescue of the wounded on the battlefield, several members of the Straw Hat Pirates would have died by now. But there is only one Umi, and there are at least 5 or 6 members of the Straw Hat Pirates who are in danger. How many times can Umi, who has focused all her energy on protecting Nico Robin, save her fellow Straw Hat Pirates? If this continues, we will all die. Now, there is only one way. Umi, please, don't worry about me. Go help Luffy. Only with your help, Luffy and Law can defeat Doflamingo. Only by defeating him can we have a chance to survive. Otherwise, we will all die here. How can our journey end here? Having traveled alone on the sea for 20 years and experienced countless cruelties and darkness, the extremely intelligent Nico Robin thought of the only possibility of victory at the first moment. Nico Robin is not quite aware of Umi's full strength, but she knows very well that only if Umi gives up protecting herself and devotes all her efforts to assisting Luffy and Law in defeating Doflamingo, this war will have a chance of victory. Otherwise, even if Yumi might be able to protect her life in this war, if she had to watch her companions, whom she had finally recognized, all die in this war, leaving her alone alive, then the rest of her life would be sunk in endless darkness. Really, my job is to protect you, not those guys. If he knew that I didn't protect you, it would be a big trouble. Faced with Robin's sincere plea, Yumi said helplessly. Really, why do you have to be friends with these guys? I like making friends, but I also know that cats and mice cannot be friends together. But before I became a cat, I was a mouse, and if it weren't for them, I wouldn't even be a mouse. I just want to save them, and I have to save them. With the help of Umi, Nico Robin activated the flower fruit and knocked down dozens of elite members of the Don Quixote family. But the next second, more soldiers of the Don Quixote family and Pika, the highest-ranking official of the Don Quixote family who had freed his hands, surrounded her directly, putting Nico Robin in danger for a moment. You can't save them this way. I can't just leave you alone and save other people. But if you really want to save your friend, pray to the supreme ruler of this world, the one who can see the past and the future clearly, who controls time and space and destiny, the one destined to be the supreme ruler of this world, the Lord of Valoran, your father, pray. Fate and the breeze will carry your request to him. As long as he casts a little glance here, no one in this world can hurt your friend. Yumi changed his usual laziness and spoke to Nico Robin very seriously under the reflection of a large number of magic tome ripples. A large number of grimoire ripples spread in all directions with Yumi and Robin as the starting point, and under Yumi's grimoire ripples, the soldiers of the Don Quixote family collapsed to the ground. Even Pika, the highest-ranking official of Don Quixote, who transformed into a giant stone man and wanted to smash Nicole, Robin, and Yumi into pieces with one blow, was unable to move under the grimoire ripples. Yumi's destructive power is indeed not very strong. Having been responsible for protecting Nico Robin for a long time and lacking experience in fighting against strong people, Yumi's level is far behind other heroes of the same batch. However, more than a year is enough for Yumi's strength to be improved to a level comparable to that of Vice Admiral. Pika, a mere cotter of the Don Quixote family, could never hurt Nico Robin under Yumi's protection. But Yumi is only one person, and the only thing it is good at is assisting. It can indeed protect Nico Robin, but protecting everyone in the Straw Hat Pirates is indeed a difficult problem for it at this moment. Nico Robin was unharmed under Yumi's protection, but Zoro, who had a physique like a monster, had most of his bones broken and his 2 arms cut off. He was then lifted up high by the Don Quixote family's spears. Sanji, who was good at kicking and had a strong bloodline, was kicked by Derringer and had his legs broken after he fell to the ground. He was then thrown to the ground by several Don Quixote family soldiers. As for Usopp, Kalina, Chopper, Frank and others, they were also in danger, and their chests had already been stained red with blood. Even the captain and Glutton Bonnie, who was one of the Supernovas, also had several deep scars on his body. Under the siege of a large number of Don Quixote family cotters, Glutton Bonnie was no match for Diamante. The 3 pirate groups that came together to challenge Doflamingo suffered heavy casualties, and Luffy and Law, the last hope of the 3 pirate groups, were also being madly ravaged by Doflamingo at this time. At this time, Luffy looked at Zoro, Sanji, and others who were covered in blood and had broken arms, with his teeth gnashing. He even comprehended the so-called 4th gear in advance, and tried to break through Doflamingo's obstruction to save Zoro, Sanji, and others at the cost of a lot of his life. But unfortunately, perhaps Doflamingo is not a famous teacher like Kaido, or perhaps Luffy's accumulation at this time is far from enough. The rough understanding of the 4th gear and the slightly weak 3-color haki are simply meaningless in front of Doflamingo at this time. Even so, Luffy still has the help of Trafalgar Law. A momentary enthusiasm is obviously meaningless in the face of the real and cruel reality. Doflamingo found the right time to cut off Trafalgar Law's arm, and then knocked him to the ground. Although Luffy, who had changed into the 4th gear, was able to barely resist many of Dover's conventional attacks, he was also broken by Doflamingo's full-strength 16 sacred bullets. God Thread, and he collapsed to the ground? The defeat of the 3 major pirate groups is certain. But how could Nico Robin, who had already regarded Luffy, Sanji and Zoro as her true companions, sit idly by and watch Luffy, Zoro, Sanji and others die on this island? Their dreams have not yet been realized. How could their journey end here? Facing the siege of a large number of Don Quixote family cotters who had freed up their hands, and Doflamingo's slightly doubtful and solemn gaze, Nico Robin knelt directly on the ground, and then shouted at the top of her lungs towards the empty sky. Please, help me, save my companions, father. Haha, you're only thinking of asking for help now. Is she crazy? Or does she think she has the title of the devil's son and her father is really the devil in the legend? It's just relying on the protection of a mythical beast from the fur tribe. Chief Dover, let me, Mahabes, present to you the defeat of this fellow. Tons of hell. Facing Nicole Robin's prayer at this time, many Don Quixote family soldiers laughed at her. Mahaba, one of the Don Quixote family cotters who had just freed up his hands, directly activated his own fruit ability to rise high into the sky, and then added 10,000 tons of gravity to himself, trying to crush Nicole Robin, who was praying, and Yumi, who was protecting Robin, into meat paste at the same time. But just as the 10,000-ton Mabeus was about to land, the wind started to blow. A breeze gently blew across the entire Dressrosa, and at the same time, Mahaba, which weighed 10,000 tons, floated up. But at this time, no one was paying attention to Mahabes, who was floating in the air and unable to move. Because a miracle happened. The breeze blows on your face, and then brings endless vitality. Zoro, whose arms were cut off and whose bones were broken all over, began to itch inexplicably at the wounds on his arms. Then a large amount of bone and granulation tissue quickly grew. In just a few seconds, Zoro's severed arms miraculously recovered. Not only Zoro, but also Sanji, whose legs were broken, stood up again. The wounds of Usopp, Karina, and others, who were covered in wounds, also began to heal. Even some corpses whose heads were not damaged and whose bodies were relatively intact and who had just died, opened their eyes again under this breeze. In an instant, the entire battlefield became silent, and the weapons in the hands of countless Don Quixote family soldiers fell silently. This breeze saved not only the members of the three major pirate groups, or in other words, in the eyes of the storm goddess Kana, there was no difference between the soldiers of the Don Quixote family and the members of the three major pirate groups. She just doesn't like senseless killing and death. But her forgiveness definitely does not include Mahabashi, who just tried to kill Nico Robin and Uamai right under her gaze. A miracle happened here, but the miracle belonged to someone else. At this moment, Mabeus only felt endless despair. No matter who it is, at least put him down from the air first. He's almost dizzy from being dangling in the air all the time. Then, his wish finally came true. After a strange card was inexplicably placed at his throat, Mabeus' body fell quietly. The breeze heard your prayers, and fate is smiling on you. In front of Nico Robin, in front of the stunned eyes of countless people in the Don Quixote family, the new shipping king, Card Master Driz, who was well known in the New World and one of the highest officials in the Dark Alliance and almost monopolized most of the shipping business in the world, quietly appeared in front of Nicole Robin, bent down for her, and bowed his head to greet her. How is it possible, King of the Sea, Driz, and this magical wind? Could it be that the legendary goddess Janna actually exists? But what does all this have to do with the devil's son Nico Robin? Could it be that her father could actually command the legendary goddess Janna and the Dark Alliance? The Dark Alliance is the master of the New World. The breeze of recovery quietly dissipated, but the countless recovered wounded and the quietly appearing Trist made everyone present understand that everything that had just happened was not an illusion. The miracle of regenerating broken limbs and even restoring the dead. I remember that more than a year ago, during the Battle of Cinderella Island between the Marine headquarters and the Revolutionary Army, the legendary saint of the Revolutionary Army also performed such a miracle. Could it be that the legendary goddess Gana is the saint of the Revolutionary Army? No, that's not right. Their abilities are not the same. But besides the saint of the Revolutionary Army, is there really someone with such a terrifying recovery ability lurking in the sea, as expected of a powerful being named God? But the Dark Alliance is the ruler of the New World, and the Dragon Queen is also the Emperor of the New World. These damn guys. Don't underestimate me, I'm not a clown who can be played with by others. Doflamingo looked at the dead Mahaba and Driz who had descended upon this place, lowered his head slightly, and directly reached out to hold up his glasses. His eyes beneath the glasses immediately revealed endless cruelty and a hint of deep-seated fear. The wind of resurrection of the goddess Janna showed amazing miracles, but before the destructive power that was as terrifying as the resurrection ability was revealed, Doflamingo was not afraid of the goddess Janna who had not appeared. What really frightened Doflamingo was that Driz quietly appeared in front of Nico Robin and casually threw a blue card to kill Mahaba. Favorable shipping has long been spread all over the world, and Driz has long become the real king of shipping. However, as one of the kings of the Dark World, Doflamingo can only be regarded as wary of the new king of shipping. However, the Dark Alliance behind Driz makes Doflamingo feel afraid. As a Dark Alliance that merges the industries and forces of several underground kings, the top strongmen among them are fully capable of fighting against the four emperors. They even sent the King of Killers to assist Plank, the disaster of the ocean, to kill the former four emperors Kaido. There is no doubt that they are a behemoth that even the four emperors and even the world government are unwilling to offend easily. Don Quixote's family and Doflamingo can be considered powerful in the whole world, but compared with the real rulers of the sea, Don Quixote's family and Doflamingo are still far behind. This is also the fundamental reason why Doflamingo immediately chose to cooperate with Dragon Queen Shyvana after Kaido's death, when she demonstrated her terrifying combat power that was no weaker than Kaido's. In the New World, both the Don Quixote family and Doflamingo need the protection of the four emperors level forces. At this time, the Dragon Kingdom's big boss, Flame Disaster Cinder, also descended on the battlefield. Seeing the flames of ember descending on the battlefield, Doflamingo, who had been silent because of Driz's appearance and the miracle, once again laughed his classic laugh. FFFFFFF, the smile of fate. I never believe in fate. But now, does the Dark Alliance want to go to war with my Don Quixote family and the Dragon Kingdom? Whoever the father of this demon child is. For the sake of the Dark Alliance and the legendary goddess Janna, she can leave here alive. But don't think that others can leave so easily after entering my territory. Seeing that one of the big names of the Dragon Kingdom, Flame Disaster Jin, had come here, and that the Dragon Kingdom behind Flame Disaster Jin was obviously closely related to Doflamingo, Luffy, who had just recovered, pressed down his straw hat and said in a deep voice to Nico Robin, who had just stood up in surprise, "Were you saved by your father Robin-chan again this time?" But, coming to challenge Doflamingo was just a decision made by me, an incompetent captain, and it has nothing to do with Robin's father. Robin, you've done enough for us. Now, as the captain, I am informing you that you are no longer a member of the Straw Hat Pirates. Also, Sanji, Zoro, Karina, Frank, Chopper, you are all no longer members of the Straw Hat Pirates. Luffy said this with a firmer tone, and then turned to Doflamingo, opened his arms, and straightened his chest. Kill me and let them go. Luffy misjudged Doflamingo's strength, and now it's time to pay the price for his wrong decision. Luffy made his own choice, and Trafalgar Law and the Glutton Bonnie also made the same decision as Luffy at this time. Enough of their companions have died, and they don't want any more to die here. Luffy, Law and Bonnie were willing to die, but Doflamingo, Robin and others were not happy about it. What a joke, you caused a big commotion in my kingdom and killed many of my Don Quixote family members. Do you think the lives of the three of you are enough to pay for it? Doflamingo glared at Luffy and Law and said through gritted teeth, if any pirate group could attack Dressrosa and cause a big commotion, and in the end they could leave safely by offering their captain's head, then Dressrosa and the Don Quixote family would never have peace. And similarly, if they have to watch their captain die here in order to survive, Sanji, Zoro, Robin, the Bonnie Pirates, and the Heart Pirates crew will also be completely ruined for the rest of their lives. Hey, I don't have the habit of abandoning the captain and living on my own. It's just that, Robin, the captain has just said that you are no longer a member of our crew, so get out of here. Sanji stood behind Luffy, lit a cigarette, and then spoke coldly to Nico Robin. At Sanji's side, Zoro, who tightly grasped the long sword in his hand, and Usopp and Kalina, who were so frightened that their hands and feet were weak, did not retreat. Being able to summon the legendary goddess Gana to bring them a miracle of near rebirth, allowing them to fight again, Nico Robin has done enough for them. They hope that Nico Robin can survive, and they don't want to bring more trouble to Nico Robin and his father because of them. It's just that they are not afraid of life and death for their companions. Nico Robin, who once sank into darkness for many years and almost lost the will to live, how could she give up her companions in order to survive? Nico Robin didn't say anything, but just smiled brightly, then gently pushed away Driz who was blocking her way, put down Yumi who had been shrinking on her shoulder, and then, she also stood behind Luffy without hesitation. We are companions, aren't we? Coming to Dressrosa to challenge the Shichibukai is not just Luffy's decision, but the choice of all of us. Looking at Straw Hat Luffy and others who were full of fighting spirit and ready to fight to the death, Doflamingo's mouth was almost grinning to his ears in anger, and then he stared at Driz beside Nico Robin, and at the same time, he tried his best to emit his observation haki, trying to find the goddess Kana who was hiding somewhere. Doflamingo was not sure whether the legendary storm goddess Janna possessed extremely powerful combat power. After all, strong healing ability never meant strong combat ability. Otherwise, the dwarf princess Mans Harry, whose healing ability can almost rewrite reality and can also restore life to people who have just died, would not be imprisoned by the Don Quixote family. However, no matter how Doflamingo used his observation haki, he was unable to find any trace of Kana. Janna is the goddess of storms, the true god in the legend, the omnipresent wind. Before Janna intentionally reveals her figure, how could Doflamingo, who cannot even foresee the future, detect her? Unable to find any trace of Janna, Doflamingo's face became more and more gloomy, but after looking at the flame disaster Cinder who was silently standing beside him and looking at him, Driz, and Nico Robin with interest, Doflamingo still mustered up the courage and issued an ultimatum to Driz. FFFFFFF. Take the demon child and leave now. This is your last chance. Otherwise, you will all die here. I want to see whether the Dark Alliance will go to war with my Don Quixote family and the Dragon Kingdom because of your death. Although the Dark Alliance possesses a large number of terrifying and powerful combat forces, the Dark Alliance itself is composed of many former kings of the underground world and the many corporate alliances they control. Although there are many powerful people, in the eyes of the outside world, the Dark Alliance is just a loose alliance organization. Without going to war with the Dark Alliance, it is enough to offend or kill the ruler of a force in the Dark Alliance. For a new world power like the Don Quixote family, which is backed by the Dragon Kingdom, the Dark Alliance may not be willing to start a full-scale war with them. After all, the current Lone Shark King Mundo in the Dark Alliance also killed the former Lone Shark King Fukushin Field. At worst, after killing Driz, Doflamingo himself could just join the Dark Alliance, pay some price, and have a big backer behind him. Doflamingo was ready to offend the Dark Alliance or even join it. Jin also crossed his arms and stared coldly at Straw Hat Luffy and other supernovas. Having just experienced the challenge of those ignorant supernovas, Jin did not like Luffy, Law and the others. This time, because Dragon Country suddenly had tens of thousands of pirate captives, and after the founding of Wano Country, a large number of land reclamation tools were needed. Yanzei Jin, who came to Dressrosa specifically to ask the Don Quixote family to provide more tools and goods to the Dragon Kingdom, did not mind protecting the Dragon Kingdom's trading partners a little. After all, after Shyvana ascended to the top of the four emperors, Doflamingo was a very competent intermediary in many commodity transactions in the Dragon Kingdom. Doflamingo, known as the Joker and one of the kings of the Dark World, has many connections all over the world, even deep into the world government and marine headquarters, thanks to his former identity as a celestial dragon. Doflamingo can get hold of many banned goods that are strictly blocked by the world government and even the marine headquarters. Even some shady transactions between the world government and the pirate groups are often conducted through Doflamingo. As for whether helping Doflamingo would offend the Dark Alliance, the Dragon Kingdom is now fearless. Shyvana is the one destined to become one piece. Yanzai Shijin is full of confidence in Shyvana. The Dragon Kingdom today is at least twice as powerful as the former Beast's pirates. Seeing that Doflamingo and Jin were ready to attack Straw Hat Luffy and the others, and Nico Robin also made it clear that she would fight to the death with Luffy and the others, Driz could only press down the brim of his hat helplessly, and then said in a deep voice to Jin and Doflamingo, "Really, if Nico Robin doesn't want to leave, I can't decide whether she stays or goes. But, the same question, Doflamingo, do you really understand what the so-called son of the devil means? I don't want to have a bloody battle with my own people today. Yanzei Jin and Doflamingo, right? Would you like to wait a while and answer one or two calls?" Driz finished speaking helplessly, and then, in front of the incredulous gazes of Straw Hat Luffy and Doflamingo, the Den Mushi that Jin carried with him rang quietly. Brew, 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 Your Majesty Shyvana. Yanzei Jin looked at Trist and Nico Robin with a very strange look, and then picked up the Den Mushi in his arms. The face of Shyvana, one of the New World 4 emperors and the overlord of the New World, was extremely clear under the display of Den Mushi by Jin. Really? I just wanted to trouble you to go to Dressrosa to buy some tools and goods. Finally, you met Robin-chan. But no matter what, even if it means killing Doflamingo, I hope you can protect Nico Robin's safety. This is very important to me and to the whole world. You, and Doflamingo beside you, do you understand? When the Den Mushi's voice said this, Shyvana's expression became extremely serious and solemn at this moment. Yanzei Jin, who was on the phone, also felt Shyvana's serious expression for the first time. Doflamingo, who was standing quietly at the side, with the corners of his mouth twitching slightly, recalled the fear of being beaten by Shyvana again at this moment. A few drops of cold sweat quietly dripped from his forehead. After taking a deep look at Nico Robin, he lowered his head heavily and said through gritted teeth, I understand. I will let Nico, Robin, Luffy and the others go. There is no way, I really can't afford to offend him. Seeing Doflamingo's statement, Shyvana's originally serious expression began to soften, and then she let Jin pass the Den Mushi to Robin, and said gently, in order to prevent some idiots from jumping off the cliff, there are many things that you should not know now, but it doesn't matter anymore. The future of this world has already been determined. And the final moment is just around the corner. But before the end comes, your father and I hope that you can live happily on your favorite journey. Safety is not important. Even if Shyvana didn't make this call, her level is already close to the maximum level. With the support of several pieces of equipment, even if Doflamingo and Yin are together, they will only be beaten by Driz. Not to mention the constant attention of Janna, whose strength has surpassed the ordinary 4 emperors, and the timely support of Rise, the wandering mage, who has been wandering on the sea looking for relics of ancient history but whose combat power also vaguely surpasses that of the 4 emperors. Even if did it himself, he would not be able to completely kill Nico Robin in a short time. In Duke's opinion, Nico Robin, Straw Hat Luffy and others' adventures on the sea during this period were just a trip in the hope that Nico Robin could have a good time. Is everything already predetermined? The end is nigh, are you enjoying your journey? I don't quite understand what you are talking about. It's hard for me to understand what kind of relationship there is between you, or rather, the two of you I met along the way, and my father. Listening to Shyvana's gentle words, Nico Robin held the Den Mushi in front of her, feeling confused. Don't you understand yet? The so-called rule of the celestial dragons is corrupt and their ugliness disgusts your father, so your father decided to end the rule of those ugly celestial dragons and take everything in this world into his own hands. Your father is destined to dominate everything in this world, and we are the heroes who will accompany him to build this great achievement, Shyvana said to Nico Robin without any concealment. In 1 year, without affecting the normal operation of the major forces under Duke, Duke has accumulated a wealth of 500 billion Baileys. Duke has already made up his mind. No matter what the prize is this time, in less than 3 months, Duke will attack the Holy Land of Marijoa, kill him and the 5 elders, and completely put an end to the rule of the world government. During this year, many of Duke's heroes with SS or higher combat power gradually recovered their former heyday. Of course, the most important one is Duke's only SS plus hero, Time Guardian Jilin. In this year, he had already acquired a terrifying strength that surpassed SS-. It would only take less than 3 months for him to truly recover to his full potential and be able to manipulate time at will. Kirin can quickly make himself and the heroes under Duke stronger by distorting time. Now it's basically a sure win, and 3 months later it will be a complete crushing victory. At this point, Duke is too lazy to cover up. Stop pretending, let's be honest, the future of the world has already been determined. In the pirate world, there are hundreds of countries and races in one world. The cultural communication and even the commodity exchange between different countries and races are all greatly hindered. It is really too chaotic? Just unify it. Only with unification can there be enough rights and power to bring true peace and prosperity to everyone in the pirate world. Only a unified and prosperous world can continuously provide Duke with more wealth, end the rule of the celestial dragons and dominate everything in this world. Listening to Shyvana's confident words on Den Mushi, Nico Robin froze in place, while Straw Hat Luffy and others who also heard Shyvana's words had their eyes bulged out and their jaws dropped to the ground. Squee, Robin's father actually wants to defeat the celestial dragons and end the rule of the world government. Isn't this the same thing my dad's revolutionary army wants to do? It's really too ancient. Luffy was surprised for a moment, then held up his chin and exclaimed in admiration. Isn't it just about overthrowing the celestial dragons, ending the world government's rule and then ruling the world? Anyway, it's not as important as his desire to become One Piece. Luffy was able to recover after a moment of surprise, while Doflamingo, Trafalgar Law, Sanji Zoro, Karina, and others on the other side were completely unable to ignore Shyvana's words as quickly as the heartless Luffy. If an ordinary person shouts down with the celestial dragons, overthrow the world government, people will just regard him as a lunatic who has lost his mind. After all, the world government has ruled the world for 800 years. No one knows what cards the world government has, and no one knows how terrifying the world government's power is. Doflamingo, who knew a little about the existence of the celestial dragon's national treasures, scoffed at the fact that someone in the world was trying to overthrow the world government. That is a terrifying force that even 4 Emperors-level beings cannot resist. But what if there is more than just 4 Emperors? Shyvana's Dragon Nation is just one of the heroes. The New World and even the world's most powerful Dark Alliance also seem to have joined the plan to overthrow the celestial dragons and end the world government. In addition, Nico Robin's father, who has not yet revealed his own strength and power, is obviously not to be underestimated. If a deep-sea overlord who is far more terrifying than the former Rocks pirates challenges the world government, can he really pull the celestial dragons off their supreme pedestal? This is really interesting. Doflamingo was so excited that he trembled all over when he thought of this. After experiencing the dark past of killing his father and brother, the only thing Doflamingo wants now is revenge on the whole world, especially the world government and the celestial dragons. But Luffy just said that his father's revolutionary army. Hey, this guy Luffy is actually the son of the world's most vicious criminal, Dragon. Luckily I didn't kill him just now, otherwise Garp and Long would be tough to deal with. Doflamingo, who was trembling with excitement, glanced at Luffy quietly and remained silent when he thought of this. Sanji, Zoro and Nico Robin, who gradually came to their senses after Luffy's words, also fell into deep silence. After a long while, Nico Robin said to Shyvana, "Overthrow the world government and create a new world. This is truly a legendary epic. It seems that my father is really an unimaginable big man. No wonder you and those strong men standing at the top of the sea are just heroes. No wonder my father cared nothing for the historical texts I pursued. Because he and you are making history. Only." Nico Robin said this, and quietly glanced at the many leaders of the 3 major pirate groups and the Don Quixote family who were listening attentively, and said in a deep voice, "Just like this, in front of so many people, tell me about my father and your plan. Aren't you worried that your plan will fail if it attracts the attention of the world government? The world government is not easy to deal with. The world government, which has ruled the world for 800 years, is by no means easy to mess with. The members of the world government CP agent organization are spread all over the world. Apart from anything else, there are definitely spies of the world government among the members of the Don Quixote family. It doesn't matter anymore. We have long known about the hidden power of the world government. And how could the world government know the power of our heroes? Shyvana is confident, Kaido. What you see and touch is only a small part of us. And time has already revealed our inevitable victory. The true outcome was already determined long before Duke summoned the Time Guardian Kirin, or even earlier. The reason for delaying the time until now or even 3 months later is simply to be on the safe side, and Duke is unwilling to take risks. Is what I have seen and come into contact with only a small part of you. Nico Robin said this and thought of the desert Shinigami in Alabasta, the demon angel Kale in the Sky Island, the storm goddess Janna, and the deep sea queen Nami, whom she had met before. She also had just met the Dark Alliance and the Dragon Kingdom today, and she suddenly understood a little more. That's right, if even they are just a small part of you, it is really hard for me to imagine that there is any force in this world that can become an obstacle for you. That is to say, if nothing unexpected happens, I will become the daughter of the king of the world in the future. No, you are now the daughter of the king of the world. It's just that we haven't taken off the destined crown yet." Shyvana's soft voice, Kaido. "It's just that for the safety of your companions, and to avoid unnecessary trouble for you in the coming period of time, I think you need to listen to the advice of your father and me. We will find a completely safe place for you for the next few months. Your father and I hope that you can stay there safely, waiting for the inevitable victory and further training for you and your companions. You may not care about your own strength, but your companions are too weak at the moment. With such weak strength, there is no way for you and them to fulfill your further dreams. Further training. Then I'll leave it to you. We are too weak now. I never want to experience a failure like today again. Robin, we are companions. Our dreams cannot always depend on you. Please take us for further training." After Shyvana finished speaking, Nico Robin was still hesitating, but Luffy lowered his head and agreed directly. Even though Luffy was a carefree person, he knew very well that in the coming period of time, because of Nico Robin's identity and her father's plan, Nico Robin would definitely face the most severe blow from the world government. By then, even sending out the admirals would not be excessive. And if they were really attacked by a general, would they be able to protect their companions? Or can they only rely on the support of their companions' fathers like today? If everything depends on the support of Nico Robin's father, then is the dream that is accomplished with the help of others someone else's dream or your own dream? What's the meaning of all this? Luffy would never allow his own and his companions' ideals to be trampled upon like this, nor would he allow himself to see Zoro, Sanji, and others lying in front of him covered in blood again. He needs strength strong enough to protect his companions and achieve his dreams. The same is true for Sanji, Zoro, and others. Very good, then the ship that will take you to a safe place will arrive soon. Looking forward to the day when we actually meet. Having said this, Shyvana hung up the Den Mushi. Then, under the watchful eyes of Doflamingo, Straw Hat Luffy and his companions, escorted by Driz, drove the Thousand Sunny, following a ship that quietly appeared on the shore of Dressrosa, and gradually disappeared on the horizon. Bonnie, the glutton who is allied with Straw Hat Luffy, and Trafalgar Law and others also left the Dressrosa waters with Luffy under the watchful eyes of Doflamingo. After learning such a big secret and for the sake of Nico Robin, Doflamingo did not kill the Heart Pirates and the Bonnie Pirates. The Heart Pirates, the Bonnie Pirates, and 2 Supernovas are nothing compared to the world that is about to go out of control. Instead of hunting down those 2 pirate groups and then offending Nico Robin and the terrorist forces behind her, it would be better to find a way to completely join Shyvana's army. Overthrowing the Celestial Dragons and ending the world government made Doflamingo extremely excited when he heard about it. What is justice? Justice belongs to the winner? And he, Doflamingo, is also a member of Justice. He saw the dawn of overthrowing the world government in a corner of the terrorist forces revealed by Shyvana, and behind Shyvana, Kid and a large number of New World pirates challenged the Dragon Kingdom, and in the end they either died or became prisoners of the Dragon Kingdom. That war was quickly resolved and shocked the entire New World. The war in which the Straw Hat Pirates, the Heart Pirates and others joined forces to challenge the Don Quixote family was like a drizzle in early spring, which started silently and ended silently, but caused countless thunders in the dark. No one in the New World reported the challenge of the Straw Hat Pirates to the Don Quixote family. Doflamingo even used sucrose to turn all the Don Quixote family members who might have heard Shyvana's Den Mushy and knew Nico Robin's true identity into toys. Doflamingo knew that it would be impossible to completely prevent the news from leaking, but even if it was just to delay the news from leaking for a few days, it would be enough to prove his position and loyalty. Doflamingo has completely turned to Shyvana, or rather, to Duke behind Shyvana. But unfortunately, even though Doflamingo did his best to deal with those members of the Don Quixote family who might know Nicole Robin's true identity and Shyvana's phone number, it only took less than 3 days. The world government and the Marine headquarters all knew about the deepest undercurrent in this world. Most members of the pirate world don't really know how to keep a secret. In other words, except for the dead, no one can truly keep a secret forever. That day, too many members heard about Shyvana's Den Mushy. Except for the Don Quixote family, the members of the Heart Pirates and the Bonnie Pirates who suffered heavy losses, not all of them were willing to keep this secret. Nico Robin was not very familiar with them, and those ordinary crew members had never thought about overthrowing the world government. Most importantly, the ordinary crew members of the 2 major pirate groups, who had never experienced such tragic casualties in the past thanks to the relatively strong strength of Bonnie and Trafalgar Law, truly experienced the cruelty and despair of the pirate world this time. First, Kid and his crew teamed up with a large number of New World pirate groups to challenge the 4 emperors and were defeated. Now, their 3 Supernova pirate groups have joined forces to challenge an ordinary Shichibukai and still got a tragic ending. In this new world where many major forces are constantly banding together and fighting each other, and there is gradually no soil for scattered pirate groups to survive, many surviving members of the Heart Pirates and Bonnie Pirates are mostly in despair. It was not a matter of betrayal or conspiracy. He was simply tired of the cruel life of a pirate, or wanted to seek as much protection as possible for his dead companions and his own future. One of the 2 major pirate groups sold Nicole, Robin, Shyvana, and the Dark Alliance to the world government for a high price. It is very likely that they all belong to an extremely terrifying organization, and this organization intends to overthrow the world government and dominate the entire world. The Dark Alliance, the Dragon Kingdom, and the Fishman Island that is likely to be involved with them, and most importantly, Nico Robin's father, who we still haven't figured out, the guy who can gather a bunch of monsters together. That guy is far more terrifying than rocks back then. If they really unite together, the whole world will probably be shaken. In the Pango city of the Holy Land of Marijoa, the bearded 5 elders Marcus Mazazane said this with an extremely solemn expression. The time of prophecy has not yet come, the day of final reckoning has not yet arrived. Above the sea, a light that is powerful enough to shake the world has appeared again. If we really allow them to cause unrest, God's order will probably completely collapse. Jagaluja Satan, the curly-haired 5 elders, also looked worried. The combined power of the Dragon Kingdom and the Dark Alliance alone is enough to rival the rocks of the past. If we add in the Fishman Island that has mastered the power of Poseidon and Nico Robin's father who has yet to reveal his true strength, then the rule of the world government will be directly shaky. The world government is formed when more than 170 member states unite together. If Fishman Island and other forces directly block the communication between the Holy Land Marijoa and the other member states, then the so-called world government will cease to exist in an instant. Should we try to extinguish these lights right now? Lord Yim has given us enough authority. As long as we ask Lord Yim to take action, the Dragon Kingdom and the Dark Alliance will soon be destroyed by the wrath of God just like the Ciendola Island. The bald 5 elders Izambaron v Nasujuro Saint said coldly. The combined power of the Dragon Kingdom and the Dark Alliance is indeed comparable to or even surpasses that of rocks back then, but in front of Uranus's might, the Dragon Kingdom and the Dark Alliance are just 2 lambs to be slaughtered. It has never been difficult for Lord Im to destroy Wano country and the Dark Alliance's current island. But the Dragon Queen and the kings of the Dark Alliance are not so easy to be crushed to death. As long as they are still alive, the Dragon Kingdom and the Dark Alliance can rebuild at any time, and the power of God cannot completely destroy every inch of the land they live on. The bald five elders is Embaron v Nasujiro Saint wanted to report to him to use the power of Uranus to destroy the Dragon Kingdom and the Dark Alliance first, but the blonde five elders Shepherd 10 Peter Saint shook his head and refused. The most important thing is, even if we destroyed the Dragon Kingdom and the Dark Alliance, before we destroyed Fishman Island, killed Poseidon, and killed Nico Robin's father, everything we do now will only cause God's order to be destroyed and collapsed before the final reckoning. When that happens, our last Garden of Eden will no longer be at peace. If we alert the enemy now, we will start a full-scale war in advance. By then, Fishman Island will use the power of Poseidon to blockade the Holy Land of Marijoa. Now there are celestial dragons and I'm in the Holy Land of Marijoa, which will be embarrassing. The Holy Land of Marijoa has not yet made complete preparations. After the blonde five elders finished speaking, the other five elders fell into deep silence. After a long while, the bald five elder topman Voculi Saint asked in a deep voice, "How is the Sabayati project going? Has that demmed Murloc started visiting the island?" Yesterday, someone reported that the former king of the Ryogo kingdom, his daughter Shirahoshi and two sons spent a whole day in the Sabayati archipelago. Nowadays, there are at least tens of thousands of Murlocs wandering around the Sabayati archipelago every day. But we are most concerned about Poseidon and the current deep-sea queen Nami, but we still don't have the confidence that they can land on the Sabayati Islands. The long-bearded five elders Marcus Maz Saint, who is mainly responsible for leading the CP organization, is Kaido. The Sabayati archipelago plan was quite successful. Every day, many fishermen could not resist their yearning for sunshine and land and went to the Sabayati archipelago for sightseeing. But unfortunately, none of the big fish that the five elders really wanted to catch was caught, or in other words, even if a real big fish was caught, they turned a blind eye to it. If the real goal is not achieved, it will be meaningless no matter how many lowly fish die. We still need to wait a little longer. Also, does the CP organization have any information about the identity of Nico Robin's father? The guy who lurks in the darkness and silently gathers such a terrifying force must be found as soon as possible and then find a way to get rid of him. This is the second biggest enemy we must deal with besides Poseidon. After listening to Maz Saint's intelligence, the other five elders all frowned. Sabayati's plan was quite successful, but the duration was still relatively short, and the enemy they really wanted to eliminate had not yet taken the bait. Moreover, Poseidon, the great enemy of God, is in mysterious collusion with the father of demons, bent on overthrowing the world government, which makes the five elders even more troubled. Yes, in addition to Poseidon, we must also quickly eliminate the enemy who has been hiding in the dark and trying to challenge God's order. But now, we know nothing except that he is Nico Robin's father. Meiza Sheng Kaido is mainly responsible for the CP organization. CP organizes these rubbish. Can't you even find out the intelligence of one person? This is a behemoth that surpasses the Rocks pirates back then. Has the CP organization gained nothing in all these years? Hearing that the CP organization knew nothing about Nico Robin's father, the bald five elders Izembaran v Nasujiro said coldly with a dark face. You can't blame the CP organization entirely. No one would have thought that even the Deep Sea Queen and the Dragon Queen would submit to someone else. But, to be able to become the leader of monsters like the Deep Sea Queen and the Dragon Queen, she is definitely not a nameless waste in this ocean. As long as we can find a way to thoroughly investigate which powerful organizations in this ocean have connections with the Dark Alliance Dragon Country and Fishman Island, we can initially determine the information about Nico Robin's father. At the very least, we can find out how many forces are secretly colluding with each other and trying to violate the order of God. We only know about the Dragon Kingdom, the Dark Alliance, and the forces of Fishman Island, but this does not mean that these are the only forces that attempt to defy God. After the bald five elders finished speaking, the bald five elders topman Voculi Saint immediately pondered and said, "Intelligence, the most important thing at the moment is to find out the intelligence of those traitors who are trying to overthrow the world government. It is indeed important to find ways to track down the major forces, the Dark Alliance, and the Dragon Kingdom, but in addition to that, we have a better way. As long as we can catch Nico Robin." Curly hair five elders Jago Lucia Satan Saint said viciously. "We can immediately find out who Nico Robin's father is, and at the same time we can hold a public execution, set up traps in the territory we control, and wipe out all those who try to challenge God's order. Even if it means sacrificing Marineford and all the Marines. In the eyes of Saint Satan or almost all the Tianlong people, everyone except the Tianlong people is not human. Well, everything is for God's order. The current Marine is not trustworthy anyway, and those who do not have God's permission will be swallowed up by the sea sooner or later. Let them die painlessly under the power of God. This is our last mercy to them." After Saint Satan finished speaking, the other five elders nodded. Just as the five elders in the Holy Land of Marijoa were planning to capture Nicole Robin and Lure Duke and all the enemies who tried to challenge the world government to destroy the Marine headquarters, in a secret room in the Marine headquarters of Marineford, the three generals of Sengoku Garp and a few completely trustworthy lieutenant generals of the Marine headquarters looked at the intelligence in their hands one by one with extremely solemn expressions. The Dark Alliance, Dragon Country, and Fishman Island, as well as Nico Robin's father who can secretly regain these forces, and the declaration that he intends to overthrow the world government and dominate the entire world. An unprecedented storm is coming. Garp, tell me, is there a possibility that besides Luffy, you also have a granddaughter named Nico Robin? Jean Guo took off his military cap, rubbed his head with a headache, and then stared at Garp with a strange look. Garp, who was always a bit of a nerd and always had donuts and senbei in his hands during meetings, was in no mood to steal some of Sengoku's treasures this time. Instead, he shook his head seriously. The ages don't match. And if Nico Robin is really the daughter of that BD Long, there's no way I don't know about it. The most important thing is that Long doesn't have enough strength to subdue the Dragon Queen, the Deep Sea Queen, and the monsters of the Dark Alliance. That's right. If we hadn't secretly let him go, the revolutionary army founded by that guy Long would have been completely wiped out by us and the world government. How could he have had the time and energy to secretly control the Dragon Queen and the Dark Alliance Fishman Island? In response to Garp's answer, Sengoku nodded as if he had expected it, and said Kaido casually. Then, Garp, who had been solemn, suddenly blushed and yelled at Jean Guo. That kid Long isn't as bad as you say. After all, he is the most dangerous criminal in the world. Hearing Garp's growl, the corners of the mouths of many Marine officers present twitched slightly. Is it glorious for the son of a Marine hero to become the world's most dangerous criminal? That's enough. This is not the time for you to mess around. Compared to Dragon's revolutionary army, Nico Robin's father, who secretly holds the power to shake the entire world, is the real enemy of the world. Vice Admiral Tsuru, who was always calm, stopped Sengoku and Garp from arguing further, with a very solemn expression on his face. Enemy of the world. Perhaps, they are just enemies of the world government. Faced with Vice Admiral Tsuru's solemn expression and his direct labeling of Duke as the enemy of the world, Admiral Akainu, who had always obeyed the orders of the world government and upheld the reputation of absolute justice, simply sneered in response. The enemy of the world government, ah la la la, this is really a terrible statement. After Akainu finished speaking, the faces of many Marine officers present changed drastically. Kizaru, who had been promoted to Marine Fleet Admiral, also looked solemn and spoke softly. Why, wasn't what I said right? We are Marines who uphold justice, and we are definitely not the dogs of the world government. Otherwise, what is the difference between us and those bounty hunters who work for money? And now, perhaps the opportunity to truly enforce our justice is right in front of us. Akainu is unabashedly harsh Kaido. After experiencing the Battle of Cinderella and realizing that the world government was completely hopeless, Akainu, who used to be the most responsible for maintaining the order of the world government, also became the person who despised the world government the most. If Akainu hadn't clearly known that he and the Marine headquarters alone could not resist the power of the world government, he would have attacked the holy land of Marijoa long ago to let the five elders understand what absolute justice is. That's enough. Faced with Akainu's shocking remarks, the desire for stability immediately prevented Akainu from saying anything further. Faced with the world government, which has firmly controlled all the military expenses of the Marine headquarters and is extremely powerful, Sengoku now refuses to believe that the world enemy, which secretly controls many major forces such as the Dragon Kingdom, can really defeat the celestial dragons and dominate the world as they say. Even if we add the Marine headquarters, it won't work. Before they find a way to fight against the ultimate power held by the world government, all they can do is to maintain the only remaining order in this world as much as possible, so that this chaotic and corrupt world can at least retain a little hope for the future. Marine headquarters can be considered a force controlled by the world government, but it never means that Marine headquarters is a lackey that completely obeys the orders of the world government. It doesn't matter whether it's the enemy of the world or the enemy of the world government. The important thing is that before the Dragon Queen Shyvana was exposed, we had no idea that there was such an amazing force in this world. What we need most now is to find out who Nico Robin's father is. After stopping Akainu from speaking, Sengoku continued in a deep voice, and then directed his gaze directly to the face of Marine Fleet Admiral Kizaru, who was sitting in the main seat but had a bored look on his face. Oh, I don't know anything about Nico Robin's father. After all, just thinking about the monster that could subdue both the Dragon Queen and the Deep Sea Queen makes my legs tremble with fear. It would be better to leave this matter to the world government and the CP organization. Kizaru smiled nonchalantly and spoke ambiguously. If we leave everything to the world government and the CP organization, then what is the Marine going to do? Borsalino, as a fleet admiral, you should at least pay attention. Facing Kizaru, who was giving up, Jean Guo, who was still doing his job conscientiously, shouted out loud. The bad fleet admiral, the rebellious general, without him, the Marine headquarters will be finished sooner or later. Oh, come on, why don't you just retire and enjoy your life? I feel like I am the fleet admiral now. Facing Sengoku's roar, Kizaru, who was used to playing badly, was not moved at all. But just when Sengoku was about to scold Kizaru, Marine Headquarters Vice Admiral Huashaishin, who was smiling innocently in the meeting room, said quietly, "Maybe, I have roughly guessed who Nico Robin's father is." After Huashaishin finished speaking, everyone present fell into deathly silence, and then all turned their eyes to Huashaishin. In particular, the looks from the Marines' new Admiral White Knight and Admiral Candidate Lakis, who also attended the headquarters meeting, were quite peculiar. I'm just guessing. Yamanaka scratched his head and continued. However, if there is anyone in this world who can subdue monsters like the Dragon Queen and the Deep Sea Queen at the same time, and has enough strength and ambition to overthrow the world government, I think the only one left is the ruler of West Blue, the godfather of the Valoran family, Valoran Duke. It seems Nico Robin is also from West Blue. As Yamanaka finished speaking, the entire conference room suddenly became deathly silent. After a long while, Jean Guo finally said, "If it is the Valoran family, it is not impossible. But if it's really them, then it's really a big trouble. The whole world will probably collapse." With the many changes in the New World in the past 2 years, the overwhelmed world government and Marine headquarters have been keeping a wary eye on the Valoran family in West Blue for the time being. But the Marine headquarters knew very well how terrifying the Valoran family and the Valoran Chamber of Commerce had been in the past year or two. It can be said that the influence of the Valoran Chamber of Commerce is now almost everywhere, and the entire West Blue has become a one-man show of the Valoran family. The Marines and kingdoms of West Blue are now more like members of the Valoran family than members of the world government. After all, the Marines and the King's families are all in West Blue, and their salaries are also paid by the Valoran family. Especially if the Valoran family had some weaknesses because they did not have a top sea warrior in charge, but if it was really the head of the Valoran family, Duke, who secretly subdued the Dragon Queen and the Deep Sea Queen, then the Valoran family, with many top strong men as sharp weapons and countless soldiers and wealth as backing, undoubtedly has the terrifying power to challenge the world government head-on. Will the world collapse? Perhaps, it will usher in a new life. At least, when I went to West Blue to investigate, I found that it would be great if the whole world was like West Blue. Huasheo Yamanaka took a deep puff of his cigar, stopped smiling, and looked seriously into the eyes of his colleagues who were staring at him. He stood up and expressed his wishes. General Yamanaka was not corrupted or lured by Duke's money or the like. In other words, for most of the generals in the Marine headquarters, money alone was not enough to corrupt their minds. With their strength, it would be easy for them to get gold, silver, and treasures. The only thing that can truly shake and win them over is a sincere ideal. General Yamanaka stood up, and Admiral Akaino also stood up suddenly in response. Then, accompanied by the sound of chairs being pulled, the new Admiral White Knight of the Marine headquarters also stood up, followed by Akaino and Galen's direct subordinates, a group of Marine headquarters lieutenant generals who trusted Akaino and Galen very much. The sight of the two generals and many lieutenant generals standing up made Sengoku's veins pop out. The scene that followed made Sengoku and Kizuro look stunned. After Akainu, Garen, and other vice admirals stood up, Chief Instructors Ifa and Admiral Aokiji, who had already retreated to the second line but did not withdraw from the Marine headquarters because of Garen, also stood up, and then once again led a number of vice admirals of the Marine headquarters. You guys, what on earth do you want to do? Do you know what you will face if you do this? Jean Guo's face flushed and he said excitedly. Kizuro, the fleet admiral who was sitting firmly in the fleet admiral position and was playing rotten, also looked at the three admirals and many vice admirals who all stood up in surprise, and whispered, "Oh, I'm not a fleet admiral, right? Is a fleet admiral who can only command 1 or 2 lieutenant generals still considered a fleet admiral? This is really, really terrible. Horrible, yes, extremely horrible." Kizuro, who was always cunning and despicable and seemed to care about nothing, suddenly had a few drops of sweat on his forehead. Without the support of the many admirals and lieutenant generals of the Marine headquarters, the fleet admiral is nothing. But without the Marine headquarters, the world government might still be the same world government. Kizuro felt the world going mad, and at the same time he was also aware of the madly surging undercurrent within the Marine headquarters. But as an incompetent fleet admiral of Marine headquarters, what can Kizuro do and what can he decide? Kizuro doesn't want to do anything, doesn't want to decide anything? In other words, when he saw that many of the headquarters admirals and lieutenant generals present were directly expressing their dissatisfaction with the current world government and the celestial dragons, and seemed to be standing on the opposite side of the world government, Kizuro was also happy to see it happen. Kizuro's justice is ambiguous justice. He has never been a loyal lackey of the world government. In other words, because of the battle on Sandora Island and the subsequent emergence of the Bounty Hunter Guild, the worldwide conscription was not launched, and many officers and soldiers were recruited who kneeled loyally before the celestial dragons for power and wealth. Most of the generals in the Marine headquarters have their own ideas of justice. Kizuro had sweat on his forehead and was muttering something terrible, but before he expressed his dissatisfaction with the world government or the choice of Huasheishin and others, Akainu, Aokiji, Galen, and others all ignored Kizuro's muttering. Compared to Kizuro, the Marine Fleet Admiral who was forced to take the position by the world government, the ones who truly possess great prestige and appeal among countless ordinary Marine soldiers are still the former Marine Fleet Admiral Sengoku, the Marine hero Garp, and the former Marine Admiral and later Marine Chief Instructor Zephyr, who single-handedly trained countless officers of the Marine headquarters. The Marine officers who stood up all looked at the excited Sengoku, and then Akainu said directly, "I wonder what we are facing. But I know that no matter what we will face, at least it will be the just choice we are waiting for. Jean Guo, we are the righteous Marines, not the evil lackeys of the world government. Do you want us to watch helplessly as those damned guys, under our protection, massacre the civilians we are supposed to protect?" After Akainu finished speaking, Jean Guo looked at the many Marine officers who stood up with red eyes, and froze in place for a long time before he said weakly to Akainu, Huasheishin and others, "Do you all know? Did Garp tell you?" Jean Guo said this, staring at Garp who also had a serious expression, and said harshly, "Do you know what will happen to Marine headquarters and the world if you tell them? This will lead to the destruction of the entire Marine headquarters and the world." The celestial dragons who live high in the holy land of Marijoa would choose a kingdom to massacre and exterminate the entire race almost every 3 years. The celestial dragons called this act of massacre and extermination a study trip. When they wantonly massacred a city and exterminated a clan in a kingdom, the marine who was supposed to protect the civilians was the one responsible for guarding their safety, cutting off all signals and blocking all exits. Once this secret is exposed, when the marine headquarters, which upholds the name of justice, suddenly finds out that they are just watchdogs for the celestial dragons to massacre the city and exterminate the entire clan, the faith of countless ordinary marine soldiers will completely collapse. Afterwards, even if the entire marine headquarters still exists, those countless marine soldiers who originally had a sense of justice will all become villains who do whatever they want or simply give up. By then, the order of the entire world will collapse instantly without the suppression of countless soldiers from the marine headquarters. Not me. Garp whispered Kaido. I know better than anyone what bastards those guys are, and I want to tell everyone in the world about the evil they have done all the time. But I know that if I light a light hastily before the time comes, it will be ruthlessly extinguished. But now, I can no longer determine whether the predicted time has arrived. According to legend, when the drums of liberation resound through the clouds, the legendary sun god Nico will bring freedom and liberation to everyone. Among many races and countries in the pirate world, the legend of Nika is secretly circulated, and Garp, a member of the D clan and a marine hero, also knows this. However, the past 2 years of rampage have made Garp completely unable to distinguish. What is Nika? Can I eat it? In other words, without Nika, would countless suffering people not be liberated? Garp fell into confusion and deep thought. After Garp finished speaking, Akainu, Aokiji, and others looked directly into Sengoku's eyes and said in a deep voice, Zhanguo, we are the generals of the marine headquarters after all. In the Marine Corps, how many things can be hidden from us? It's just that we have been doing the same thing as Garp, suppressing the anger in our hearts. But now, we don't want to endure it anymore. If in the past, Akainu and others could still use the 4 Emperors' revolutionary army, a large number of pirates, and brutal kings and nobles as reasons to barely convince themselves that even the worst order is better than no order, and then find ways to continue to maintain the rule of the world government? But after General Yamanaka and a large number of Marine Headquarters officers witnessed the prosperity and peace of West Blue under the rule of the Valoran family, and after Akainu personally witnessed that the world government's celestial dragons had the power to completely wipe out all the pirate groups and those brutal kings and nobles in the world, but they sat back and let all this happen. Akainu and many officers in the Marine Headquarters could no longer bear it. Any order is better than no order. They can't be sure whether the new order is good or not, but they know to their core whether the old order is rotten or not. Whether the new order is good or bad is a FG matter for the future. What they want to do now is to completely smash the garbage order that they once protected with their own hands and lives. Don't you want to endure it anymore? Zhanguo lowered his head heavily. He really understood everything that Akainu and the people who burned General Yamanaka had done. If he hadn't known how terrifying the hidden power of the world government was, and that all the military funds of the Marine Headquarters were in the hands of the world government, he would have long since given up on it. I don't want to endure it either. But what about the military expenses of the Marine Headquarters? What should we do about the terrifying power hidden by the world government that can destroy the island of Santoray and even Marineford in one blow? There are also those 5 monster-like old guys, as well as those brainwashed CP agents and the Celestial Dragons Knights of God. Tell me what to do about these things. I don't want to endure it, but I don't have any better way. Known as a wise general, the always rational Zhanguo suddenly raised his head, his eyes red, and shouted in a low voice to Akainu, Huashaishan and others. Zhanguo, calm down. No one blames you for hiding the news, nor does anyone blame you for everything in the past. Otherwise, our past can also be said to be extremely sinful. But, precisely because of everything we have done in the past, we now need to completely eradicate this mistake and correct this twisted and evil world. Akainu, who was always extremely irritable, advised Zhanguo to calm down, and then said with murderous intent. Since the Battle of Shandaray Island, the world government saw Akainu's dissatisfaction with the world government, so not only did they not let him become fleet admiral, but they have been secretly suppressing Akainu. Even if Akainu had not been unmarried until now, had no children or family, and had extremely terrifying strength, I am afraid that everything that Zifa encountered back then would inexplicably happen to Akainu. But Akainu doesn't care about any of this. What he wants now is just to crush this evil world government, kill every evil celestial dragon, and then let the righteous marines get back the justice that should belong to them. Akainu was full of murderous intent, and gave an attitude but failed to give a specific solution. Sengoku's mouth twitched, and he was about to say something else, but Yamanaka, who was gentle but very reliable, began to speak gently and sincerely. Well, I actually tried to test the head of the Valoran family before, about what would happen if our marine joined them. How will they house us? They give money, lots of money. Retirement and pension benefits should at least double. As a tool used by the world government to maintain world peace, the salaries of ordinary marine soldiers are reasonable in order to prevent them from dying and turning into pirates. But for those marines who are completely useless to the world government after retirement and sacrifice, it cannot be said that there is no pension or reimbursement at all. It can only be said that there is not much difference between having it and not having it. The retirement and pensions of the countless soldiers who sacrifice their lives every year have always been one of the most troublesome problems for the Marine headquarters. When General Yamanaka said that if he joined the Valoran family, his pension and benefits would be doubled, the eyes of Sengoku and Kizura suddenly lit up. Even the old lieutenant general of the headquarters, who was directly under Kizura and had not stood up to express his attitude, stood up at this time and said in a loud voice, "We all know the current situation of West Blue. I think it's not a bad idea to follow the Valoran family to enforce justice. Besides, didn't Hua-Sheishan say that the Deep Sea Queen, the Dragon Queen, and the Dark Alliance are all subordinates of the Valoran family? If we add our strength to these forces, we may not be without a chance of winning even against the extremely powerful world government." The old lieutenant general was indeed very jealous of the doubled pension offered by the Valoran family, but if the Valoran family really had no chance of winning against the world government, the old lieutenant general would never stand up at this time. The Dark Alliance, the Queen of the Deep Sea, the Kingdom of Dragons, plus the power of the Valoran family and Marine headquarters that control the entire West Blue, let alone the real gathering of these forces, any one of these names alone is enough to shock the world, not to mention that when all these forces are gathered together, it is enough to change the world? After the old lieutenant general finished speaking, many Marine officers present nodded. They didn't know how much terrifying power the world government had hidden, but they knew very well how powerful and terrifying the power on their side would be when combined. The number of top sea warriors is limited, and with so many of them gathered together, they are guaranteed to win. You don't know until you calculate. The more you calculate, the more shocked you will be. After briefly calculating the combat power that can be mobilized after the Valoran family and the Marine headquarters completely turn against them, not only Akainu and others are excited, they can't wait to attack the Holy Land Marijoa, capture the 5 elders alive, and liberate the world. Even Sengoku, who knows the hidden terrorist power of the world government, is slightly moved. It's just an ancient weapon. The celestial dragons control Uranus, but the Queen of the Deep Sea seems to also control Poseidon. If the power of Uranus and Poseidon can be relatively offset, can these 5 dim old men plus a so-called Knights of God really stop the top combat power that the Marine headquarters and the Valoran family can mobilize? If we really don't consider Uranus controlled by the celestial dragons, with only the 7 generals present in this conference room plus a bunch of lieutenant generals from the headquarters, it seems that it is not impossible to single-handedly clear the Holy Land of Marijoa. Sengoku glanced at Kizura, who stood up to show his attitude after hearing about the double pension, and the old lieutenant general stood up and made careful calculations. In the past, Marine headquarters, 4 emperors, and Shichibukai have always been known as the 3 major forces that protect the world. The former Shichibukai might not be worthy of its name, but the Marine headquarters has never been famous in vain. The real target of the Marine headquarters has never been any of the 4 emperors, but a terrifying existence that is capable of confronting the combined forces of the former 4 emperors. Sengoku, Garp, Zephyr, Aokiji, Kizura, Akainu, plus the newly promoted Admiral Galen, Lakis, Momuzagi, Shatan, and other admiral candidates, and a large number of elite lieutenant generals such as Hua-Sheishan and Inigamo. If it weren't for the power of Uranus and the Order of the World, 5 elders? How many divisions can he have in 5 elders? The more Zhanguo thought about it, the more he felt that he had a better chance of winning. Then, his face stopped blushing, and his mood was no longer impatient or depressed. He turned back into the calm and wise general he once was, and asked Hua-Sheishan in a deep voice, "Are you sure that the Deep Sea Queen, the Dragon Queen, and the Dark Alliance are all forces under the command of the Valoran family? It doesn't even have to be my subordinates. As long as they are a cooperative force that can be dispatched to a certain extent, it will be fine. The power of Marine headquarters and Valoran family headquarters alone is still somewhat unstable. Only with the combined power of the Deep Sea Queen, the Dark Alliance and the Dragon Queen, will there be a great chance of winning this war." Without an 80% chance of winning, Zhanguo would never easily let the Marine headquarters bat on either side. Because no matter what the outcome of that war is, once it starts, that war that is destined to determine the future of the entire world will inevitably lead to great turmoil in the world. If we cannot be sure of victory and defeat the enemy in the shortest possible time, then it is better to continue suppressing the war until the day when we have accumulated enough strength. Zhanguo does not want a long-term tug-of-war between the world government and the forces under the Valoran family. Zhanguo asked Hua-Sheishan a question, and the eyes of countless Marine generals present also turned to General Huasheo Yamanaka. However, although General Huasheo Yamanaka had many dealings with Duke and recognized the changes of the Valoran family and West Blue, he fell into deep silence at this time. He knew that his answer would most likely determine the future of Marine headquarters and the entire world. But the problem is that it is really uncertain whether the Yamanaka general, who only recognized the ideas of the Valoran family and Duke, but did not really join the Valoran family as a core member, will be able to succeed. General Yamanaka fell into a deep silence, and the eyes of many Marine officers who were looking at General Yamanaka with full expectation gradually began to dim. If the relationship between the Valoran family and the Dark Alliance Dragon Queen and others cannot be confirmed, then it will be too difficult for the Valoran family and Marine headquarters to fight against the world government, and it is destined to bring mountains of blood and seas of corpses and endless chaos to the entire world. But just when countless Marine officers were disappointed, the newly promoted Admiral Garen, who insisted on justice, was strong and popular in the Marine headquarters, touched his head awkwardly. The embarrassed Kaido. Ahem, if you are worried about whether the Dark Alliance, the Dragon Queen and the Deep Sea Queen are under the command of the Valoran family, then I can tell you with certainty that they are members of the Valoran family. Why are you so sure? Could it be that you... Listening to Garen's speech, Jean Guo asked subconsciously, and then, as if he had realized something, he stared at Garen with his eyes. If the Valoran family really wants to overthrow the world government, then since the Valoran family can make someone the emperor of the new world and even control the Dark Alliance and Fishman Island, it is normal for them to place some strong people in the Marine headquarters. In other words, apart from the Marine headquarters, East Sea, North Blue, South Blue, 7 warlords of the sea and even the World Government Revolutionary Army, are there no more people from the Valoran family? Thinking of this, cold sweat broke out on Jean Guo's back, but his eyes looking at Garen became increasingly profound. If the Valoran family could place its own people in every major power in the world and have them all occupy high positions, it would be very powerful and terrifying indeed. But at this time, the stronger and more terrifying the Valoran family is, the better, isn't it? It would be best if 1 or 2 of the 5 elders were members of the Valoran family. Then the war between the Valoran family and the world government would be a sure win. Unfortunately, many major forces in the 4 seas and even the entire world are under Duke's command, but Duke has not placed any people among the top leaders of the world government and the Celestial Dragons. There was no other way. Those Celestial Dragons and the high-ranking officials of the world government were simply too disgusting. Duke didn't want his heroes to serve as dogs for those damned Celestial Dragons. Of course, the Bounty Hunters Guild, a neutral organization supported by the world government, and a large number of middle-level personnel of the world government who were corrupted and controlled by Duke were not included. If you can't become a top figure in a big force, how can you be considered a candidate for placement? Duke and the Valoran family can't afford to lose this person. Jean Guo guessed Galen's identity, and at this point, Galen did not think of hiding it again. In other words, based on Galen's own personality, he doesn't like and is not really suitable for doing spy-related work. Yes, because Lux and I are also members of the Valoran family. But everything I did after joining the Marine was not for the development of the Valoran family, but to enforce the justice in my heart. Galen's silly but determined Kaido. The power of the Valoran family is far beyond your imagination. The Valoran family will surely bring endless glory to the whole world. Justice will prevail. Listening to Garen's self-exposure, Sengoku rubbed his head in pain, Garp's jaw dropped in shock, and even Zephyr and General Yamanaka, who were Garen's best friends in the past, looked at Garen with complicated eyes. Even Aokiji, who had always been lazy and seemed to go with the flow, also sighed subconsciously. Will justice prevail? What a firm answer. But can I know how much power the Valoran family still has? You should also know that if you want us to follow you to fight against the world government, at least, you have to make us believe that we can see the dawn of victory, and that you can bring a better future to this world, right? Otherwise, if we work so hard and finally just replace a group of people with the Tianlong people, then what is the meaning of everything we have done? Aokiji Kusen asked Garen the biggest problem that had been bothering him. After the O'Hara incident, Aokiji began to doubt the justice of the world government. But after much thought, Aokiji could not find a solution, or he could not solve the problem by his own strength. He could only change from a passionate Marine rookie to a lazy admiral who goes with the flow. Simply relying on individual force does not seem to be able to change the fundamental suffering of ordinary people in this world. Even if one force overthrows another force, it is nothing more than a few people becoming Tianlong people. The kings are still there, the nobles are still there, and the oppressed are still the oppressed. Aokiji has no solution to all these problems. In other words, in the world of pirates with superhuman powers, where individual pirates are powerful enough to destroy cities and countries, the gap and oppression between people are more obvious and more difficult to resolve. The only information I can reveal now is that among the 4 emperors, there is more than one member of the Valoran family. In addition, there are indeed members of the Valoran family in the 7 warlords of the sea, the 4 seas, the first half of the Grand Line, and the Revolutionary Army. Lord Duke has enough power to deal with Uranus, who is controlled by the world government, and I'm the real controller of the world government. Victory has already been determined, and justice will surely triumph over evil. Galen said confidently and firmly. As for whether we can bring a better tomorrow to this world, don't look at what I and the Valoran family say, but look at what the Valoran family has done in West Blue. A new world where everyone is completely equal does not exist, but under Lord Duke's command, all races and all people can live together happily and relatively equally. This is Lord Duke's mercy to all people in this world. Even so, he could have easily ruled with iron-blooded force and destroyed the entire world. In the reality of pirates whose individual power is enough to destroy the world, and with Duke having a large number of S-class or even SS-class heroes at his disposal, even if Duke becomes the most cruel tyrant in history and massacres millions of people at will, there will never be any force or power in the pirate world that can threaten Duke. Even if Duke is willing, his cruel and iron-blooded rule will be eternal. The heroes under Duke have no lifespan limit. It's just that Duke doesn't like that. Duke prefers tranquility and peace to a dark and cruel world. Farming is a good thing, and it is better not to fight a war if possible. Duke doesn't like war, but if he has no choice, he will choose to use the most brutal war to establish the most lasting peace. Seek peace through war, and peace will truly come. Don't look at what he says, but look at what he does. That's right. We currently have no way of predicting the future that is too far away. Now, we just need to do what we should do. Jean Guo was silent for a moment, and finally nodded seriously to Garen, then looked around at all the generals and lieutenant generals who had stood up, and said in a deep voice, "It is time for the current world government and the celestial dragons to change. But as far as I know, the celestial dragons also possess an ancient weapon that is powerful enough to destroy the world. In the face of the power of ancient weapons, it is impossible for us to overthrow the world government with our own strength. But the dawn of victory is just around the corner. I think that when the Valoran family attacks the holy land of Marijoa, we can also contribute and personally sound the death knell for the corrupt world government. However, before the Valoran family attacks the holy land of Marijoa, we will continue to uphold our duties and safeguard justice in this sea." After Sengoku finished speaking, Akainu Aokiji, Garp Zephyr and others nodded. As for Kizuro, who was nominally the fleet admiral of the marine headquarters at the moment, he spread his hands indifferently. Sengoku, Garp Zephyr, and Aokiji all nodded, so it was completely useless for him to have other opinions. What's more, before the Valoran family has truly demonstrated the strength to overthrow the world government, it is too dangerous to rely solely on the power of the marine headquarters to directly turn against the world government. Marijoa, Marineford, and Impel Down are all too close to each other. Under the instigation of Garen and Zifa, the marine headquarters secretly sided with Duke. At the marine headquarters, Akainu was forcing Garen to discuss when to launch a full-scale attack to destroy the evil world government in one fell swoop. The highest directive from the world government was also issued at this time. The world government has found out that Nico Robin, the son of the devil, is trying to overthrow the world government and destroy the world. Nico Robin, the son of the devil, carries the most evil blood in the world. The CP organization has currently discovered the approximate whereabouts of Nico Robin and his group. We hereby order the Marine headquarters to cooperate with the CP organization and capture Nico Robin alive within 10 days at all costs, and then choose an opportunity to publicly execute her. After several days, although the 5 elders still could not completely determine Nicole Robin's exact whereabouts and the identity of Nicole Robin's father, they relied on the tracking of CP agents all over the world and a CP0 agent who had eaten the tracking fruit and was recently recruited by the world government. The world government has preliminarily determined the island where Nicole Robin will arrive, and has basically confirmed the identity of Nicole Robin's father, Valoran Duke. In this world, there are not many people with such strength and power. In addition, the world government has now confirmed that Nico Robin is in West Blue. There are countless magical devil fruits in the world of pirates. The power of the luck fruit can make people's wishes come true. The ability of the stare fruit can directly observe an area of 4,000 kilometers. The time fruit, the rewind fruit and other devil fruits have the power to control time. It can be said that in the world of pirates, even though the sea separates countless islands, if you really want to determine a person's location, in addition to life paper, there are a large number of fruit abilities in the world of pirates that can do it. For example, among the CP0 agents under the world government, there is the tracking fruit user number 7. CP0 agents are ranked by number, with number 1 and number 2 being respectively known as the world government's strongest shield and strongest spear. Each of them possesses combat power that is not weaker than that of the 4 emperors or even the generals. The earlier the number, the stronger the strength in CP0. But the CP0 agent ranked 7 is different. In terms of his own combat power, number 7, who has just joined CP0, may not be able to beat number 20. But relying on the extremely important tracking fruit ability he controls, number 7 was still promoted to an extremely important member of the CP0 ranked 7. The tracking fruit is not like the target fruit which can mark the enemy and then pursue it indefinitely, nor is it like the staring fruit which can observe everything within a radius of 4,000 miles. But as long as he is given any item related to the target to be tracked, he can rely on his powerful tracking ability to lock onto the position of the tracker even if he is separated by several oceans. As for finding a way to get some items related to Nico Robin and the Straw Hat Pirates, it has never been a difficult task for the world government that has ruled the world for 800 years. For example, the people and things that the Straw Hat Pirates had come into contact with on the island where they had stopped for supplies. For example, the traders from the Heart Pirates and the Bonnie Pirates who had a big party with the Straw Hat Pirates and even got drunk together before challenging Doflamingo, and then chose to inform the world government. The world government has already locked onto Nicole Robin's current location. What the world government has to do now is to capture Nicole Robin alive, and then force Duke to gather most of his forces on the battlefield chosen by the world government, allowing the world government to take the opportunity to wipe her out in one fell swoop. Capture Nico Robin alive and execute her publicly. If we do this, the world will go into chaos in an instant. After receiving the order from the CP agent, the nominal headquarters Fleet Admiral Kizura suddenly felt a headache. The top executives of Marine headquarters just decided to join the Valoran family, and then the world government asked them to capture Nico Robin alive and publicly execute her. This is really too cruel. Those guys don't care whether the world will riot or not. Besides, hasn't the world already started rioting a long time ago? Akainu said coldly. However, the world government has now determined Nico Robin's exact location, and is sending us and the CP members to pursue her. General Galen, does your Valoran family have nothing to say about this? Also, when will we be able to completely destroy the evil world government and bring new justice and order to the entire world? After Akainu finished speaking, Kizaru, Aokiji and others also turned their eyes to Garen, who was present. The world government has now made it clear that it wants to target Nicole, Robin, and the Valoran family. Why don't you think of a solution? If we don't find a solution and the world government really takes the initiative, the whole world will be devastated and rivers of blood will flow. Facing everyone's gaze, Galen rubbed his head innocently. I'm not very clear about Nico Robin's arrangements. For my lord, as long as my lord does not wish, even if Nico Robin really dies, she will definitely return from the old days. As for when the evil world government can be completely destroyed, my lord still needs to wait for an opportunity, and this opportunity will come soon. When the world government ordered the Marine headquarters to cooperate with the CP organization to capture Nico Robin alive, on Valoran Island, Duke looked at the wealth worth 500 billion Baileys gathered in front of him again, and after taking a serious bath and burning incense, he pressed the lottery button heavily. System, give me an SSS level lottery. That's right, 1 year later, even without affecting the normal operation of many forces under Duke, Duke has once again gathered the wealth required for the SSS level lottery. After Duke pressed the draw button heavily, a brand new hero brought Duke the glory of the sun in his expectant eyes. Host consumed 500 billion wealth points. Congratulations to Host for winning the SSS level prize. Hero, Dawn Goddess Leona. SSS Hero, the Goddess of Dawn Leona. Haha, even though I didn't get to draw the Starforging Dragon King that I always wanted, but this is a god level hero. This draw will determine the final outcome of world government. System, summon me immediately. Duke was extremely excited when he saw the god level hero he had drawn, and he immediately chose to summon him. Then, under Duke's expectant gaze, the sun in the pirate world suddenly flickered inexplicably, and then, an extremely strong beam of light suddenly erupted from the center of the sun. At a speed that ordinary people could not imagine or detect, it instantly penetrated the universe and the many defense systems in Valoran Island, and stood directly in front of Duke. And within the brilliant beam of light that penetrated the starry sky of the universe, a noble figure wearing scorching sun armor and holding a scorching sun sword and shield quietly appeared in front of Duke. I am the embodiment of the sun. The goddess of dawn, Leona, knelt on one knee in front of Duke like a solemn knight and said solemnly, "And you are the eternal sun. The sun's light will surely illuminate the whole world." Very good. Duke grabbed Leona and said to her in a deep voice, "I look forward to that day. The glory of the sun will also shine among the stars." Leona, the dawn goddess. Level 1. Strength S. Physical fitness S. Agility S. Spirit S. Potential SS. Abilities, Sunlight, Eclipse, Zenith Blade, Solar Flame Madara, etc. Equipment, none. Overall rating, S. As the incarnation of the sun, Leona, who carries the power of the sun spirit, is worthy of the name of the goddess of dawn. The power of the sun is completely at her disposal. This terrifying power can bring the long-awaited dawn to the whole world, but at the same time, it can also bring endless fire to the whole world. She is the incarnation of the sun. In this world, only the sun and the true god cannot be looked at directly. At level 1, he's already rated as an S-level vice-emperor without any equipment. If he levels up a few more times and gets some decent equipment, won't he be able to beat the S+4 emperors at level 6? And at level 9, won't he be able to face Im or even Uranus? Even more, if Uranus is really an ancient weapon similar to a space-based weapon, hovering in space that ordinary people cannot resist or attack, then we can directly call on the goddess of dawn Leona, Madara, to descend from the sky. Wouldn't it be possible to single-handedly defeat Uranus to some extent? Duke was extremely excited when he thought of this. Duke never cared about Im's individual strength. Even if Im survived for 800 years, the upper limit of the pirate world meant that Im's combat power was at best around SS-. But ancient weapon is completely different. The technology tree in the pirate world develops in an extremely strange way, and there are certain genetic similarities between the many messy races. At least, can you believe that there is no reproductive isolation between some races that are completely different in size, appearance, or even species? The origins of many humanoid races in the pirate world clearly show signs of artificial genetic stitching. Those super-large Poseidons in the deep sea, which are often thousands of meters long, are obvious biological weapons. The pirate world and the huge kingdom of long ago were obviously a civilization with very advanced technology. Duke would not be surprised that Uranus, one of the highest creations of this high-tech civilization, possessed a destructive power of SS level or even close to SS+. Fortunately, most of the creations of high-tech civilizations often have a significant feature. That is, while they possess extremely terrifying destructive power, their defensive capabilities are often far inferior to the destructive power they can unleash. For example, a high-yield nuclear weapon may be able to destroy a giant city in an instant, but if used properly, a few rocket launchers may be able to directly destroy or detonate a high-yield nuclear weapon. As the incarnation of the sun, Leona, who can cause the solar Madara to burst out with terrifying heat, will undoubtedly be the nemesis of most technological weapons in the world. After pulling out Leona in one shot and seeming to be able to restrain or contain the Celestial Dragon's last trump card Uranus to a certain extent, Duke was too lazy to wait any longer. In other words, before this SSS level lottery, Duke had already made up his mind that no matter what the result of this lottery was, Duke would launch the final attack on the world government within a month. The arrival of Leona, the goddess of dawn, is just the icing on the cake. The key to determining the outcome of this war that is destined to change the world was laid long ago. Among those god-level heroes under Duke who were selected early on, several of them have already possessed terrifying combat power of SS or even SS level under the time-accelerated training of Time Guardian Kirin. Victory is inevitable. Duke decided not to hide it anymore and let the many forces under his command begin to gather quietly, preparing to let the goddess of dawn Leona slightly upgrade a few levels under the power of the Guardian of Time Kirin in a few days, and then go directly to war against the world government. Just as Duke was gathering his heroes to prepare for an all-out war against the world government, Nico Robin and the Straw Hat Pirates, under the protection of Driz and many Murloc warriors, successfully arrived at West Blue, one of the real bases of the Valoran family, Valoran Island. Welcome home. Duke looked at Nico Robin, who was a little shy and silent, and said softly, "Don't worry, you are all safe, and on this island, you and your companions can all receive the best training. Besides, you only need to stay here for half a year at most. After half a year, the whole world may be completely different. Relationships take time to develop, but the bond between them stems from their blood, so Duke is willing to give Nicole Robin the best possible treatment." Facing Duke's arrangement, Nico Robin nodded obediently. Luffy, who had become much calmer after the bloody battle of Dressrosa, did not clamor to go out to sea immediately to become one piece. Instead, he accepted Duke's arrangement seriously and began to train hard on Valoran Island. But, who can tell him why there are so many strong people on this island? It's fine that they can't beat many of the Cotters in the Valoran family, but why are some lizards, statues, and even giant frogs on this island so powerful? The most important thing is that there are several living dragons on this island. In just a few days of living on Valoran Island, Straw Hat Luffy and his companions felt the disparity of the whole world, but it is precisely because of the disparity between these worlds that Straw Hat Luffy and others began to train harder. Without power, not only can no dreams be realized, but even companions cannot be protected. But just as Straw Hat Luffy, Nico Robin and others were training hard on Valoran Island, the joint fleet of the world government and the marine headquarters had already arrived at the waters outside Valoran Island. This time, when it was confirmed that Nicole Robin was Duke's daughter and that Valoran Island was one of the bases of the Valoran family, the world government began to increase its siege force on Valoran Island. Marine General Garen, General Aokiji, Marine Fleet Admiral Kizaru, High Inquisitor Sengoku, and Marine Hero Garp were all dispatched, along with a large number of agents with high CP0 numbers, and top bounty hunters such as Misfortune Sarah, Great Adventurer Ezreal, and Sniper Policewoman Caitlin from the Bounty Hunter Guild who were urgently transferred with high salaries. It can be said that in addition to the 5 elders, the Knights of God, and the strongest shield and spear in CP0, in order to surround and kill Nicole, Robin, and Duke Valoran as much as possible, the world government has mobilized most of the forces they can mobilize. If it weren't for the purpose of attracting Poseidon and the Queen of the Deep Sea to arrive at the battlefield, and without the restraint of combat forces of the same level, combat forces above the Deputy King would have a certain possibility of successfully escaping before Uranus's all-destructive power arrived. I would have directly used Uranus's power to completely crush Valoran Island and everyone on it. The large number of warships and the actions of CP0 could not be hidden from Duke's eyes. The entire West Blue had already been completely controlled by Duke, not to mention that among the many Marines that came to encircle Valoran Island, there was also the existence of Admiral Garen. Duke didn't care, though. In other words, attracting most of the world government's forces to West Blue, and even attracting Uranus to attack Valoran Island, was originally one of Duke's plans. In the Battle of Sandari, Duke only confirmed that Uranus' attack came from space, and it was most likely a high-tech creation such as a space battleship. However, due to the relatively limited strength of Duke's heroes at the time, they only had a basic understanding of the ancient weapon Uranus, and had no way to determine and lock the specific location of Uranus. In other words, if you want to lock the specific position of the ancient weapon Uranus and destroy it, there is often only one best option if you want to do so. The ancient weapon Uranus constantly changes its position as the planet rotates and can fly freely in space under the control of IM. That is, when it attacks again. Uranus's attack is similar to a laser weapon or space-based weapon dropped from the sky, rather than an intercontinental missile that can fly across the continent in a curve. When it launches an attack, its specific location will be exposed. Locking down the specific location of important strategic targets is the key to winning most wars in the world. To this end, Duke was willing to expose Valoran and even sacrifice Valoran. It's just a small island anyway. If you lose it, you can just find another one. Even if people survive and land is lost, both people and land can survive. Duke has no intention of defending one place to the death. The blockade of a large number of marine warships and the arrival of CP agents made the entire Valoran Island suddenly solemn. Straw Hat Luffy and Nico Robin, who knew very well that it was their arrival that attracted a large number of marine and CP agents to surround and kill them, were full of guilt. "Uncle, let's face the enemies we have attracted. We won't run away this time. Straw Hat Luffy pressed down the straw hat on his head and said resolutely. Nico Robin also looked at Duke with guilt, her face full of relief. Being able to be with my family at the last moment, this kind of ending seems to be pretty good. Although there are a lot of powerful forces on Valoran, facing the siege of several fleet admirals of the Marine headquarters and a large number of CP agents, when the Dragon Queen Shyvana, the Deep Sea Queen Nami, Kale and many powerful men of the Dark Alliance did not appear on Valoran. Nico Robin, Straw Hat Luffy and others do not think that the strength of the Valoran family headquarters alone is enough to compete with the large number of elite troops of the world government and the Marine headquarters. Really, why can't you have a little faith in your father? Also, this is not a battlefield you can participate in right now. Just watch and watch the world change completely before your eyes. Duke rubbed Nico Robin's head, and then looked at the large number of CP agents and generals of the Marine headquarters who had successfully landed on Valoran Island without caring. At this time, behind Duke, Nine-Tails Ari, sat, Card Master Twisted Fate, Timekeeper Xylian, Dawn Goddess Leona, Capone, Becky, and others were also fearless. What a joke, Capone Becky, who has been following Sthin Impact for a long time and often comes to Valoran, is not a fool who doesn't understand anything. At least, Capone Becky knew one thing very well, that is, if Duke didn't want to, the Marine headquarters and the world government's warships would never appear intact around Valoran Island. And when those warships appeared intact around Valoran, it meant that everything was under control. It's no joke that the entire West Blue has long been completely controlled by the Valoran family. Oh, is this the head of the Valoran family who controls the Dragon Queen and the Deep Sea Queen and tries to subvert the world? What a terrible man. But you seem to be surrounded now. Can you just surrender? I don't want to fight you monsters. After the elite members of Marine headquarters and CP agents surrounded Duke and others, Kizura stepped forward and began to speak in a low voice, as if he wanted to shake the confidence of the Valoran members. In the battles of the pirate world, faith is often extremely important. But unfortunately, what returned Kizura's words was Duke's fearless release of the terrifying conqueror's domineering aura that was enough to tear apart the sky and the earth and destroy reality. Surrounded. You should be the ones who are surrounded. The terrifying conqueror's domineering aura instantly crushed all the enemies in front of Duke. Countless elite soldiers of the Marine headquarters fell to the ground like wheat waves blown by the wind. Even some of the CP agents with later numbers and less strength lost all consciousness at the same time. After summoning countless powerful subordinates step by step and secretly controlling almost the entire world, Duke's conqueror's domineering power even surpassed the four emperors' red hair, reaching an unheard of level. Without the combat power of a general or above in the Marine headquarters, one is not qualified to stand in front of Duke. Duke's conqueror's domineering power shocked the whole audience, but what was even more shocking than Duke's conqueror's domineering power was that a huge teleportation array quietly lit up along with Duke's conqueror's domineering power. Valoran family Shyvana, Nami, Kale, Nasus, Tesoro, come forward. In the teleportation array, Shyvana, Nami, Kale Nasus, and others who led a large number of elite troops to Valoran Island looked directly at Kizura and many CP agents. Dragon Queen Shyvana, Deep Sea Queen Nami, plus the previously unknown demon angel Kyle, and the mysterious mythical beastman who is said to be the guardian of Alabasta, plus the space devil fruit user who helped the revolutionary army with large-scale long-distance space teleportation. Is this the reason why the Valoran family dares to challenge the gods? However, this does not seem to be the full strength of the Valoran family. Poseidon has not appeared yet, and Janna, the leader of the Dark Alliance who dared to use the name of God, also did not seem to lead too many strong men of the Dark Alliance to appear on the battlefield. Are they there as a backup force? Or do they intend to take advantage of this opportunity and do something to us together with the revolutionary army? When Shyvana and the others inexplicably appeared in front of Kizura and the others on Valoran Island, in Pango City, the five elders, together with the mysterious Aim, were carefully observing the large den mushy screen in front of them. When they realized that there was a mysterious wandering strong man on the sea, who possessed extremely powerful space transfer ability and had rescued many elite members of the revolutionary army during the Battle of Shandere Island, the five elders, Aim and others prepared for the worst. As for the result, it was naturally what the five elders and Aim had expected. The mysterious strong man with the ability to transfer space over a large area was a member of the Valoran family. No matter what they want to do, the Holy Land will never be offended by others. If there are any other guys in the revolutionary army who intend to offend the Holy Land, we will personally kill all the offenders and will never allow those untouchables to disturb your peace. When the five elders said this, they all knelt on one knee in front of Aim, full of murderous intent. They are just some lights trying to light up the world, just turn them off. There is only one person we really need to care about. Yim sat on the empty throne with an expressionless face, pointing his finger in the air. The next moment, in the space, a dead dragon that seemed to be made of a mixture of flesh and steel, exuding an ancient breath all over its body, swam quietly over the sky above Valoran Island, and then its hideous and terrifying dragon kiss began to silently stimulate the accumulation of a terrifying force in its body that was enough to destroy the world. Poseidon has not yet appeared. Order those CP agents, marine soldiers, and bounty hunters to fight against the Valoran family with all their strength. Also, if the 7 warlords of the sea who were called in as backup can't stand up to the Valoran family, then the Shichibukai who may be hiding the Valoran family cotters will also be sent. Even if 1 or 2 Shichibukai are from the Valoran family, the remaining Shichibukai are enough to play their last role. We must force Poseidon out. Then, I will grant equal mercy to everyone present. Yumu said coldly. In order to lure out the ancient weapon Poseidon, whether it's the CP agents or the Marine admirals, they are all just baits that can be sacrificed at any time. The combat power of a general at the first level can indeed be regarded as the pinnacle of the sea, but it cannot truly surpass the combat power of this world, and it cannot touch the figure of God at all, let alone challenge God. After Yim finished speaking, the 5 elders responded in unison, and then many CP agents far away in West Blue Valoran Island also received their final instructions. No nonsense, no extra words. The CP agents who had been brainwashed by the world government for many years didn't even pay attention to Kizura, the leader who was nominally leading this operation, but rushed directly towards Duke and Nico Robin regardless of everything. They have only one goal, and that is to kill Duke and Nico Robin at all costs. When Duke and his only daughter were in life and death crisis, Yim and the 5 elders did not believe that the Valoran family dared to continue to preserve its own power. War, a brutal war with far more powerful participants than the war at the top in Duke's memory, officially began. Many CP agents, the weakest of whom had the combat power of a major general of the Marine headquarters, charged forward fearlessly, but were then stopped by Capone, Becky, Tesoro, many ferocious beasts on Valoran Island, and many middle and high-level cotters under Shyvana. CP0, which did not deploy the strongest spear and the strongest shield, was not even worthy of the Valoran family using its true strength. Even though, among those CP0s, there are many ordinary headquarters elite lieutenant generals and even ordinary Shichibukai-level combat forces. The CP0s and the ordinary cotters under Duke fought each other, and then the real top-level war officially began. Kizuru turned into a flash of light and was the first to move out, but was then tightly entangled by Enel, whose combat power had greatly improved after being trained by Kyle many times. For a moment, electricity and light kept flashing and entangled in the void, but it was difficult to determine the winner. Whether it's the Thunder Fruit or the Flash Fruit, as long as you are determined to fight guerrilla warfare, winning may not be easy, but losing is equally difficult. Marine Headquarters Fleet Admiral Kizura was directly entangled by Enel, Admiral Garen who led the charge faced the Eager Sat, and Admiral Aokiji played hide-and-seek with Nine-Tails Fox Demon Ari. The warring states turned into a giant Buddha, facing the Angel Kale who spread his wings like a god. The Iron Fist of the Marine hero Garp was also easily blocked by Nasus waving his scepter. As for Lux, Momuzagi, Shaitan Cake, Huasheishin, Spider, and other general candidates and elite lieutenant generals, they were naturally blocked one by Tristana, Nidalee, and the big bosses under Shyvana. Except for Akainu, who the world government was not confident in, and Zifa, who were responsible for staying behind in the Marine headquarters, almost all the elite troops of the Marine headquarters were dispatched. After being overwhelmed by Duke's conqueror's domineering power, countless combat forces below the rank of Major General were knocked down. In terms of ordinary mid and high-level combat power, the Valoran family, which controls the entire West Blue and has won over countless heroes of West Blue, may not lose to the Marine headquarters at this time. At this time, the Marine headquarters and many CP0 agents had been blocked by the Valoran family and Shyvana's subordinates. Duke didn't even need to take action himself. Shyvana alone directly entangled 3 top bounty hunters from the Bounty Hunter Guild, Sarah, the policewoman Caitlin, and the adventurer Ezreal, who came for money in response to the call of the world government. The Marine headquarters, bounty hunters, and even CP0 agents were almost all dispatched, while the Valoran family, Duke, and the Deep Sea Queen Nami had not even taken action themselves. Seeing that the world government was doomed to fail, and seeing that Poseidon had not yet appeared and did not seem to need to show up at all, Im and the 5 elders also frowned slightly. Let's get those guys out there. At least they can play a role. After Yim finished speaking, the 7 warlords of the sea, who had been secretly summoned by the world government but had never received clear instructions, finally received orders from the world government to challenge a mysterious strong man who may be stronger than Whitebeard. That's really interesting. Mihawk the Hawkeye clenched the black knife in his hand, while Fiona the peerless swordsman beside him narrowed her eyes. With the addition of Vladimir, the unparalleled swordsman Fiona and others, the 7 warlords of the sea, who have not been banned by the world government but are increasingly valued by the world government, have no reason to refuse the world government's compulsory conscription. What's more, many people in the 7 warlords of the sea have been looking forward to this war between the Valoran family and the world government for a long time. Ha 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 ha, is this the Valoran family that has also taken the 4 emperors under its wing, whose influence spreads across the entire ocean and is strong enough to challenge the world government? Blackbeard Teach, who did not start the war on the top or attack the Great Prison under the sea, and who still remained a member of the 7 warlords of the sea because he needed to avoid being hunted by the Whitebeard group, laughed excitedly. General, the 4 emperors, and countless other top warriors, compared to the Valoran family hidden deep under the sea and the world government that rules the world, what is the Whitebeard group? One Piece, no, from today on, my goal is to become the king of the world. Blackbeard Teach roared in his heart and joined the battle directly, knocking down many ordinary members of the Valoran family and the Dragon Kingdom without any hesitation. Both the Valoran family and the world government are too strong, and in order to become the king of the world, Teach must reduce the combat power of both sides as much as possible, and at the same time, in this world's top war, try to gain the greatest benefits for himself. In this world's top war, there are too many top-level devil fruits that Blackbeard Teach dreams of. In the short time after the devil fruit user has just died, the dark fruit can still extract devil fruits from those corpses. This battlefield is the treasure land that Blackbeard Teach has always dreamed of. But what surprised Blackbeard a little was that even though the war had become so brutal, the number of top warriors from the Valoran family and the Marine headquarters who had actually fallen was still very few. However, thinking of the extremely strong vitality and recovery ability of the top masters, Blackbeard Teach did not think much about it. It is normal for top warriors to fight for 10 days and 10 nights. This war has just begun. It is not so easy for top warriors to be knocked down. Blackbeard Teach has no intention of working for the world government, but only intends to fish in troubled waters and collect devil fruits. Hancock, who also joined the battlefield, blatantly began to attack the Marine headquarters and the agents of the CP organization after learning that the demon angel Kyle who killed the celestial dragons was also a member of the Valoran family. Even though Hancock did not rebel against the world government immediately out of consideration for the 9 Snake Islands, her mistaken attack did, to a certain extent, directly demonstrate her position. Blackbeard Teach joined the battlefield but was only concerned with taking advantage of the situation, while Hancock did not distinguish between friend and foe and attacked indiscriminately. Doflamingo, who was watching this scene, laughed wildly and attacked Blackbeard who was taking advantage of the situation on the battlefield. Hey, justice will prevail, and we are the ones who truly represent justice. Those guys who are high above the Holy Land, all deserve to die. Doflamingo knew that the world government still had national treasures, and he also knew that the world government still had powerful combat power that had not yet appeared on the battlefield. But so what? The world government is hiding something, but has the Valoran family really revealed all its power? As one of the emperors of the Dark World, Doflamingo supplied a lot of supplies to the Dragon Kingdom and the Dark Alliance. However, through the commodity transactions between the Dragon Kingdom and the Dark Alliance, as well as some powerful forces in Buildwater and the first half of the Grand Line, he vaguely sensed the true terrifying power of the Valoran family hidden beneath the sea level. If his guess was correct, the strength of the Valoran family appearing on the battlefield at this time was less than half. Moreover, no matter what, this was the most likely time for Doflamingo to take revenge on those celestial dragons. Doflamingo's heart is filled with hatred towards the world government and the celestial dragons. Doflamingo turned against Blackbeard Teach, and the faces of Im and the 5 elders, who were expecting the 7 warlords of the sea to join the battle and turn the situation around, became even colder. It seems that he has indeed surrendered to the Valoran family. But does he think that a mere Valoran family can rebel against God's order? Just a dumb idiot like his father. The long-bearded 5 elders who originally proposed the 7 warlords of the sea plan, the environmental warrior god Marcus Maz, glanced at the gloomy Im and said in a deep voice, "But the other Shichibukai can still show their great value. Whether it's the Blood Emperor, Mihawk the Hawkeye, or Fiona the Peerless Swordsman, they are the real strong ones in Shichibukai, and they are the reason why we have allowed Shichibukai to survive until now." Then, Hawkeye Mihawk, who was about to challenge Duke, was directly stopped by the Peerless Swordsman Fiona. The Blood Emperor Vladimir, who was highly expected by the environmental martial god Makas, Mass Saint, also turned against him and killed a powerful CP agent with a very high number in one blow. This is the 7 warlords of the sea that you founded and placed great hopes on. You only thought that there would be members of the Valoran family among the 4 emperors, but didn't you think that there would be members of the Valoran family among the Shichibukai? As Im looked at the screen in front of him, his face became increasingly gloomy as he watched the Shichibukai Emperor Vladimir, the Peerless Swordsman Fiona, the rebellion of Doflamingo, and the other Shichibukai slacking off. A cold light flashed in his eyes. At the same time, black smoke suddenly rose from the body of the environmental martial god Marcus Mazazaint. "Lord Yim, spare my life." The environmental war god Marcus Mazazaint, whose entire body began to burn, began to beg for mercy, and the other 5 elders also knelt on the ground, not daring to look directly at Im. The 5 elders are the highest authority in the world government, and have survived for hundreds of years. But to Yim, the 5 elders and the 4 emperors are nothing more than bugs that can be wiped out at any time. Pirates are pirates. As expected, all ants should be crushed to death. Facing Saint Marcus Maz's plea for mercy, Im's face was icy cold. He temporarily stopped punishing Saint Marcus Maz, and then said to Saint Satan, the god of scientific defense, "Go, take the pacifists with them, force out Poseidon's existence or completely wipe out those who dare to offend the majesty of God." The pacifist world government based on the Great Bear has now been put into service, but IRM and the 5 elders, who originally wanted to retain a large number of pacifist forces to maintain the order of the world government after the destruction of a large number of elite marines and the Valoran family, can only add more forces to their side as much as possible in the face of the increasingly critical battlefield. Even though, in the end, under the might of Uranus, those pacifists, each of which was extremely valuable, could only become scrap metal. On Valoran Island, with most of the Shichibukai rebelling, the world government was doomed to defeat. Just as the headquarters fleet Admiral Kizura was requesting retreat or reinforcement from the world government, several huge magic circles began to appear on the battlefield. Inside the magic circle, the terrifying figures of the 5 elders and a large number of pacifists quietly emerged. Hey, are these the 5 elders, the highest authority in the world government? Such a terrifying momentum, and there are so many big bears. Is this the power that the world government, which has ruled the world for 800 years, possesses? Ha, this world is so interesting. Blackbeard dodged Doflamingo's 5-color line, then waved his hand and knocked Doflamingo away, laughing. Just as the Blood Emperor and Fiona in Shichibukai revealed their identities, and Hawkeye My Hawk left the battlefield after symbolically waving a few swords because of Fiona's obstruction, Blackbeard was even ready to escape or surrender. There is no way, the power displayed by the Valoran family is too strong. This power not only shocked Blackbeard, but also made the confidence of Sengoku Garp, Kizuru, and others who had already made their decision even stronger. Until, the 5 elders and a large number of pacifists come. The 5 elders arrived at the battlefield through the teleportation array, and then without hesitation, they revealed their terrifying forms as phantom beasts and demons. Then, a large number of pacifists began to accumulate energy and started to lock onto the enemy and launch laser beams. As a war weapon carefully crafted by the world government, the pacifists are not as strong as the incompletely developed Seraphim, but in terms of destructive power alone, the attack of each pacifist will never be weaker than that of a vice admiral of the Marine headquarters. Almost all of the 200 pacifists who were brought to the battlefield by the 5 elders were like 200 additional lieutenant generals at the headquarters for the world government. For a moment, the laser beams fired collectively by the pacifists almost instantly dominated and divided the battlefield, causing heavy losses to the Valoran family, which had originally had the upper hand. But also suffered heavy losses were the Marine elites and CP agents who were fighting with members of the Valoran family. Don't look down on the combat power of pacifists or lieutenant generals of the headquarters. In front of the real top warriors of the sea, pacifists are indeed vulnerable. But if you really count them, every lieutenant general of the Marine headquarters is famous enough to be famous in the sea, and they are definitely not small fish that can be ignored in the New World. The entire Marine headquarters, even if you count the lieutenant generals scattered around the country, would never exceed 100. The collective lasers of the pacifists cut through the battlefield, and the 5 elders who followed them also began a frenzied slaughter. Moreover, this crazy slaughter is just like the pacifists who don't care about the Marine elites at all, and they also don't care about the Marine elites and bounty hunters who are entangled with the Valoran family. Damn it, what do those guys think of us? Seeing the Marines' elite troops suffering heavy casualties from the indiscriminate attacks of the pacifists and 5 elders, Garp clenched his fists and Sengoku narrowed his eyes. It's almost there, as long as we can force the world government to reveal its final trump card. Then, all the sins of the world government will be settled today. The generals of the Marine headquarters roared silently in their hearts, and the Valoran family, which had the upper hand but suffered heavy losses in an instant due to the arrival of the pacifists and the 5 elders, seemed to have revealed its last trump card at this time. Pitch-black clouds covered the sky, and the deep-sea Queen Nami directly stirred up a violent storm, creating countless huge waves, which hit the pacifists, Satan Saint, and others heavily. However, under the impact of several terrifying slashes from Izambaron v Nasujiro after his holy transformation into skeleton warhorse, and the massive amount of black flames spewed out by Maka's Maz after his holy transformation into Izomaiden, the dark clouds in the sky were suddenly cut apart, and the huge waves were forcibly blocked by the terrifying fire. The white fog that followed also made the battlefield, which was originally full of gunpowder smoke, quietly add a few psychedelic colors. Each of the 5 elders is an awakened person with the ability of a mythical beast-type devil fruit, and possesses extremely strong 3-color domineering power. Perhaps because they don't have enough combat experience, the 5 elders may not be a match for the 4 emperors if they fight alone, but relying on their strange immortality, if they really fight to the death, the only ones who survive to the end will be the 5 elders who have a nearly immortal body. Humans have their limits, but the 5 elders can no longer be considered mere humans. The 5 elders displayed terrifying combat power comparable to that of the 4 emperors, and the attack of the deep-sea Queen Nami was only the initial display of the power of the Valoran family. When the Valoran family seemed to be losing ground due to the emergence of the 5 elders and the pacifists, countless huge figures up to 1,000 meters in size quietly emerged in the white fog caused by the extreme confrontation between the deep-sea Queen Nami and Saint Makarth Maz. The biggest threat to the world government, Poseidon Fitz, and the large number of Poseidons he summoned finally appeared on the most pinnacle battlefield in the pirate world. Poseidon Fitz, you finally showed up. Poseidon showed up, and a large number of Poseidons and sea beasts either landed directly or took shelter on the shore, waving their huge tails or terrifying fishfin crab claws wildly at the pacifists and 5 elders on the island. The pacifists were very strong, but under the attacks of those Poseidons that were hundreds or even thousands of meters tall, the pacifists were as fragile as bags of instant noodles and were easily crushed into pieces by those huge Poseidons. But unfortunately, Fitz is not a real Poseidon after all. The Poseidons he can call upon and control are at most about a kilometer in size, and a Poseidon of about a kilometer in size may be able to knead the pacifists into pieces like kneading instant noodles. But facing the 5 elders, the strongest men at the peak of the ocean, these Poseidons are far from enough. Seeing Fizz appear, the 5 elders' eyes flashed with murderous intent. They withdrew from the battle at the cost of being seriously injured, and forcibly surrounded Fizz, who was sitting on the head of a giant shark and commanding a large number of Poseidons. They don't need to kill Fitz, but just need to make sure that Fitz doesn't escape to the bottom of the sea under the wrath of God. As for their own safety, they are immortal demons, and as long as the gods above still have mercy on them, they will never perish. The ancient weapon Uranus, Im's biggest trump card that had been quietly accumulating energy in the sky, had now unfolded its ferocious dragon kiss, and a destructive energy that was enough to destroy the entire Valoran island, and almost everyone on the island fell from the sky. What is this? Is this the national treasure of the celestial dragons, the strongest trump card of the world government? If this energy cannot be stopped, everyone will die. Does the Valoran family really have a trump card that is enough to compete with Uranus? Feeling the terrifying destructive energy falling from the sky, Sengoku Garp and the others looked extremely solemn, and then without the slightest hesitation, they gave up the fight with the enemy in front of them, and instead all soared into the sky, using all their domineering power and energy to launch a full-strength attack against the destructive force of Uranus that fell from the sky, which no mortal would fear. Now that we have chosen to face the light, the ultimate darkness of the old era must be settled at this time. The most important thing is that at this moment, victory means death. Uranus's destructive blow never distinguishes between friend and foe, but intends to bestow ruthless destruction equally on everyone on Valoran Island. What's this? Is this power the strongest trump card of the legendary celestial dragons? Damn it, my dream hasn't come true yet. How could I just collapse here like this? Garp, Sengoku, and others soared into the sky. Blackbeard and Doflamingo also looked crazy and rose into the sky. At this moment, they are no longer enemies, but just 2 companions trying to survive. Unfortunately, it is like an ant trying to shake a tree. In front of Uranus' terrifying power of divine punishment, neither Sengoku Garp nor Aokiji Kizuru, their full resistance could not even delay Uranus' attack by a single second, and they were ruthlessly annihilated. But just when the attacks of Sengoku Garp and others were all ineffective, and Blackbeard and Doflamingo were even preparing to escape with all their strength at the first moment, a huge breeze shield covering the entire Valoran island quietly emerged, delaying Uranus' divine punishment of destruction for a full second. Then, like a soap bubble, it was directly punctured by Uranus' destructive power. As the first summoned God-level hero with SS potential, Janna has successfully entered the realm of God. Unfortunately, facing the full-strength attack of Uranus, who has SS or even SS plus destructive power, a mere breeze shield is not enough to block Uranus's charged attack. However, Janna's shield was just the beginning. In order to deal with Uranus' attack, Duke had already made full preparations. A mysterious blue rune was faintly emerging above the ground of the entire Valoran island, and on the bodies of many cotters of the Valoran family, a small clock was constantly swinging. If he couldn't stop it, he could just run away. If he couldn't run away, he could still revive on the spot. What was a mere Uranus to Duke, who was well prepared? Janna's breeze shield only blocked Uranus' attack for 1 second before it was instantly shattered. But before the 5 elders and Yim could be happy, a 6-winged, sacred figure still soared into the sky, alone, facing Uranus' destructive power. Now is the time for the holy judgment. Kale, who had 6 wings on his back and had already stepped onto the ladder to the gods, was shrouded in endless golden light. Under the protection of the endless golden light emanating from Kale's body, even the destructive power of Uranus could not hurt Kale or the entire Valoran island under Kale in the slightest. The terrifying destructive energy shot by Uranus was firmly blocked by Kyle's holy judgment. The 2 terrifying destructive and sacred forces collided in the most extreme way in the sky. The sun, the newborn sun, descends into the sky at this time. Uranus's terrifying destructive power was also blocked by Kyle's power of divine judgment. It could only be like a waterfall falling from the sky to destroy everything. It hit an indestructible reef that had stood for more than 1,000 years in vain. Then, with Kyle as the origin, it poured and spread crazily in all directions. The sky became extremely bright, and Uranus's terrifying energy turned into a curtain of destruction, instantly sweeping across almost half of West Blue. At this moment, the entire West Blue community was looking at the bright light curtain that covered the endless sky in confusion and fear, and fell into complete stupor. What is that? Is the world going to end? The power of Uranus and Kale's holy judgment shook the entire West Blue. At this time, inside Valoran Island, Sengoku Garp, Blackbeard, Doflamingo, and others were also stunned. Is this the power that Uranus and House Valoran possess? Then what are we? Has the god arrived? At this moment, with the might of Kyle and Uranus, even the strongest warriors of the sea, such as Sengoku Garp and Aokiji Kizuru, felt seriously defeated for the first time. In the face of such power, everything they had fought for seemed to have lost all meaning. Sengoku Garp and the others stood there in a daze. The 5 elders and Im, who had been watching the battlefield through a special Den Mushi, showed surprise and a hint of deep fear for the first time in a long time. For many years, except for Joey Boy back then, Im had never felt threatened by others. Even the so-called 4 emperors, the so-called generals, and even the rocks of the past, in Im's eyes, were just some bugs that could be crushed to death at will. But now, facing the terrifying power displayed by Kale and the Valoran family, Yim felt the real fear and challenge for the first time. Why, she is obviously not Joy Boy, and she is obviously not a domineering power. How can she stop Uranus? No, it's impossible. God's power is infinite. Even if it means overthrowing the entire world in advance, I will definitely wipe out you bugs completely. Im's tall body began to undergo inexplicable changes, and a terrifying demon's tail quietly emerged from behind him, but before he could continue to control Uranus to launch further attacks on Valoran Island. At this time, inside Valoran Island, accompanied by Kale's sacred and cold chant, countless sacred and sharp blades of light have covered the entire Valoran Island. Atone your sins, sinners. As soon as Kyle finished speaking, countless holy blades of light suddenly fell from the sky, nailing to death or severely injuring many CP agents, some extremely evil bounty hunters, Blackbeard 5 elders and others. Kyle's power of holy judgment is more than just nearly invincible defense. Countless holy blades fell from the sky and ended the battlefield in an instant. The severely injured 5 elders still did not give up resistance. Instead, they stared at Sengoku Garp Aokiji, Kizaru, and even Shyvana, who were gradually surrounding them with madness, and said in a muffled voice, "You have truly presented a brilliant light to my god. But, God's order is eternal. Under the glory of my god, you can't kill us at all. The war of gods has begun, and we will surely win the final victory." The fact that Kyle blocked Uranus' attack did shock the 5 elders, but their confidence in Uranus and Yim's abilities still made them firmly believe that they would be the winners of the war in the end. At worst, I can control Uranus and take the celestial dragons to hide for 100 or 200 years. Uranus, located in deep space, is the strongest weapon of Im and the celestial dragons, and also their last bastion. No one can hurt Uranus in deep space. Then, the real sun began to blink. Uranus, who was unable to move and dodge under the restraints of Janna and Kiran, welcomed the destructive light from Zhen Little Boy Yang. I am the sun's choice. It is impossible for the sun to appear on Earth, but when Leona appears, all those who are watching Leona will instantly know her existence. At least at this time, the sun has descended on the Earth. In this world, the only things that cannot be looked at directly are the scorching sun and the gods. Because it's really dazzling. Leona sat upright in the void, calling upon the power of the sun. She was like the scorching sun in the sky, emitting infinite light. But this is just the beginning. Leona's light can only illuminate the entire Valoran Island. Even though Leona has great potential, even with the full assistance of the Timekeeper Xylian, Leona's potential has not been fully developed. At this moment, Leona was still far from reaching her peak. But Leona's power is limited, and the energy from the sun is endless for the entire pirate world at this time. The endless power of the sun turned into a pillar of light that pierced the pirate world directly. At Leona's call, it slammed into the ancient weapon Uranus, which was more than 10,000 meters long. Then, at this moment, not only West Blue, but almost everyone in the entire pirate world could see a second sun appear in the sky. Even in Doflamingo's sunglasses and the sight of some people in Valoran who were not afraid of the scorching sun, they could vaguely see a terrifying dragon struggling and burning in the second scorching sun in the void, but it was always unable to escape. Uranus is a living dead creature. As the strongest Uranus among ancient weapons. Different from Pluton, a purely mechanical creation, and Poseidon, a purely genetic creation, Uranus, as the highest creation after the integration of genetic bloodline and mechanical creation, possesses terrifying defense and recovery capabilities that ordinary flesh and blood life and mechanical creations can never possess. Whether it was strong winds, heavy rains, lightning, thunder, or even the so-called ultimate arrogance, in the past wars, for Uranus, they were just a little bit of wind and frost, not worth mentioning. But this time, facing the might of God that transcended all powers in the pirate world, ancient weapon Uranus felt for the first time what true destruction was. Uranus's instincts from flesh and blood began to revive, and he even began to ignore the orders issued by Im and started to flee frantically trying to avoid the endless power of the sun summoned by Leona. The main reason why a real war is never as easy to end as imagined is that the enemy will run and hide, and will look for opportunities to attack secretly, retaliate, and destroy everything. This is also the fundamental reason why, although the overall strength of the Marine headquarters is far stronger than any other pirate group on the sea, it is still difficult to truly eliminate most of the pirate groups and can only allow them to plunder and escape. Uranus also began to escape subconsciously, and as long as Uranus successfully avoided Duke's carefully arranged fatal attack this time, the ancient weapon Uranus, which could roam in the void and dodge at will, would be enough to become a big trouble that would give Duke a headache. Being able to fly is truly amazing, especially Uranus who can fly in the void where even most of Duke's heroes have difficulty reaching. But unfortunately, since the decision has been made to lure the snake out of its hole and destroy Uranus in one fell swoop, how could Duke give Uranus the chance to escape? Xylian's time slowdown, Janna's storm binding, and Leona's solar Madara bombardment, the Trinity directly formed a complete kill against the strongest and final strength of the celestial dragons, the ancient weapon Uranus. Pain, anger, roaring, wailing, ancient weapon Uranus let out the most desperate wail in the void, and then, under the baptism of the endless power of the sun, it was finally melted and decomposed bit by bit. Finally, accompanied by a flash that illuminated most of the pirate world, the ancient weapon Uranus finally exploded, and then, the east wind blew thousands of flowers into bloom at night, and blew down stars like rain. Mom, what are those bright and fast things flying in the sky? At this moment, countless children from all over the world and even from all over the Grand Route asked their parents who were protecting them. Countless ordinary parents, with serious faces and full of confusion, just hugged their children silently and said in a casual manner, "Nothing, just some shooting stars." They didn't know what was going on in the sky. They just hoped that their lives were already hard enough and that the exploding thing in the sky would not bring them more trouble and suffering. The countless meteors after Uranus's explosion certainly would not bring them more trouble and suffering. In other words, in the eyes of some people who knew part of the inside story and had great expectations, these meteors falling from the sky were not really meteors. It is clearly the future and hope. At this moment, the sky of the entire pirate world was truly bright. Uranus was destroyed and shattered, and Leona, who began to breathe slightly in midair, also stopped calling on the power of the sun. But at this moment, even though Leona had stopped calling on the power of the sun, countless people on Valoran Island looked at Leona as if they were looking at God. Justice will prevail. Hey, is this what justice will prevail? The old gods fell, the new gods were crowned. Is this the true power of the Valoran family? This is absolute justice. This is the new era. Doflamingo, who had watched Uranus being shattered from beginning to end, now had a distorted face and was as excited as a crazy clown. Unconsciously, a few tears even appeared on his face. From a high and mighty celestial dragon to a commoner, and then to being hunted and tortured by countless people, falling from heaven to hell, and finally killing his own father with his own hands and trying to rebuild heaven but being trampled and rejected by the celestial dragons, Doflamingo completely fell into the abyss. Doflamingo dreamed all the time of launching the most crazy revenge against those celestial dragons, the world government, and even the entire world at that time. But now, with Uranus destroyed and the celestial dragons and the old world on the verge of destruction, his revenge has almost been achieved. But why did Doflamingo not feel the slightest joy in his heart, but only felt extremely empty? At this moment, Doflamingo suddenly thought of his mother, his father, and Corazon? Family. Fortunately, I still have my own family now. When Doflamingo thought of this, the figures of Pika, Torrible, and others flashed quietly in his mind, and the emptiness in his heart gradually began to be filled. The past is past, a new era and a new life are about to come. Doflamingo was shouting wildly for the coming of a new era. The faces of Sengoku Garp and others who had also witnessed Leona's power and the destruction of Uranus were filled with gratitude and joy. They didn't know what kind of changes the Valoran family would bring to the world after the advent of the new era, but thinking about the changes in West Blue under the rule of the Valoran family. At least, it won't be worse than it is now, right? Will there be any changes in the future? At least now, they are doing the right thing, and that's enough. Garp, Zhangguo, Doflamingo and other forces under the Valoran family were all extremely excited, but the 5 elders present and I'm in Pango City at this time had horror and fear on their faces. But before I could figure out what was going on, the Celestial Dragon's holy land, Marijoa, was already under heavy fire. Guys, blow this damn place up. Warriors of the Revolutionary Army, it's time to defeat those evil Celestial Dragons. In addition to Marijoa, Plank, the disaster of the ocean, and the elite of the Revolutionary Army, who had been lurking in secret, launched a full-scale attack on the holy land of Marijoa at this time. Countless artillery shells obscured the sky, bringing countless blood and fire to the once magnificent and holy land of Mariachia. Amidst the raging blood and fire, the fearless soldiers of the Revolutionary Army clenched their swords and guns and launched the most resolute charge against the Celestial Dragon Guards and CP agents in the holy land of Marijoa. Most of these revolutionary soldiers had suffered from enslavement and oppression by the Celestial Dragons. Driven by endless hatred and anger, they vowed to completely destroy this holy land full of ugliness and sin. However, anger and hatred can indeed make the Revolutionary Army fearless and courageous, but if they want to destroy the world government simply because they are not afraid of death, then it is undoubtedly a pipe dream. Even though the world government has sent a large number of elite troops to Valoran Island to try to capture Nico Robin and destroy the Valoran family. However, the Knights of God who still remain in the holy land of Marijoa, as well as the top 2 CP agents, the strongest shield and the strongest spear, plus the army commander-in-chief Kong and a large number of elite holy land guards, are still not to be underestimated. The Revolutionary Army soldiers were fearless and brave, regardless of losses, fighting with countless holy land guards and CP agents. Every minute and every second, a large number of Revolutionary Army soldiers were seriously injured and fell to the ground. At the same time, under the attack of the Knights of God and the strongest shield and spear among the CP agents, the Revolutionary Army soldiers' initial advance began to slowly disintegrate. The Revolutionary Army alone is no match for the world government forces that remain in the holy land of Marijoa. But fortunately, the revolutionaries are never alone. Soraka, the son of the stars, silently waved the scepter in her hand, quickly healing every fallen revolutionary soldier. At the same time, meteors falling from the sky from time to time also directly brought destruction to countless ugliness and sins in the holy land of Marijoa. The power of the Revolutionary Army Dragon and the 4 commanders is not enough to overthrow the world government, but Soraka alone is enough to bring true light and liberation to the holy land of Marijoa. Moreover, Soraka is not the only one. A steady stream of revolutionary soldiers continue to emerge from the cave pushed out by the Revolutionary Army Cotter Giant Mori. At the same time, most of Buildwater's elite troops also continue to emerge from a huge mirror. In terms of comprehensive combat power, Buildwater at this moment is the real strongest force among the 4 emperors. A large number of pirates who once had bounties of over 100 million yuan continuously emerged from the mirror, as did Katakuri, Cracker, Smoothie, and other former Charlotte family executives. Will we cooperate with the Revolutionary Army and directly capture the Holy Land of Marijoa? This is truly an incredible ambition and feat. I never thought that we would be able to set foot on the Holy Land of Marijoa one day, Charlotte Katakuri said in a deep voice, dodging several bullets that were attacking him by leaning sideways, and then casually threw out several candy beans, which directly pierced through the heads of dozens of Holy Land guards. Is this the sacred place of the celestial dragons? Compared to our king, my mother's dream of one piece is so insignificant. Biscuit soldiers, turn this place upside down. After Katakuri finished speaking, Cracker began to clap his hands excitedly and produced a large number of powerful biscuit soldiers. He then controlled those biscuit soldiers and slaughtered countless Holy Land guards. These Holy Land guards may have been really good elites, and they were equipped with a large number of luxurious weapons and equipment. However, the Holy Land guards, who had not experienced the baptism of war for many years, could barely suppress some ordinary soldiers of the Revolutionary Army, but they were completely no match for the pirate captains of the New World who had survived countless battles. The Holy Land guards were no match for the elite pirates of Buildwater. But the Knights of God, the strongest shield and the strongest spear among the CP agents, and the commander-in-chief of the entire army, Kong, are by no means weak. Even if the 5 elders were not there and the Marine headquarters did not provide support, there were still several powerful men at the top of the ocean remaining in the Holy Land of Marijoa. But under the attacks of Sorica, Gangplank, Dragon, Bloodport Pike, Grigas, and others, what can the strongest of the Knights of God and the few remaining CP agents count for? The Knights of God and the CP agents were all defeated. At this time, after Uranus was destroyed and the Revolutionary Army and Buildwater joined forces to directly attack the Holy Land of Marijoa, in Pango City began to have endless anger in his eyes. An incomparably terrifying conqueror's aura also covered the entire Holy Land of Marijoa, causing countless Holy Land guards and ordinary Revolutionary Army soldiers to collapse to the ground. Do you think you can defeat me by crushing Uranus? I am the master of the world, the eternal God. How dare you challenge God's order and disturb God's peace? All of you must die. Im's terrifying conqueror's aura shocked the entire Holy Land of Marijoa. At the same time, Im's terrifying mythical beast demon form also broke through the roof between the flowers and stood directly on the Holy Land of Marijoa. Then, countless extremely sharp scarlet tentacles suddenly covered the sky and fiercely stabbed at everyone present. Is this the so-called God who secretly controls the world? What God? It's obviously a devil. The Revolutionary Army dragon looked at Im's demon form, dodged Im's scarlet tentacles, and roared angrily. On Long's side, a large number of Revolutionary Army soldiers and weak elite pirates had their bodies pierced by Im's scarlet tentacles. Even without the existence of Uranus, as the controller of the world government who has survived for 800 years, Im's own strength has also long surpassed the limits of mortals. Humans have their limits, and Im has long since chosen not to be a human. Im unfolded his demon form and prepared to start a killing spree, but just as Im was about to kill, a huge magic circle directly covered the entire Holy Land of Marijoa. The next second, from the huge magic circle, many god-level heroes who had also surpassed mortals and reached the realm of gods, including the Time Guardian Kiran, the Storm Goddess Janna, the Angel Kale, and the Dawn Goddess Leona, quietly emerged. With Uranus destroyed, the only important target left for the Valoran family was Im. As for the so-called immortal 5 elders, the 5 elders who are immortal because of Im, will naturally be completely destroyed because of Im's death. There was no nonsense, no extra words. In order to prevent Im from escaping, the moment many god-level heroes descended on the Holy Land of Marijoa, Sorica, Kiran, Janna, Kale Leona, and others launched attacks on Im. He was fighting 1 against 5, and at the same time, he was facing an enemy that was equipped with many equipments and whose potential and strength even surpassed his own to a certain extent. Im, who once controlled the world for 800 years, naturally had no chance of winning. A day later, along with the destruction of the Holy Land of Marijoa and the collapse of the entire Red Earth continent of Marijoa, the so-called immortal Im was eventually burned to ashes by the holy fire of Kyle and Leona in the Star Barriers. Then, the news of the fall of the world government and the establishment of the Valoran Empire spread rapidly throughout the world through the transmission of Morgan's countless newsbirds. On the second day after the establishment of the Valoran Empire, the Marine headquarters surrendered, the Kingdom of Ryago surrendered, the Kingdom of Alabasta surrendered, the Kingdom of Noxus surrendered, the 4 emperors surrendered, the Dark Alliance surrendered, the Shichibukai system was abolished, and a large number of former Shichibukai surrendered. After the establishment of the Valoran Empire, countless large forces in the entire pirate world offered their loyalty to Duke and the Valoran family. Along with it, a large number of small and medium-sized forces and small kingdoms also chose to surrender because of the surrender of countless large forces throughout the world. But this does not mean that no one in the pirate world is dissatisfied with the new Valoran Empire, or that a large number of kings are simply unwilling to give up their former power and status and submit to the Valoran Empire. They all raised the banner of rebellion and demanded independence. At the same time, countless ambitious people and pirates took advantage of the unrest and instability in the pirate world and chose to go out to sea to plunder. The unique geographical environment and magnetic field climate of the pirate world make it difficult for both the former world government and the current Valoran Empire to establish truly effective rule under the conditions of restricted transportation. Then, the sky changed. On that day, an incomparably huge dragon entangled the entire world. On that day, the Red Earth continent completely collapsed, and then, along with countless scattered island kingdoms in the pirate world, they were forcibly squeezed into several huge continents by the incomparably huge dragon. On that day, there were no four seas, no grand routes, and no soil for the survival of so-called pirates. What we have is a Valoran empire built on several huge continents. I got all the remaining wealth of the world government, and finally drew the star-forging Dragon King after 10 consecutive draws at the SSS level. But, is there another world besides the pirate world? Looking up at the star-forging Dragon King, who was quietly hiding his body in the endless void, Duke, the supreme emperor of the Valoran Empire, had countless stars in his eyes, shining brightly.
Hello, everyone! As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.